In the realm of darkness, players find themselves in a world fraught with peril, yet they possess a sanctuary where the flickering flames provide them with protection. To survive, they must wield torches and traverse the shadows, confronting fearsome beasts lurking within. Zhao Gan appears fortunate, as his refuge is a radiant church, which he can expand with effort. The radiant tower, igniting a colossal flame to roar defiantly against the darkness. The radiant guardian dormitory, offering aid to survivors in the gloom, thereby earning the most loyal of companions. Zhao Gan glanced at his attributes. Chapter 1. The Dark World and the Radiant Church. You have entered the dark world, a voice intoned. This is a place devoid of divine light, where only the glimmering glow of fireflies can illuminate your existence. Do not venture into the abyss, for it shall consume your flesh and soul. Ignite the flame, for it is your only foothold in the dark. But beware, the progeny of darkness will strive to present your hair, skin, and bones to their mother. Fortunately, you are not entirely forsaken. Observe your surroundings closely, for therein lies your hope for survival. But take heed, for those seemingly benevolent entities may lead you into the abyss. The raspy voice etched itself into Zhao Gan's mind. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Gan surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Is this building 2 of the flip-flop garden? The floor beneath him was charred black, littered with ash. A noxious stench assaulted his nostrils, reminiscent of rotten eggs. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Zhao Gan stood and recalled the gravelly voice. The dark world. He exclaimed, I've seen this trope in childhood tales, starting with a thatched hut, only to ascend to an empire. His initial fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. However, upon closer inspection, his elation waned. The dilapidated structure he occupied was in worse condition than a humble hut. Half of the ceiling was missing, leaving only a small section above his head. The walls were absurdly compromised, allowing air to flow freely, with just a door remaining at the front. The framework supporting the building had been scorched, coated in a layer of soot, appearing precariously unstable. Did a helicopter crash here? Where did this inferno? The darkness. Zhao Gan recalled another crucial detail, peering cautiously through a gaping hole in the wall 0.2 meters from the house. The darkness writhed like ink spilled into clear water, occasionally sending forth tendrils that sought to infiltrate his refuge. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the dark appendages could only advance to within a meter of the dwelling, as if repelled by the heat of the flames. Zhao Gan turned his gaze to the flame that shielded him. A charred humanoid figure knelt upon the floor, head bowed, cradling a flame above its head like a statue. What is this? Zhao Gan mused, leaning closer to inhale its aroma. It was fragrant, not in a culinary sense, but akin to herbs being consumed by fire. Examining the statue closely, he noted the gaping hole in its skull, revealing remnants of white bone within. Further investigation unveiled a collection of grim bones nestled at the base. The intricacy of the carving was unnecessary. It was undoubtedly a corpse or an empty husk. Whether it was human, he could not ascertain, but it bore a humanoid semblance. Brother, you have provided me protection. Otherwise, that dark creature would have devoured me. Zhao Gan expressed gratitude, reaching toward the flame cradled by the figure, curious about its warmth. Such a small flame could repel darkness. A message materialized before him. Initial fire, pseudo. It is said that the first flame was born in the darkness, saving humanity, and thus, humans regard the initial fire as divine. This flame is born from the soul of Father Edgar, who burned before his death, embodying a fragment of the initial fire's divinity. Father Edgar, the flame did not feel hot upon his fingers. Zhao Gan boldly thrust a digit into it, warmth enveloping him. I shall continue to call you brother. It rolls off the tongue. Retracting his hand, he noticed a small patch of red between the figure's legs, obscured by black soot. Blowing off the ash, he discovered a notebook fashioned from some animal skin, adorned with a flame motif, appearing quite antiquated. Notes of Father Edgar from the Radiant Church in the Northern Old Town modifications in progress. Notes of Father Zhao Gan from the Radiant Church in the Northern Old Town. Zhao Gan was astonished. The notebook had become his within mere seconds. He had transformed into a priest, and according to the description, the church was now his as well. Driven by curiosity, he opened the notebook. I have seen the initial fire in the darkness. May my soul become fuel for the initial fire. May my successors atone for our sins. The opening lines were evidently the last words of Father Edgar, shrouded in riddles. Zhao Gan continued to peruse the pages. The Radiant Church of Father Zhao Gan in the Northern Old Town. 80 damaged. A damage status prevents viewing required materials for upgrades and disables building functions, please. Repair the church promptly. It has 3 days until collapse warning. The church is Father Edgar's treasure. Upon its collapse, the flame will extinguish. Zhao Gan felt a surge of urgency. His survival against the encroaching darkness relied entirely on that peculiar flame. Should it be extinguished? Gazing at the writhing shadows outside, he was certain he would not endure. The first page appears to detail the church's condition. Repairs will enable upgrades and functionalities. What lies on the next page? As he turned the page, it remained unyielding. Insufficient faith to view subsequent content. Please consult the personal panel for details. Personal panel. With a thought, a cascade of data materialized before him. Zhao Gan age, 22 occupation, priest pseudo, strength, for intelligence, 5 agility, 6 perception, 5 minus 10, fixed value. Total for an ordinary human is 10. Fixed value cannot be altered. Health, 100, death at 0, stamina, 100, collapse at 0, sanity, 100, madness at 0, talent 1, materialist. You are a staunch atheist, never believing in the existence of deities, immune to religious indoctrination. Faith value remains at minus 10, while other attributes are compensated by 10. Talent 2. Scientist. Confronted with any mysterious phenomenon, you possess the ability to deconstruct it, explaining or realizing it from a scientific perspective. This talent alters the nature of items you acquire, and you'll be filled with curiosity about the unknown. Passive. Fearless. As a materialist, you are unafraid. Darkness does not intimidate you, and any sanity loss is reduced to 1/10, while your sanity recovery rate doubles. Having examined the panel, Zhao Gan nodded in satisfaction. Standing at 1.85 meters tall and weighing 80 kilograms, he was robust. Regular exercise and running endowed him with speed, and after a decade of abstinence, his spirit was vibrant. His talents and passives were undoubtedly the product of his upbringing. The minus 10 faith score allowed for an increase in other attributes, making him feel stronger and more perceptive than usual. He was pleased with his panel. It seems I must devise a plan to open the second page of the notebook. The minus 10 faith score did not concern him in the slightest. As long as he possessed strength, he could vanquish any dark progeny with sheer force. With a notebook tucked under his arm, Zhao Gan began to analyze the situation before him based on the clues he had gathered. It is evident that this church has previously endured a brutal battle. Brother Edgar must have employed desperate measures, slaying numerous dark offspring. The charred remnants around are undoubtedly his doing, while the foul-smelling ashes on the ground are the remains of the dark offspring. He mused. As for the sequence of events, there are currently no clues to deduce. The primary task is to repair the church. Otherwise, we cannot stand firm against the encroaching darkness. As Zhao Gan contemplated this, he glanced at the white altar situated not far behind Edgar's lifeless form. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed an object of significance. On the altar lay a piece of crimson fabric adorned with flames reminiscent of those in his notebook, albeit appearing more exquisite. It seems Brother Edgar was indeed pious, sacrificing everything he had as fuel while still exercising restraint. Zhao Gan sighed and approached the altar, giving it a gentle knock. Thud! The sound of wood resonated. Zhao Gan's face brightened with joy. Excellent. Dismantling this altar will certainly aid in the church's restoration. He touched the fabric upon the altar, finding it remarkably soft. This is fine material. It could serve as a cushion or a blanket for sleep later. The flames in Father Edgar's hands flickered momentarily before returning to their usual state. Chapter 2. The Priest Club and the Carpenter. Zhao Gan lifted his foot and kicked the side of the altar. Thud. The altar remained unmoved, the recoil leaving Zhao Gan's legs slightly numb. A prompt echoed. Warning. The altar is a crucial component of the church. Damaging it will result in the church's collapse. Zhao Gan paused to alleviate the numbness in his legs, lamenting, what a pity. Such sturdy wood could have been invaluable for the church's repairs. It is no wonder Brother Edgar did not allow the fire to reach this. He cherishes the church dearly. If the altar were to be destroyed, the church would be lost. Zhao Gan meticulously examined the vicinity, discovering 2 items. A broken wooden club, roughly the size of his calf, was smeared with a viscous black substance. Edgar's wooden club, damaged. The priest of fire often traverses through darkness. A reliable weapon is essential. Although damaged, it retains a fraction of its potency. A note was also found tucked beneath the altar. May the warm initial flame protect you, esteemed Father Edgar. Thank you for lending me the lantern. I shall return it in 2 days along with the previously mentioned repair materials. Carpenter. Zhao Gan grasped the wooden club and swung it, finding it quite suitable. Excellent, I now possess a weapon for self-defense. The note held vital information, indicating the presence of a carpenter nearby, who shared a close relationship with Father Edgar. With the carpenter in mind, progress could be made in restoring the church. Regardless of the carpenter's fate, tools and timber could surely be procured. What a shame. I do not know the carpenter's precise location, but given the return time mentioned, it should not be far. Moreover, the lantern he borrowed is of great importance. With it, traversing the darkness would be significantly easier. Having analyzed the new clues, Zhao Gan gazed at the encroaching darkness outside, preparing to venture forth. Remaining in the church served no purpose. It was nearly devoid of anything, and there was no food to sustain him. Additionally, the church was on the verge of collapse in 3 days. Without prompt repairs, death was inevitable. Thus, he began to search the entire church for combustible materials. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Gan had gathered a pile of 9 variously sized, lightly burned wooden sticks, alongside a mound of dark offspring ashes. Firewood can be burned to provide brief illumination, dispelling darkness. Viscous ashes of dark offspring can be burned to provide prolonged light. Ashes may also be ignited. This is the initial flame's redemption for the dark offspring. Upon handling the ashes, Zhao Gan noted their sticky texture. Rolling the firewood in the dark ashes, he sought to absorb as much as possible, resulting in a new item. Ashen torch can be ignited to provide 2 hours of illumination. You have crafted your first item. The inventory has been unlocked. Wonderful. Zhao Gan repeated the process, coating all 9 sticks with ashes in the end, he acquired 9 ashen torches, sufficient for 18 hours of illumination in the darkness. Moreover, with the newly unlocked inventory, Zhao Gan could conveniently store all 9 ashen torches, as well as the wooden club. Examining his inventory, he found 6 slots in total. The large club occupied 1 slot, while the 9 ashen torches filled another. He also included a handful of dark offspring ashes as a reserve that a single mound of ashes could produce 5 torches, ample for unexpected circumstances. Identical items can be stacked. I just wonder how many could be combined. Zhao Gan retrieved an ashen torch and approached Father Edgar's remains. As the torch neared the flames in Edgar's hands, it ignited with a whoosh. The church became significantly brighter and warmer. Zhao Gan tested the flame with his hand, noting its intense heat, indicative of a normal fire. It appeared that the flames in the priest's hands were rare, but as a fire starter, they only yielded ordinary flames. Holding the torch aloft, Zhao Gan exited through a gaping hole in the wall. Cold. This was the immediate sensation upon stepping outside. The temperature was at least 20 degrees lower than that within the church. Zhao Gan was still clad in autumn attire, and without the protective flames, enduring the cold would be exceedingly difficult. After taking a few steps, he found himself confronting a wall of darkness. With the ashen torch in hand, the darkness retreated as if it were cotton candy meeting water, receding approximately 5 meters. Once fully enveloped in darkness, Zhao Gan felt somewhat disoriented. Though the area surrounding him was illuminated for about 5 meters, visibility beyond that was utterly obscured by darkness. This blind exploration was ineffective, prompting Zhao Gan to scrutinize the ground for clues. There, after several minutes of observation, he discovered a series of erratic footprints to the northwest. Advancing cautiously, he examined them closely. They appear human, and not just one set. Moreover, they are barefoot. Strange, some toes are quite thick while others are slender. Before Zhao Gan could investigate further, odd sounds echoed from the darkness ahead. Since entering the darkness, Zhao Gan had been on high alert. Upon hearing the strange noise, he immediately straightened his posture, brandishing the wooden club while keeping a wary eye on the front. The first thing to emerge from the shadows was a grotesque visage, its features largely skeletal, with black liquid oozing from grotesque wounds and dripping onto the creature. The body was similarly disfigured, resembling a pig that had been nearly stripped of its flesh in a slaughterhouse. The humanoid monster slightly turned its face, locking its gaze on Zhao Gan. It emitted a ghastly shriek and lunged at him. You have encountered a monster. Your sanity -1. Zhao Gan felt a sharp prick in his head, but dared not hesitate. With one hand, he angled the torch away to protect the flame, while the other raised the wooden club, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With tremendous force, he brought the club down, smashing half of the creature's head into its chest cavity, demonstrating Zhao Gan's considerable strength. Despite such a brutal blow, the monster did not fall. Instead, it clawed toward Zhao Gan's chest that a pungent, rancid odor wafted into Zhao Gan's nostrils, reminiscent of decaying flesh. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the creature's grasp and raised a wooden club to deliver another powerful strike. Thud, thud, thud. Like a whack-a-mole game, Zhao Gan continued to pound the monster's head. Finally, on the third strike, he shattered the creature's skull. Thud. The monster staggered twice before collapsing to the ground. You have vanquished the undead, earning 10 points of Anhun. You may check the total Anhun in the name field. The talent of scientism has activated, unveiling the Dark Codex, where you can examine the specifics of the undead. Anhun can be placed upon the flames of the church to obtain 10 points of Guanghuan, and 100 points of Guanghuan may be exchanged for a single attribute point. As the prompt concluded, Zhao Gan observed that the undead had transformed into a pool of black water, accompanied by some dark fragments of bone. Approaching the scene, before he could even touch it, the pool of black water, along with the bone fragments, ignited instantaneously, turning into a mound of ashes. Ashes of the undead, trash. A brief introduction that left Zhao Gan disinterested. Dark Codex. Upon softly invoking its name, a large tome of dark red adorned with black flames began to flutter before Zhao Gan, eventually settling upon the page depicting the undead. Undead. This is the fate of humanity consumed by darkness. First, their reason gradually dissipates, transforming them into pitiful beings devoid of direction. Once all reason is lost, their flesh and souls are slowly devoured. The most effective method to slay an undead is to first shatter its kneecaps. Once it is prone, strike the back of its head. Zhao Gan felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling his passive ability, Fearless. Just moments ago, his reason diminished by 1, but had he been an ordinary person, it would have plummeted by 10. Without experience, defeating this undead would prove quite challenging. It took him 4 solid strikes to vanquish it, expending 8 points of stamina. If an ordinary person were to encounter a horde, they would likely succumb without resistance, instantly losing their sanity and becoming one of the undead. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Zhao Gan to draw on his neck. This breeze scattered the ashes of the undead, revealing an object beneath. Zhao Gan's keen eyes immediately discerned it. Chapter 3, Tracing the Trail. As Zhao Gan picked up an object from beneath the ashes, he discovered it to be a battered metal fragment. Although it appeared to be mere refuse, it served as a vital clue. This item was likely a carpenter's tool, though it remained uncertain whether the recently slain zombie was the carpenter himself or one of his companions. Discarding this piece of debris, Zhao Gan proceeded in the direction from which the zombie had come. Before long, a multitude of disordered footprints appeared on the ground, covering an area of approximately 4 to 5 square meters. Zhao Gan approached to examine them, deducing that these prints belonged to a single humanoid creature, most likely the aforementioned zombie. Amongst the chaotic imprints were several pools of a foul, black liquid, indicating that the zombie had been wandering in circles for quite some time before catching his scent. Upon scanning the area, Zhao Gan noticed some scattered items amidst the footprints. He casually picked one up, a nail, tarnished by the encroaching darkness. The description in his guide suggested that this suspected carpenter had lost all semblance of reason here, transforming into a zombie. It seemed evident that by following the footprints, he would eventually find either the carpenter or his dwelling. Zhao Gan leaned towards the belief that the zombie was a companion of the carpenter, for the carpenter had borrowed the priestess lantern, suggesting he was not easily consumed by the darkness. After discarding the useless nail, Zhao Gan focused on deciphering the footprints. Soon, he discovered a series of more linear prints to the north of the chaotic marks. These footprints varied in density, indicating a gradual loss of consciousness as the individual succumbed to the madness before becoming a zombie. Gripping his torch firmly, Zhao Gan began to navigate the darkness along these prints. Approximately 10 minutes later, a disarray of wooden stumps emerged before him, prompting a smile to spread across Zhao Gan's face. Indeed, his deduction was correct. This was the site where the carpenter had been felling trees. Approaching the stumps, Zhao Gan's excitement waned as he realized there were no items to be found, only scattered wood shavings, clearly collected by someone. What was a rare commodity in this realm, unlikely to be so meticulously cleared away without reason. Turning his gaze, Zhao Gan was suddenly drawn to a reflective glint. Holding his breath, he tightened his grip on the hefty wooden stick and approached cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he relaxed, It was a black metal torch, standing nearly 2 meters tall, complete with a metallic shaft. He attempted to pull it free, but to no avail, so he ignited the metal torch. A flame, as large as a basketball, erupted, illuminating a radius of nearly 20 meters. Upon re-examining the torch, Zhao Gan noted its transformation. Ignited metal torch, damaged. Will extinguish after 10 hours, surveying his surroundings. Zhao Gan spotted the vague silhouette of a structure to the west. It likely served as the carpenter's residence. He glanced at the metal torch, contemplating extinguishing it to conserve fuel, but given the uncertainty of what lay ahead, he chose to keep it lit for the time being. As he approached the building, his pace quickened, for the structure's shape became clearer. It was a small cabin constructed from raw timber, significantly smaller than his dilapidated church, yet it appeared more habitable, save for some dark stains on its exterior. Regardless of whether it belonged to the carpenter, it was undoubtedly superior to the crumbling church. Perhaps he could relocate his brother here to settle down. Zhao Gan was not reluctant to repair the church, but he recognized that behind the log cabin lay a vast forest, providing easy access to timber resources. Upon reaching the cabin door, he found it ajar and gently pushed it. With a crack, the door shattered into several pieces, collapsing into the interior. Frowning, Zhao Gan struck the adjacent wall with his wooden stick. A cascade of wood shavings fell to the ground, revealing a 5-centimeter diameter hole. It seemed the wooden structure was not sturdy under the encroaching darkness. Zhao Gan abandoned his relocation plans. Raising the torch to peer inside, he found no anomalies. Nevertheless, he gripped his wooden stick tightly as he stepped inside, aware that the circumstances surrounding the zombie's demise remained unclear. Caution was imperative. Inside, the cabin was indeed small, measuring no more than 8 square meters. There were 2 narrow single beds on either side and a table in the center. Upon the table sat a large metal bowl filled with a viscous substance. The bowl's surface was coated in black grime, indicating it was used to kindle flames within the cabin. Zhao Gan ignited the lamp bowl, and flames flickered to life, restoring warmth and light to the small space. Ignited simple metal lamp. Burns for 20 hours. It could burn for such an extended period. How had the occupants succumbed to darkness? Zhao Gan sensed something was amiss. After rummaging through the cabin, he found no clues, but beneath each bed lay a large metal box. The beds had been easily lifted, revealing their lightness. The metal boxes, roughly the same size, appeared quite old. It seemed that in this world, preserving items for the long term required metal containers, as wooden items quickly fell prey to darkness. The boxes were unlatched, with handles on their lids for easy access. Stepping back, Zhao Gan used the pointed end of his stick to lift the lid. With a snap, the box opened, revealing nothing extraordinary, only a pile of seemingly new wooden planks. Indeed, there was treasure to be found. As Zhao Gan's hand brushed against the planks, the information materialized. Sturdy wooden plank. Trees that flourish in darkness are blessed by the initial fire. When processed into planks, they serve as excellent building materials, providing some resistance against the encroaching darkness. Sturdy wooden plank X20. Zhao Gan promptly stored the planks in his inventory, but upon reaching 20, he noticed no further reduction in the box's contents. There were still plenty of planks remaining. After collecting 15 more, the box was empty. This was splendid. These planks could repair the church's walls and even mend some ceilings. Venturing into the darkness had finally yielded a bountiful reward, lifting Zhao Gan's spirits. He turned his attention to the other iron box. If it contained more wooden planks, he would need to keep his stick at the ready, which would be somewhat inconvenient. His inventory had 6 slots. The ashes of the torch and the dark offspring's ashes occupied 2. 35 planks occupied another 2, leaving him with 2 slots remaining. If necessary, he could tie the other box to himself and drag it back, allowing him to move with relative ease. Several lengths of hemp rope hung from the walls of the carpenter's cabin, appearing largely untouched by the darkness, and seemed sturdy enough. Navigating through the darkness, one hand held the torch while the other gripped his weapon, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Gan began to yearn for the priest's lantern. It was evident that it could be hung from his person, freeing his hands. Using the same method he had employed to open the iron box, Zhao Gan hooked the handle of the lid with his stick. Just then, a shadow emerged from behind the box's shadowy edge. The shadow climbed atop the box, revealing the gentle visage of an elderly man before Zhao Gan. The shadowy figure's body was skeletal, draped in thin, dark matter that clung to the bones like liquid. With a benevolent smile, he spoke. O deceived by the light, allow me to introduce you to the all-knowing and omnipotent Lord. Chapter for the second page of the notebook. Upon sighting the dark offspring, your sanity diminishes by 5. Zhao Gan's head felt as though it had been pierced by a drill, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Great old dang! Zhao Gan swung his stick with all his might. Smack! Like a mass of jelly shattered, the dark progeny splintered into several pieces and then reformed into a viscous pool. You have slain the dark progeny, Lao Dang Shi, and the dark soul is at 20. The content of the dark compendium is now linked to you. Lao Dang Shi, a lower-tier dark progeny, adept at hiding in shadows, yet it is the most perilous of its kind. It can articulate human speech, swiftly eroding your sanity, while its corporeal form remains pitifully weak. Warning, do not attempt to comprehend its words unless you are already driven mad. The first page contained only this information. The rest remained blank, indicating that new revelations would emerge only upon reaching a certain progress. The old village? This place seems pivotal to unlock the narrative's progression. One must venture there. Zhao Gan, intrigued by both the story and its rewards, felt like a headless fly in the darkness, utterly unaware of the old village's location. Should he seek the carpenter or return with the supplies? After a moment's reflection, Zhao Gan resolved to find the carpenter. Firstly, he desired the hanging lantern. Secondly, the ore was undoubtedly a vital resource, and he wished to ascertain its location, collecting whatever he could in the process. Ultimately, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. As for danger, from the moment he stepped into the darkness, Zhao Gan had known no fear. Zhao Gan reignited a torch. Despite its remaining half-hour of burn time, he deemed it prudent to carry a new one in the shadows. With the fresh torch held aloft, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the carpenter. Passing through the woods, he spotted a pool of water, approximately 2 square meters in size, its surface rippling, suggesting a spring below. Beside the pool lay several wooden cups, many of which were damaged. Zhao Gan selected a usable one and scooped a cup of water from the pool. A cup of spring water, aside from fire. Flowing water can repel darkness and is potable. Upon reading this, Zhao Gan drank the water in one gulp, quenching his thirst. The spring water was also essential for the growth of trees here. He could craft some containers and return to the church with water. Discarding the cup, he pressed on. After about 10 minutes, he exited the woods, and another 20 minutes later, he observed some low hills in the distance. The abandoned mine should lie within those hills. Zhao Gan checked the torch in his hand, noting there was still a little over half its burn time left. He retrieved a new torch from his inventory, ignited it, and planted it in the ground. Although he had encountered no danger thus far, a sense of urgency welled within him, prompting him to switch torches just in case. The planted torch also served as a beacon. Should he need to flee, he would not lose his way in the darkness. Gripping his sturdy stick, Zhao Gan boldly approached the hills. After walking for about 10 minutes, he glanced back to see the faint glow of the torch he had left behind. Ahead of him, a dark mine entrance loomed like the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, somewhat intimidating. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard the howl of wolves. Howl! Howl! The sound emanated from above, and looking up, he spotted 3 pairs of fiery red eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. You have encountered wolf-like dark progeny. Sanity reduced by 9. Sanity reduction value. Monster type X quantity. After his encounter with Lao Dang Shi, Zhao Gan's head no longer throbbed as painfully. Thus, he swiftly prepared for battle. Howl! The 3 red-eyed black wolves leapt down from above, while 2 others charged from Zhao Gan's side and rear, the lead wolf lunging directly at his face. With less than 10 seconds remaining, the 3 wolves would soon surround him. Swallowing hard, Zhao Gan raised a stick high and charged at the red-eyed black wolf before him. Whoosh! Zhao Gan's attack missed. The red-eyed black wolf was exceptionally agile, not only evading the strike, but also seizing his stick in its jaws. At that moment, the 2 side wolves were still 4 to 5 meters away from Zhao Gan. This situation had slightly exceeded Zhao Gan's expectations, yet it remained within his plans. He released the stick and sprinted into the mine. The wolf, still gripping his stick, paused momentarily, then displayed a hint of disdain. Howl! After a piercing howl, it and its 2 companions pursued Zhao Gan. Chapter 5. Battle with Wolves as Zhao Gan ran. He rummaged through his inventory for a bottle of strong liquor, tossing it behind him without a glance. The bottle shattered, releasing a potent scent of alcohol into the air. He then took out an ash torch, ignited it, and hurled it backward. Whoosh! A wall of fire rose, over a meter high, momentarily halting the pursuing wolves. Zhao Gan glanced back. Upon seeing the wall of flames, the three wolves displayed fear, but they quickly adjusted their tactics to circumvent the barrier. Nevertheless, their speed was hindered, granting Zhao Gan precious time. The mine entrance was now only a few steps away. He rushed inside. Bang! 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 Upon reaching the mine entrance, Zhao Gan swiftly smashed 3 bottles of liquor and ignited them. The flames instantly obscured the entrance, yet just before the fire surged, a black wolf claw lunged at Zhao Gan. Pain shot through his right arm. With no time to assess the injury, Zhao Gan tossed the fat he had in his inventory into the wall of fire before sprinting deeper into the mine. Howl! A frantic roar erupted from outside the mine. The wolf that had clawed Zhao Gan recoiled rapidly, yet its paw remained ablaze. The fire spread along its leg, but the injured wolf showed no signs of panic. The other 2 wolves quickly tore at the burning leg, even gnawing off a significant chunk of flesh above it. The wolf's leg fell to the ground, reduced to ash within seconds. The wounded wolf retreated into the darkness, and in mere moments, it emerged unscathed. At that moment, the flames at the mine's entrance blazed brightly, though they were beginning to wane, likely extinguishing within minutes. The 3 wolves stood at the threshold, their red eyes fixed intently, waiting for the flames to dissipate so they could rush in and shred Zhao Gan to pieces. Meanwhile, Zhao Gan had run deep into the mine, and the pain in his right arm intensified. You have been attacked. Your health is now at 10. You are bleeding. Health is at 5. You have entered a bleeding state. Health decreases by 5 every minute. After a series of notifications flashed by, Zhao Gan barely glanced at them before continuing to run with all his might. Soon, a flickering light appeared in his vision, and he discerned a figure seated against the wall. Zhao Gan hurried to the source of the light, hoping for a turn of fate. The best-case scenario would be that the figure was a living person, a powerful ally who could swiftly eliminate the 3 wolves. Alternatively, perhaps there was a formidable weapon that could aid him in vanquishing his enemies. However, the situation at the light was not as Zhao Gan had hoped. The figure was a desiccated corpse, clad in a coarse linen garment, with a small pouch tied at the waist. The source of the light was a finely crafted hanging lantern, its transparent material reflecting iridescent hues, with a silver base and lid, extending into a curved hook that hung from the corpse's belt. Undoubtedly, this was the lantern borrowed from the carpenter, and the corpse belonged to the carpenter himself. Zhao Gan had no time for sentiment. Though he had found his objective, 3 wolves were still in pursuit. He tore a strip of cloth from his coat and tightly bound it around the upper part of his right arm. Zhao Gan glanced at his status bar. Health, 70. You are bleeding. Every 5 minutes, health decreases by 2. Although the bleeding had not stopped, his condition had improved. Zhao Gan examined the carpenter's corpse and noted a large gaping claw wound on its abdomen. As for the lantern, he had already taken it and hung it from his own belt. The lantern of the Fire Guardian. It is said that the flame within is sourced from the Holy Fire Cathedral, providing enduring illumination as long as one offers dark souls. Capable of weakening the power of the dark offspring, remaining burn time, 27 days. The lantern is formidable, yet the pressing concern now is to find an escape route. Casting a glance into the depths of the mine, an inexplicable dread made Zhao Gan's hair stand on end. Abandoning the idea of venturing deeper, Zhao Gan began to strike at the area where the carpenter leaned. He had already fled far into the mine. Surely, there must be a refuge for miners to evade danger. The carpenter was likely driven here by those 3 hellhounds. His injuries were more severe than mine, and he must have succumbed before reaching safety. His corpse remained intact, possibly due to the lantern deterring those hellhounds from feasting upon him. As Zhao Gan pondered, he continued to hammer on the cave wall. A dull thud resonated differently this time. After searching for nearly 5 minutes, Zhao Gan finally discovered a hidden spot. He fumbled about and found that the door outside was metallic. Excellent, he had found it. In this perilous world, miners not only had to contend with collapses, but also evade the lurking dark offspring. The interior must be quite secure. Zhao Gan felt a handle and pulled it forcefully. This door cannot be opened from this side. Damn! Zhao Gan felt as if the vessels in his head were about to burst from frustration. If only he had a suitable tool, he would smash that door to pieces. But this was not the time for anger. Glancing back, the foreboding sensation in his heart intensified. Moreover, the lantern at his waist, which could originally illuminate a radius of 20 meters. now barely cast light 10 meters into the mine. This was undoubtedly a warning, indicating that the deeper one ventured into the mine, the stronger the forces of darkness became, to the extent that even the lantern could not withstand it. Zhao Gan turned around and observed the carpenter's desiccated body, finally noticing a detail he had overlooked earlier. The corpse's hands were pressed beneath its body, as if attempting to excavate something. Returning to the corpse, Zhao Gan shifted it aside and stomped on the ground, a look of revelation dawning on his face. The spot where the corpse had sat was also a metal door, albeit on the ground and less than a square meter in size. He felt around and found a handle. Creak. This time, no blood pressure-raising warning appeared, and a dark pit opened before Zhao Gan. Peering into the hole, he saw a ladder leading downward. I should have realized this sooner. The carpenter, severely injured, could still sit here, clearly not a sudden death. Rather, he had known this place was a hiding spot, but lacked the strength to open the ground door, ultimately succumbing here. Taking a bottle of strong liquor from his inventory, Zhao Gan took a swig, feeling revitalized, and poured a bit for the carpenter's corpse, saying, "Thank you, old brother." A howl echoed, startling Zhao Gan. He quickly grabbed a handful of iron nails from his pocket and tossed them into the bottle of liquor. He tore off a large piece of cloth from his clothing and tightly stuffed it into the bottle. "You have created a liquor nail bomb. Liquor nail bomb. Once thrown, you better pray that you die slower than your enemy." Standing at the entrance of the refuge, Zhao Gan held the completed liquor bomb, intently watching for movements in the darkness. A howl resonated again, and 3 pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows, filled with mockery. "Damn!" Zhao Gan hastily snatched the carpenter's bag and kicked the corpse towards the 3 wolves to divert their attention, then ignited the liquor nail bomb and hurled it at them. He dared not look at the outcome and dove into the ground hole, securing the door behind him. Boom! Inside, Zhao Gan heard the explosion outside, accompanied by the sound of scattering debris. Howls of agony rang out, but at that moment, he had already found several plugs above his head. He swiftly inserted them into the metallic door above and continued downward. Chapter 6. Story quest: The 3 wolves were in dire straits, although they deftly avoided the impact zone of a liquor bomb. Zhao Gan had added considerable potency to his concoction. When the explosion occurred, the nails within the bottle ignited and scattered everywhere. Despite their agility, they could not escape the indiscriminate assault of the fiery nails. When a flaming nail struck them, it ignited, and if it pierced their flesh, the flames intensified. The lead wolf, the strongest among them, sustained the least injury, tearing away chunks of its own flesh to extinguish the flames before rushing to assist its companions. After a brief struggle, the lead wolf surveyed the grim fate of its comrades, its crimson eyes filled with hatred. One wolf, having been struck by the flaming nails the most, had already turned to ash. The other, though still alive, was reduced to little more than a head. Yet, this wolf still possessed a glimmer of life in its eyes, but with such grievous wounds, it would not endure for long. The lead wolf, clutching its fallen comrade's mangled body, slowly approached the spot where Zhao Gan had vanished, scratching the surface of the metal door with its claws, leaving only shallow marks. A howl erupted from the lead wolf as it bit down hard, snapping the neck of its dying companion, and began to feast. "You have slain a dark offspring, Hellhound, and gained 100 dark souls." Hellhound, real name, Biter, a wolf-like dark offspring, agile and powerful, typically acts in packs and possesses rudimentary intelligence. Fire is its weakness, but one must have excellent aim. Receiving the kill notification, Zhao Gan reached the bottom and secured the metal door he had discovered along the descent. This place was much larger than he had anticipated. Before him lay a stone chamber, approximately 20 square meters in size, filled with various items, most of which had decayed. Upon entering the stone chamber, Zhao Gan's foot struck something hard. Looking down, he saw a desiccated body, even more mummified than the carpenter's. The sight of this corpse tightened Zhao Gan's chest. Regardless of whose body it was, it indicated that finding a way to escape this stone chamber would be akin to climbing a mountain. After meticulously scanning the chamber, Zhao Gan made several new discoveries. Firstly, there were 2 corpses within the stone chamber, both bearing wounds that appeared to have been inflicted by human weapons. Secondly, the ore he sought was present, as the chamber was filled with it, encased in 3 large iron boxes, preserved intact. Zhao Gan picked up a piece. Iron ore, an essential resource in the darkness, found only in mines. However, it is said that deeper within the mine lies something darker that will consume the lives of miners. In addition, Zhao Gan discovered a jar the size of a water bottle. Upon opening it, he was momentarily dazzled by the golden liquid inside. Strangely, the substance resembling gold was in liquid form. A small jar of gold liquid. It is quite valuable. The item description was simple and clear. Lastly, there was a half-rotted notebook, no larger than a palm. When Zhao Gan picked it up, it crumbled like a dried leaf, losing a portion of its pages. He carefully opened the notebook, hoping to discern its contents. Unfortunately, this little notebook seemed to belong to an ancient time, with only a few decipherable words. Do not leave this calamity. This was more puzzling than a riddle, offering no clues whatsoever. Zhao Gan placed the notebook down with care and sat atop one of the large boxes containing iron ore. He had already spent an hour in this stone chamber, and with no disturbances above, it seemed temporarily safe. The stone chamber serves as a veritable treasure trove. The two desiccated corpses likely perished in a dispute over the riches contained within, hence there remains hope of discovering an escape route. Zhao Gan noticed that aside from feeling somewhat weakened, the pain from the wound on his right arm had significantly diminished. He proceeded to assess his condition. Health, 60, stamina, 50, sanity, 95. The bleeding status behind his health indication had vanished, which was quite encouraging. However, his stamina had dropped considerably. At that moment, he felt both thirsty and famished, as if he could consume an entire cow and drink a bathtub full of water. He retrieved some strong liquor and inferior whole wheat bread from his inventory, indulging in a hearty feast. Soon, he had devoured an entire loaf of bread and half a bottle of liquor. After a satisfying belch, Zhao Gan examined his supplies. He had 4 ash torches remaining, 2 bottles of strong liquor, all 35 wooden planks intact, and 4 large loaves of bread. His stash of nails was still substantial, with about 40 left. Unfortunately, he had lost the large wooden stick, leaving him unarmed. The remaining nails could potentially be fashioned into a liquor bomb, but such a device would be indiscriminate in its destruction, making it unwise to confront the remaining 2 adversaries with it. Zhao Gan was unaware of the circumstances above, which led him to these contemplations. If he had witnessed that wolf devouring its dying companion, his desire to confront the situation would have surely dissipated. Gazing outside the stone chamber, Zhao Gan recalled something he had overlooked, the carpenter's bag. He had discarded it upon his descent, deeming it cumbersome. The carpenter had possessed little else aside from the priest's lantern and this bag. Approaching, he retrieved the carpenter's bag, feeling a twinge of disappointment at its lightness, indicating a lack of valuable contents. Delving inside, he found it entirely empty. Nevertheless, the bag could serve to carry items, so he fastened it to his belt. You have equipped the carpenter's small bag. Inventory slot 2. Remarkably, he had not anticipated this. The more inventory slots he possessed, the better. He then tossed the jar of golden liquid into his inventory. As Zhao Gan prepared to add iron ore to his inventory, a notification chimed. You possess both a jar of golden liquid and the carpenter's small bag. Story quest conditions met. Story quest. The carpenter's ambition has been accepted. Return the golden liquid to the carpenter's cabin to complete the quest. It was a straightforward task, but Zhao Gan found himself trapped here, with escape being the only path to completion. His inventory had 2 slots remaining. After collecting 40 pieces of iron ore, it was full, and this amount constituted merely a tenth of what lay within the stone chamber. Zhao Gan began to search for any hidden doors within the chamber. As for that peculiar tattered notebook, he chose to leave it behind. He sensed its potential value, yet with scant information gathered, occupying an inventory slot felt wasteful, and carrying it would likely result in its destruction. Before long, Zhao Gan discovered a secret behind a box containing iron ore. He moved the box aside and knocked. It revealed an iron door devoid of a handle. Attempting to push it open, he found it somewhat resistant, so he leaned against the stone wall behind him and exerted force with both hands. Although his right arm still ached, it did not hinder his strength. After pushing it open halfway, he realized something was pressing down from above, making it quite arduous. With a determined thrust of his head, he combined the strength of his arms and finally managed to open the small iron door. Emerging through the door, he encountered a withered face staring back at him. Sunken eyes and hollow sockets appeared ominous. Startled, Zhao Gan nudged the corpse aside with his shoulder and climbed up, taking a moment to catch his breath while assessing his surroundings. A desiccated body lay in the corner, which had been positioned atop the small iron door. Additionally, there was a hole blocked by stones, with black ash filling the crevices. The space was limited, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Judging by the remnants of clothing, the corpse seemed to be that of a miner. The obstructed opening was too small to crawl through. Zhao Gan attempted to shift the stones, but they were firmly wedged in place, making it nearly impossible to dislodge them without tools. Ultimately, a ladder above him offered a potential escape, prompting him to continue climbing upward. If he failed to find a way out, he could always return to attempt to clear the blocked passage. Continuing his ascent, Zhao Gan faced no further obstacles and soon arrived in a vast space. The ceiling was rock, devoid of a ladder. There were 2 passageways ahead, one silent and still, the other resonating with the sound of rushing water. After a moment's contemplation, he opted against the quiet route. The sound of flowing water could dispel the darkness, a fact he kept firmly in mind. Thus, the path accompanied by the sound of water felt inherently safer. Having already taken significant risks, he had much to gain. Now is not the time for greed. Although greater challenges yield greater rewards, he had already amassed a considerable bounty, and returning to safety was the prudent choice. Following the sound of water, Zhao Gan discovered its source, a natural spring nestled in the rock wall, flowing generously into a pool below, creating splashes and mist. The fresh scent of a moisture invigorated him. The spring was sizable and positioned close to the water's surface, allowing him to swim over. By floating on the surface and exerting himself, he should be able to crawl inside. Zhao Gan plunged into the pool. The chill was biting. The water was frigid. But fortunately, the warmth emanating from the priest's lantern at his waist prevented him from succumbing to hypothermia. Upon reaching the edge of the spring, he attempted to climb inside. However, this proved to be far more challenging than anticipated, as he repeatedly failed. Finally, Zhao Gan grasped a sturdy protrusion, providing a firm hold. With a determined effort, he pulled himself into the spring. Where was he? After an indeterminate period, his head finally broke the surface, and he wiped the water from his face, realizing he was surrounded by trees. Soon, he spotted a collection of wooden cups. This was a small pool. Zhao Gan recognized the cup from which he had previously drunk. An enlightenment dawned upon him. Climbing out of the pool, he inhaled deeply of the fresh air. Reflecting on his experience after entering the spring, he encountered no immediate danger, though the route within was convoluted. Had it not been for his diligent marking with nails, he might have lost his way within for a much longer time. Once he regained his composure, Zhao Gan first examined his status panel. Health, 70, stamina, 30, sanity. 100. His health had somewhat recovered, yet his stamina had significantly diminished, leaving his legs feeling weak and his body cold. He retrieved an ash torch and ignited it with the flame from the hanging lamp, feeling warmth envelop him. He decided to return to the carpenter's cabin for a brief rest before making his way back to the church. 20 minutes later, Zhao Gan arrived at the carpenter's cabin, where the light still flickered. He planted the torch at the entrance, laid the standing bed flat, and sat upon it, preparing to rest for a while. Please place the golden liquid on the table to complete the task. From his inventory, he took out the jar of golden liquid and set it upon the table. Congratulations, you have completed the story task, The Carpenter's Ambition. Relevant story has been recorded in the Dark Codex. Task reward, Basic Prayer. Due to your talent and scientism, the reward has been changed to Basic Deconstruction Stone. Basic Deconstruction Stone. Using this item allows one to deconstruct basic prayer, spells, or other mystical powers. A green gem, roughly the size of a thumb, appeared in Zhao Gan's hand. He casually placed it into the carpenter's small pouch and opened the Dark Codex to explore the story of the carpenter. The Carpenter's Ambition completed. My dear child, on the day you were born, the hammers and saws in the house buzzed with excitement, and I knew you were a natural carpenter, even more talented than I. This old town is not a fitting place for a genius like you. It is far too dilapidated. It is said that the new town has a way to traverse the dark misty sea and reach broader horizons. As I left, I watched you sleep and imagined you crafting in a vast world, which filled me with courage. I discovered a treasure trove left by miners in the cave, which contained not just iron ore, but also a jar of golden liquid. This is precisely what the bishop of the new town's cathedral requires. I believe that if I present this golden liquid to him, his benevolence will surely grant me this modest wish. Indeed, I deceived Father Edgar, and I quietly smashed many holes in the small church to borrow his lantern. However, I processed many wooden planks to fortify the small church, and the iron ore, when smelted into ingots, can be used to construct the light tower he has longed for. The initial fire will forgive my transgressions. By the way, I have hidden our ancestral lumberjack axe in the cabin, in a place known only to us. Your loving father, KB. It is a tale of a father's aspirations for his son, though KB the carpenter truly seems to be of iron birth. Perhaps I should have kicked him a few more times back then, Zhao Gan mused. KB actually vandalized the church. That was his church. It is likely that, had it not been for his destruction, the small church might not have suffered such severe damage. Story read. You now know the hidden location of the ancestral lumberjack axe. Chapter 8. Repairing the church, and lumbering Zhao Gan stood atop the table and pulled out a wooden plank from the ceiling, revealing a concealed compartment. After rummaging inside, he extracted the lumberjack axe. Ancestral lumberjack axe, good. Requires 3 strength to wield. The lumberjack axe passed down in the KB family can swiftly fell trees when swung with both hands. Imagining your enemies as trees will also yield significant destructive power. Item grades are rough, normal, good, fine, superior, epic, and legendary. Zhao Gan weighed the lumberjack axe in his hands, finding it quite manageable to wield one-handed. With a new weapon in his possession, he felt a sense of security, and despite still feeling somewhat fatigued, he departed from the carpenter's cabin. After about 20 minutes of travel, he arrived at the church, which appeared unchanged. Upon entering, he glanced at the flame held by Father Edgar, finding comfort in its presence. Having spent nearly an entire day on this errand, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, and his stamina had dwindled to 27. Therefore, he took the cloth from the altar and lay down, quickly drifting into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Gan awoke, rubbing his eyes in a daze. He vaguely recalled a dream in which Father Edgar appeared, his face obscured, clad in a white robe, smiling at him. Zhao Gan looked at Father Edgar's body, still in the same position, and leaned in to catch the familiar scent. As thoughts of the day lingered, he reassured, "Rest easy, old brother. This church is now mine, and I shall see it restored. As for your story, I will explore it gradually." Stretching his limbs, Zhao Gan assessed his condition. Health, 85, stamina, 70, sanity, 100, though his stamina had not fully recovered. It was sufficient for the task of repairing the church. He retrieved a wooden plank from his inventory and began his repair work. All the planks were prepared for the church's restoration. It was merely a matter of clearing the damaged sections of the wall and fitting the planks into the grooves above and below. After spending a good part of the day, Zhao Gan exhausted all the planks. At this point, the church's walls had been repaired, and only half of the ceiling remained. With approximately 20 more planks, he would be able to complete the roofing. Estimating his needs, Zhao Gan decided to have a bite to eat and rest before heading out to gather more wood. He glanced at the flame held by Father Edgar and noticed that the originally egg-sized flame had now grown to the size of a goose egg. Upon inspection, he saw that the description had also changed. Initial fire, pseudo, this is the flame ignited by Father Edgar, born from a pure soul. The departed souls have found some solace, and the flame has grown more potent. Zhao Gan opened the church door and peered outside. The darkness, once confined to 2 meters away, had receded a full 20 meters. Flipping through the priest's notebook, he noticed that the status of the church had also changed. Zhao Gan's small church in a northern old town, 20 damaged. The church has been repaired. You can utilize certain building functions. Region to the north has been unlocked. Exploration level 15. The map hung on the church wall. Zhao Gan approached to examine it. The small church was positioned at the southernmost part of the map, while much of the area remained shrouded in pale yellow mist. The regions he had explored, including the Carpenter's District and the woods, were marked clearly. The mine he had visited was located at the far northwest corner, beyond which lay nothing. Strangely, this area was not indicated on the map. Zhao Gan suddenly understood. No wonder he had been in such dire straits. It turned out he had ventured beyond the novice village. The map contained additional information. To the northeast of the small church, there was a faint red dot, labeled Old Village. This was likely the most significant location within the novice village. Zhao Gan noted the direction and distance, estimating that the small church was about a 40-minute journey from the old village. After reviewing the new functionality, he approached the initial fire, converting 100 dark souls into light souls and directly exchanging one for an attribute point. Without a second thought, he allocated it to strength. He inspected his attribute panel. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 6. Perception, 5. Faith, 10. It was unfortunate that the atheist talent randomly granted an additional 10 points in attributes. It would have been better to allocate more to strength. Nevertheless, the intelligence, agility, and perception were also quite beneficial. He resolved to focus on strength moving forward, aiming to reach 20. Had he not strayed from the novice village, Zhao Gan might not have recognized the advantages of other attributes. For instance, with increased intelligence, he could devise quick solutions during crises. Higher agility would enable him to run faster, while perception, though not fully understood yet, likely allowed for early detection of danger and quicker navigation through complex terrains. However, Zhao Gan felt that there were many unknown influences of these attribute points yet to be discovered, with time revealing their significance. Once Zhao Gan regained some of his strength, he first organized his inventory. He placed all the iron ore in the church and, after careful consideration, took out the particularly valuable golden liquid. He had 1 bottle of liquor remaining, 3 ash torches, and 2.5 loaves of bread. He decided to bring them all along. This left him with 5 slots in his inventory. It was time to gather wood. Zhao Gan ventured back into the darkness. He continued to collect wood until his inventory was full before returning to the church. This marked his inaugural experience in harvesting raw resources, bringing forth novel insights. Firstly, after chopping down a tree, he obtained 5 units of wood, which directly filled his inventory. When he took out 1 unit of wood, it resembled a plank, albeit thicker, which could be split into boards using his logging axe. Upon returning to the church, he experimented and found that he could convert 3 units into planks. During this wood-gathering endeavor, Zhao Gan amassed a total of 100 units of wood. After expending 10 units, he crafted 30 planks. He was eager to repair the church, anticipating what new functionality might arise once it was restored. Upon successfully completing the repairs, Zhao Gan heard the long-awaited notification sound. He immediately opened the priest's notebook, revealing new information. Father Zhao Gan's bright chapel in the northern part of the old town, level 1 Fire Guardian Chapel. The Fire Guardian Chapel can dispel darkness within a radius of 500 meters. This chapel is the most basic of the Bright Church, with the priest, known as the Fire Guardian, responsible for patrolling the surrounding villages and resource points, maintaining the flames to drive away darkness. The construction platform has been unlocked, allowing you to add new structures to the chapel and gain new functions. The chapel's flames are officially burning, resetting your flame vessels and positions. To upgrade to level 2 Fire Transmission Chapel, you will require 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and a fire transmission emblem. Please refer to page 3 for a list of constructible buildings. Flipping to the 3rd page, he saw the potential structures. Bright Tower Level 1. Unbuilt, this structure is essential for upgrades, requiring 1,000 units of wood, 300 units of iron ore, and the soul of a heretic. Ignite a great flame. Roar against the darkness. This structure can illuminate a radius of 1,000 meters. Bright Guardian Dormitory Level 1. Unbuilt, this structure is essential for upgrades, requiring 120 units of wood and 80 units of iron ore. Extend a hand to those who survive in darkness. They will become your most loyal knights. This structure can accommodate 5 Bright Guardians. Zhao Gan was taken aback by how formidable these structures were. Just from viewing 2, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. As he was about to continue reading, a notification chimed. The flames have brought you new messages. Please check. Chapter 9. The Flame Delivers News. A piece of rough hemp paper floated into Zhao Gan's hand, singed at the edges with the message. Fishing man. Is anyone there? How do I sell a staff to those who walk normally? Initially perplexed, Zhao Gan's face soon registered shock. You have received a message from the fishing man. Would you like to reply? Reply. Ignorant cripple. Would you like to use a nickname? Yes, Carpenter. He observed as the message on the hemp paper transformed into Carpenter, ignorant cripple. The paper drifted from his grasp, and Zhao Gan followed its path. The remains of Father Edgar had been reduced in size to 80 centimeters and placed upon the altar, reflecting a faint gleam while remaining otherwise unchanged. The hemp paper disintegrated into smoke as it entered the initial flames. Moreover, during this time, the entire small chapel appeared revitalized, showing no signs of damage. Even the ashes of the dark progeny that Zhao Gan had neglected were neatly piled in a corner. Yet, none of these changes could compare to the shock he felt upon receiving the fishing man's message. He had assumed he was the sole inhabitant of this dark world, only to discover that other players existed, likely fellow citizens of Huagua. Zhao Gan gazed into the initial flames for a full 10 minutes, and upon realizing no new messages had arrived, He relinquished his weight and returned to the third page of the priest's notebook. Warehouse Level 1 can store 500 units of items, requiring 50 units of wood. Forge Level 1. This structure is essential for upgrades. Capable of smelting ores and forging weapons, requires blueprints, needing 50 units of wood and 50 units of iron ore. Scientific Laboratory Level 1. Exclusive to talents you can study any subject and derive scientific truths. Requires 100 units of wood and 100 units of iron ore. Perhaps science is a type of flame that can dispel the darkness known as ignorance. All options were appealing. But Zhao Gan realized his current resources only allowed for the construction of the warehouse. After reviewing all the building information, he felt a strong desire for these structures, especially the scientific laboratory, believing its construction would significantly enhance his abilities and deepen his understanding of the dark world. He decided to build the warehouse. After utilizing 50 units of wood, he heard a clattering sound from behind the church. Once the construction noise subsided, a new sensation enveloped him. As long as he was in the church, he could access items from the warehouse at any time. He opened the door behind the altar, glancing inside the warehouse. It was a standard rectangular space, complete with 2 ventilation windows at the top of the walls, with 20 units of wood and 40 units of iron ore remaining. He initially thought this was a decent amount of resources, yet realized it was insufficient to construct all the buildings he desired. Recalling the iron ore in the stone chamber, he estimated there to be over 300 units left. If he made 4 or 5 trips, he could transport it all back. With this iron ore, he could spend a few more days gathering wood, allowing him to construct both the forge and the Bright Guardian dormitory, with some resources remaining. Aside from the scientific laboratory, these 2 buildings were his primary focus. Although he had no clear plan for recruiting Bright Guardians, the forge's ability to create weapons and equipment would greatly benefit his explorations in the darkness. However, he decided against venturing into the mine for now, recalling the combat prowess of the 3 wolves that deterred him from that course of action. As for the route through the water pool, he dismissed it outright. The last time he had only taken a one-way trip, and retrieving iron ore would double the distance, which his stamina could not bear. His food supply was also dwindling, leaving him with little leverage to waste. The fishing man requests to add you as a friend. The notification chimed, this time appearing directly in Zhao Gan's view, akin to the Dark Codex. After some contemplation, he declined. The reason was simple. There was risk involved. Had it been another benign message from the flames, he would have responded, as the previous experience indicated no danger. The flames have delivered new information. Zhao Gan accepted the hemp paper, reading, "What do you need?" A clever person, Zhao Gan mused. Should the other party persist in adding him as a friend, he would continue to decline and even blacklist them, refraining from viewing or replying to these seemingly safe flame messages. A wise individual maintains a sense of distance and is willing to pay the price for their needs. Zhao Gan found himself intrigued by this fellow Huagua's citizen, yet the desire for communication did not lie with him. Thus the initiative rested in his hands. After some thought, Zhao Gan crafted a reply. Tell me about your experiences since arriving here, all that you know, and your sincerity. On a small island amidst a lake shrouded in dark mist, a woman donned in a pointed, round witch's hat and a dark blue robe set down her fishing rod, taking the flame-scent hemp paper and gazing at the words in a daze. Though the witch's hat obscured much of her face, her delicate, upright nose and enticing red lips remained visible. Indeed, she was a clever individual, the kind who would not release the eagle without first seeing the rabbit. The woman spoke softly, her voice akin to the melodious sound of a babbling brook. She retrieved a piece of fire hemp paper, contemplated thoughtfully for a moment, and then began to write. Even as her fishing rod quivered wildly, she did not cease her writing. Curiously, despite the erratic movements of the rod, it remained suspended in place, as steady as a mountain. After a while, she reviewed her writings, and a brilliant blue flame ignited in her hand. As the fire hemp paper was consumed by the flames, she sighed and remarked, "Fire hemp paper is quite expensive. I hope today's trading time will yield the materials I seek." With that, she gazed at the creature thrashing wildly in the lake and coldly declared, "Humph, trying to escape? In my hands, He-Chong, no fish can elude capture." She yanked the fishing rod sharply upwards, and an unidentified creature flopped onto the shore, thrashing about. Upon seeing her prize, He-Chong's brilliant blue flame transformed into a small knife of blue fire, and a mysterious smile graced her lips. Behind her, a witch's tower loomed in the center of the island, casting an unusual pale blue light that enveloped the entire isle. At that moment, Zhao Gan was trying on his new attire, a pristine white priest's robe adorned with pale yellow flames on the chest, complete with a hood. The robe lay beside the altar, presumably a reward for the restoration of the chapel. Fire priest robe common. As the owner of a small chapel, this garment is a symbol of your identity. It slightly enhances your prayers and provides warmth during your nocturnal travels. Indeed, it was a new garment, capable of keeping him warm. As for enhancing prayers, Zhao Gan, with his 10 faith points, dismissed the notion. When he'd had he for prayers, it was a futile endeavor in his lifetime. Once donned, the priest's robe proved to be soft and comfortable, effectively concealing his tattered garments beneath. Next, he pondered whether to continue gathering wood or to explore the old village. The rewards from wood collection had diminished for him, as the remaining buildings required iron ore. More importantly, Zhao Gan's food supply was dwindling, expected to last only 3 or 4 more days. Thus, exploration seemed the prudent choice. The old village posed a challenge within the realm of novice encounters, and venturing around the periphery should pose little danger. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Gan prepared to rest before embarking on his journey. The flames have brought new tidings. Zhao Gan's face lit up with a smug smile as he observed the fire hemp paper floating towards him. Chapter 10, Trading Time. The text on this piece of hemp paper was considerably smaller, prompting Zhao Gan to begin reading its contents. The fisherman. At first, strange sounds invaded my mind, and then I awoke. I found myself in a fishing cabin. I didn't dare venture out on the first day. Later, hunger compelled me to take the fishing rod from the room and step outside. Luckily, 100 meters away lay a lake, and I managed to catch some fish to bring back. Albeit strange-looking, they were edible. After catching 50 fish, I received a spear as a reward. Armed with a weapon, I grew bolder and explored the surroundings, encountering 2 humanoid monsters which I defeated, earning 20 dark souls. On the second day, I gathered some branches and stones in the forest and crafted a stone axe to collect wood. I also killed a spider monster in the forest, acquiring 30 dark souls. Today, I used the fire hemp paper to contact you. Additional information. On the first day, after the chat box opened, all players flooded the screen with chatter. Mostly nonsense, and less than half an hour later, the channel closed. The previously existing chat box vanished, with a notification stating it would only open for half an hour each day, allowing players to trade resources during this time. Trading time is imminent. You can exchange 1 wood for 20 fish. While these fish may appear peculiar, they are quite delicious. The overall credibility of this message was relatively high, corroborating Zhao Gan's own experiences, though it surely contained embellishments. Zhao Gan briefly analyzed the fisherman's predicament, acknowledging that embellishment was commonplace. He would likely do the same. The remaining information was explosive. This world indeed harbored numerous players. As for why he had not encountered such experiences, Zhao Gan speculated it was due to his chapel being in a state of disrepair, preventing access to certain functions. However, once he restored the chapel, he received the fisherman's message, thus affirming his assessment. Good. Zhao Gan's response was straightforward. The fisherman had demonstrated sincerity, providing food, which Zhao Gan greatly needed, and he was eager to maintain a long-term collaboration. As for wood, he had plenty. A day's worth of chopping would yield a significant exchange of fish. With the knowledge of trading time, Zhao Gan felt no urgency to venture out for exploration. Trading time has commenced. Players will have 30 minutes to trade. Please cherish this opportunity. It was not long before the notification chimed, and a massive panel appeared before Zhao Gan, divided into left and right sections. The left featured a narrow chat box, while the right held the trading interface, continually displaying various resources, along with indications of what he required. Intrigued by the chat box, Zhao Gan glanced over. Cherish what? I lack for nothing. I saw a hot pot restaurant. I'll go enjoy hot pot while you lot settle for hot pot base ingredients. Another player had seemingly lost their sanity, devolving into madness. I possess a blueprint for an unparalleled sword, available for 500 wood and 500 iron. Pay attention to the trading box. Nonsense. Don't let that con artist deceive you. He hails from a blacksmith shop, filled with worthless blueprints. Last time, he swindled me out of 300 wood. Goodness, is there telecom fraud here too? Have the scammers from Myanmar come as well? Come, fresh out of the oven. Large pancake for just 5 wood or 1 iron. New intel. Those zombie-like monsters can be best defeated by first breaking their legs, then striking their skulls for maximum efficiency. Thank you, kind sir. You are a true benefactor. I shall venture forth to slay the 81 zombies outside. You want hot pot too? The chat box was a fascinating spectacle, filled with all sorts of characters. Zhao Gan also realized that the dark bestiary was not accessible to every player, which undoubtedly provided him with an advantage. He shifted his gaze to the trading box, where a dazzling array of items was displayed. Food, materials, blueprints, and even weapons and equipment. Among them, food and materials served as hard currency, with most transactions conducted using these commodities. Typically, each portion of food could be exchanged for 5 pieces of wood or 1 iron ore, while rarer items such as alcohol and desserts commanded prices tenfold or more. Weapons and equipment were even pricier. Daggers, maces, bows, greatswords, and hand axes were mostly of rough and ordinary quality, yet some appeared formidable. Aligning with Zhao Gan's pursuit of strength, though all bore hefty price tags, the cheapest being 500 wood, Zhao Gan found himself particularly coveting a finely crafted hunting rifle, capable of self-loading ammunition and serving as a bludgeon in the absence of bullets. However, the seller demanded a comparable quality spell gem, which he lacked. The pricing for blueprints was equally outrageous. A blueprint for a crude spear commanded 200 iron. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan observed that this spear blueprint was quickly traded away, suggesting that acquiring blueprints might lead to mass production and wealth accumulation. Having grasped the market dynamics, Zhao Gan recognized the fisherman's sincerity. With just 1 piece of wood, he could obtain 20 fish, essentially a giveaway. Thus, he placed 1 piece of wood in the trading box, requesting 20 fish in return. The trading box was riddled with outrageous conditions, likely a few individuals attempting to exploit the system, a common sight during Zhao Gan's gaming experiences. Thus, the transaction he posted failed to attract the attention of the players. Your transaction has been completed, and you have acquired 20 fish. Are they still frozen? Zhao Gan dared to toss the fish from his inventory, noting that they were all encased in ice. Before him lay a peculiar assortment of fish carcasses, yielding a sanity deduction of 2. The fish trapped in ice lacked scales, adorned instead with a fine layer of short black fur, sporting the head of a rat, while the tail retained the appearance of a typical fish. How are you? A product abundantly found in certain waters, edible once the skin and head are removed. Known for its delicious taste and rich oil content. A new entry appeared in the Grim Compendium. Zhao Gan was not surprised by the oddity of the Haoru, as he had not encountered any edible creatures in recent days. Conversely, he found the presence of such bizarre fish rather normal. If he were to encounter a fish that was too conventional, he would regard it as peculiar. This fish also drains sanity. The fisherman is no simple character. He likely possesses some means of resistance. As for the sanity deduction, it seemed trivial. A slight reduction in sanity would not lead to death, but an empty stomach could be fatal. I recall that the altar should be quite resilient to fire. Soon, Zhao Gan began roasting the Haoru before the altar. Once the skin and head were removed, the fish emitted an enticing aroma as it sizzled over the flames. The fat crackled on the surface of the fish, causing Zhao Gan to nearly drool. Delicious. The taste of the fish was so delightful that Zhao Gan gasped in astonishment. Ahoyu, about 20 centimeters long after the head was removed, was soon devoured, and he wiped the grease from his mouth with satisfaction. His belly was now filled to about half. While roasting the fish, he had intentionally left the ice, which had now completely melted. After taking a sip, Zhao Gan discovered it was indistinguishable from ordinary water, which meant he had saved the time of fetching water. Just as he was preparing to roast a second fish, the fisherman sent a message. The fisherman requests to add you as a friend. Accepted. Given the delectable nature of the Haoru, Zhao Gan agreed readily. The other party was quite earnest, and he could not act aloof after receiving such a benefit. That would be quite unbecoming, especially since he wished to maintain a long-term trading relationship. After adding the fisherman as a friend, the latter quickly sent a message. How was the fish? Was it tasty? Quite excellent. I see your sincerity. We can trade more in the future, of course, at the standard price. Zhao Gan was not a stingy person, and from the chat window, he noticed that most players were inclined to assist one another. The fisherman did not reply immediately, likely preoccupied with another catch. Zhao Gan envied the fisherman's ability to fish, as it was also his passion, but regrettably, he had no place to fish. All right, I hope you enjoy your meal. If you need anything, I will reach out to you. The fisherman seemingly cast out another line before responding to Zhao Gan. By the way, Have you received any story quests? I just got one and wanted to ask if you have any experience. The fisherman inquired again. Chapter 11. The outskirts of the old village. The fisherman sought information. Zhao Gan was not surprised. Through the earlier exchanges among players, he understood that information held significant value, and possessing it could simplify many matters. After browsing the trading post, he had already grasped the worth of the 20 fish. The fisherman was undoubtedly affluent. One fish could be exchanged for 5 pieces of wood, and given the exquisite taste of the how are you, he would willingly trade 10 pieces of wood. Moreover, the fisherman only needed to fish each day, while players wishing to acquire fish had to consider various factors, such as what the fisherman desired in exchange for fish and whether their own resources were sufficient. It was easy to imagine that through fishing alone, the fisherman not only sustains himself, but also effortlessly exchanges for abundant resources. I know this. I recently completed a story quest. Zhao Gan recounted the carpenter's ambitious story quest to the fisherman, albeit with some embellishments. For instance, he altered the details of how he found the carpenter's corpse and transformed the jar of golden liquid into something else. Thank you. This is invaluable information. Tomorrow, I will send you 5 delectable fish, and you can simply exchange them for 1 piece of wood. The fisherman's words made Zhao Gan feel a bit awkward. He replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I am quite knowledgeable about monsters in the dark world. Feel free to ask me anything. It is I who should be thanking you." The fisherman remained polite. On the island in the lake, He Chong concluded the conversation, gazing at Zhao Gan's ethereal image within the crystal ball, and smiled. What carpenter? Just a charlatan. However, the priest profession is far stronger than I anticipated, capable of knowing so much information. Furthermore, it seems his sanity is quite robust. He showed no reaction upon seeing that pile of how are you. Yet, the current level of the crystal ball is still too low. Many details remain obscured, and I do not know what this carpenter truly looks like. You have observed the priest's actions and heard his story. Story progress has increased by 1. The quest for the moon witch, Sue Satana, has reached completion level 10, and you have received the key to the 2nd floor of the witch's tower. Upon hearing the notification, He Chong's beautiful eyes widened, exclaiming, observing this charlatan can elevate the quest progress by such a degree. Feeling the strength within her waning, He Chong stored the crystal ball, saying, what a pity that my mental energy is insufficient. I can only observe for 10 minutes each day. Keep it up, charlatan. Do not perish so soon. He Chong quietly watched her fishing rod, preparing to catch 1 more fish before returning to the witch's tower behind her. Yet, she did not notice the strange light blue glow that flickered briefly in her pupils. After roasting and finishing another how are you, Zhao Gan felt a sense of satisfaction. He also roasted 2 more to store in his inventory for future needs. After placing the unnecessary items in the warehouse, Zhao Gan shouldered his lumberjack's axe and stepped outside, heading northeast toward the old village. The first 20 minutes of the journey went smoothly, encountering only 2 ghouls, which Zhao Gan dispatched with a single swing of his axe, requiring no effort to strike their legs. Strength is truly advantageous. After claiming 20 dark souls, Zhao Gan continued forward. However, just 5 minutes into his journey, he sensed danger. You have encountered a dog-like dark offspring, sanity deduction of 2. Approximately 20 meters away, a dog with glowing green eyes appeared. Through the decrease in sanity, Zhao Gan could assess its strength. It was stronger than the ghouls, but weaker than the wolves he had previously encountered. Moreover, there was only 1 dog, and as long as it was not an overwhelming number, Zhao Gan was confident of victory. Thus, he intended to observe for a while to see if any other dogs were present. It seems this dog has not detected me. Its sense of smell is not very acute. After waiting for a good 10 minutes, Zhao Gan confirmed that the dog had no companions, and its behavior was quite rigid, mindlessly circling in place. At that moment, Zhao Gan spotted a large rock outside the dog's circling range. If he carefully ran to hide behind it, he could launch a surprise attack when the dog circled closest to the stone. Zhao Gan crouched low, like a predator in the shadows, stealthily positioning himself behind the rock, listening intently. Step, step, step. The footsteps drew nearer, and a foul odor reached Zhao Gan's nostrils. Charge! Zhao Gan leapt from behind the rock, raising his lumberjack's axe high, and struck at the dog's back, targeting the vulnerable area typical of canines. Similar to chopping a tree, Zhao Gan cleaved the dog in half with a single blow. The upper half of the dog writhed, attempting to discern what had ambushed it, its chaotic green eyes reflecting a look of confusion. Zhao Gan showed no mercy, delivering another strike to the dog's neck and then brutally stomping on its head several times. You have slain the corpse dog and obtained 50 dark souls. You have gained fat burning. You have acquired the collar of loyal dog Lao Ba. The collar of loyal dog Lao Ba. This collar was used by Lao Ba's owner to prevent it from consuming history. Go to the old village to find Lao Ba's owner, who has been waiting for Lao Ba's return. It seems this is the item for a new quest. Zhao Gan placed the collar into his inventory, feeling a sense of revulsion towards Lao Ba, believing that only by storing it away could he avoid any contamination. To his surprise, the item could indeed be utilized. As he gazed into the inventory, he noticed the collar of Lao Ba shimmering with light. Upon clicking it, a white specter materialized at his feet. The specter resembled a robust dog, adorned with a collar, which seemed to open its mouth in a silent bark directed at Zhao Gan. Subsequently, the spectral dog darted off in a specific direction. Ghost. Only exceptionally powerful or regretful souls can manifest as ghosts. These spiritual entities typically harbor no malice. Upon fulfilling their lingering desires, they are rewarded handsomely. Observing the new entry in the Dark Compendium, Zhao Gan trailed after the ghost of Lao Ba. Approximately 5 minutes later, the ghost halted at a large pit. Bark! Bark! Although Lao Ba could not vocalize, Zhao Gan fancied he heard the sound of dog barking. As he approached the edge of the pit, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, nearly preventing him from keeping his eyes open. The ghost of Lao Ba had already leapt into the pit. Could it be that this creature perished without tasting its last meal? Bracing himself against the foul odor, Zhao Gan followed suit. Upon reaching the brink of the pit, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The pit was filled with charred human corpses, grotesquely piled atop one another, all devoid of heads. Meanwhile, the severed heads were meticulously arranged to the northeast of the pile, forming a ghastly display. Zhao Gan counted the heads and found 24 in total. The condition of the heads was no better, their features unrecognizable from the flames. What on earth transpired here? The horrific scene sent chills down Zhao Gan's spine, leading him to estimate that this pit was merely a 15-minute walk from the old village. This indicated that the tortured and burnt bodies likely belonged to those from the village. Realizing the dreadful implications of his deductions, Zhao Gan turned his gaze towards the ghost of Lao Ba, who was now futilely attempting to dig at the edge of the corpse pile. However, as a ghost, it possessed no physical form, rendering it incapable of making any progress. Lao Ba turned its head and made a silent plea toward Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan circled around, descended into the pit, and approached Lao Ba's side. Using his axe as a makeshift shovel, he began to excavate the earth. Chapter 12. An increasingly complex enigma. Without expending much effort, Zhao Gan unearthed what Lao Ba sought. A straw doll wrapped in a tattered skirt fashioned from strips of cloth. Hunter's daughter's straw doll. It is said that when the hunter's daughter went missing, he used the scent of this doll to guide his hounds in search of her. Yet alas, his loyal dog Lao Ba lost it. The ghost of Lao Ba leapt with excitement, attempting to grasp the doll from Zhao Gan's hands. But as a ghost, it could only grasp at air. After several fruitless attempts, a look of sorrow crossed Lao Ba's visage, and it leaped out of the pit, resuming its guidance of Zhao Gan, who hurriedly followed. This time, Lao Ba moved with remarkable speed, leaving Zhao Gan breathless in his pursuit. Soon, the pair entered a dense forest, a stark contrast to the carpenter's cottage, which was imbued with an oppressive atmosphere. Zhao Gan noticed several trees bore clear signs of having been scorched by fire. It must be nearby. From a distance, he spotted a stone house, where a figure slumped against the entrance. Upon seeing the house, Lao Ba quickened its pace. The figure appeared to be the hunter, but was presumably lifeless. Zhao Gan pressed on, and just 20 meters from the stone house, he suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as a foul odor wafted towards him from behind. In a moment of instinct, Zhao Gan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a putrid dog paw that swiped past his hair. A grotesque dog, its body a sickly green and oozing with pus, landed before Zhao Gan, emitting a threatening growl. Meanwhile, Lao Ba had reached the entrance of the stone house, lowering its head to sniff at the figure. Upon encountering the corpse dog, your sanity decreases by 2. I should have anticipated it. A hunter would not keep merely one dog, especially not a dim-witted one. With his axe firmly gripped in both hands, Zhao Gan fixed his gaze on the movements of the green corpse dog. As for Lao Ba, it had already exceeded expectations by not leading him to chase after a meal. The green corpse dog remained vigilant, observing Zhao Gan's stillness as it crouched low. How unfortunate to encounter such a nimble creature. Zhao Gan felt a headache brewing, but quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Raising his axe, he charged forward with a berserker's fury, swinging at the green corpse dog. The dog, noticing Zhao Gan's reckless advance, displayed a hint of disdain in its eyes, leaping aside to evade the attack and preparing to counter from the side. The powerful swing missed, yet remained part of Zhao Gan's plan. In that moment, the green corpse dog lunged from the side. Perfect. Zhao Gan wielded the axe with one hand, sweeping it to the right. This motion, practiced countless times in the act of chopping wood, was executed with remarkable speed. Thud! The axe did not strike the green corpse dog directly, but the powerful blow landed on its foreleg. The sound of shattering bone echoed, yet the green corpse dog felt no pain, continuing its assault with a leap toward Zhao Gan. Thump! Anticipating this, Zhao Gan kicked the creature squarely in the head. The dog was propelled 5 to 6 meters away, crashing to the ground. Its forelegs now shattered. It struggled to rise, but to no avail. Zhao Gan exhaled in relief, advancing to smash the green corpse dog into oblivion with his axe. You have slain the corpse dog, earning 50 dark souls. You have acquired fat burning. You have obtained the collar of loyal dog Lao Lu. Loyal dog Lao Lu's collar. This collar was bestowed upon Lao Lu by its master as a reward for its bravery. Lao Lu was a good dog. This collar seemed much cleaner. Zhao Gan inspected the shimmering collar in his hands, noting the spikes adorning its exterior. You now possess the collars of loyal dog Lao Ba and loyal dog Lao Lu. The story quest to find the hunter's daughter has been initiated. Lao Lu's collar was also usable. Soon, the ghost of Lao Lu appeared, making its way to the figure at the stone house's entrance, where it sat motionless. Zhao Gan followed closely, finally observing the fate of the hunter. The hunter's corpse was in a deplorable state, entirely charred, with limbs severed, and his head grotesquely twisted. Upon seeing Lao Lu, Lao Ba approached, extending its tongue in a futile attempt to lick the other. However, Lao Lu deftly evaded all of Lao Ba's efforts, prompting Lao Ba to abandon its attempts, lying before Lao Lu and silently whimpering, seemingly seeking forgiveness. At that moment, Lao Lu turned its gaze toward Zhao Gan, a glimmer of gratitude evident in its eyes. It then shifted its focus back to its master's lifeless form, sorrow filling its gaze. After a moment, it stepped aside, signaling Zhao Gan to enter the stone house for a closer examination. Zhao Gan ventured inside, searching thoroughly, but found little aside from a single note. Opening the note, he read with diligence, "Your daughter has gone missing, yet leaving the village is not a wise decision, for you know the dangers that lurk to the east of the old village. Father Edgar has already informed me. Soon, the old town cathedral will send someone to guide you to a safer villager." Beneath the note, a hasty scrawl appeared to be the hunter's own words. "The flames within my heart have extinguished. The light that belonged to me has vanished." The hunter's words were steeped in despair and sorrow, illuminating why he had disregarded the villagers' counsel and left the village. Although new clues emerged, the riddles swirling in Zhao Gan's mind multiplied. Were the bodies in the pit and the hunter victims of the same malevolent force? What dangers lurked to the east of the old village, necessitating the dispatch of personnel from the old town to quell them? The Guangming Shiwai are said to be formidable warriors. According to the village chief, they should have arrived by now, yet the crisis in the old village remains unresolved. Moreover, the crisis has now spread to the small chapel, resulting in the demise of even Edgar. After much contemplation, Zhao Gan felt the problems multiplying. He gazed in the direction of the old village and remarked, "It appears that only by thoroughly exploring the old village can answers be unearthed. As for the eastern side of the old village, it is imperative that we refrain from venturing there." Zhao Gan glanced towards Lao Lu and Lao Ba outside the stone house, resolute in his decision that should the two dead dogs attempt to lead him towards the eastern side of the old village, he would unequivocally refuse. He approached the entrance of the stone house, preparing to continue his journey into the old village. Just as one foot was about to step outside, Lao Lu and Lao Ba suddenly dashed to a distance of over 10 meters, silently barking towards the door. What was happening? Zhao Gan tightened his grip on the lumber axe, growing wary. A fit of coughing erupted, and Zhao Gan observed the corpse of the hunter, which had previously lain lifeless at the door of the stone house, slowly rising into the air, its limbs and head writhing. The coughs emanated from the hunter's contorted head, turning toward Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan beheld the hunter's eyes, which were a pitch-black abyss, imbued with an allure that rendered him defenseless. You have suffered a minor affliction, sanity reduced to 80. Zhao Gan felt as though his head had detonated, and before consciousness slipped away, he sensed an eerie chill in his eyes, a peculiar comfort that suggested that surrendering resistance would return him to a primordial state. In that state, hunger, fear, and injury would cease to exist, leaving only eternal tranquility. Chapter 13. The question of existence, why do you labor? The world ought to bestow equality upon all living beings. Your toil merely generates resources that enhance the comfort of others. Why do you procreate? Life emerges from the void, and your desire to perpetuate your lineage is but a deception orchestrated by hormones. Why do you seek entertainment? It is because you are weary. Only ephemeral pleasures can grant you a fleeting numbness, commanding your hollow vessel. Why do you persist in living? Since all will inevitably return to the embrace of the divine. Resisting his warmth is an act of sacrilege. An anonymous whisper echoed relentlessly within Zhao Gan's mind. He felt as though he were cradling a cloud of cotton, soft and comforting, as though he could soar to the heavens with it. Yet in reality, he was clutching the distorted corpse of the hunter, suspended in the air. The hunter's body exuded a thick black mist, intermingled with faint green, extending numerous arms that tugged at Zhao Gan, as if attempting to fuse him with itself. The lantern hanging at Zhao Gan's waist emitted a blinding light, striving to dispel the surrounding darkness. Yet the power of the black mist was formidable, straining the lantern's illumination. The spectral forms of Lao Lu and Lao Ba howled silently, leaping towards the hunter's corpse, seemingly attempting to jolt Zhao Gan back to consciousness. However, upon contact with the greenish-black mist, they were swept to the ground by an invisible force. This cycle repeated numerous times, their once luminous spectral forms now riddled with small holes. Although they would soon regain their spectral essence, their glow had noticeably dimmed. Nonetheless, the two dogs refused to relent. Zhao Gan, at this moment, could barely keep his head above the surface, on the verge of being completely drawn into the core of the hunter's corpse. In this critical moment, a slender hand, ablaze with blue flames, suddenly appeared in the air, striking fiercely at the back of Zhao Gan's head. After executing this act, the blue flame hand dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Who was it? Zhao Gan, plunged into a nightmare, was abruptly awakened, sensing that his hair felt as though it were igniting. However, the reality before him demanded his attention, for he discovered himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. More alarmingly, he discerned the details of his predicament. The hunter's black eyes were now closed, yet the mouth was a mere 10 centimeters from his own. The hunter's lips pursed, attempting to plant a kiss upon Zhao Gan, yet dark green mist issued forth from within, sending chills down his spine. Zhao Gan's mind raced, and, simultaneously, his hands and feet began to struggle, searching for a means of escape. Reflecting on the moments before his unconsciousness, he rummaged through his panel and quickly discovered that his sanity had dwindled to a mere 10. Scrolling back through his records, he was struck by a prior notification. You have suffered a minor affliction, sanity reduced to 80. Minor what? This did not align with descriptions of dark entities. Could it be some form of spell? That's right. I took that item with me. Finally, Zhao Gan recalled the item that could resolve his crisis. The green, minor deconstruction stone. Although he could summon this item from his inventory, his hands and feet were bound, rendering him unable to utilize it. At that moment, the hunter's pursed lips were now a mere 5 centimeters from Zhao Gan's. It was unimaginable what the consequences of such a kiss would entail. In desperation, Zhao Gan summoned the deconstruction stone directly into his mouth. He flipped his tongue, wrapping the stone tightly within his lips, aligning it with the hunter's pursed mouth. The deconstruction stone made contact with the hunter's lips, yet no immediate change occurred. In fact, the dark green mist within the hunter's mouth thickened. Just as Zhao Gan lamented the imminent loss of his life, the stone began to vibrate in his mouth, functioning like a powerful vacuum, drawing all the dark green mist from the hunter's lips. Zhao Gan felt the binding force constricting his body weaken, but the deconstruction stone continued to absorb the surrounding black mist, so he dared not make any extraneous movements, firmly holding the stone with his lips against the hunter's mouth. The black mist enveloping the hunter began to dissipate, while the green light within the deconstruction stone grew ever brighter, causing Zhao Gan's lips to feel increasingly warm. As the hunter shed the black mist, he gently descended to the ground with Zhao Gan, reminiscent of lovers from a martial arts drama spiraling down from the sky. This scene possessed an oddly captivating beauty. The deconstruction stone in Zhao Gan's mouth burned like charcoal, instinctively forcing him to release it. Stepping back, he observed the stone clinging to the hunter's lips like a magnet. At that moment, the hunter's corpse had shrunk to the thickness of parchment, thoroughly drained. Yet the deconstruction stone seemed unsatisfied, emanating an even more brilliant green light and a stronger suction. The hunter's remains shattered into black particles that dispersed into the air, all drawn into the deconstruction stone. Within the stone, black and green swirled in a continuous struggle, as if engaged in a chase. Wherever the black touched the green, it was instantly transformed. Soon, all traces of black vanished, and the deconstruction stone radiated a dazzling green light. Zhao Gan sensed a miraculous connection with the stone as he approached and touched it with his finger. Crack! The deconstruction stone shattered, fragmenting into countless pieces in the air. Yet each fragment retained the original shape of the stone. These smaller deconstruction stones floated around Zhao Gan. To his eyes, they resembled a green chalkboard, elucidating the knowledge they had just absorbed and deconstructed in the simplest of terms. Zhao Gan became increasingly entranced by this revelation on Huxian Island. Yiqiang's face was pale, a fine sheen of sweat trickling down her cheeks and neck, seeping into her fair skin. Regrettably, she had not yet glimpsed the aftermath of the Emerald-S explosion before her mental strength waned. Gazing at the vanishing silhouette of Zhao Gan within the crystal ball, Yiqiang pursed her lips and remarked, "Diviner, this time I have sacrificed a precious treasure to save your life. I hope you live well henceforth and bring me greater value." Recalling the curse she had just witnessed sent a shiver down her spine. It must have been a mere beginner's curse, yet it was remarkably potent, as if it had been tampered with. Shaking her head, Yiqiang fixed her gaze on the fishing rod above the water, fully concentrating. Since Zhao Gan had survived, his affairs were now his own. Yiqiang dismissed further thoughts and devoted herself entirely to fishing. Fishing was not only her hobby and livelihood, but also a means to hone her mental fortitude. Eureka! Yiqiang watched with exhilaration as she reeled a large fish into the air, her spirit lifting as her previously depleted mental energy rejuvenated. Meanwhile, Zhao Gan remained in class. For the teachings of the deconstruction stone often contained elements he struggled to comprehend, necessitating pauses for reflection. Yet, the deconstruction stone was an exceptionally patient instructor. If one method failed to elucidate a concept for Zhao Gan, it would adopt another approach until he grasped the material and proceeded. Emotions, energy fields, potions, diseases. Zhao Gan recited these seemingly unrelated terms, yet the brilliance in his eyes intensified as the end of class approached. The green chalkboard, which had initially encircled him, now bore only a small section left, as it conveyed the final piece of knowledge to Zhao Gan. At last, all the writings on the green board vanished, and the last remnants of the deconstruction stone shattered into stardust, dissipating into nothingness. Understand. Zhao Gan's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Chapter 14. The dog whistle my head aches terribly. Before Zhao Gan could savor the knowledge he had just acquired, a violent headache compelled him to gasp for breath. It felt as though two tiny figures were waging war within his mind, bickering incessantly. One exclaimed, "This hurts so much. We might as well go mad." While the other countered, "If we go mad, we will soon perish." Despite their opposing viewpoints, both figures maintained a stable mental state. Zhao Gan glanced at his sanity meter, noting it had dwindled to 15, teetering on the brink of collapse. "If you two keep fighting and cursing, I shall truly lose my mind." He aimed his head at the wall and collided with it, his vision fading to black. This was the sole method he could conceive to avoid madness, by limiting his own actions and relying on his fearless passivity during unconsciousness to restore his sanity above the threshold of safety. Just before consciousness slipped away, he seemed to see the two tiny figures pointing at him, exclaiming, "Do it!" He did it. Lao Liu and Lao Ba, witnessing Zhao Gan suddenly lose consciousness from his head injury, were momentarily bewildered. Eventually, Lao Lu reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Zhao Gan, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lao Ba followed suit, beginning to lick Zhao Gan, his tongue landing on the bare back of his head. In its simplistic understanding, the hairless area must surely be cold. The priest's lantern hanging at Zhao Gan's waist radiated a warm glow, safeguarding its master. Uncertain how long he had slept, Zhao Gan came to. He was soon inundated by a series of notification messages. You have slain the Black Plague Curse Corpse, earning 310 Dark Souls. You have acquired the dog whistle. Dog whistle, common a tool used by hunters to command their loyal dogs. It is said that even in death, a dog will come to aid its master upon hearing the whistle. Black Plague Curse Corpse, a rare monster that can only naturally appear on the body of a Black Plague victim who harbored immense resentment before death. Black Plague, an inexplicable disease birthed from darkness, silently infecting ordinary people, typically manifested as a cough. After the patient dies, it releases a massive amount of dark matter, extinguishing light. Usually, this disease can be eradicated through fire purification. You have deconstructed the beginner Black Plague curse, acquiring a new scientific formula. Amplification formula. Scientific curse beginner learned. Scientific curse. Using language as a medium, you can instantly amplify your strength by 5 points, consuming 10 mental energy. With accurate deductions, the power of curses can also be harnessed. Your mental meter has been activated. Extraordinary Destiny quest has been initiated, deconstructing 2 prayers, spells, incantations, and curses will grant you a new profession. Zhao Gan sat up, leaning against the stone wall of the hut. Though his head still throbbed, he had regained clarity. He glanced at his sanity meter. Sanity, 30. Then, he noticed a new mental meter, mental, 100, reflecting on his recent brush with death. Zhao Gan began to contemplate the knowledge he had acquired through the deconstruction stone. The Black Plague curse was in essence a tangible curse formed by the unique energy field following a patient's death. Curses are easily understood. For example, when 2 individuals are quarreling, one might shout, "Go die." That constitutes a curse. For a curse to materialize, the simplest act would be for the person cursing to simultaneously draw a weapon and kill the other. Typically, during this process, the aggressor may become significantly stronger due to emotional influences. Thus, to cast a scientific curse, all I need to do is shout Xian'ei to amplify my strength, gaining a 5-point boost in this attack. Rising to his feet, Zhao Gan eagerly retrieved his axe, ready for an experiment. Undicesimo Beajeyalu, he bellowed. In that instant, the axe in his hand became swifter and more powerful, even producing a sonic boom. Zhao Gan was pleased with the result. 310150460. With this many Dark Souls, he could exchange for 4 points of strength. By invoking Xian'ei, my strength could reach 14 points. Woof! Zhao Gan heard a bark and initially dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Woof! Woof, woof, woof. The vibrations reaching his eardrums confirmed that this time he was indeed hearing it. Turning towards the source of the barking, he beheld Lao Ba and Lao Lu, the 2 spectral hounds. Lao Lu gazed at Zhao Gan with gentle eyes, wagging his tail. Lao Ba had already bounded to his side, leaping up to lick Zhao Gan, though it was a futile gesture as a ghost. In a mystical connection, Zhao Gan sensed an affinity with the 2 spectral dogs, realizing he could command them. The dog whistle. He recalled this item. Come here, Lao Lu. Lao Ba, stay back. Lao Lu rose and approached Zhao Gan's feet with a composed demeanor, sitting and looking up at him, awaiting orders. Meanwhile, Lao Ba, looking forlorn, scampered 5 meters away and lay down, tail tucked between its legs. Zhao Gan reached out to stroke Lao Lu's head, surprisingly feeling as if he were petting a real dog. Lao Lu appeared to relish the moment, gently nudging Zhao Gan's palm. Whimper. From a distance, Lao Ba emitted a sound of discontent. Grr. Lao Lu turned and growled at Lao Ba in warning. Lao Ba lay there, covering its head with its front paws. Woof. Lao Lu faced Zhao Gan, indicating something. Realizing the cue, Zhao Gan produced the straw doll. Lao Lu sniffed the doll, a hint of sorrow in his eyes, and then stood, walking 10 meters west of the stone hut to crouch down there. Is it there? Zhao Gan was acutely aware that the straw doll could lead him to something significant. He approached Lao Lu, and as he stepped onto the ground, he discerned a clue. Thud! Thud! Zhao Gan stomped twice more to confirm his discovery. There was indeed a cellar here, where the hunter's daughter resided, alarmingly close to his own dwelling. Seeing that Zhao Gan had pinpointed the location, Lao Lu lowered his head and emitted a low whimper. At that moment, Lao Ba, who had been lying in the distance, approached, sniffing the surrounding air, and raised its head to howl. Awoo! Awoo! The sound was filled with melancholy. Zhao Gan harbored no fear concerning the magnitude of commotion generated by the 2 spectral entities. After all, they were merely phantoms, audible only to him, their master. Having made the necessary preparations, he lifted the lid of the cellar, unleashing a pungent stench of burnt matter that surged forth. Fortunately, Zhao Gan had encountered far worse odors and had developed a resistance to such foulness. He grasped the lantern at his waist, illuminating the interior of the cellar. And only after confirming the absence of any immediate threats did he descend into the darkness. The cellar was shrouded in shadow, yet under the lantern's glow, it revealed itself in its entirety. The space was quite confined, measuring merely 6 square meters. This diminutive area was further partitioned by an iron railing. Zhao Gan's side appeared relatively tidy, while the opposite side was a scene of utter devastation, the walls blackened by smoke, and the railing marred by a gaping hole large enough for a person to enter. Faint outlines of furniture could be discerned, all charred to a carbonized state. After witnessing the transformation of the hunter's corpse, Zhao Gan was cautious. He was aware that the hunter's daughter was here, but given the circumstances, it seemed she too had perished. Thus, he remained vigilant for any movement within the cellar while cautiously retreating, prepared to flee to the surface at a moment's notice. Woof! The sound of barking erupted as Lao Lu leapt into the cellar, soon followed by Lao Ba. Chapter 15. The good news is found. Zhao Gan was initially startled, but then set down his axe. He discerned that Lao Lu's barking bore no warning, but rather a note of sorrow. Reflecting on the dog's reactions during the hunter's transformation, Zhao Gan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that time, both dogs had leapt far away, barking fervently, a stark contrast to their current demeanor. It was not that the dogs feared for their lives. They were already deceased, but rather it was instinctual behavior. Upon descending, Lao Lu and Lao Ba bolted to the opposite side of the railing, halting at a particular spot. Both dogs lowered their heads, whining softly as if mourning. Zhao Gan approached and beheld a heart-wrenching sight. The state of the hunter's daughter was far more tragic than that of her father. Her demise mirrored that of those in the pit. Her head severed and placed atop her body, both charred by fire. The difference was a silver spike that had been driven into her skull, firmly impaling her corpse. Atop the silver spike was a diminutive bowl, roughly the size of a bottle cap, marked with traces of burning. What struck Zhao Gan as particularly tragic was the realization that the hunter's daughter possessed a small head, appearing no older than 5 or 6 years. Woof! Lao Lu was the first to lift his head and bark. After granting the hunter's daughter peace, you will complete your task. Zhao Gan retrieved a piece of burning fat from his inventory, casting it upon the remnants of the hunter's daughter, igniting it with the flame from the lantern, and tossing the straw doll into the fire. The burning fat was resilient, capable of continuing to burn even after turning to ash, ensuring that the young girl's remains would vanish from this world, granting her eternal tranquility. As for the individuals in the pit, Zhao Gan already discerned the grim fate that befell the hunter and his daughter. It was evident they had met a tragic end, their posthumous forms arranged in grotesque poses. This was a warning and a form of ritualistic practice. The perpetrators of these acts were likely the individuals associated with the village chief and the Old Town Cathedral, in an effort to combat the Black Plague. Such acts of violence fell within Zhao Gan's realm of comprehension. After all, this was a dark world, and survival necessitated harsh measures. However, the charred remains bore no semblance of respect for the deceased, nor any hint of artistic beauty in religious pursuit. The individuals from the Old Town Cathedral were profoundly sinister. Zhao Gan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively reaching to touch his own hair. Ibalt? Confirming the absence of hair on the back of his head. Zhao Gan shrugged it off. After all, he had grown stronger, and whether he was bald or not was inconsequential. You have completed the story task. Find the hunter's daughter. Related story has been recorded in the Dark Compendium. Reward. The hunter's hunting pistol has been issued. Hunter's hunting pistol. Good instant counter. This is a black powder hunting firearm, with a slow loading speed, capable of firing 1 bullet per minute, with a maximum of 2. The sawed-off barrel diminishes accuracy, but enhances close-range power. The closer the target, the greater the damage. The previous owner of this firearm possessed remarkable courage, often pulling the trigger only when the prey was upon him. Instant counter. Weapon skill. Timing the trigger pull perfectly will render the enemy stunned for 3 seconds. The duration will vary based on the enemy's strength, but will not be less than 1 second. Find the hunter's daughter. Completed. Maria has gone missing. I, along with Lao Lu, found her in that dreadful place. She is unwell, and her condition appears dire. I can only temporarily place her in my usual resting spot during hunts, a cellar that is quite safe. The villagers have been very kind, and I feel a tinge of guilt, but for Maria, I have no choice. I fabricated an excuse and departed the village with my belongings. The village chief informed me about the old town cathedral. I resolved to keep Maria's situation a secret. Damn it, Laoba has gone missing with Maria's doll. That foolish dog must think Maria hasn't returned and is likely out searching for her. That evening, I sought out Father Edgar at the small church. He has always been kind. However, he remained reticent regarding the Black Plague. Maria's condition worsens. Her cough grows increasingly severe. I know what must be done to end her suffering, which would benefit everyone. Yet, hearing her call renders me powerless. This damned darkness, the followers of the light faith. Aside from Father Edgar, hide away in the old town, showing no concern for our lives. Let Maria and me perish here, without delaying others. I witnessed a terrifying scene as those clad in red leather armor from the old town entered the village. I do not know what they did, but soon, the village was filled with roars of anger and cries of despair. I beheld a horrific sight. They were not human, and, clutching my hunting rifle, I felt utterly impotent. A coward. Forgive me, Maria. I am leaving first. Love, your father. After reading The Hunter's Tale, Zhao Gan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he had gleaned crucial information. Edgar was also aware of these events. Considering the timeline, perhaps he had alerted the individuals from the Old Town Cathedral. Zhao Gan ventured a bold hypothesis. He suspected Edgar was a false priest, lacking any discernible truth. Perhaps Edgar could sense something amiss. Out of duty, he informed his superiors in the Old Town, who subsequently dispatched individuals to address the Black Plague. It seemed the situation in the old village had escalated severely. These individuals hastily dealt with the aftermath but were ultimately powerless, leading to the complete outbreak of the Black Plague, altering the surrounding environment. Eventually, many dark progeny assaulted the small church, and that was how Edgar met his demise. You have deduced the cause of Father Edgar's death. Story progression has reached 10. Subsequent clues indicate, near the pond in the northern part of the old village, a traveler has arrived from afar, rumored to have a significant connection with Father Edgar. Correct. Zhao Gan stroked his bald head, feeling quite astute. His hair had not fallen in vain. Ah, and then there was the silver spike. Zhao Gan picked up this religious artifact, awaiting further prompts. Requires 10 intelligence. You cannot ascertain the name or purpose of this item. Damn. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan chose to stow away the silver spike, as it was undoubtedly a significant object. After clearing the battlefield, Zhao Gan climbed out of the cellar, intending to return to the small church for a brief respite. Lao Lu and Lao Ba remained faithfully at his side, with the dog Whistle in his possession. Zhao Gan had become their new master. Though the two dogs lacked combat prowess, they provided delightful companionship and served as sentinels. Surviving alone in this dark world was rather dreary, and Zhao Gan found solace in the company of Lao Lu and Lao Ba to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Gan directed 2 dogs to scout ahead while he trailed behind. Upon glimpsing the warm glow emanating from the small chapel, he quickened his pace and stepped inside. The feeling of returning home was splendid. Lying on the chapel floor, Zhao Gan yearned for a comfortable bed. Lao Lu and Lao Ba entered the chapel with curious glances. Lao Lu squatted beside Zhao Gan, remaining vigilant, while Lao Ba circled around him, his ethereal form occasionally passing through Zhao Gan's body, imparting a slight chill. Chapter 16. I am done. Comfortable. Zhao Gan stretched languidly, feeling invigorated after what he deemed the most restful slumber since entering the Dark Realm. A glance at his sanity revealed it had returned to 50, and he estimated that by tomorrow, before venturing to the old village, it would exceed 90. He retrieved a roasted fish from his inventory and began to eat. Aside from the initial heat of the freshly cooked fish, it remained delectable. As he gnawed on the fish, he noticed Lao Ba drooling at his feet, while Lao Lu sat 2 meters away, exuding an air of disdain, as if to say, I have no association with this foolish dog. Zhao Gan ignored Lao Ba and refrained from teasing it with food, though he found it increasingly endearing. He still harbored some psychological barriers. After finishing another roasted fish, Zhao Gan felt satiated. He deliberately tossed the fish bones at the chapel entrance, observing as Lao Ba struggled to gnaw at the unattainable remnants, finding the dog quite amusing. Lao Lu sat quietly beside him, ears perked. He patted Lao Lu's head and remarked, Good dog. Suddenly, curiosity struck him, and he lowered his gaze to inspect beneath the haunches of Lao Lu and Lao Ba. Despite being specters, they possessed the necessary attributes. As he surmised, there was indeed one male and one female. "Hello, my friend. The trading hour is approaching. Do you have anything to sell?" Zhao Gan received a message from the fisherman and replied, "Greetings, my friend. Today has been quite exhilarating, yielding good results. Allow me to review my spoils before contacting you." The more fish he consumed, the more he appreciated the fisherman's prowess. The latter was also generous. Trading unnecessary items with him was never a loss. Moreover, if the fisherman was in a good mood, he might even gift a few fish. Zhao Gan began to assess his gains. A short-barreled shotgun appeared in his hands, its hardwood body and 20-centimeter barrel exuding a rugged charm. After admiring it for a moment, he returned it to his inventory. This was among his greatest acquisitions on this excursion, compensating for his lack of range combat capability, although the weapon seemed peculiar. Bearing a skill, he needed to investigate further. After retrieving the dog whistle, he glanced at Lao Lu and Lao Ba before putting it away. He also noted the 460 points of Dark Soul, which were non-tradable. Besides that, he had recently acquired a new scientific technique, along with the activated Extraordinary Destiny quest. Previously, Zhao Gan had received an overwhelming influx of information and had not paid much attention, but upon realizing he could unlock a new profession, he felt this might be the most significant reward from his outing. However, the deconstruction gem was challenging to locate, and he wondered whether purchasing spells directly from players could yield such gems. What else remained? Soon, a silver cone appeared in his palm. Truth be told, he recognized its importance, yet it posed a conundrum for him. The silver pendant required 10 intelligence points to comprehend its details. But Zhao Gan had yet to elevate his strength to 20 and lacked any spell-based defensive capabilities, thus having no inclination to invest in intelligence. 5 points of intelligence sufficed for his current needs. At this stage, as long as his strength was substantial, he could fell dark creatures with a single swing of his axe. However, the information contained within the silver cone was precisely what Zhao Gan sought. Yet, it emanated a sense of danger, linked to the curse he had previously endured, and he was reluctant to keep it. Moreover, he sensed that there were hidden truths regarding the hunter's daughter, and this silver cone might be a crucial clue. Aside from exploring the old village, the most pressing matter was to fulfill Edgar's quest. The previous message hinted at a pond north of the old village. After some contemplation, Zhao Gan resolved to inform the fisherman about the silver cone. He could not gauge the circumstances that awaited him at the pond, but the fisherman was notably trustworthy. With extensive connections, he might reach out to other players to clarify Zhao Gan's uncertainties. As for the veracity of the information, Zhao Gan was unfazed, having the Dark Compendium for verification. Having weighed the pros and cons, Zhao Gan messaged the fisherman, "My friend, during my quest today, I acquired an item that requires 10 intelligence points to utilize. I have no use for it. I only require information about this item." "What is it?" "A finely crafted silver cone." "All right, once trading commences, list it for a crystal fish in exchange, as this item is quite valuable, and I am the sole possessor. After I have it assessed, I will respond regarding the price. We can negotiate later." "Understood." The fisherman was thorough in his considerations and displayed a prudent approach. Crystal fish? Zhao Gan grew curious about the nature of this fish and whether it was consumable. Enviously, he remarked, "The fisherman is fortunate. He can catch anything." With some leisure time remaining, Zhao Gan converted 400 dark souls into light souls, augmenting his strength by 4 points. Strength 9. Seeing this enhancement, Zhao Gan felt immense satisfaction. Upon testing, he discovered that his speed in wielding the lumberjack's axe had increased, allowing him to slice through the air with a whoosh even without employing scientific curses. He arranged various types of wood at different distances to experiment with a hunter shotgun. Zhao Gan found that beyond 5 meters, the weapon's lethality diminished significantly. However, within a meter, it could reduce the wood to a flurry of splinters. The instantaneous counterattack would need to be tested on monsters, which he could only attempt once his sanity had sufficiently recovered tomorrow before heading to the old village. Returning to the small chapel, Zhao Gan commenced roasting more fish near the altar, planning to prepare for eating 2 and taking 2 along when he ventured out again. Trading hour has commenced. Players are encouraged to make the most of their time. The continuously scrolling chat caught Zhao Gan's attention at once. Buns. 5 pieces of wood or 1 iron ore for each. Fair trade for all. How exhilarating, my friends. I just raised my strength to 6. I feel capable of taking down a bull. Who among you will lend me 50 bucks? Today is Thursday, and I plan to order fried chicken on my phone. Wait, where did you get a phone? Everyone has a phone. Are you daft? Alas, another lunatic with dwindling sanity. You are the lunatic. Huh, I crave fried chicken. I see it dancing before me, calling me baby. A new message. Today, I encountered a female native in the dark world. She bore no hostility. If you have excess resources, you could keep her, and she would assist you in combat and resource gathering. Wow, brother, you are impressive. You have all the news. Yay. NPCs are appearing. I must hurry to find one. They will handle all the tasks. By the way, brother, have you observed whether the NPC appears realistic? Don't overthink it. I believe the NPC you described differs from what I encountered. There is not much distinction from us players. Hey, no difference is a good thing. Friend, are you online? Zhao Gan, engrossed in the banter, suddenly received this message. He was about to retort, but noticed it was from the fisherman. He promptly listed the silver pendant and responded, Friend, I have listed it. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 17. Someone is selling hooks. You have acquired a crystal fish. Zhao Gan retrieved the crystal fish from his inventory. The fish was quite small, measuring only 3 to 4 centimeters, its body composed of dazzling blue crystal, translucent and resplendent. The bones and organs within were clearly visible, shimmering with a luminescent glow. Most importantly, the fish was astonishingly alive. The Shuijing Yu floundered in Zhao Gan's hands, its azure eyes brimming with nobility and disdain, as if to convey, if you could catch me, your ancestors' graves must have been bombed. The Shuijing Yu is a rare species native to the waters, highly coveted by anglers. Just imagine the throngs of fishermen who would pursue you with inquiries about your catch if you appeared with such a dazzling fish. If you possessed a stomach forged of steel capable of consuming it, the taste would be exquisite. Yet, regardless of its delectable nature, Zhao Gan would never partake. The anglers were unaware of the immense value the silver spearhead held, and to offer the Shui Jingyu in exchange was a significant testament to their trust in him. Zhao Gan, a man of unwavering integrity, would never betray a friend's confidence. Resisting the urge to take a bite, he placed the Shui Jingyu into his inventory and awaited the angler's response. At that moment, He Chong caught a howler fish. As she prepared to cast her line, she suddenly noticed a peculiar pattern on the silver spearhead in her hand, reminiscent of something she had seen before. Chui Si Ta Na's compendium. Reluctantly, she stowed her fishing rod and hurried back to the witch's tower to consult the tome. On the second floor of the witch's tower, a colossal steel compendium lay upon an iron rack, as large as a table and astonishingly thick, nearly a meter in depth. He Chong had only recently accessed this floor and had yet to familiarize herself with many of the items. But this massive compendium was impossible to overlook, and she had examined it upon her arrival. Holding the silver spearhead, she scrutinized the distinctive pattern once more, then waved her hand to magically flip open the steel compendium. With a series of resounding thuds, she unearthed pertinent information and began to read. Curse flower. It is said to be a flower that thrives in extreme environments, with the drifting yellow and black mist being the most perilous dark substance known as the curse. The moon witch, Chui Si Ta Na, once remarked, it is beautiful, but it is best extinguished with a cold flame. This assessment arose from her encounter with an insidious cult known as the Baishur cult, for which this flower serves as a sacred relic. The Baishur cult is formidable, and it took several waves of her hand to cleanse it from her path. Through the compendium's identification, you have acquired the item, Curse Nail. Curse Nail, a commonly used item by the Baishur cult, featuring the depiction of their sacred relic, the Curse Flower. This nefarious group frequently employs the Curse Nail to perpetrate evil, seeking any opportunity to spread darkness. You have obtained the quest, Remnants of the Baishur cult. Eliminate this remnant to demonstrate the resounding reputation of Lady Chui Si Ta Na and submit the relevant evidence to complete it. This quest can enhance the narrative progress of the moon, which, Chui Si Ta Na. He Chong gazed at the Curse Nail and mused. My efforts in saving her were not in vain. The diviner truly is my lucky star. Upon returning to the first floor, she glanced at the pile of gleaming debris in the corner, garbage accumulated during her fishing escapades. She remained uncertain about what the diviner desired, but resolved to provide him with some life-preserving items, considering his lack of intellect. The wait was excruciatingly dull, prompting Zhao Gan to seek amusement in the chat box. where he began to entertain a dog within the church. Lao Lu was indifferent, while Lao Ba was fervently enthusiastic, circling around Zhao Gan. He had also perused the trading section for spells, but discovered that they were scarce and exorbitantly priced, leading him to abandon the endeavor. Friend, I have had this item appraised, and it holds significant collectible value for me. I will send you the item information first, and we can discuss the trade later. At that moment, Zhao Gan ceased his playful antics with Lao Ba and focused on the item description of the cursed nail, which was swiftly recognized by the Dark Codex. The Baisher cult? Should I ever encounter them, I would cleave them in two with a single blow. Zhao Gan harbored a deep disdain for such treacherous individuals. Yet this revelation dispelled his suspicions regarding the Old Town Cathedral. It was imperative to proceed to the pond north of the old village, where Brother Edgar had ventured. The dangers there were likely less severe than those encountered in the disaster-stricken old village. Zhao Gan continued with his previous plan, feeling a sense of relief. Observing the description of the cursed nail, he understood why the conditions in the old village were so dire. It was likely that the inhabitants of the Old Town Cathedral discovered this artifact and resorted to extreme measures. Friend, I have several items that are currently of no use to me. Take a look and see if anything piques your interest. The angler sent another message, accompanied by several item descriptions. Concealment veil, good worn on the face. It significantly reduces the chances of being discovered by enemies. Large bottle of calming fish oil, 33, instantly restores 20 sanity points and maintains your sanity above 20 for 5 minutes. Consuming 1/3 will activate its effects. Excess consumption is ineffective with a cooldown of 10 hours. Small wingfish fin. Consuming it grants you the speed of the wingfish, allowing for rapid movement. Frozen explosive fish, a notoriously temperamental species prone to self-detonation. Even when frozen, a vigorous throw will still trigger an explosion. Truly, the angler is remarkable. Zhao Gan gazed at these items, filled with envy. Setting aside the practicality of the concealment veil, the utility of the peculiar fish-derived items was undeniable. Zhao Gan felt a pang of jealousy for the angler and began to wonder if he could fish at the pond north of the old village. To be honest, he desired all of these items, yet he did not wish to appear overly greedy. After deliberating, he addressed the angler. Is the concealment veil available? Yes. But do you not desire anything else? How could I impose? Not at all. I too have a favor to ask of you. Please speak freely. It is thus. A friend of mine deciphered the cursed nail. She has undertaken a quest to eliminate the individual wielding this cursed nail. And these items are her earnest payment. Upon completion, there will be a token for you, along with further remuneration. Absolutely. Just hang the Shui Jingyu, and I shall exchange these items. Zhao Gan had no reservations, as he was reaping a significant benefit. However, this peculiar item trade soon attracted the attention of opportunistic merchants lurking in the trading section. These individuals merely glanced at the transaction details before realizing its swift completion. Envious merchants directly typed in the chat, "Someone is selling hooks." Zhao Gan, elated by his acquisition of these fine items, was suddenly struck by an alarming notification. The transaction time is about to conclude. Special notice. The Dark World will soon face its first calamity. Chapter 18. The Turtle Elder. The warmth of time has passed. Winter is swiftly approaching. In 7 days, the Dark World will grow increasingly frigid. The strength of monsters will double, and there is a probability they will attack your warm abode. The message was straightforward, yet for all players, it felt akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. At that moment, the trading period had concluded, and the chat box erupted with the final laments of players. Please. No, I can barely feed myself. What am I to do now? If only I had known to spend less time lounging at home. After toiling daily to slay monsters and gather resources, it's finally useful. We must stockpile resources. Oh no, I just began tackling a monster stronghold near the novice village. I need to hasten my pace. Everyone, do not panic. Those with strong combat abilities should slay monsters for equipment, while those skilled in crafting should produce supplies. We have 7 trading days left to enhance ourselves. Brother is right. Thinking back to when I first arrived, it was quite challenging. Let us divide our labor for greater efficiency. I want to concern myself too much. Who knows what winter will bring? It appears there are indeed many astute individuals. With such distribution of tasks, everyone has a greater chance of survival. Zhao Gan expressed his admiration for the players' reactions. However, he realized he needed to hasten his own affairs. With the arrival of winter, the old village would become increasingly perilous, and the small church would likely be besieged. He aimed to clear the old village within 7 days and enhance his own strength. Initially, Zhao Gan hadn't intended to expedite his plans, but the fisherman had provided him with numerous valuable items, significantly boosting his confidence. Moreover, he needed to stockpile some basic supplies, should progress in the old village proceed swiftly. He could also gather some trees and collect additional water. For the past 2 days, Zhao Gan had been drinking water melted from the ice atop the Heyer fish. Once he felt ready, he considered dispatching the wolf and retrieving the iron ore from the mine along the way. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhao Gan's eyes. He bore a grudge. After satisfying his hunger and thirst and ensuring he was well prepared, Zhao Gan set forth toward the northern edge of the old village, in search of the pond mentioned in the hints. Along the way, Lao Lu and Lao Ba stood guard ahead, and his strength had increased considerably since their last encounter, allowing him to avoid significant dangers. It was only during a brief rest that an old snake attempted to ambush him from the shadows. Fortunately, Lao Lu was quite perceptive and alerted Zhao Gan just as the snake revealed itself, allowing him to fire a shot that obliterated the old snake without losing his composure. Upon reaching the pond, Zhao Gan had only slain a few zombies, acquiring a total of 80 points of Dark Souls, with the remaining points from before. His total reached 140, enabling him to increase his strength to 10. The pond, contrary to his expectations, posed no grave threat. Zhao Gan surveyed the entirety of the pond. Aside from the unusually dark water, shrouded in mist, he encountered no monsters. The proximity of the old village became apparent as he gazed southward, spotting the ominous, towering wall that exceeded 2 meters in height. A foreboding purple-black mist swirled above the wall, exuding an aura of danger. As Zhao Gan approached the pond's edge, he raised a shotgun, scrutinizing the area for any disturbances. His instincts warned him that the pond concealed something significant. The reactions of the 2 deceased dogs corroborated Zhao Gan's intuition. Lao Lu crouched low, growling towards the pond, while Lao Ba anxiously paced the shoreline. "Who neglects their dogs and disturbs my rest?" An aged voice resonated as the surface of the pond parted, revealing the visage of a bald old man. "By the heavens, it's Lao Deng." Zhao Gan instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! A volley of small iron balls was fired, yet they merely struck the water surface, sending ripples across the pond. The bald elder evaded with surprising speed. "Young man, where is your sense of martial ethics?" The old man resurfaced, his expression filled with fury as he approached Zhao Gan. At this moment, Zhao Gan discerned that the old man's body resembled a giant turtle shell. His swift evasion likely stemmed from a skill of retracting his head. Without any monster alerts, Zhao Gan deduced that this turtle elder was likely the NPC discussed by players the previous day. "Considering your attire, you must be the newly appointed fire priest from a small church. Why do you lack compassion for the elderly?" The turtle elder inquired as he neared the shore, demanding an explanation. The absence of any hostile actions from the elder, coupled with his evident anger, prompted Zhao Gan, encountering an NPC for the first time, to adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict. "I apologize, elder. As you are aware, the old village has undergone significant changes necessitating my caution." Observing Zhao Gan's sincere demeanor, the elder's rage subsided considerably. "Very well. I am too old to quarrel with you. Are you here regarding the matters of the old village? What has become of Edgar?" Upon hearing the mention of Brother Edgar, Zhao Gan felt a deep respect for the man who had sacrificed everything to protect his homeland. Recalling Edgar's fate, Zhao Gan replied, "Father Edgar has returned to the flames." "Is that so?" The turtle elder's expression grew somber. "He should have heeded my advice last time. What a pity. He was a rare and good man." The elder then scrutinized the weary Zhao Gan, fully armed, and queried, "Has the old town entrusted you with the task of cleansing the old village?" "It seems increasingly absurd." Zhao Gan explained, "The bishop is preoccupied, and the last expedition diminished our numbers. I have received blessings from Father Edgar, so I come alone, willing to do what I can." While much of this was a pretense, he sensed that the turtle elder was quite attached to the pond. "You are a good young man with a sense of conscience," the turtle elder remarked. "I would advise against entering the old village through the main gate. There's a gap on the west side that leads to the stable, which would be safer. The stable family has long since perished, and no one has lived there for quite some time." Grateful for this information, Zhao Gan acknowledged, "Thank you for your advice." As he prepared to depart, The turtle elder called out, "Wait, young man, why the haste?" Zhao Gan turned, inquiring, "Is there something else?" The elder licked his lips and asked, "I possess a wealth of information about the old village. Would you like to hear it?" Zhao Gan realized that the turtle elder sought to strike a bargain. "What do you require?" he inquired. You are much more astute than Edgar." The elder chuckled, his eyes gleaming with desire and greed. "Do you have any food? I've been famished for quite some time." "Food?" Zhao Gan recalled the 2 roasted hayer fish he had brought with him and produced one, asking, "Will this suffice?" "Excellent. Hand it over." The turtle elder extended his short arm, his gaze filled with urgency. A single fish was of little consequence. Zhao Gan had several more unroasted ones. So he tossed the roasted hayer fish to the elder. The elder accepted the fish and devoured it in one bite, savoring the taste immensely. Zhao Gan intended to offer him the other roasted fish, but the elder waved his hand, saying, "A fine ingredient. Though somewhat wasteful, it would taste better raw." After consuming one fish, the turtle elder's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "What is the name of this fish? Where does it come from?" Chapter 19. The wonderful use of the hidden gas veil is called hayer fish, a gift from a friend. "I do not know its exact origin," Zhao Gan replied. There was little to conceal in this matter, as he only knew so much. Through this encounter, Zhao Gan found the turtle elder to be quite amiable. Aside from his gluttony and fastidiousness, he bore no malice. The fact that Father Edgar had become acquainted with the turtle elder indicated that he was not a bad person. "Your friend is quite remarkable," the turtle elder remarked, licking his lips with an expression of satisfaction. "Having consumed your fish, I shall share another piece of information with you. There is still a living person in the old village who has managed to resist the darkness for so long. They should be the kind of individual most favored by your radiant church." With that, the turtle elder submerged beneath the water, leaving Zhao Gan with the final words. "Bring me 5 of those hayer fish, and remember, they must be raw. I will then provide you with more information about the old village." As Zhao Gan watched the turtle elder's head disappear beneath the water surface, he deemed this information highly valuable. He had already been contemplating what new structures to add to the church, and if he could locate the living person the elder mentioned, it seemed likely they would be well suited to become a Radiant Guardian. This would enable Zhao Gan to construct a dormitory for the Radiant Guardians directly. After all, with merely a week remaining until winter's arrival, the world of darkness would become increasingly treacherous. Having an ally would alleviate considerable burdens. Surviving the old village suggested that this individual was formidable. Zhao Gan envisioned that this NPC was likely a powerful figure. In this darkness, survival without strength was nearly impossible. In preparation for the impending dangers of winter, he resolved to acquire another weapon and join forces with this NPC to face the challenges that lay ahead. Ordinary players may currently be contemplating how to hoard resources and endure this period within the confines of their homes. However, Zhao Gan has steadfastly refused to abandon his resolve to venture out after the winter. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Zhao Gan believes that fishermen, much like himself, would not cower indoors, but instead venture forth to ascertain what fish might be caught in such weather. It is not just the seasoned fisherman. Even Zhao Gan, an avid angler, is particularly curious. You have established a rapport with the NPC known as Beak de Shizi, and their affection for you stands at a cordial acquaintance. Beak de Shizi, someone has erred, forsaking their innate mission, merely seeking to survive in humility. The Dark Codex has revealed new content. Gazing at the pond, Zhao Gan murmured, "This old turtle seems to harbor some stories. Perhaps I could unearth them." Its shell appears quite robust, potentially suitable for crafting armor. He reminded himself to exercise caution, avoiding the impulse to fire upon any lurking monsters, lest he inadvertently slay an NPC. The old turtle beneath the pond inexplicably felt a chill, retreating its limbs and head into its shell, succumbing to slumber. Upon reaching the western edge of the dilapidated village, Zhao Gan quickly spotted a gap in the wall. The walls of the old village towered over 2 meters, making them quite challenging to scale, while the gap was approximately 1.5 meters high, easily surmountable with a push. Zhao Gan refrained from rushing. Instead, he pressed against the wall near the opening, listening intently until he confirmed the absence of sound, then deftly climbed through. Old Lu and Old Ba, perhaps due to their spectral nature, exhibited remarkable agility, following him into the village. Zhao Gan hunched over, bearing the logging axe on his shoulder while wielding a short-barreled shotgun in his other hand, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Although the two dogs remained silent, he was not about to let his guard down. The house he entered was drafty and in disrepair, the air thick with the stench of decay. Numerous holes in the walls offered glimpses into the village, proving to be excellent observation points and strongholds. Upon entering the old village, Zhao Gan discovered that the once 20-meter hanging lanterns now illuminated only about 10 meters, indicating the pervasive darkness that rivaled that of the depths of a mine. After donning the veil of concealment, he caught a whiff of a pleasant aroma, leading him to speculate that the fisherman's companion might be female, perhaps having used this item. Such trivial details mattered little to Zhao Gan. He leaned over the gaping hole in the wall and began to survey the conditions within the old village. He held the lantern in hand as a source of light. Old Lu and Old Ba reacted strongly upon entering the old village. Old Lu remained close, growling lowly in various directions to alert Zhao Gan of potential dangers. Old Ba, while still ineffectual, paced anxiously, signaling that something was amiss. Following Old Lu's warnings, Zhao Gan identified 3 monsters within a 10-meter radius outside. These creatures bore a humanoid shape, yet were vastly different from the shambling corpses. They bore a resemblance to the old Dang snake. These humanoid beasts were enveloped in a viscous black substance that writhed continuously, revealing the remnants of bones within, albeit in sparse quantities. Their eyes were particularly terrifying, glowing red, with numerous tendrils protruding from their heads, stretching at least 50 to 60 centimeters into the air, twisting like whips. However, these monsters appeared to lack agility, far inferior in swiftness to the wolves Zhao Gan had previously encountered. Nonetheless, their alertness was notable, as they occasionally glanced in Zhao Gan's direction before turning away. The veil of concealment proved remarkably effective, providing substantial assistance. Zhao Gan inhaled the fragrance of the veil, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Although he had been vigilant, hiding at the sight of the monster's gaze, he knew that without the veil, evading detection would have been far more precarious. After observing for a while and discerning the monster's patterns, he resolved to undertake a bold experiment. Drawing his short-barreled shotgun, Zhao Gan fired aimlessly into the village and promptly dashed to the gap in the wall, poised to escape at the first sign of danger. The gunshot echoed into the darkness of the old village, followed by a cacophony of roars reaching Zhao Gan's ears. Old Lu crouched low, preparing for battle. Old Ba, despite trembling, stood protectively before Zhao Gan. Soon, Zhao Gan heard the monsters outside, growling more ferociously, yet none breached the threshold. Once the sounds of the monsters faded completely, Zhao Gan returned to the hole, resuming his surveillance. Of the 3 monsters, 2 resumed their previous paths, while the furthest one, 8 meters away, seemed to wander aimlessly along its route. This was better than he had anticipated. The propagation of sound in darkness appeared sluggish, or perhaps it was absorbed by the shadows. Moreover, unlike the wolf-like creatures, these humanoid monsters relied primarily on scent to locate the living. With the veil of concealment, although they could hear some sounds, they were unable to ascertain his position due to the absence of scent. Zhao Gan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was a hypothesis he had long speculated upon, and today it had been validated. He took a deep breath to steady himself, contemplating the dilapidated door within the house, already devising a plan to eliminate the 3 monsters outside. He-Chang observed Zhao Gan's actions within the crystal ball, her lips twitching. Chapter 20. The Embracer. The charlatan truly harbored no good intentions. It seemed prudent to refrain from offering him any of my possessions in the future. A faint blush tinged He-Chang's cheeks as she deactivated the crystal ball, oblivious to the fleeting azure glow that flickered within her pupils. Her mental acuity had significantly increased, enabling her to observe Zhao Gan for approximately 15 minutes each day. This was due to her previous efforts in saving him, which had unveiled the merits of a basic curse. Thus, she had been unreserved in her support for Zhao Gan, finding justifications to bestow her life-preserving trinkets upon him from her collection of discarded items. Through her observations over the past few days, she had discerned the times Zhao Gan ventured out to explore, allowing her to strategically monitor him during those intervals. With today's observation time concluded, she stowed away the crystal ball and retrieved her fishing rod, departing the witch's tower. In recent days, Her fishing yields had diminished compared to before, as she had become somewhat enamored after perusing the album of Sui Sitana, which documented various rare fish species within the lake, along with corresponding bait and optimal fishing times. Upon reaching the lakeside, He-Chong cast her line, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake and the encroaching black mist. Musing, it seems to be drawing nearer. I wonder what fish will be caught once winter descends. At that moment, Zhao Gan stood at the entrance, listening to the footsteps of monsters outside, silently calculating the trajectories of the three creatures. Internally, he began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Upon hearing the footsteps of the monsters reach an appropriate distance, Zhao Gan raised his leg and forcefully kicked the door, shattering it to pieces. The nearest monster outside, alerted by the commotion, emitted a cry and advanced towards the door with outstretched arms. You have encountered a dark offspring, rationality 3. Upon receiving the notification, Zhao Gan remained composed, as this aligned with his expectations. The overall strength of the monster was comparable to that of the wolves in the mine. The creature's crimson gaze fixated on Zhao Gan at the doorway, its previously unsteady gait quickening slightly. This, too, was within Zhao Gan's predictions. However, as the monster drew within a meter of him, the whip-like tendrils on its head suddenly elongated, darting toward Zhao Gan with lightning speed. He sidestepped deftly, narrowly evading the sudden onslaught while pressing against the wall. Observing the hole in the wall, he contemplated, this creature's attack pattern aligns closely with my expectations. Yet it possesses considerably greater strength. No wonder its speed pales in comparison to that of the wolves. After losing sight of Zhao Gan, the creature seemed somewhat disoriented. However, it had already spotted the enemy and slowly advanced into the room. With only 20 seconds remaining, a swift resolution to the battle was imperative. As Zhao Gan observed the creature's tentacles probing into the room, he hastened his actions. Bang! The short-barreled shotgun discharged, striking the creature squarely in the face. At that moment, it was a mere 2 meters away from Zhao Gan. Although the damage was not exceedingly high, the instantaneous recoil of the shotgun proved effective. The creature bowed its head, its tentacles drooping, and its body stiffened in place. Zhao Gan, wielding a lumberjack's axe, brought it down upon the creature's head. The sensation upon impact was viscous and firm, yet Zhao Gan managed to cleave through a third of the creature's head. Alas, no kill notification appeared, indicating that this valiant strike had not vanquished it. The 1 second of disorientation passed swiftly. The creature had already regained consciousness, its tentacles poised to strike at Zhao Gan. However, the first thing those tentacles encountered was the heated barrel of a gun. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gan thrust the shotgun against the creature's forehead. Bang! The shot erupted, obliterating half of the creature's head. Yet even with half its head missing, the tentacles remained, perplexingly sprouting from unknown regions of the creature's anatomy. Still no kill notification. Indeed, this creature possessed remarkable resilience. The outcome exceeded Zhao Gan's expectations, but he still had strength to spare. Skalganroret, raising the lumberjack's axe once more with increased speed and power, and struck down upon the creature's remaining head. This time, with a sudden burst of 5 additional strength. Zhao Gan felt as though the axe cleaved through tofu, vertically slicing the creature in two. The creature collapsed to the ground like split wood, transforming into a puddle of black mud. You have slain the dark offspring. Embrace her, gaining 100 dark souls. You have obtained black dot fat. This substance contains elements of dark essence, a rare combustible material. Embrace her. Once human, now a tragic being, having lost all flesh and soul, reduced to dark tentacles yearning to consume its former kin. Did you think its weakness lay in the tentacled head? Consider it akin to an upside-down squid in the sea. Targeting its abdomen is far more efficient. Thus, it became clear why the battle had been so arduous. Zhao Gan had no time to inspect the remnants of the slain creature, for the roar of another monster echoed nearby. He should be able to load another bullet. This time, he would directly assault its abdomen, yet he must maintain his distance. Given the name Embracer, one could only imagine the fate of being ensnared by its tentacles. Zhao Gan began to carefully observe the movements outside. He did not notice Lao Lu swiftly retrieving several glowing fragments from the remnants of the Embracer, sharing them with Lao Ba. After a few bites, the spectral forms of the two dogs appeared more solid. Bang! The second confrontation with the Embracer transpired with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Gan fired a shot at its abdomen. and taking advantage of its momentary stupor, cleaved the creature in half with his axe. After a brief quiver upon the ground, Zhao Gan once again acquired 100 Dark Souls and a portion of blacked out fat. Having dealt with these two embracers, the last one would not be drawn by the sounds of battle, granting Zhao Gan the opportunity to assess his gains. This time, he witnessed the two deceased dogs extracting luminous fragments from the embracer's body. Lao Ba wagged his tail as he devoured his share, growing slightly brighter. Meanwhile, Lao Lu, displaying intelligence, approached Zhao Gan and presented the glowing fragment it had relinquished. Good dog. Zhao Gan patted Lao Lu's head, picked up the luminous fragment, and read its information. Small soul fragment. Said to be a drop exclusive to certain dark offspring, it is unfortunately incomplete and will soon vanish. If a complete soul is offered to the flames in the church, reward shall be granted. Upon seeing this prompt, Zhao Gan promptly tossed the soul fragment to Lao Lu. The dog leaped nimbly and swallowed the fragment whole. Observing Lao Lu's condition closely, Zhao Gan noted that after consuming the soul fragment, its body became even brighter and appeared somewhat larger. Both dogs were spectral entities, lacking any interaction with the physical realm aside from Zhao Gan. However, witnessing Lao Lu's transformation, Zhao Gan understood that as long as the two dogs continued to consume these soul fragments, they would likely evolve, transitioning from specters to a more advanced form. Nonetheless, this could only be confirmed through practice and observation. Zhao Gan was in no rush for their assistance in combat. Chapter 21. Changes in the panel. Zhao Gan rummaged through the remains of the two embracers, confirming there was nothing else of value, and prepared to rest while awaiting the replenishment of his ammunition. Simultaneously checking his status. Zhao Gan, Dark Souls, 340. Strength, 9. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 6. Perception, 5. Faith, 10. Constant value. Cannot increase or decrease. Health, 100. Stamina, 90. Mental, 80. Rationality, 95. Talent 1. Materialist. You are a staunch atheist, never believing in the existence of deities. Immune to religious indoctrination. Faith value remains constant at 10. Other attributes compensate for a total of 10. Talent 2. Scientism 033. You possess the ability to deconstruct any mysterious phenomenon, explaining or realizing it from a scientific perspective. You have embarked on your scientific journey. Continue to strive, and upon unlocking a new profession and constructing talent buildings, you will expedite the progress of this talent. This talent will alter the nature of the items you acquire, and you'll be filled with curiosity about the unknown. Passive. Fearless 11. Materialists are undaunted. You fear not the darkness, and any loss of rationality is reduced by 1/10, with the recovery speed increased by 11-fold. Having witnessed much terror in the darkness and experienced numerous battles, your passiveness has been enhanced. Upon observing the changes in his status panel, Zhao Gan was somewhat taken aback. He seldom checked the panel, usually only reviewing the status bar to determine whether he needed to rest or venture forth. However, the surprises were plentiful. Firstly, the talent of scientism appeared to have risen in level due to his understanding of deconstruction stones, now at 033, revealing new prompts. The fearless passive had also become stronger, with the recovery speed of rationality improving by 1/10. If this passive continues to ascend, might there come a day when the rate of rationality loss is slower than its recovery? Zhao Gan made a bold conjecture. Yet recalling the curse that had directly deducted 80 points of his rationality, he felt it prudent not to be overly optimistic. His experiences in this dark world, despite possessing such a formidable passive, had nearly led to his demise on 2 occasions. The first time, he relied on his wits and luck. The second time remains unclear, but the fact that he survived is what matters. He need not dwell on it. Thus, regardless of whether Fearless has not yet reached the grotesque level he surmised, even if it did, he could not celebrate prematurely. Moreover, his stamina depletion was far less than he had anticipated, likely correlating with his continuous investment in strength. Zhao Gan discovered further distinctions. Indeed, increasing strength proves to be the optimal choice. A single force can topple 10 foes. To become the sovereign of the dark world, one must amplify their strength. This revelation solidified Zhao Gan's intent to elevate his strength to 20. However, he noted that his mental state had not improved. It appeared the 80 points of mental capacity remained unchanged. Did it require a longer period to recover? Never mind. He resolved to consult the fishing man later. For now, he would address the final embracer. The ammunition for the short-barreled shotgun has been fully loaded, and only the last of the huggers remains outside. Zhao Gan is not inclined to draw them into the house for slaughter. Instead, he opts to confront them face to face. On one hand, he wishes to test the intensity of the darkness within the old village and assess whether other dangers lurk therein. On the other hand, he is eager to practice the shotgun skill, instant counterattack. Previously, in his swift dispatch of the two huggers, Zhao Gan had not the opportunity to experiment, and now he intends to hone his technique. As he departs from the stableman's home, Zhao Gan steps into the enveloping darkness. The chill is palpable. The cold within the old village is markedly more severe than outside, and when he exhales, vapor forms. The oppressive darkness raises the hairs on the back of his neck, a primal instinct warning him of the lurking peril. Attempting to smooth down his hair proves somewhat effective, though it still stands on end. Fortunately, the absence of hair at the back of his head means he need not concern himself with that area, aside from the cold. Zhao Gan dons the hood of his priestly robe, feeling warmth envelop his head, causing his hair to settle. The lamp hanging from his waist radiates a steady warmth, filling his grip on the weapon with newfound strength. After advancing a few paces, the last hugger emits a chilling cry. Zhao Gan refrains from immediately suppressing it with the shotgun, as he is limited to only 2 experimental shots. Should both fail, the risk of delving deeper into the old village for further exploration looms. The hugger stumbles towards him, its tentacles elongating menacingly. Bang! The gunshot rings out as Zhao Gan observes the creature's reaction while retreating a few steps. A brief second passes, and the hugger lunges again. This time, as he pulls the trigger, he is a fraction quicker, having sensed his previous delay. Bang! The hugger falls into a stupor once more. 3, 2. As he counts down to 2, Zhao Gan swiftly cleaves the creature in 2 with his axe. 1. Dead. Even after being severed, the hugger remains unresponsive, only twitching its tentacles in a final, unconscious flail before succumbing. Lao Lu and Lao Ba continue to consume the soul fragments, and Zhao Gan begins to reflect on his recent battle. It is a nuanced sensation. The moment the monster begins its attack, even a slight delay results in failure. Clearly, more practice is needed to find that delicate timing. He ponders whether enhancing his perception or agility would increase his chances of success. Nevertheless, he resolves to focus on increasing his strength, believing that as long as he can swing his axe swiftly and powerfully, even a second of disorientation will suffice. Practicing the instant counterattack will require significant time, and this weapon skill offers a safety net. For a true man, even a second is ample. Zhao Gan presses onward, intent on assessing the situation behind him. From the stableman's house, visibility was limited, but now he discerns 3 adjacent houses, appearing relatively intact, likely the homes of the stableman's neighbors. After traversing a mere 5 meters, he finally observes the last segment of this area. A massive iron gate blocks access to the deeper village, unlatched yet obstructed by various stones and furniture, entwined with chains. Sounds emanate from beyond the gate, but Zhao Gan refrains from recklessly opening it or peeking outside. Instead, he retreats, preparing to investigate the neighboring houses for further clues. Based on his past experiences, the upheavals in the old village, coupled with the evident presence of villagers, suggest that numerous leads await discovery. Just as Zhao Gan turns, he hears Lao Lu's bark. Upon closer inspection, he sees Lao Ba beside the remains of the last hugger he defeated, attempting to gnaw at a dark object on the ground, only to be yanked back by Lao Lu. Approaching to investigate the fallen item, Zhao Gan's expression shifts to one of surprise. It is a key, remarkably intact. Upon picking it up, he discovers it is a stone key interspersed with white flowers, fitting perfectly in his palm. Key to the underground cemetery of the old village, to prevent the corpses of deceased loved ones from being eroded by darkness and transformed into dark progeny. The survivors carve out graves beneath the settlement to inter the departed. This key unlocks the entrance to the underground cemetery of the old village. Studying the key, Zhao Gan furrows his brow and stows it in his carpenter's pouch, muttering, "The idea is well and good, but should anything go awry, could this underground cemetery become a den of monsters?" However, from the description, it seems the cemetery is labyrinthine. It may serve as a covert route for cleansing the old village. He resolves to gather more intelligence from the old turtle before making any decisions. Zhao Gan is taken aback by the revelation of a hidden map within the old village, extending the time he will need to clear it. Yet, an abundance of maps is not without merit. It may yield greater rewards. With winter's chill looming just 6 days away, he has limited time to gather resources. His original plan entailed strategizing the old village, collecting weaponry and equipment to exchange for resources. Nevertheless, the term underground cemetery unsettles him, evoking a visceral discomfort that he struggles to comprehend, possibly stemming from past gaming experiences, though he cannot recall specifics. Resolving to set aside such thoughts, Zhao Gan prepares to search the 3 houses. With a forceful kick, he shatters the dilapidated door of the first house, illuminating the interior with his lamp while aiming his shotgun. Following his encounters with Old Deng and the curse, he remains wary of unfamiliar environments. What is that? Indeed, an unexpected discovery awaits. Zhao Gan is psychologically prepared for the treachery of the dark world. In the corner of the room crouches a diminutive figure, trembling against the wall, clutching a sharp weapon resembling a dagger. Without hesitation, Zhao Gan stealthily advances, closing the distance before firing, shattering the figure into fragments. Why is there no notification of a kill? As he contemplates this, a fierce bark from Lao Lu catches his attention. Instinctively, he glances upward towards the rafters. A shadowy dagger lunges toward his throat. You have encountered a dark progeny, sanity -2. With little time to react, Zhao Gan can only slightly adjust his neck. Despite his efforts, the blade grazes his throat, leaving a gash from which blood flows. Ignoring his injury, he follows the shadow, wielding the dagger, and fires again. Bang! The shadow, initially agile, attempts to leap for a follow-up attack. In the confines of this small room, it seems to excel. However, this is also the ideal setting for the shotgun, and even at close range, its power is formidable. The assailant is reduced to a mere wreck, with an arm and both legs blown away, rendered unable to rise again. Zhao Gan raises his axe and obliterates the remains. You have slain the assailant and gained 50 dark souls. Assailant, Xiao Deng, a dark progeny evolved from human children, adept at using shadows to confound intruders. It prefers to ambush from high ground, its weapons often laced with poison. As a dark progeny, it is fragile, perhaps a reflection of the weak's survival strategy, hiding in the shadows, lurking for the strong, hoping to tear their flesh for sustenance. The creature has been aptly named Xiao Deng by the illustrious Zhao Gan, reflecting his disdain for this treacherous beast. Not having attended to the spoils initially, Zhao Gan noticed a peculiar numbness in his injuries and hastily probed his throat. Blood continued to flow, yet the hue upon his hand indicated it was not a lethal toxin, perhaps merely infused with some paralyzing agent. Zhao Gan picked up the dagger, lying beside the body of the ambusher, discovering it to be a rather sinister weapon, devoid of metallic sheen, revealing only a faint greenish coating upon closer inspection. Concurrently, pertinent information regarding the dagger emerged. Paralyzing dagger. Good, a favored weapon of the ambusher, coated with a paralyzing toxin. While this toxin does not directly kill its prey, it gradually incapacitates the victim over time, aligning with the ambusher's penchant for fresh fare. The paralyzing poison replenishes automatically, with a stock of 3 doses, each strike consuming 1 dose. To his surprise, the weapon was of good quality and bore a paralyzing toxin, likely to fetch a handsome price. However, Zhao Gan's interest was waning as the dagger was too diminutive and did not align with his preferred method of combat. He favored weapons that wielded substantial force, ideally capable of delivering a decisive blow. The lumber axe in his grasp felt more suited to him, though it had begun to feel somewhat light as his strength grew. Zhao Gan stowed the paralyzing dagger in his inventory and stretched his neck, noting that aside from the painful numbness, he was otherwise unimpeded. He resolved to clear the remaining 2 houses before returning, planning to procure more Hao Yu to gather intelligence from the old turtle tomorrow. Clearing 3 formidable ambushers had not fatigued Zhao Gan, yet encountering such foolish creatures as the ambusher prompted him to prepare more diligently, ensuring he acquired adequate intelligence. With this in mind, he decided to stockpile more supplies for a comprehensive resolution of the old village. Upon forcefully kicking open the door to the second house, Zhao Gan adopted a more cautious approach. The scene within did not disappoint. 2 shadows of ambushers lurked in the corner. Lao Lu had once again barked a warning, guiding Zhao Gan's aim. It seemed he too could accumulate experience, proving himself a commendable companion. As for Lao Ba, having joined in the barking momentarily. He had scampered off to play. Noticing the creature idling near the doorway, Zhao Gan paid it no mind, as its primary role was to provide emotional support. Heeding Lao Lu's guidance, Zhao Gan raised a short-barreled shotgun and aimed at the two nearly undetectable ambushers perched upon the beam. Bang! Bang! The ambushers' dismembered limbs and lifeless forms tumbled down. Zhao Gan advanced to inspect, finding both ambushers incapacitated yet glaring menacingly at him. One clung to a dagger, still intent on attacking. Xiao Deng! Zhao Gan swung his lumber axe, dispatching the two ambushers. You have acquired an ambusher's dagger, common. You have acquired an ambusher's dagger, good. Once again, he obtained 2 daggers. The common one held lesser value, while the superior dagger was still coated with paralyzing toxin. Additionally, he garnered 100 dark souls, though sustaining some injuries. His haul was commendable, as these weapons could be exchanged for substantial resources. Zhao Gan calculated that the worth of these 3 daggers alone rendered tree felling unnecessary. Standing before the last house, Zhao Gan awaited the reloading of his shotgun before forcefully breaching the door once more. Chapter 23. The Powerful Monster Beyond the Iron Gate. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, Zhao Gan had cleared the final house. Ambusher's venom dagger, fine infused with deadly snake venom. It is exceedingly dangerous. Gazing at the purple glowing dagger in his hand, Zhao Gan felt fortunate. Had he entered this house first, he might well have become a corpse. Although the snake venom dagger was more insidious, it wielded greater power, marking his first acquisition of a fine quality weapon, surely to fetch an even better price. The ambushers indeed have a high drop rate, Zhao Gan mused. He rotated his neck, noting that the numbing sensation had significantly abated and would soon return to normal. With all monsters eradicated, he began to meticulously search the 3 houses anew, only to discover nothing of value. Save for a stone slab measuring 1 meter by half a meter. Zhao Gan removed the slab, for it bore inscriptions. The village has descended into chaos. Those from the old town are inspecting all villagers. Some have been isolated. The village chief is too cowardly, appearing like a rabbit before the old town men. This place was once a residence for grooms, featuring an iron gate to prevent horses from escaping, and it is rather secluded. I sensed something amiss in the gazes of those from the old town. I hurried back and urged my neighbors to barricade the door, reinforcing it with a chain. The gap in the wall often leads the little ones to stray outside, and I fear for our safety. It is our poverty that has prevented repairs to that gap. Damn it, I think I heard someone shouting in the village. Alas, I can only look out for myself. If worst comes to worst, I have the key to the underground tomb. If you walk 50 meters northwest from a gap, you will find a small mound of stones. The secret entrance to the underground tomb. If we can hide there, our ancestors should protect us. You have read story 2 of the old village. Continue reading the remaining 3 stories to receive a quest. Having learned of the entrance to the underground tomb, Zhao Gan saved a sum on information fees for the old turtle. Rising to his feet, he felt quite content. This fragmented tale corroborated his suspicions regarding the old village's plight. Yet numerous details remained unexplored. By uncovering these stories, he hoped to unveil many secrets of the village. With 490 dark souls and 4 daggers, his bounty was plentiful enough for a return. However, the figure of 490 weighed heavily upon him. If he could amass 10 more points, he could exchange them for 5 attribute points. First, he would observe what monsters lurked beyond the Iron Gate. With the concealment of the Qi Mian Sha, the risk was not excessively grave. Zhao Gan approached the barricaded Iron Gate, peering through a crack to glimpse outside. A pair of red-purple eyes flickered like ghostly flames in the darkness, suddenly turning toward Zhao Gan. Instinctively, he crouched low and held his breath. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footfall grew nearer, culminating in the sound of metal colliding with the iron gate. Zhao Gan dared not move. His intuition warned him that the enemy outside was perilous. The sound of labored breathing resonated in the darkness, enveloping Zhao Gan in a stifling aura. Thud, 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 thud. The footsteps receded, growing fainter. After an extended wait, without further incident, Zhao Gan carefully made his way to the decrepit groom's house, exiting the old village through the breach in the wall. Upon returning to the small chapel, Zhao Gan felt his heart racing. The creature with the red-purple, ghostly eyes had imparted a profound sense of dread, and judging by the sounds, it likely possessed formidable defenses. It appeared to be a formidable foe, yet one day he would slay it. Zhao Gan was not easily frightened, He was a man endowed with an indomitable spirit, a steadfast warrior. Yet, it seemed unwise to re-enter the depths of the old village through the groom's route. Traversing the underground tomb might present a more prudent option. With this plan set, Zhao Gan awaited the old turtle's intelligence tomorrow. Should the underground tomb prove more treacherous, he would have no choice but to confront that fearsome creature. He needed to swiftly sell the 4 daggers to acquire valuable items, perhaps enabling him to contend with the monster. First, he would exchange for 4 attribute points to bolster his strength. Initially, Zhao Gan hesitated about whether to keep the exquisitely crafted Viper dagger, but it soon became apparent that wielding such a dagger against the formidable monster was rather impractical. The creature's movements were substantial, clearly indicating its large size and immense strength. By the time he could use the small dagger to inflict damage, he would likely have already succumbed to the monster's might. Therefore, exchanging this finely made weapon for something that could significantly enhance his combat capabilities seemed to be the wisest course of action. The presence of such a powerful adversary ignited Zhao Gan's fighting spirit, and after allocating his 4 attribute points, he promptly directed them towards strength. Your strength has reached 10. Continuing to allocate points requires 2 attribute points. Do you wish to confirm? Special notice: before strength exceeds 20, the strength increased by potions, prayers, and weapon attributes will not exceed 19. When increments result in a decimal, they will be rounded down to the nearest integer. What is going on? Zhao Gan felt quite disheartened. His strength had only reached 10 points, and yet such restrictions were already in place, which was exceedingly frustrating. However, these rules were immutable, and he had no means to alter them. Nevertheless, it was indeed no longer cost-effective to continue investing in strength. He pondered what to augment instead. Intelligence? Based on his gaming experience, that pertained to magic and prayers, neither of which he possessed in terms of equipment or skills, rendering further investment a waste. Perception was similarly uncertain in its utility. Agility, that was promising. Increased agility could enhance speed, enabling swift movement and greater firearm efficacy. As the old adage goes in combat, if one can fight, one fights. If not, one flees. Having made his decision, Zhao Gan allocated his remaining 3 attribute points to agility. He glanced at his attributes: strength, 10, intelligence, 5, agility, 9, perception, 5. Excellent. He felt a surge of power within his muscles, and his overall strength seemed to be utilized more effectively. After a few jumps and swinging his axe, he quickly recognized the benefits of enhancing his agility. Once agility reached 10, he would focus on intelligence, leaving perception for last. Having resolved the issue of spoils, Zhao Gan realized he felt somewhat hungry and began roasting 6 hauer fish, intending to consume them himself. The remaining 10 raw hauer fish were meant for trading with the old turtle's village for intelligence. Thus, his food reserves were nearly depleted. Zhao Gan still had some large bread pilfered from the carpenter and a bottle of strong liquor. He decided to show these daggers to his generous fishing buddy and, while at it, trade for some fish. With that in mind, Zhao Gan promptly sent the information about the daggers to the fisherman. At that moment, He-chan was fishing. Although she lacked resources, being stranded on the island left her with little choice but to fish or study the legacy of Tsai Si-Tana in the Witch's Tower. Comparatively, she found fishing more enjoyable. After catching a hauer fish, she expressed her frustration. Those rare fish species are so difficult to catch. I've been fishing all day and only caught 3. At that moment, she received Zhao Gan's message and glanced at the daggers. Chapter 24. Experts. These are of no use to me, but the mystic seems to be having a good day. He-chan scanned the daggers with little interest, but replied, "Friend, you may keep the ordinary quality dagger. What would you like in exchange?" "Just some fish will suffice," came Zhao Gan's swift response, indicating he had been awaiting her reply. He-chan smiled lightly. "No problem. How about 50 hauer fish?" Seeing such favorable terms, Zhao Gan readily agreed to the trade. The fisherman truly was a good person. Weapons like daggers were not particularly sought after in transactions. Their small size meant that only players with special talents would use them. Others would simply keep them as backup weapons or discard them in dire situations. Thus, a good ordinary quality weapon could sell for 500, while this dagger was valued at around 200 to 300. Only daggers of higher quality, such as the paralysis dagger or the viper dagger with special attributes, were in demand. 50 hauer fish could be exchanged for 500 units of timber, which Zhao Gan had seen the fisherman offer a few days prior. Therefore, Being able to trade this ordinary quality dagger for 50 Hauer fish was undoubtedly a sign of the fisherman's goodwill. With the 50 Hauer fish alleviating his food scarcity, Zhao Gan began to contemplate the fate of the remaining 3 daggers. 2 paralysis daggers could fetch a top price, while a good quality weapon currently commanded a market price of 2,000 timber, making them easy to dispose of. However, the exquisitely crafted Viper dagger was truly a case of having value without a market. Zhao Gan genuinely wished to exchange it for a similarly high-quality heavy weapon, which would suit him perfectly. Yet, such an exchange was likely unattainable. An exquisite quality dagger could never rival the value of a heavy weapon, making it virtually impossible to trade. Although one-handed or two-handed swords might be feasible, Zhao Gan found them too light, lacking the heft he preferred, and their impact was inferior to that of heavy weapons. Perhaps he could trade for potions that could temporarily boost combat capabilities? He dismissed this idea, as those potions were in high demand, and many were inferior to the fish products the fisherman had provided him. Zhao Gan abandoned this notion. The fish products the fisherman had given him were quite satisfactory, practical, and sufficient for his survival. There was even an explosive fish that could serve as a trump card. Even if he desired to procure some potions, the profits from selling the 2 paralysis daggers would suffice for his needs. Thus, he resolved to maximize his benefits. Zhao Gan conceived a better idea. During his time playing with fellow traders, he had dabbled in the art of commerce and gained considerable experience. Trading time begins. Closing in 30 minutes. Please cherish this opportunity. Special notice: winter will arrive in 6 days. As trading time commenced, players refrained from idle chatter in the chat box, and the scrolling trade bar indicated that everyone was eager to conserve time and enhance their chances of survival when winter arrived. However, they were soon astounded by an outrageous listing in the trade bar. Who listed the Viper dagger? It was astonishingly priced at 999 timber. I could spend a lifetime chopping trees in the dark world and never gather that much timber. This is absurd. No matter how rare, an exquisite quality weapon could not be worth that much. Are you planning to buy Kentucky Fried Chicken or hot pot with all that timber? Alas, another player had lost their sanity over this absurdity. It was a shame for such a fine weapon to be wasted. Zhao Gan observed the players' reactions in the chat box, reveling in delight. This was precisely the effect he desired, so he immediately typed in the chat, "Greetings everyone, I'm the owner of the Viper dagger. This outrageous price is merely for advertising purposes. If anyone is interested, feel free to message me, but I will only accept one offer." Zhao Gan had considered this approach carefully. Firstly, the chat during trading was anonymous, so he had no fear of revealing his identity, and he could end private conversations unilaterally. Secondly, to maximize his benefits, he had to proceed in this manner. By pricing the exquisite weapon at its peak value, he was certain someone would seize the opportunity. During the past few days, he had noticed several traders had built considerable capital through their dealings, and if his dagger fell into their hands, it would surely fetch a better price. His statement about only accepting one offer served to filter out those traders and save time, while also identifying genuine players in need, thereby maximizing his profit. After sending his message, numerous players quickly began to message him with offers. Some were clearly traders, sending messages like, "This dagger is worth 3,000. Take it or leave it. Pity me. I only have 2,000 on me, and I really need this dagger for survival. Brother, I'm a primary school student. Would you sell it to me for 1,000? I will sing Guyonja for you." There is no need to respond to these private messages. Zhao Gan has directly blocked them. There are indeed many players interested, but numerous offers do not meet Zhao Gan's expectations. A simple apology usually suffices, and few persist in their attempts. However, there are 2 players whose offers intrigue Zhao Gan, as they both present equally high-quality weapons. Single-handed spike hammer, excellent bleeding accumulation value. 10, requires 8 strength, a weapon that can be wielded with one hand. The spikes on the hammerhead can inflict massive wounds on enemies. With enough hits, even tree-like foes can be vanquished. Bleeding accumulates a bleeding status bar for enemies. Upon reaching 100, deduct 20 from their maximum health. Sharpshooter revolver, excellent weak point break, requires 10 agility, a powerful firearm once belonging to a seasoned marksman. It easily strikes at enemies' vital points. It has 6 bullets, reloading 1 every 10 seconds. Weak point break. After hitting a vital point 3 times, the enemy will be knocked down for 2 seconds. In truth, there is no clear victor when comparing these 2 exquisite weapons. The spike hammer possesses a bleeding attribute, making it ideal for dealing with larger foes, and Zhao Gan believes that wielding it would make slaying the formidable enemy outside the Iron Gate a feasible task. The revolver, being a ranged weapon, offers greater safety and features a skill akin to an instantaneous counterattack. Honestly, both weapons far surpass Zhao Gan's poisonous dagger, which he would never be able to exchange under normal circumstances. It seems the opponents either possess items unsuitable for their use or require them to combat specific enemies. For Zhao Gan's dagger is most fitting for his needs. Both players are astute experts, aware that only what suits them is truly valuable. With this realization, Zhao Gan made his decision. The revolver is the most suitable for him. Although he still lacks 1 point in agility to meet the requirement, it poses no significant challenge. A quick round outside the old village to encounter a few zombies would suffice. Zhao Gan first responded to the offer for the spy camera, indicating he had found a trading partner. The other party was courteous, stating that if he ever came across any exquisite quality daggers, he would be ready to trade immediately. It appears he is inclined toward an assassin-type profession. Zhao Gan agreed to reserve the weapon for him, wishing to foster a friendship. Yet, just as he prepared to respond to the owner of the revolver to finalize the trade, another individual sent him a new private message. Chapter 25. More experts. Zhao Gan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take a look. After all, business is about maximizing profit, and who knows, this offer might be higher? Moreover, he had yet to finalize the deal for the revolver, so it did not constitute a breach of contract. More experts. A mere glance at the information sent by the other party left Zhao Gan astounded, as it was a player's panel. Name, Liu Hongxing. Age, 35. Profession, physician. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 9. Agility, 5. Perception, 2. Faith. Talent, apothecary. You excel in using medications and can concoct various potions. Talent, chief surgeon. Years of surgical experience grant you clarity of mind and agility. Your intelligence and agility yield greater benefits, and you can wield small weapons with enhanced power. Passive, help. Doctor, your outstanding professional ethics compel you to assist anyone, sharing your knowledge with others, which can reward you. This was the first time Zhao Gan had seen another player's panel, and it was in such an unexpected manner. He had always been curious about the panel of the fisherman, but such information is private to each player, and the fisherman had no intention of sharing. He would not even ask. However, this act by brother Liu Hongxing truly astonished Zhao Gan. Upon examining the details of the other party's panel, especially the talents and passives, he understood. The other party was evidently unafraid of disclosing his panel, even willing to share it with others for personal gain. An apothecary? Might brother Liu possess wondrous potions? This prospect makes him an excellent trading partner. Additionally, the name Liu Hongxing resonated well with him. However, should the offered items prove unsatisfactory, Zhao Gan would not engage in a trade. Thus, he inquired, Brother Hongxing, what do you have to trade? What do you desire? Brother Hongxing's reply exuded confidence. Zhao Gan recognized that the other party could concoct potions and was likely a wealthy individual. Ideally, he sought exquisite weapons. But if he could acquire potions that enhance combat capabilities, that would be even better. Ordinary potions would suffice. I did not have any exquisite weapons for trade. But how about these items? Initially, upon seeing the response, Zhao Gan felt a tinge of disappointment, but then a cascade of item information nearly overwhelmed him. Sustained life potion, crafted by a professional apothecary, restores 1 health point per minute, expires after 20 minutes. Hypertension potion. After consumption, your blood pressure stabilizes at 180, increasing your strength by 3 points, lasting 10 minutes. Excitement potion. After consumption, you feel exhilarated with strength and agility increasing by 2 points, lasting 5 minutes. False death potion. After consumption, you enter a state of false death. All biological responses cease, awakening after 20 minutes. Awakening potion. After consumption, enhances your resistance to insanity, preventing you from succumbing to madness, lasting 5 hours. These potions are formidable. They can enhance combat effectiveness and even preserve life. The sharpshooter revolver has lost its trade value since Zhao Gan's hunter's shotgun, while lower in item level, serves a similar purpose. However, these potions can genuinely bolster his strength at critical moments, assisting him in overcoming challenges. Consequently, Zhao Gan promptly sent an apology to the waiting trader. The other party said nothing further, indicating that if Zhao Gan sought an exquisite quality dagger, he could still trade with him. After reviewing the potion descriptions once more, Zhao Gan remained uncertain about the effects of the false death potion, as the dark offspring monsters would not spare the dead. Thus, he inquired. Liu Hongxing's response was shocking. Apologies, this one was mixed in. This potion is prepared for some desperate players. Some have lost hope of survival, while others fear the pain of being killed by monsters. The statement trailed off, yet Zhao Gan grasped the meaning. In essence, the false death potion allows one to pass away in a state of unconsciousness without suffering. While contemplating how many potions to exchange, Liu Hongxing sent him another item information, adding, apologies, I spent some time looking for this. It should be something you desire. Mechanical enhancement device. Excellent, can upgrade good weapons to exquisite quality, granting random mechanical attributes. This is it. Zhao Gan's eyes sparkled. This was precisely what he sought, as he could not find suitable heavy weapons. He had considered seeking a similar item to elevate his logging axe to exquisite quality. However, he had only seen an item for weapon upgrades once, and it was swiftly purchased by someone else. He never anticipated that Liu Hongxing would possess one. It was truly a delightful surprise. Perfect, I will take this. Thank you, Brother Hongxing. All right, do you not want the potions? Is that acceptable? Of course, but you must share some information you know with me. One piece of information per potion. Upon reading this, Zhao Gan exhaled in relief. He had feared Brother Hongxing had some peculiar preference. After all, he wasn't the fisherman. Why would he be so generous? Opening the dark bestiary, Zhao Gan shared the information about the monsters he encountered that day with Liu Hongxing. Very good. The embracers and ambushers are new types of monsters. This information can be exchanged for 4 potions. Upon hearing Liu Hongxing's response, Zhao Gan felt invigorated, continuing his search for suitable intelligence on the Dark Compendium. However, Liu Hongxing seemed to be solely interested in information regarding monsters. When Zhao Gan recounted the carpenter's tale, Liu Hongxing interrupted him halfway, inquiring if there were any other encounters, preferably with entities that could move. Noticing the term indigenous, Zhao Gan comprehended that Liu Hongxing was the kind-hearted elder who enjoyed sharing knowledge and offering advice in the chat box. Unlike other players who preferred to refer to NPCs, the elder favored the term indigenous. Thus, Zhao Gan relayed the information about the old turtle to Liu Hongxing. Interesting, a penitent with a shell? That's worth 3 potions. Little brother, if you come across any news about it in the future, just let me know, and I'll ensure you have enough potions. Concluding the transaction with Liu Hongxing, Zhao Gan not only acquired the mechanical enhancement device, but also exchanged for 7 potions. 3 slow-release life potions, 1 hypertension potion, 2 stimulant potions, and 1 awakening potion. Liu Hongxing, embodying the essence of a benevolent elder, elaborated on the usage precautions for these potions. The slow-release life potion could be consumed in pairs, but anything beyond that would yield no effect. He also mentioned that he was developing a potion that could restore 10 life points at once. The hypertension potion was limited to 1 dose at a time. Although the player's physiques had improved, excessive consumption could lead to dangerously high blood pressure and potential cerebral hemorrhage. The stimulant potion would only prolong its effects. With fatigue symptoms becoming apparent after its efficacy waned, the side effects intensifying with increased consumption. The awakening potion, while causing slight bodily stiffness post-consumption, did not hinder mobility. Truly a remarkable physician, and evidently young, he likely commanded great respect in his previous life as a doctor. Upon acquiring these potions, Zhao Gan noted that they were all conveniently packaged in ampoules, a testament to Liu Hongxing's meticulousness. With the remaining time for trading, Zhao Gan disposed of the paralysis dagger, acquiring 3,000 units of wood and 200 units of iron ore, combined with the over 360 units of iron ore from a mine. He had ample resources to expand several new buildings. However, he had no leads on the soul of the heretic required for the Tower of Light, so he could only take things one step at a time. The 50 pieces of sewer fish he had traded with the fisherman also arrived at the warehouse, and he casually inquired about the restoration of mental energy. The fisherman informed him, the recovery of mental energy is quite slow, merely 2 points per hour. By tomorrow morning, before your departure, it should be fully restored. Zhao Gan felt thoroughly prepared, confident in confronting the formidable monster the following day. After a good rest, he planned to proceed to conquer the old village. Chapter 26, Mechanical Logging Axe. Once again, Zhao Gan dreamt of Father Edgar. This time, however, the demeanor of the priest was markedly different from his previous dream. In this vision, Father Edgar wore a cruel smile, reminiscent of the deranged killers portrayed in films. What could this signify? Upon awakening, Zhao Gan reflected on the priest's smile, a chill running down his spine. He recalled that the last time he dreamed of the priest was when he had restored the church. The priest's smile had been warm and imbued with gratitude. He gazed at the altar, where Father Edgar had been crafted into a metallic statue by the small church, lost in thought. Zhao Gan focused on the flames held by the priest, gradually alleviating the unease within him. Since his arrival in this world, life had proven far more arduous than that of ordinary players. The sanctuary was in disarray. Yet, without Father Edgar's protection, he would likely have perished long ago. He dared not gamble on the possibility that the dilapidated small church would provide him with an alternative sanctuary, for this world was rife with malice. The impenetrable iron door in the mine and the treacherous ambushes from the former villagers served as stark reminders of this reality. Resolving to dismiss such thoughts, he set about preparing for his journey to the old village. He packed 10 uncooked sewer fish to trade for information with the old turtle, alongside 5 cooked sewer fish to sustain him during his exploration of the old village, as he intended to stay longer and thoroughly investigate. The 3 fish-related tools provided by the fisherman were relatively large, necessitating storage in his inventory, while the Hongxing brand potions, being smaller, were conveniently stowed in his waist pouch. With 3 slots remaining in his inventory, Zhao Gan included the black, igniting fat for use as fuel. After feeding the raw suitor fish to the old turtle, he found himself with only 3 slots left for spoils, indicating that he would need to purchase a new bag to expand his inventory. Finally, Zhao Gan turned his attention to the mechanical enhancement device, fine, recognizing its value, as long as one did not concern themselves with the random mechanical attributes. It was undoubtedly superior to any fine-quality weapon. Many players began with subpar weapons that, over time, became comfortable to wield. Abruptly switching to a new weapon would necessitate a period of adjustment. Therefore, directly upgrading weaponry was the most prudent choice. However, such items were scarce and could be easily traded. Zhao Gan speculated that Lu Hongxing intended to keep it for the purpose of exchanging it for items he required. The venomous dagger was highly sought after, not only by assassin-type classes, but also by Lu Hongxing, the physician. In the previous world, snake venom could be crafted into various medicines. The snake venom in this dark realm was likely even more potent, and Lu Hongxing would surely utilize it to develop new potions, which would yield boundless benefits once completed. Zhao Gan felt a twinge of envy. Yet the prospect of Lu Hongxing creating new potions would ultimately benefit him and all players. Observing the mechanical enhancement device in his hand, Zhao Gan noted its unique design. The entire device was half the size of a palm, hexagonal in shape, with blue light emanating from the seams. He retrieved his logging axe and affixed the mechanical enhancement device. Instantly, the axe levitated, radiating blue luminescence. Within the glow, Zhao Gan witnessed the axe gradually transforming in shape and appearance. As the blue light faded, a brand new logging axe materialized in his grasp, now entirely distinct from its former self. The axe handle and head had shortened, transforming into a fully metallic weapon. Zhao Gan examined the new item description of the logging axe. Mechanical logging axe. Fine transformation requires 10 strength. A logging axe modified by mechanical means, allowing for swifter woodcutting. Its transformation feature enables it to accommodate both long-range and close-range combat, enhancing its power. Transformation, one of the characteristics of mechanical weapons, allowing the user to control the length and size of the axe at will, while augmenting their strength by 10 upon striking. Marvelous. Initially, Zhao Gan felt a pang of regret at the axe's reduction in size, but upon reading the description of its transformation, his spirits soared. After attempting a few swings, he grasped the transformation feature. With a vigorous swing, the logging axe would instantly extend, the head enlarging to match its original dimensions. However, after the transformation, Zhao Gan distinctly felt his strength amplified as it was transmitted through the axe. Regrettably, with strength not reaching 20, all enhancement effects were constrained to 19. Otherwise, if he consumed all available strength-boosting potions, combined with the invocation of Shi Nei and the axe's current strength enhancement, his strength could potentially soar to 24 points. Nonetheless, without potions boosted by Shi Nei and the axe's enhancement, he could still achieve a strength of 16. To attain the optimal outcome, consuming 2 stimulant potions or hypertension potions would suffice. After fully understanding the new characteristics of the logging axe, Zhao Gan departed from the small church and made his way to the old village. The journey was uneventful, with Lao Lu and Lao Ba forging ahead, while Zhao Gan maintained vigilance at the rear, wielding the mechanical logging axe and a short-barreled shotgun. Upon reaching the pond of the old turtle, neither he nor the dogs encountered any monsters. "You've arrived, little priest." The old turtle, with a nose keener than a dog's, surfaced as soon as Zhao Gan approached. "Did you bring that fish?" Without further ado, the old turtle inquired directly. Zhao Gan retrieved 5 carefully prepared howler fish and exclaimed, "They are all here. Quickly, throw them to me." The old turtle's eyes gleamed with greed. With a swift motion, Zhao Gan hurled the 5 fish towards him. The old turtle raised his head, devouring them whole, without chewing, reminiscent of feeding monkeys at a zoo. Although Zhao Gan kept his thoughts to himself, he observed the old turtle with a calm demeanor. The fish were indeed delectable, nearly comparable to the flavors of his homeland. The old turtle, visibly satisfied, burped several times and turned to Zhao Gan, inquiring, "Do you wish to know the specifics of the old village or the location of that living person?" Without hesitation, Zhao Gan responded, "The specifics of the old village." Upon hearing this, the old turtle's gaze shifted slightly, yet he proceeded to share the information. Following the route from the horsekeeper's house leads to the second residential district of the old village. Further east from there lies the central square, where the village chief's residence is situated. If you fear that the central square might be difficult to navigate, you can head south from the second residential district, which contains the village's warehouses and the homes of some rudimentary artisans. The old village was once a bustling hub on a trade route, with warehouses and artisan houses of considerable size. After absorbing the old turtle's intel, Zhao Gan devised a strategy for navigating the village's terrain. "Do you not wish to know the clues regarding the living person?" The old turtle reminded him. Zhao Gan noticed the old turtle's gluttonous desire for food reemerge, despite having just consumed 5 howler fish. He presented another 5 fish to the old turtle with a smile, saying, "I surmise that the living person is either in the warehouse or one of the artisans' homes. Is that correct?" The old turtle's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained composure, responding, "Indeed. However, the old village harbors a significant secret. If you wish to know, you must give me all these fish." "What secret?" Zhao Gan inquired with a slight smile, already grasping the situation. Chapter 27. Confronting a formidable foe. Seeing Zhao Gan's expression, the old turtle tentatively asked, "Are you aware of the underground?" Before he could finish, Zhao Gan interjected, "The underground cemetery of the old village. I have already obtained the key." With that, he revealed a stone key. The old turtle's face fell, and he began to ponder deeply, still yearning for the howler fish in Zhao Gan's possession. Witnessing this, Zhao Gan solidified his assessment of the old turtle, a penitent sinner bearing a shell. This title explained everything. Sin? What sin? The sin of gluttony. For apart from his voracious appetite, the old turtle was remarkably amiable. Zhao Gan had nearly shot him dead previously, yet faced little ire in return. Even now, upon having his final bargaining chip for fish uncovered, the old turtle exhibited minimal emotional fluctuation, having held his tongue for quite some time. The old turtle likely knew little else about the old village beyond the location of the living person. Judging the moment was ripe, Zhao Gan declared, "Old sir, I can give you these 5 fish." The old turtle immediately responded, "What do you wish to know? I can tell you anything." Zhao Gan posed no questions and simply tossed the 5 howler fish to the old turtle. After finishing his meal, the old turtle appeared somewhat unsated, as if the more he consumed, the greater his appetite grew. The living person's location is in the second room east of the warehouse. It was once the carpenter's home, but they have since moved to the old town. There is an underground chamber in the carpenter's house, and the person is nearby. If you find another entrance to the underground cemetery, you may proceed in that direction as well. Without Zhao Gan needing to inquire, the old turtle divulged all the necessary information. Finally, he gazed at Zhao Gan with trepidation, saying, "I now understand why the cathedral sent you. You are far more formidable than old Edgar." Zhao Gan replied with a smile, "All for the flames and light. There is no need to be anxious, old sir. In honor of Father Edgar, I shall not bring you any harm." The old turtle breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I know. Individuals like you are regarded as good people in the Old Town Cathedral." Surprised by such an assessment, Zhao Gan replied, "Rest assured, even when matters in the old village conclude, I will remain at the small chapel. We shall grow increasingly familiar with one another. Thus, if I have the opportunity, I will bring you some fish in the future." The old turtle's gaze softened as he regarded Zhao Gan, saying, "You are just like Edgar, a good person." Zhao Gan was pleased, for he had received a hint that his rapport with the old turtle had reached a friendly level. Along with a new description of the old turtle, the penitent sinner with a shell. He has lingered for quite some time, and despite many memories becoming chaotic and hazy, he remains the longest living being near the old village. It was evident that this old turtle was the primary source of intelligence for the novice village. Furthermore, from Lu Hongxing's reaction, he suspected that the secret hidden within the old turtle was of great significance. What inherent mission had he forsaken? You mentioned the underground cemetery. Is it not easier compared to the surface of the old village? Zhao Gan into it. The old turtle nodded, affirming, indeed. The monsters in the underground cemetery are most afraid of the soul-quieting techniques that your light clergy possess, allowing you to pass through with ease. Prayer? Soul-quieting technique? Upon hearing these terms, Zhao Gan realized he had to temporarily abandon the path leading to the underground cemetery. He was but a false priest, harboring no belief in the light faith whatsoever. His 10 points of faith could attest to that. As for his future plans for the small chapel, he intended to thoroughly dissect the teachings of the light faith through scientific experimentation. After some casual conversation with the old turtle, Zhao Gan departed the pond and re-entered the old village through the horsekeeper's house. The darkness here had noticeably diminished. After a brief observation of the battlefield from yesterday, Zhao Gan noticed distinct differences. The surrounding environment appeared somewhat safer, making it a favorable spot to rest. Nonetheless, Zhao Gan instructed Lao Lu and Lao Ba to conduct a thorough inspection of the area once more. Only after confirming the absence of any dark offspring did he shift his focus to the Iron Gate. Now, he was significantly stronger than he had been yesterday. Both his attributes and weaponry had undergone a qualitative leap. Coupled with the fishing man's tools and Dr. Lu's potions, Zhao Gan felt a surge of confidence. Approaching the Iron Gate, he began to carefully clear away the debris surrounding it. Some preparations were still necessary before the battle, and he needed to scrutinize the formidable creature closely. Furthermore, the battlefield he had designated was outside the Iron Gate. Any noise could attract the creature and disrupt his plans. After approximately an hour, having expended 5 points of stamina, Zhao Gan successfully cleared away the debris in front of the Iron Gate. The more his strength increased, the less stamina he seemed to expend. During his initial attempts to repair the chapel, his stamina had depleted rapidly. Throughout this process, he had not drawn the creature's attention. It seemed that yesterday's discovery was likely due to the creature's eyes. He needed to be cautious, as those crimson eyes might harbor strange powers. The more he experienced in this dark world, the more Zhao Gan understood its treachery, deducing this anomaly. Zhao Gan examined the red star potions in his small bag and then consumed a bottle of the awakening potion. It was not unpleasant to drink, even possessing a hint of sweetness. The effects of the potion would prevent him from succumbing to madness, allowing him to maintain his sanity within a safe threshold for 5 hours. Regardless of how much the creature could diminish his sanity, he would have ample time to confront it. Gazing at the Iron Gate before him, he noted that the iron chains had been removed, allowing him to exit at any moment. With his left hand grasping the hunter's pistol and his right hand firmly holding the mechanical lumberjack axe, Zhao Gan opened the Iron Gate. The gate creaked with a disconcerting sound. Peering outside, Zhao Gan's eyes reflected no trace of fear. Instead, a fervor for battle ignited within him. The dense, dark fog surged forth like a tide, chilling him to the bone. At that moment, he finally discerned the environment surrounding him. Contrary to his expectations, within his field of vision, there was not a single intact structure. Instead, remnants of walls lay scattered about, bearing the charred scars of flames. In the obscurity, a pair of crimson eyes also caught sight of Zhao Gan. Thud, thud, thud. The creature advanced toward Zhao Gan, its heavy footsteps resonating like the beat of a drum. Zhao Gan heard the clinking of metal and discerned the full form of this monster. A striking red leather armor adorned its body, emblazoned with vivid flame totems, accompanied by a shield-like emblem. Other parts of the creature were encased in metal armor, originally silver-white, but now smeared with soot. Towering at nearly 2 meters, it possessed a robust physique, wielding a hefty sword that was only slightly shorter than its own stature. The sword was also caked in grime, bearing many chips, indicative of the brutal battles it had endured. The monster emitted no howls. its piercing crimson eyes fixated on Zhao Gan, readying itself for combat. You have encountered the Lost Flame Knight, Chapter 28, The Grueling Battle with the Lost Flame Knight. This creature was known as the Lost Flame Knight, retaining all its wits. Oddly, given its attire, it was clearly affiliated with the Church of Light. Despite his thorough preparations, Zhao Gan did not anticipate facing such a formidable opponent. Before he could ponder further, the Lost Flame Knight kicked off with its hind legs, raising its colossal sword high, aiming to strike Zhao Gan. Bang! The short hunting gun in Zhao Gan's hand erupted in a flash, the bullet striking the Lost Flame Knight and momentarily stunning it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gan advanced a few steps and swung his lumberjack axe at the knight. Clang! The axe struck the knight, numbing Zhao Gan's hand. Goodness! This creature's armor is remarkably thick. At that moment, the Lost Flame Knight had recovered from its brief daze. Zhao Gan was prepared. He pressed the barrel of his hunting gun against the knight's abdomen and pulled the trigger. The sound was dull, and it appeared the knight suffered no harm. Remaining in a stupor, Zhao Gan raised his mechanical axe once more, slashing horizontally at the knight's leather armor. Slicing through the air, the axe penetrated barely a centimeter into the knight's armor. Zhao Gan's expression grew grave, and he quickly retreated 5 to 6 meters to create distance. The Lost Flame Knight had regained its senses, its crimson eyes locked onto Zhao Gan, sword poised at its waist, lunging forward. With a newfound agility of 9, Zhao Gan swiftly dodged to the side, evading the knight's thrust. This brute was nothing but a hulking mass of iron. Zhao Gan internally scoffed, strategizing his next move. Other than the knight's abdomen, attacking any other part would be futile. However, the knight's powerful strikes posed a significant threat. He knew he could not engage in close combat. Seeing Zhao Gan evade its thrust, the Lost Flame Knight executed an upward slash with its sword. Zhao Gan remained highly alert, leaning back while pushing off the ground with his legs to retreat a few more steps. Yet, the knight's assault grew fiercer. It swiftly repositioned its sword against its left side, continuing to thrust at Zhao Gan. The heavy sword in its hands moved with surprising agility, the techniques shifting rapidly. This time, evasion was not an option. Zhao Gan braced himself. The mechanical lumberjack axe elongated, shimmering with a blue light, expanding in size. Zhao Gan aimed horizontally at the knight's descending sword. Clang! The axe collided with the sword's tip, sparks flying from the clash of the two weapons. With the amplification from scientific curses and the axe's transformation, Zhao Gan's strike boasted a force of 16, driving the knight's sword into the ground, chipping its tip. After the brutal exchange, Zhao Gan dashed away, unwilling to linger within a 5-meter radius of the knight. The Lost Flame Knight, withdrawing its sword, pursued Zhao Gan with thrusts. Its crimson eyes fixated on him, intent on eliminating the intruder. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. Zhao Gan ran ahead while the Lost Flame Knight chased closely behind. The knight's charging technique accelerated with each second, and even with Zhao Gan's elevated agility, it would soon catch up. At this juncture, Zhao Gan resorted to his previous tactics, utilizing scientific curses and the mechanical axe to counter the knight's thrusts. Not far off, Lao Lu sat helplessly, aware of its inability to assist, remaining vigilant and refraining from interrupting the clash between its master and the formidable foe. Unless another enemy emerged, it would not intervene. Meanwhile, Lao Ba, the foolish dog, attempted to bite the Lost Flame Knight, yet as a spectral entity. All its attacks were in vain. After 2 futile attempts, Zhao Gan realized he could not continue running, as his mental fortitude had dwindled to a mere 70. He had no choice but to consume some medicine. Zhao Gan rummaged through his carpenter's pouch, retrieving a vial of anti-hypertensive serum, and with a swift motion, he crushed 2 stimulants between his fingers, pouring them all into his mouth. The effects of the serum were swift. He felt blood surge towards his head, muscles and nerves igniting with energy. After consuming the potions, Zhao Gan's base strength surged to 15, and his agility reached 11. At that moment, the knight's thrust followed closely behind him. This time, Zhao Gan evaded the strike with ease, relying solely on his speed without resorting to scientific curses. Damn it. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat. No longer evading, Zhao Gan, emboldened by the effects of the medicine, felt invincible. Even in an Olympic swimming competition, he would win effortlessly, his face flushed but not purple. Turning around, Zhao Gan stowed the short-barreled hunting gun into his inventory, gripped the mechanical lumberjack axe tightly, and shouted die. The force of this strike reached the upper limit of 19, creating a sonic boom in the air. The Lost Flame Knight seemed to sense this terrifying power and attempted to brace itself against the colossal sword. Clang! The clash of heavy weaponry resulted in a deafening sound. The knight's sword was bent from the impact, a shard flying towards Lao Ba, passing through its ghostly form. The Lost Flame Knight, struck by this blow, buckled on one knee, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhao Gan would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. He pressed the advantage, relentlessly attacking the knight. Clang! This time, the sword could not withstand Zhao Gan's ferocious onslaught, shattering into two pieces, a large section crashing to the ground. The remnant in the knight's grip was reduced to less than 20 centimeters, displaying visible cracks on the verge of breaking apart. Such was the terror of 19 points of strength, shattering the knight's sword in just 2 strikes. Without a moment's hesitation for the weapon he had just destroyed, Zhao Gan raised his axe once more, aiming for the knight's left shoulder. This area was the armor's weak point, not as resilient, for otherwise a person clad in armor would be unable to move. Everything unfolded as Zhao Gan anticipated. This time, the axe met no resistance, cleanly severing the Lost Flame Knight's left arm. Disarming the foe and removing an arm granted Zhao Gan an undeniable advantage. The scales of victory had tilted entirely in his favor. Yet, the knight's crimson eyes remained devoid of emotion. It did not resist the loss of its arm, seeking to create an opportunity for a counterattack. It was a true combat weapon. A massive metal fist swung towards Zhao Gan's face. The strike from the Fire Knight arrived with astonishing swiftness, leaving Zhao Gan no time to evade completely. He could only desperately shift to avoid a fatal blow. Crack! The punch landed squarely on Zhao Gan's left shoulder, causing excruciating pain. A glance at his left arm revealed it hanging limply, clearly indicating a fractured bone. Had he not managed to dodge in time, his head would likely have been crushed to pulp. You have sustained a severe fracture, health reduced to 30. There was no time to consume a health potion, as the Fire Knight was already regaining his footing, raising a foot to kick Zhao Gan in the abdomen. The organs in that region were vulnerable. Should he be struck, survival would be unlikely even with potions. The immense agony awakened Zhao Gan's primal instincts. He discarded his logging axe and retrieved a fully loaded sawed-off shotgun from his inventory. Bang! Chapter 29, The Emblem of Wade. Following the gunshot, the Fire Knight's assault ceased. Leaving him dazed, Zhao Gan commenced running in circles, and the subsequent consumption of drugs was all part of his strategy to secure this advantageous moment. After 2 minutes, the shotgun was reloaded. He could once again seize control over the Fire Knight. Zhao Gan brandished the logging axe, shouting die. With 2 powerful strikes, he severed one of the Fire Knight's legs and the other arm. Now reduced to a single leg, the Fire Knight was rendered immobile, thrashing helplessly on the ground. As he regained consciousness from his stupor, his crimson eyes fixed on Zhao Gan, still devoid of expression. Rather than hastily dispatching the incapacitated foe, Zhao Gan consumed a vial of health potion. His left shoulder was completely unresponsive and increasingly painful, a sign that the stimulant was wearing off. Gripping the logging axe with one hand, Zhao Gan approached the vanquished enemy. He surveyed his defeated adversary with not a shred of compassion, raising the axe once more. The masked head rolled a few times, the light in the crimson eyes extinguished. You have slain the Fire Knight Wade, earning 700 dark souls. You have obtained the item, Soul of the Fire Knight. Soul of the Fire Knight, superior in defiance of darkness. The once noble knight was willing to sacrifice the flames of life itself in pursuit of formidable power. The knight's soul is pure. Offering it to the flames of the small chapel will yield superior quality items. You have obtained the item, Basic Prayer. The talent Scientism has activated, granting you a basic deconstruction stone. You have obtained the item, Emblem of Nightwade. Emblem of Nightwade. Good, wearing it increases faith by 1 point. This emblem is a badge of the Knights of the Light Church, awarded only to the most valiant knights. Inscribed upon it is the phrase, Brother, I shall not fail your expectations. You have acquired a key quest item, Story Quest. The Knight Brothers has begun. Find the emblem of Nightwade's brother to uncover the entire story and receive substantial rewards. The battle was fraught with peril and brutality, marking Zhao Gan's encounter with one of the strongest foes in the Dark World. Without the aid of potions and the upgraded logging axe, he would have been utterly outmatched by the Fire Knight Wade. Yet, the risks were proportionate to the rewards. The bounty for slaying Wade was the most abundant Zhao Gan had ever witnessed. The Knight's emblem? He recalled that upgrading the chapel required a flame emblem. Could this be related? Zhao Gan examined the Knight's emblem closely. It was shaped like a shield, measuring only as long as a finger, adorned with a delicate flame design. The reverse bore the inscribed phrase and a pin for attaching to clothing. Zhao Gan surmised that wearing it would not only grant an increase of one faith, but also earn him the respect of the Light Church faction. However, with his faith firmly established at 10, the emblem held little value for him. His musings merely served to comfort himself. This Knight Wade was likely the leader of that group from the old town's chapel. Encountering misfortune, he had relinquished all flames, becoming a mere puppet of battle. The Light Church seemed increasingly sinister. Father Edgar burned souls, and this Knight Wade was similarly altered, having lost all reason and reduced to only knowing combat. Yet, his soul persisted, a perplexing enigma. Throughout the lengthy confrontation with him, no dark progeny appeared, suggesting they had all been vanquished by Wade. As Zhao Gan contemplated this, he began to strip Wade's armor from the corpse. Despite the damage incurred, the armor remained largely intact. Once he constructed a forge, it might be reparable. He also intended to salvage Wade's broken sword, crafted from high-quality steel. The Fire Knight possessed no corporeal body. Upon removing the armor, Zhao Gan discovered it was hollow within. Evidently, it was the frenzied soul that had donned this armor. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Zhao Gan collected all the spoils and returned to the stable, intending to rest before heading back to the small chapel. The side effects of the potion had begun to manifest, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued, and the effects of the health potion had worn off. His health had recovered to 90, yet his left arm remained painful, albeit with slight mobility returning. This indicated that the fracture was mending, but to heal completely, he would need to forego further exploration of the old village for now. Thus, Zhao Gan consumed another vial of health potion, preparing to rest and eat before continuing his exploration. The battle with the Fire Knight had largely unfolded as he anticipated. However, the enemy's combat experience was instinctive. Without the aid of potions and his formidable weaponry, victory would have been far more devastating, likely resulting in more than a mere shoulder fracture. He planned to locate the living person in the warehouse craftsman area, return to the small chapel to prepare, and then return. He estimated he could clear the surface of the old village within 2 more days. As for the underground cemetery, he would assess it before making further plans. Thus, Zhao Gan found himself with only 3 days remaining before the onset of winter. He still needed to venture to the old mine for iron ore and eliminate the wolf that had nearly claimed his life, a pressing time constraint. He placed the mechanical logging axe into his final inventory slot and leaned against the wall of the stable. He had observed the performance of Lao Lu and Lao Ba. Though the 2 dead dogs could not assist him in battle, they were loyal and reliable companions. Summoning Lao Lu to his side, Zhao Gan patted its head, and before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Zhao Gan experienced a long and intoxicating reverie. He found himself surrounded by many alluring women with indistinct faces, enticing him. Come, join us in ecstasy. Life is fleeting. Brother, why remain so rigid? Open your eyes and behold us. I refuse to believe you are empty within. The voices of these women were exceedingly seductive, and despite Zhao Gan's prior teachings, he had never encountered such allure. It felt as though their temptations transcended mere appearance, stirring something deep within him that was irresistibly compelling. In the dream, this was not Zhao Gan's first encounter with such temptation, and he found himself indifferent. Unfortunately, this time, he was rendered immobile, a mere spectator. Just as he sought to strike against the thieves, feeling powerless, he suddenly caught a familiar fragrance in the air. As he reminisced about where he had encountered this scent before, a voice echoed, "Child, the light has long since vanished, and the primordial fire has extinguished. From a moment of creation, the world has been steeped in darkness. This is its nature, and all light shall fade away. Only darkness grants eternal tranquility. Abandon that futile little chapel and return to the primal joy with us." Following the voice, Zhao Gan saw among the group of enchanting women an elderly man clad in a white robe. His demeanor was gentle, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth bore an unsettling cruelty. "Father Edgar?" Zhao Gan instinctively uttered the name of the figure before him. But you were supposed to be dead. At that moment, he recalled the familiar fragrance he had encountered before atop the lifeless body of Father Adigia in the small chapel. Father Adigia spread his arms wide and declared, "Indeed, my child, I am not dead. I have returned." Chapter 30, No Resurrection Match. Is that truly you, Father Adigia? Zhao Gan cuestioned, somos incrédulos. He had dreamt of Father Adigia twice, yet now he beheld his visage and heard his voice, accompanied by that enchanting scent, precisely the same. Father Adigia approached Zhao Gan, stating, "Indeed, my child, I have come to reveal to you what constitutes the truth. All this talk of light is naught but a fabrication. Join me in serving the darkness, for only darkness is eternal. You have been immune to religious brainwashing due to your innate materialism." Zhao Gan's previously dazed eyes instantly regained clarity. He coldly regarded Father Adigia and asserted, "You are a counterfeit." Father Adigia has long since burned away all that he was. He cannot even compete in a resurrection match. Upon hearing this, the false Father Adigia's expression contorted, and his form began to flicker uncertainly. As for the succubi surrounding him, they transformed into swirling azure smoke. You cannot escape the fate of death. The false Father Adigia uttered as his essence dissipated, leaving behind only a ghostly green flame suspended in midair. The environment around Zhao Gan shifted dramatically. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he had departed from a horseman's abode and now stood upon a narrow path. To his left loomed a towering wall, while to his right lay a row of dilapidated houses. The path stretched long, its end swallowed by darkness. Suddenly, a burst of ghostly green fire erupted mere half a meter before him, vanishing in an instant. Something fell from the air, striking the ground. Zhao Gan focused his gaze and discovered a small silver bowl on the ground, resembling a dish for feeding infants. Upon picking it up, he noticed an engraving of the cursed flower adorning its surface. Requires 10 intelligence. You cannot discern the name or purpose of this item. Cult of the Dead. The familiar design and hint led Zhao Gan to instantly recognize the bowl's origin. He stowed the silver bowl into his carpenter's bag and examined his belongings, noting only the absence of his short-barreled shotgun. Moreover, the two deceased dogs, Lao Lu and Lao Ba, had not accompanied him. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Gan as he disregarded his surroundings and retraced his steps. After a mere 2 minutes, he arrived at the site of his battle with the Fire Knight. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Gan made his way directly to the horseman's home. Lao Lu, Lao Ba. Upon entering, he was met with a disheartening sight of the two dogs in a wretched state. Lao Lu and Lao Ba lay on the ground, shrouded in dark green mist. Their spectral forms, once vibrant from consuming shards of souls, now flickered dimly, indicating significant injury. Lao Ba had already succumbed to unconsciousness, its translucent tongue lolling out. Were it not for its status as a dead dog, one might have believed it had truly perished. Woof! Lao Lu struggled to raise its head, weakly barking. Zhao Gan understood its intent and retrieved the dog whistle from his pocket, blowing into it. As the sound echoed, Lao Lu and Lao Ba dove into the whistle. The dark green mist that had ensnared them dissipated. Zhao Gan glanced at the spot where Lao Lu had been resting, and there lay his short-barreled shotgun. Picking it up, he contemplated, it seems the cult of the dead is the principal culprit behind the calamity in the old village. That ghostly green fire must be some sort of spell or other. It attacked me while I slept, and Lao Lu and Lao Ba were powerless to intervene. How terrifying! Fortunately, despite my lecherous tendencies, I possess the passive trait of materialism, allowing me to break free from its brainwashing and awaken. Had they continued to employ those succubi to ensnare me, who knows where I might have been led? Perhaps I had not encountered them earlier because the Fire Knight was guarding this place? Zhao Gan felt overwhelmed, the threads of thought tangling within him. Furthermore, why did the image of Father Adigia manifest through the spells of the cult of the dead? After thoroughly checking his spoils and confirming nothing was lost, Zhao Gan discarded the tattered items he had stripped from the Fire Knight outside the old village. He then scaled the wall to escape. Upon returning to the small chapel, Zhao Gan first stored the pile of rags from the Fire Knight in the warehouse. The load was quite heavy, and it would have been challenging to drag it back without his current strength. Subsequently, he contacted the fisherman, relaying the news about the silver bowl. Upon receiving the message, the fisherman inquired about Zhao Gan's status. Zhao Gan glanced at his status. Life, 100 stamina, 70 spirit, 33 reason, 100. After checking, Zhao Gan was taken aback. Everything else seemed fine, but having a full reason despite the rapid passive recovery seemed rather absurd. He had been abducted by the cult of the dead's green fire, ensnared in an illusion. Yet his reason had not diminished, even slightly. He shared his status with the fisherman, who expressed his own confusion, stating they would have to wait for a friend to obtain the silver bowl before discussing it further. The trade items were determined, and Zhao Gan took no of the names. All that remained was to await the trading time. After concluding the discussion, Zhao Gan consumed 2 roasted catfish, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the trading time. He felt surprisingly alert, as he did not know how long he had rested at the horseman's place. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gan approached the statue of Father Adigia, preparing to convert 700 dark souls into 7 attribute points as he had before. As usual, he placed his hands upon the pseudo-primordial fire, observing the dark souls gradually brighten. The dark souls manifested as a swirling mass of dark flames. The more he converted, the larger the flame grew. Moments later, Zhao Gan's 700 dark souls transformed into light souls, allowing him to redeem 7 attribute points. Upon viewing his attribute panel, he found and used attribute points, 7. Just as he intended to allocate the points to agility, a notification sound interrupted him. You have offered 1,600 dark souls to the pseudo-primordial fire. It has undergone a new transformation. Huh? Zhao Gan placed his finger upon the pseudo-primordial fire, witnessing a new description emerge for the flame. Primordial fire, 9999 pseudo. It is said that the first flame was born from darkness, saving humanity, and thus humans deified the primordial fire. This flame arises from the soul of Father Adigia, burned in his final moments, possessing a hint of divine nature. It has received sufficient fuel and has begun to change. 9999 pseudo. Zhao Gan immediately grasped the implication. This meant that once this number reached 0, this flame, birthed from Father Adigia's soul, would transform into true primordial fire, the first flame ignited in the dark world, imbued with divinity. In other words, he needed 984 dark souls to complete this transformation. A simple arithmetic problem, easily manageable for Zhao Gan, a recent university graduate. Well, eliminating 284 Fire Knights should suffice. After recalculating, he found the number less daunting. However, the thought of 284 Fire Knights charging at him with their great swords sent a shiver down his spine. Never mind. One step at a time. Trading time begins. It will conclude in 30 minutes. Please cherish this opportunity. Special reminder, a harsh winter will arrive in 5 days. Chapter 31. Dr. Lu's Half-Elf. Following the fisherman's instructions, Zhao Gan hung the silver bowl for trade, offering 10 squid in return. The fisherman had new catches, though Zhao Gan wondered about the quality of the squid. After completing the transaction, he contacted Dr. Lu to share the new information regarding the old turtle. Dr. Lu responded swiftly and expressed satisfaction with the new intelligence. The remuneration remained 3 vials of potions. Zhao Gan requested 1 vial of life-sustaining medicine and 2 vials for hypertension. He declined the stimulant, as its effects left him fatigued and in need of rest, hindering his efforts to conquer the old village. After the transaction concluded, Zhao Gan suddenly recalled that Dr. Lu was likely the first player among them to encounter and tame an NPC. Thus, his keen interest in the old turtle's information was quite understandable. Contemplating this, Zhao Gan inquired, Dr. Lu, can you describe the NPC you have? Certainly, Dr. Lu replied, promptly sending over a panel, as generous as ever. Half-blood elf, age, 80 years, juvenile phase. Description, all half-blood elves are female and possess no reproductive capabilities. Their lifespan is shorter than that of pure-blood elves, lasting a maximum of 500 years. Depending on individual talents, they can be trained in elven magic or archery, becoming your finest companions. This individual has established a profound bond with Lu Hongxing, with their current relationship classified as dependent. Special note, this individual is a native of the Dark World and is exceedingly rare. Please engage with caution. An 80-year-old girl? Zhao Gan marveled at this revelation, simultaneously growing curious about the living being in the old village. To be honest, he envied Dr. Lu's half-blood elf, while he only had 2 deceased dogs, still resting in the dog whistle. As for the old turtle, it could not stray from its pond, and thus remained untamable. The dark world felt exceedingly lonely. Having a conversant NPC to chat with would be a welcome reprieve. As for the other players' curiosity about the realism of such entities, Zhao Gan hesitated to inquire. The relationship between the half-blood elf and Dr. Liu was already quite significant. Should he inadvertently offend them, future access to potions might become inconvenient. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but imagine the appearance of the half-blood elf in his mind. While Zhao Gan was lost in thought, the fisherman sent him a message. "Friend, you've caught the wrong one. It's a bird thief, not a squid." "Oh, my apologies, I'll correct it." Zhao Gan, seeing the fisherman's words, used the silver bowl to catch 10 bird thieves. Just 1 point short. No wonder he misidentified them. But what exactly is a bird thief? As he pondered, the 10 bird thieves, encased in ice, appeared before him. Upon seeing a group of bird thieves, your sanity decreases by 2. The appearance of the bird thief was as peculiar as its name suggested. Its form resembled that of squid, yet its head had transformed into that of a bird. A dozen tentacles extended from the base of its avian neck, looking quite fearsome. The body was covered in a layer of colorful feathers, which, from a distance, appeared beautiful. However, upon closer inspection, one would feel an overwhelming urge to smash the bird thief to pieces, for it was both hideous and repugnant, evoking a sense of discomfort. At that moment, the item information was revealed. Bird thief, a specialty fish from waters, typically inhabiting warm, deep waters. It appears in shallow waters only when environmental changes occur. How on earth does one consume this? Zhao Gan felt at a loss and decided to toss the bird thieves into his storage. As for whether they were edible, it was likely they were. He trusted the fisherman. He could always learn how to prepare them later. The deliciousness of the fish served as evidence. Even if Zhao Gan consumed it daily, he would never tire of it. In fact, when he skinned the fish now, he would do so more gently, to avoid wasting the rich fat beneath the skin. When grilled, the fatty fish would bubble with oil, making it resemble deep-fried fare. The added layer of crispiness was more delightful than even a fried chicken leg. Researching the silver bowl would take some time, so Zhao Gan began browsing the trading panel, preparing to procure some supplies. At that moment, Yichang had already found a record in the tome of Chui Si Ta Na, Death Induction Bowl, a commonly used artifact by the Cult of the Dead. It requires the ignition of death fire and must be paired with a corresponding death induction spell to function. The beautiful and magnificent Moon Witch, Chui Si Ta Na, once encountered such a bowl and remarked, "These filthy individuals can utilize such exquisite techniques, rivaling even a single strand of my hair in beauty." Death fire, a flame ignited from materials extracted by grinding the bones of the deceased. This flame is an absolute taboo for living beings. It must not be touched or approached. Death induction spell, a spell used by the Cult of the Dead that, when paired with death fire, gradually erodes a living being's will to live, compelling them to embrace death. The foundation of this spell mostly derives from the scriptures of the Cult of the Dead, possessing a potent ability for religious indoctrination. The beautiful and magnificent Moon Witch, Chui Si Ta Na, commented, "This spell is foolish, since one is destined to die. Why resort to such measures? Were it not for the marvelous reaction when combined with death fire, I would not have recorded it. You have acquired the Death Induction Bowl." Progress on the story of the Moon Witch, Chui Si Ta Na, has increased by 0. 5. Yichang furrowed her brow, unsure how Zhao Gan had survived such peril, for she herself might not have endured. Was the zealot that resolute? Had he fully embraced the faith of the Light Church? Indeed, it seemed so, otherwise he would have surely succumbed to the death induction spell's brainwashing. One must not be complacent. Such a remarkable subject of observation would be a loss if he perished. I'll rummage through the garbage heap once more to prepare something for him. Originally, Yichang intended to continue fishing after reading, but realizing the trading time was limited, she put away her fishing rod and began searching for items. When she fished, anything other than fish was tossed directly into the Witch Tower's storage without a second glance. Thus, it took her some time to find what she needed now. At that moment, Zhao Gan had browsed the trading panel thoroughly, but found nothing of interest. His potions were all replenished, and the wood and iron he possessed were insufficient to exchange for quality weapons. However, he couldn't help but reminisce about the gunslinger's revolver, as it had a faster reloading speed and more stable effects. After a thorough search of the trading panel, he found no sign of this weapon, indicating that its owner was still waiting for a quality dagger, hoping for a bountiful harvest of ambushers tomorrow in the old village. Zhao Gan clasped his hands in prayer to the pseudo-initial fire, making a silent wish. His attitude towards the supernatural was akin to a psychological comfort. As long as it didn't cost him anything, it was merely like the candles on a birthday cake. Good friend, the news about the silver bowl has arrived. Let me share it with you. My friend mentioned that this item is vital and she will provide you with plenty of good things. Upon seeing the fisherman's reply, Zhao Gan immediately responded, "Thank you for your continuous assistance." Upon reading this, He Chong smiled, a sense of satisfaction blooming within her. However, she soon realized, thinking to herself, "Am I being too generous? Will this raise his suspicion? Yes, that must be it. I'll give him those 2 crucial items, and the rest can be set aside." Chapter 32. Water Ghost Shoes. Zhao Gan was unaware that his casual pleasantries had led He Chong to reduce the rewards she planned to bestow upon him. At that moment, he was still observing the 2 pieces of item information that He Chong had sent him. Blind Fish Oil 33, extracted from the blind fish, a specialty of waters. Consuming 1/3 activates its effects, causing an aroma reminiscent of blind fish to emanate from your body, rendering you unnoticed by the majority of monsters. Duration, 2 minutes. Effects are stackable. Blind fish are not entirely devoid of eyes. Rather, their eyes are exceedingly small, appearing non-existent. Even in death, they cannot open their lifeless eyes to display their presence. This fish is the most inconspicuous species in waters. Catching one is considered a stroke of luck. Impressive. The fisherman certainly has skill to catch such fish. I wonder how he baited them. Zhao Gan genuinely praised him. This fish-related item was formidable, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. If one were to ambush, it could be done without drawing any attention. If one were to escape, one should finish drinking and then slip away, unafraid of attracting monsters. Shuegui's leather shoes. Liangping, it is said that in the waters, there exists a rare fish known as Shuegui, and these leather shoes are remnants of its molting process. Wearing these grand shoes will render your movements almost silent, making it difficult to draw attention. Please note, the places you tread will leave behind water stains. Exercise caution when facing intelligent foes, just like the Shuegui. The fisherman indeed seems capable of catching anything. Upon seeing the Shuegui leather shoes, Zhao Gan could almost envision the expression on the fisherman's face when he caught them. After spending 1 unit of wood, Zhao Gan acquired these 2 items. At this moment, he glanced at the trading section and discovered a new waist pouch that could expand 3 slots, albeit at a rather steep price of 800 wood. Generally, backpack-type equipment costs 200 wood per slot. However, Zhao Gan was in urgent need of expanding his inventory and, unwilling to negotiate, purchased it outright. This waist pouch was considerably larger than the carpenter's bag and included a hook, allowing him to hang his short-barreled shotgun when not in use, thereby saving an additional slot. After acquiring the waist pouch, Zhao Gan assessed its value and found it exceeded his expectations. Consequently, his inventory slots swelled to 11, enabling him to carry more items. He also inquired about how to consume the bird thief. This item was inedible, being composed entirely of fat and exuding a foul odor. The outer layer was merely thick skin. However, it could be used for kindling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan lamented the wasted potential for consumption and decided to store it in the church's warehouse. There were also 3 blackened fats in the warehouse, and with the bird thief, he had amassed a reserve of fuel. Waste recycling is indeed a good thing if it can be used for burning. Now, it was time to see what valuable items could be exchanged for this. Zhao Gan retrieved the soul of the Fire Knight. This item appeared as a small, thumb-sized white flame, with a faint hint of gold barely visible. After offering the Fire Knight's soul to the false initial fire, Zhao Gan received a new weapon. Wide steel round shield, excellent precise block, requires 12 strength, and can be worn on the forearm. This shield was a gift from Wide's brother upon parting, forged by craftsmen from the Holy Fire City. Wide cherishes this small round shield immensely, despite its durability and utility. He never uses it. Inscribed within the shield is a phrase, "Brother, when will you return from the fishing village?" The Archbishop remains silent on the matter. Precise block. When used, it can deflect physical attacks from enemies, causing them to become unbalanced for 3 seconds. Skill cooldown time is 20 seconds. However, if one can seize the moment of an enemy's attack and wield the shield, one can cause the enemy to lose balance without using the skill. Unbalanced. Your combat skills are exceptionally refined. After blocking an enemy's attack, you cause them to stagger, and lose their balance. An additional 2 points of strength were necessary. After reviewing the description of the small round shield, Zhao Gan determined his attribute point allocation strategy. The precise block skill was immensely powerful. Despite its lengthy cooldown, after activation, he could strike the opponent 3 times with his lumber axe. With the aid of some potions, he could easily defeat even another Fire Knight with 3 axe swings. The key aspect was that with this small round shield, he no longer needed to flee from similar enemies in a state of disarray. He could confront them head-on. As for using the shield to induce enemy unbalance, Zhao Gan did not consider it. This was no mere game. Dying did not afford a second chance. What if he failed to time his block correctly and was struck down by the enemy? Moreover, since the shield could be worn on the forearm, it did not occupy his hands, allowing him to wield the short-barreled shotgun simultaneously. The combination of the small round shield's precise block and the shotgun's instant counterattack could grant him 5 seconds of unrestrained assault upon the enemy. Zhao Gan felt a surge of excitement, eagerly allocating 2 points to strength, even though it cost him 4 attribute points and did not alter his strength growth limit. However, gazing at the shield upon his forearm, he felt it was well worth the investment. The center of the small round shield glimmered with a fiery red light, presumably the indicator for the precise block skill. Testing it briefly with his lumber axe, he found the shield's sturdiness astonishing, despite being of excellent quality. The axe only left a minor scratch on the shield. On his first attempt, the red light repelled him, causing him to lose balance, and it took approximately 3 seconds to regain his composure. Such efficacy was sufficient to prove the reliability of the small round shield. As for the axe's sharpness, Zhao Gan would not experiment further. These were his possessions, and he cared for them regardless of the outcome. Although the shield was somewhat small, it proved easy to use once affixed to his forearm. During battle, he merely needed to raise his arm to shield vital areas, a response that felt instinctual. Requiring no practice, the small round shield contained much information. It was forged in Holy Fire City, a location whose whereabouts remained unknown, likely situated in a more challenging region. Additionally, Wide's brother had vanished after departing for the fishing village, and the Archbishop of Old Town seemed to possess some knowledge but had remained silent. The quest concerning the Knight brothers likely awaited resolution within this fishing village. For now, he would not divide his focus. He would resolve matters in Old Village first, then hunt wolves in the abandoned mine for resources, returning to expand his constructions in preparation for the winter. After analyzing the new clues, Zhao Gan checked his mental value and found it had only recovered to 35. He contemplated waiting in the small church until his mental value was fully restored. However, having already visited the warehouse and artisan area in Old Village the previous day, he doubted he would survive should many monsters appear. On the other hand, the newfound confidence bestowed by the small round shield urged him onward. Time could not be wasted. He needed to swiftly conclude matters in Old Village. After organizing his inventory, Zhao Gan found he had ample empty slots. With a new waste pouch, he could store miscellaneous items. For instance, large bottle of calming fish oil, small winged fish fins, and frozen explosive fish could all fit inside. He stowed the first 2 in the new waste pouch, hesitating momentarily while holding the frozen explosive fish. Ultimately, he decided to keep the frozen explosive fish in his inventory. The risk of placing it in the waste pouch was too great. A slight bump could lead to an explosion. When a fisherman had initially gifted him this item, he had specifically warned that it was highly volatile and dangerous. Where could the waters be, brimming with such explosive fish and vibrant life? The fisherman was no ordinary person. He thrived in this environment, demonstrating remarkable strength. After packing his belongings, Zhao Gan's inventory appeared particularly sparse, accommodating 5 grilled pike, the newly acquired primary deconstruction gem, and the frozen explosive fish. He still had 8 inventory slots available. That was more than enough to scour Old Village thoroughly. Chapter 33. Precise block. After adding 2 points to strength, Zhao Gan had 3 attribute points remaining. He allocated his agility to 10, leaving him with 2 points. After examining both intelligence and perception, he decided to add them both to perception. After all, both attributes were relatively inconsequential for him, being somewhat lackluster and mismatched with his current weapons and equipment. He merely noticed slight improvement in hearing, while other aspects showed little change. After boosting his perception, he assessed its effects and felt somewhat dissatisfied. He reviewed his current attribute panel: strength 12, intelligence 5, agility, 10, perception, 7. Aside from intelligence, all other attributes had significantly progressed since his arrival, and he felt quite pleased. He considered testing the effects of 2 points in intelligence. If the results proved unsatisfactory, he would continue to allocate points to strength. With all preparations complete, Zhao Gan set forth once more on his journey to Old Village. As he exited, he took out the dog whistle for a test. Lao Lu and Lao Ba were able to emerge, albeit feebly. Particularly Lao Ba, who trembled upon appearing, indicating he had yet to fully recover. Zhao Gan recalled both dogs. He would summon them again once he found soul fragments to feed them. Alas, once again I find myself alone, a rather lonely affair indeed. I shall first seek out the whereabouts of that NPC. With little incident along the way, Zhao Gan swiftly arrived at the site where he battled the Inferno Knight the previous day. This time, he scrutinized the surroundings but still found no trace of a story stone. 3 stones remained. The tale of the old village must surely be entwined with that of Father Adigia, and he was keen to discover what relic of the elder Adigia he might receive after reaching level 20. Level 20, 50, 100. Oh, dear Adigia, your experiences are indeed rich. It has taken me so long to reach merely level 10. Zhao Gan stood at the mouth of an alleyway, having donned his water ghost shoes and masked his presence with a veil, intent on not alerting the grass to the snake. After slaying the Inferno Knight yesterday, he had been ensnared by the dark arts of the death cult. Today, one could only speculate what he might encounter. Indeed, not long after setting forth, he beheld several clusters of eerie green flames floating a mere dozen meters away. He retrieved a vial of eyelash fish oil. Should the green flames exhibit any change, he would consume a third of it. The flames drew closer, yet their trajectory remained unchanged, leaning against the wall of a nearby house. Zhao Gan watched as 6 clusters of green fire drifted past him, advancing towards the battlefield of the Inferno Knight. The nearest flame now hovered less than a meter away, still showing no reaction. Yesterday, while adorned with the veil, he had been detected. But today, with the water ghost shoes, he easily evaded notice. Relieved, Zhao Gan began to explore the rooms within the alley. Behind him, a trail of water stains appeared. In the eyes of a sentient creature, these stains would seem to have materialized from thin air, startling any observer. The old turtle had mentioned that few resided here. Moreover, the NPC was located in the second house behind the carpenter's abode. However, Zhao Gan did not rush to find it. Instead, he meticulously searched each house for ambushers. The drop rate of these creatures was high. He encountered 3, each yielding a dagger. After scouring 5 houses in succession, Zhao Gan found nothing. It appeared that the old turtle's words held true. There were indeed few villagers here. As for the ambushers, they were likely transformed children, and thus he encountered none. Soon, Zhao Gan noticed a house adorned with a pile of decaying timber and several iron nails, which crumbled beneath his foot. This must be the carpenter's residence. The old turtle had mentioned that the carpenter had moved to the old town. Whether he was accompanied by his son remained uncertain. Just then, Zhao Gan observed the clusters of green fire returning to the alley's entrance. They were patrolling, making their way back. Cautiously, Zhao Gan opened the carpenter's door and slipped inside. Peering through the crack, he waited until the green flames had drifted away before beginning to examine the interior. The room was modest, approximately 30 square meters, furnished with 3 beds. Apart from that, only a few decayed household items remained. Clearly, people had once inhabited this place, many in fact. Drawing his weapon, Zhao Gan felt a surge of excitement. The presence of others suggested a high probability of encountering the ambushers, yet illuminated by the light of the hanging lamp. He surveyed the room and found no trace of them. Undeterred, he glanced at the ceiling, but still nothing. Disappointment washed over him. The prospect of acquiring an exquisite dagger had slipped away. With merely 3 households in the stable, there were 6 dark offspring lurking about. Even if the population here were scarce, it seemed implausible that not a single soul remained. Sheathing his weapon, Zhao Gan commenced a thorough search of the premises. Before long, beneath a dilapidated table, he discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the tale of the old village. What misfortune! After much effort in persuading the village chief, we moved our family into this carpenter's house. But today, the townsfolk arrived for an inspection, leaving our home in disarray, and now we must tidy up. That carpenter fellow is simply concerned for his son, proclaiming him a genius woodworker destined for greatness, perhaps even to the Holy Fire City. I deem it a mere dream. Father Adigia has been visiting the village more frequently of late, yet I sense something amiss about him. I cannot quite express why. May the flames bless him. Recently, 3 itinerant merchants have come, lingering in this house, though their activities remain a mystery. I heard that a hunter has moved away in search of his daughter. The poor Maria, such a lovely girl. I hope she returns alive. You have read Old Village Story 1. Continue to read the remaining 2 stories to receive a quest. This must have been at the very onset when the Old Village began to exhibit peculiarities. Moreover, the narrative suggested that Father Adigia indeed harbored some troubles during that time. As for the 3 merchants, it seemed one had survived. Our NPC. After perusing the story, Zhao Gan furrowed his brow in contemplation. The matters concerning the Old Village were more intricate than he had presumed, initially believing that what he had witnessed the day prior was mere illusion. This story revealed a stark truth. Father Adigia was undoubtedly involved in something dubious. Having exhausted his search here, Zhao Gan pressed himself against the door's crack, waiting until the patrolling green flames had passed before he ventured out. The next 2 houses yielded nothing of note. Standing at the doorstep of the NPC's abode, he composed himself and donned a smile before stepping inside. The NPC, having survived in such a perilous old village, must possess substantial strength. He aimed to leave a favorable impression. However, upon entering the room, Zhao Gan was met with the sight of 2 humanoid entities in motion. You have encountered the Embracers. Sanity 6. 2 pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon Zhao Gan, as 2 tendrils lunged forth to attack. Instinctively, he raised the small round shield on his left arm, and the assaults struck true. A flash of fiery brilliance erupted, and the precise block was executed flawlessly. The impact reverberated through Zhao Gan's arm, akin to an electric shock, compelling him to swing instinctively. Observing the 2 Embracers, their tendrils retracted, their footing faltering. The imbalance triggered. They swayed unsteadily in place. Zhao Gan seized his lumberjack axe and dispatched the 2 Embracers with physical prowess. You have gained 200 Arc Souls. You have obtained Black Ignition Fat X2. Satisfied with the efficacy of his small round shield, Zhao Gan noted that simultaneous attacks caused both foes to succumb to imbalance. The shield proved even more formidable than he had anticipated. In the room, 2 glimmers of light appeared, soul fragments. What could they be? Zhao Gan observed a diminutive silhouette beside the remains of the Embracer, resembling that of a child. Chapter 34. What variety is this? Skal Ganaprothet. Summoning Lao Lu and Lao Ba from the dog whistle. After consuming the soul fragments, the 2 dogs became slightly more corporeal, yet they remained feeble, with Lao Ba's hind legs still trembling. After returning them to the whistle, Zhao Gan raised his short-barreled shotgun and approached the childlike figure. Clad in a gray long robe and hood, Zhao Gan cautiously lifted the hood with his mechanical lumberjack axe, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. What a stunning young girl! Zhao Gan was taken aback by her beauty. The girl possessed a classic oval face, her features exquisitely painted. Due to her youth, her face was round and chubby, making her both beautiful and adorable. Such a grand fortune. What kind of elf is she? Zhao Gan rubbed his hands together, recalling how Dr. Lu had shared the panel of mixed blood elves with him, mentioning that if he encountered a girl extraordinarily beautiful, she likely bore elven blood. Her hair was silver gray, a rather rare hue, and he resolved to inquire of Dr. Lu upon his return. As he leaned in closer, he noticed that the color of the girl's hair was indeed quite unusual. Why was she not moving? Zhao Gan detected something amiss. The girl kept her eyes closed, and he discerned no rise and fall of her chest. Could she be deceased? That would be unexpected. The old turtle had assured him she was alive. Zhao Gan cautiously poked her with a finger, but the beautiful girl showed no signs of breath. Could it be some sort of enchantment? Or perhaps she had ingested a potion. He reached out to touch her cheek, testing for warmth. Silken and soft, yet devoid of any heat. How peculiar. Zhao Gan squeezed again, finding the flesh remarkably soft and elastic. However, upon touching the bone, he was met with an undeniable hardness. At that moment, the young girl opened her eyes, her silvery gaze fixed upon Zhao Gan, devoid of any expression. Caught in the act of pinching her cheek, he quickly withdrew his hand. Embarrassed by her unblinking stare, he stammered an apology, explaining he was merely checking if she was alive. The girl continued to scrutinize Zhao Gan, confusion flickering in her silvery eyes. Then, noticing the debris beside her, she sniffled and reached for a handful of it, stuffing it into her mouth. The crunching sound echoed as she chewed, quickly following up with another large handful, her cheeks bulging as she continued to gnaw. This sight left Zhao Gan utterly dumbfounded. He had witnessed many absurdities in the dark world, yet none could compare to this astonishing scene. Imagine a delicately sculpted little girl munching on coal refuse. Such refuse, while still combustible, was akin to refuse in essence. Regaining his composure, Zhao Gan hastily retrieved a roasted fish from his inventory and offered it to the girl, saying, "Here, eat this." Having swallowed the debris in her mouth, the girl's silvery eyes sparkled with delight as she took a bite of the roasted fish. However, her expression soon soured, and she continued to eat, seemingly finding the delectable fish less appealing than the refuse she had just consumed. "What is your name?" Zhao Gan. Noticing her eyes resembled the luminous, full moon, captivating and enigmatic. The girl had finished the fish and began to crunch on its bones. Zhao Gan fell helpless. He certainly could not pry the bones from her mouth with his fingers. If the child preferred to eat as she wished, so be it. After all, she had just consumed the refuse without issue. Yet, a question lingered in Zhao Gan's mind. What manner of humanoid being was this? At that moment, he spotted the patrolling green flames approaching from outside. Holding his breath, he gestured to the girl to be quiet, signaling danger. To his surprise, upon seeing the green flames, her eyes lit up and she darted out with remarkable speed. Zhao Gan quickly followed her, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. The girl pursued the green flames, her movements swift and graceful, akin to a butterfly flitting through the alley. Originally 6 flames, only 4 remained, one of which she captured and swallowed whole. Within mere seconds, she devoured the remaining 3 flames as they danced erratically, attempting to escape. After this extraordinary display, the girl approached Zhao Gan, standing before him, motionless. He gazed at her, and she returned his stare. Turning away, he took a few steps forward, glancing back to find her trailing closely behind. "What is your name?" he repeated, but she offered no response. "Never mind, I'll just call you little sister for now." Zhao Gan ceased his attempts to comprehend the girl. Recognizing her agility suggested she could fend for herself. Moreover, those green flames were likely remnants of the deceased, unapproachable by living beings, yet they had become sustenance for her. Was the girl truly dead or alive? Zhao Gan found himself in a state of confusion, yet he returned to the carpenter's home, seeking the entrance to the underground tomb. What was happening? Yichang observed the scene gradually fading within the crystal ball, equally astonished by the girl. She stowed the crystal ball and pulled up her fishing rod, catching a bird thief, which she promptly transported to the witch's tower storeroom. As she prepared to cast her line once more, she recalled having seen something peculiar while tidying the second floor a few days prior. Thus, she placed the fishing rod in her inventory and turned back to the second floor of the witch's tower. There it is. Yichang dusted off the object and examined it closely. It was a doll slightly larger than her palm, exquisitely crafted from an unknown material. Soft on the surface, yet firm within. Lifting the doll's cloak, she was struck by the likeness of its face to that of little sister. The doll wore a light blue dress, inscribed with once. This was a designation number. Yichang held the doll and opened the front page of the Quisitana album, which depicted the face of the moon, which, Quisitana. In comparison to the doll's visage, Quisitana appeared as a grown version, stunningly beautiful, resembling a celestial being. Her expression a blend of regal authority and playful charm. The real Quisitana's features were richly expressive, her silvery eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. Flipping through the album, Yichang discovered an entry regarding the doll. Once, a doll crafted by the beautiful and magnificent Lady Quisitana, inspired by the arts of a lost civilization she encountered on her journey. It could be activated and animated by inputting mental energy or providing energy-rich gems, granting it combat capabilities. According to descriptions of the lost civilization, this is a living entity, albeit one created by humanity. The illustrious Lady Quisitana once observed this world through ones, causing quite a stir. Some professors from the Magic Academy marveled at the intricacies of this puppetry, captivated by Lady Quisitana's beauty and grandeur, leading them to create crude imitations. Lady Quisitana, intrigued, wondered when these mages would match her level, secretly marking the imitations to possess them and observe the mage's actions. You have acquired Quisitana's possession technique, which can be used at the cost of 50 mental energy, lasting 1 hour. An imitation doll has been activated. You can utilize the possession technique to control it. Chapter 35. The trio Zhao Gan had unlocked the door with a stone key, entering the underground tomb. He waited for a moment, as little sister's movements were somewhat sluggish. Yet she eventually leaped down. Standing in the tomb, she fixed her gaze on Zhao Gan. Although her expression was blank, he perceived a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It felt slightly different, though he couldn't quite articulate why. Disregarding little sister, Zhao Gan commenced his search of the tomb. He Chong, possessing the doll, experienced a peculiar sensation as her expended mental energy began to replenish, her mind settling into a state of tranquility, enveloped by a sense of inexplicable comfort. Everything around her felt refreshingly new, for since arriving in the dark world, she had not left the island in the lake. Observing Zhao Gan in action, she found him rather sneaky, akin to a grave robber. This was her first close encounter with a priest, and he appeared quite tall. However, his white priestly robe was somewhat soiled, and she wondered if he should wash it. He is not bad looking, though his eyes are rather shifty, lacking the demeanor of a respectable person. The weapons he bore seemed increasingly absurd. Were the priests of the Church of Light all combat units? He Chong sensed that little sister possessed a sound device, allowing her to speak, yet she refrained from doing so. The tomb's atmosphere was rather eerie, and she didn't wish to frighten anyone. Quisitana truly had a wicked sense of humor. The sound device was likely a trick to deceive those mages. As she contemplated this, she moved closer to Zhao Gan, eager to observe him more closely. He was bent over, exploring the ground. Upon entering, he had quickly discerned the tomb's layout. It was quite clean, with rectangular openings in the surrounding walls, covered by stone slabs. This was the final resting place of the villagers of old. The tomb chamber appears to be ancient, with many of its stone slabs damaged, and it lacks any skeletal remains, suggesting it has been meticulously cleared by someone. Additionally, remnants of food and human utensils scattered on the ground indicate that living individuals must have resided here for a while. Eureka! Zhao Gan discovered a new stone slab beneath a blanket, inscribed with the tale of the old village. The old village is easy to infiltrate. My brother and I disguised ourselves as traveling merchants to settle here, although the accommodation conditions are somewhat poor. From the ruins of the Magic Academy, we found a wizard's tomb and uncovered a peculiar puppet, indistinguishable from a living person. This puppet has an enormous appetite and consumes anything that contains energy, which facilitated its transport. The prominent figures of Xinhua City have shown great interest in such curiosities unearthed from various ruins and tombs over the years. My brother and I are certain we can sell this puppet for a handsome price, and if all goes well, we can bring our family to live in Xinhua City. In this era, Xinhua City is relatively safe. A splendid opportunity. We discovered an underground tomb of the old village within the house. It is small, but given its age, it may yield unexpected treasures. Alas, something just transpired in the village. A group of individuals from the Church of Light invaded, led by a paladin. My brother and I currently cannot leave. These church members are quite rigid. If they discover we are tomb raiders, we will surely meet our demise. We can only hide in this underground chamber and hope they depart quickly. We have been hiding down here for several days, but our food has run out, so we must venture out to assess the situation. You have read the tale of the Old Village 3. After reading the final story, you may receive a quest. The origins of the girl puppet are truly extraordinary. It was crafted by some wizard, and it is alive. Zhao Gan glanced back at the girl puppet, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The girl puppet feels just like a living person. However, Zhao Gan averted his gaze, deeming it inappropriate. After all, he is not a pervert. How peculiar. He Chong, perceptive as ever, noticed Zhao Gan's gaze. During her possession, she felt a profound connection with the girl puppet. He Chong then turned her attention back to the stone slab, astonished. This object seems to be of magical origin and will eventually vanish. Moreover, observing the mystic, he appears accustomed to it, as he did not employ any magic earlier. It seems his abilities stem from his innate talents and passive skills. No wonder he is so well informed about various matters. Curiosity piqued, He Chong hesitated to directly inquire about Zhao Gan. After all, she felt like a voyeur, watching his every move to glean the story of Sue Satana, which she found quite enjoyable. There is nothing more to discover. This tomb chamber, for some inexplicable reason, lacked connections to other chambers. It was time to continue exploring. After concluding this area, she would proceed to the village chief mentioned by the old turtle. Zhao Gan emerged from the tomb chamber and returned to the alley. Discovering two tales of the old village in succession indicated that he was nearing the truth behind the village's catastrophe. Furthermore, various clues suggested a connection to the Baisher cult, which is the true culprit. Only one location remained: the village chief's residence. Zhao Gan squinted his eyes, contemplating strategies. The old turtle had informed him that the village chief's residence encompasses the largest area of the old village, complete with a small square, the very heart of the village. After inspecting his potions, Zhao Gan set forth toward the old village square. He glanced back to see the girl puppet still following him. Zhao Gan addressed her, saying, "If you feel any danger, just run straight away. There's a pond to the west of the village that is relatively safe, and you can wait for me there." Upon hearing this, Chong mused, "You are quite kind, showing such consideration for a humanoid puppet." She calculated the time, intending to continue following Zhao Gan, as it would benefit her quest progress. Approximately 20 minutes remained. She should be able to gauge his safety during this battle. However, judging by his earlier demeanor, he seemed seasoned in combat. Given the numerous items she had provided him, he should be fine. A hint of concern flickered in Chong's eyes. Zhao Gan had increased his perception by 2 points, making him significantly more astute. He noticed the worry in the girl puppet's eyes. Thus, he approached her, ruffled her hair, and assured her, "Do not fret for me. I am a man who has emerged from the depths of peril and will not falter." He dared to touch my head. Chong did not anticipate Zhao Gan's audacity, feeling a surge of irritation. Yet, she refrained from voicing her discontent, lowering her head to suppress it. Observing the girl puppet's series of reactions, Zhao Gan confirmed she was indeed a living being. She was remarkably beautiful, yet regrettably mute. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but proceeded to the end of the alley. The green flames were patrolling nearby, and perhaps this was a route into the heart of the old village. Here, Zhao Gan spotted a palm-sized hole. The aperture was too small to crawl through, but it offered a glimpse of the situation ahead. To be cautious, Zhao Gan consumed some Wuyin fish oil and began to observe. Contrary to his expectations, the darkness at the center of the old village was not as oppressive, and there was even a glimmer of light. Unfortunately, it emanated a ghostly green hue, rendering the scene reminiscent of a graveyard from a horror film. The silver lining was that the green glow illuminated the surroundings sufficiently for him to navigate without a lantern. He noticed numerous shadows congregating in front of the largest house, where the most intense green fire flickered. In the illumination, Zhao Gan discerned a face, one he had only encountered in dreams. Upon confirming his suspicions, Zhao Gan's expression darkened considerably. If knowledge of this matter could strip him of his sanity, he felt he would lose at least 99 points. Chapter 36. Exploding Fish. You have seen Father Edgar. Sanity -10. The visage Zhao Gan beheld belonged to Father Edgar, indistinguishable from the two encounters he had experienced in dreams. Despite some evidence having emerged, the remnants within the small chapel and the implications of the false fire compelled Zhao Gan to maintain his belief in Father Edgar's innocence. Moreover, all the textual clues he had encountered, along with the old turtle's words, indicated that Father Edgar was a good person. Yet, what he now witnessed firsthand had shaken his prior trust. The elderly face, the white robe, identical to his own, belonging to the guardian priest, bore a flame emblem and a reminder of sanity depletion. Aside from the face twisted in a cruel and contorted expression, his eyes burned with two flickering green flames of death. After witnessing all of this, Zhao Gan immediately conjured numerous justifications to convince himself that what he saw was not Father Edgar. Among the most compelling evidence was the notion that the false initial fire was the flame born from Edgar's consumed soul. However, after battling the Fire Knight, he realized that the Church of Light possessed mysterious powers capable of incinerating a person, leaving only their frenzied soul to continue fighting. Thus, Zhao Gan could scarcely fathom the secrets the even more enigmatic Baisher cult might hold. Never mind. Whatever comes, he would confront it head-on. If Brother Edgar had truly met such a fate, Zhao Gan would gladly bestow him a dignified end. Chong sensed Zhao Gan's emotional turmoil, but, observing how quickly he regained his composure, felt reassured. She silently admired. The ability to control one's emotions so effortlessly is a promising trait for a fisherman. When he eventually locates a suitable fishing spot, she would gift him a fine fishing rod. Remembering fishing, Chong felt a tingle in her fingers but restrained herself, keeping pace with Zhao Gan. The main entrance to the old village square remained within the vicinity of the battle with the Fire Knight. Zhao Gan had always refrained from approaching that area, fearing an unexpected encounter with a horde of monsters. This time, through careful observation, he had gained a general understanding of the situation in the small square. The number of creatures was indeed considerable, all congregating near Father Adigia. There were 4 huggers, along with 2 unfamiliar monsters. One was elongated and wielded a spear, while the other was stout, brandishing a cleaver. Zhao Gan did not scrutinize these 2 closely, apprehensive of incurring a deduction in his sanity. Furthermore, he noticed shadows of 2 children lurking in the corners, clearly ambushers. The total count of monsters, including Father Adigia, amounted to 9. After sipping some eyeless fish oil, a plan began to form in his mind. Engaging them directly was unwise. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning. He checked his mental strength, which had replenished to 42, allowing him to cast the scientific curse 4 times. The stout and slender monsters appeared formidable. Yet they bore no armor, suggesting they might be easier to handle than the Fire Knight. After calculating the potions and items at his disposal, Zhao Gan glanced at the frozen explosive fish in his inventory. He had conserved this item for quite some time, even during intense battles with the Fire Knight. Refraining from its use, he recognized its true worth. Employing it against a single adversary would be wasteful, as it was designed for environments teeming with foes. He consumed a second dose of eyeless fish oil to maximize the effectiveness of the frozen explosive fish. Timing his approach, he arrived at the entrance of the small square. The wooden door was unremarkable, long since decayed, and now reduced to mere fragments. Peering inside, he estimated himself to be about 20 meters away from Father Adigia. Within the small square, more than 20 green flames lingered, ominously wandering about. The eerie glow of these flames cast a chilling aura around, instilling dread. Zhao Gan turned to the girl, whispering, "It's truly perilous inside. Do not follow me." With that, he drank the last of the eyeless fish oil, crouched low, and cautiously ventured inward. He secured his lumberjack axe and short hunting gun, leaving only a small round shield on his left arm. After advancing approximately 5 meters, he spotted the shadow of an ambusher and instinctively distanced himself. He glanced back at the entrance. The girl remained there, crouched behind a wall, her small head peeking out at him. Excellent. She comprehended human speech. With his worries alleviated, Zhao Gan began to stealthily advance through the small square. Here it was. He found himself merely 8 or 9 meters from Father Adigia, clearly observing the movements of the monsters surrounding him. These creatures encircled Father Adigia, restlessly inching closer, occasionally probing their surroundings. As he attempted to move forward slightly, he noticed the monsters immediately heightening their vigilance, suggesting they had sensed impending danger. However, due to the numerous items and equipment he possessed that concealed his scent and sound, they remained oblivious to the specifics of his presence. Particularly, the stout and slender monsters had raised their weapons, displaying heightened sensitivity. Zhao, peering out from the door, observed Zhao Gan intently, grasping his intentions through his series of actions. This trickster was both audacious and timid. Yet, this approach was undoubtedly the safest. He had never heard of a player daring to take on so many monsters at once. Go for it, trickster. Show me the power of those items you've acquired. Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that her rummaging through trash had not been in vain. Zhao Gan had grasped the frozen explosive fish in one hand, while the other clutched the small flying fish fin. Once the explosive fish was thrown, he would consume the fin and make a hasty retreat. With determination, he hurled the explosive fish toward the mass of monsters. Subsequently, he consumed the fin without glancing back at the aftermath, sprinting for his life. The moment the fin entered his stomach, he felt as if his legs had transformed into wheels, gliding smoothly and swiftly. He imagined that if he had wings, he could simply take flight. In the blink of an eye, he reached Zhao Qiang's side. The sounds of violent explosions erupted behind him, a wave of heat beginning to spread outward, mingled with the roars of the monsters. Grabbing Zhao Qiang's hand, he urged run. He then darted towards the outskirts of the old village. Zhao Qiang stumbled slightly as she was pulled along, her gaze still fixed on the activity within the small square. However, the heat wave reached the entrance, obscuring her view of the explosion's aftermath. What a pity. Zhao Qiang felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the explosion's results. The explosive fish she had given Zhao Gan was the largest she had ever caught. The smaller varieties she had tested lacked comparable potency. She resolved to save any future explosive fish for when winter arrived and the water froze, allowing her to detonate them for easier fishing. Zhao Qiang began to contemplate new uses for the explosive fish. She also mused about whether to save a few for the trickster, feeling they would suit him well. Meanwhile, Zhao Gan was drenched in sweat. Although he had run swiftly, the heat wave was hot on his heels. Had he not consumed the flying fish fin, he would surely have been overtaken by the heat. Several times, he felt as though the heat was about to scorch him. This explosive fish had nearly obliterated him. He immediately resolved that in the future, if the fisherman offered explosive fish, he would decline. Chapter 37. The Dog of Lady Quisitana, what an explosive fish. Akin to a Yashin 105 missile. Even a tank would be toppled by it. Zhao Gan had exited the old village and crouched on the ground, panting heavily. The effects of the small flying fish fin were potent, yet they consumed considerable stamina. Just from that short distance, Zhao Gan's stamina had dwindled to 60. He still needed to return to the old village to clear out the remaining monsters, so he refrained from running further. The fisherman's initial fish items had all been utilized, and the calming fish oil was exhausted, but the results had been impressive. Zhao Gan glanced at the series of new notifications with satisfaction. You have slain Huggers X4, earning 400 Dark Souls. You have slain an Ambusher, earning 50 Dark Souls. You have slain a Butcher X1, earning 200 Dark Souls. You have received Black Putrid Fat X4, Putrid Fat X1. Special notice, weapons have dropped. Please proceed to collect. Putrid Fat, direct combustion is hazardous and may result in an explosion. Butcher, a rare dark offspring, corpulent in stature. Must remain alive to become a dark offspring. The Butcher's belly harbors putrid gas, allowing it to exhale toxic breath. Do not use flames against this creature, as it may trigger a violent explosion. No wonder there was such a commotion earlier, culminating in the heat wave. After reviewing all the information, Zhao Gan understood the gravity of the situation. He began to feel fortunate for his caution. Had he not consumed the flying fish fin, he might not have escaped. Remaining were Father Edigia and the tall, slender monster wielding a spear, while the ambusher was inconsequential, easily dispatched upon exposure. Zhao Gan began to strategize how to clear the battlefield. Just then, he felt a pang of hunger and took out some roasted fish to eat. At that moment, he sensed a small hand brushing against his head. He looked up, surprised to see Zhao Qiang. However, it was actually her, playfully patting his head. Her time possessing him was nearly over, and she sought some form of retribution for his earlier gesture. His hair at the back of his head had yet to grow back. As Zhao Qiang patted the back of Zhao Gan's head, she smiled slightly at his astonished expression. Alas, time was up. She felt an overwhelming force pushing her away. Upon opening her eyes, He Chong discovered she had returned to the Witch Tower, back in her own body. Gazing at the empty room, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She picked up her fishing rod and stepped outside. Zhao Gan noticed that Xiaohai Jia had halted her movements, so he carefully lowered her small hand from his head. I find Smile Grachik Xiaohai Jia's fache, making her appear even more charming. Indeed, with a hint of a smile, she resembled a living being. Unbeknownst to him, this was a result of He Chong's smile before her departure. Xiaohai Jia was merely stuck in a moment. Zhao Gan swallowed a piece of grilled fish and offered another to Xiaohai Jia. He felt uncomfortable eating alone in front of her. However, to his surprise, Xiaohai Jia did not reach for it. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Gan retrieved a portion of black flame fuel from his inventory. Xiaohai Jia's silvery eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed the black flame fuel and stuffed it in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster. Observing her eating habits, Zhao Gan chuckled. Eat slowly, there's no one here to snatch it away. 5 minutes later, Zhao Gan returned to the old village. Upon entering, he was met with the roars of monsters and hurried footsteps. He glanced back to see Xiaohai Jia trailing closely behind him. Stay here, Zhao Gan whispered. He then crouched low and advanced towards the source of the sounds. Given that Xiaohai Jia had been obedient previously, he refrained from looking back this time. He reached the location where the Fire Knight had fought and identified the source of the commotion. It was indeed the tall, slender monster, brandishing a spear and wildly attacking its surroundings. Zhao Gan noticed that the creature bore numerous injuries. One arm was broken, and a large patch of skin had been stripped away, leaving only bone exposed. Yet, the green flame in its eyes remained vibrant, indicating that the wounds barely affected it. You have encountered a dark offspring, Sanity 5. Upon seeing this message, combined with the dark souls obtained after the slaughterer's death, Zhao Gan deduced that this tall creature was not particularly formidable. He equipped his full arsenal of weapons and calmly approached. With a wail, the slender monster spotted Zhao Gan and emitted a cry akin to sobbing. It then lunged forward, thrusting its spear. A flash of red light appeared, triggering a precise block. The creature stumbled, losing its balance. Zhao Gan belot, d. With a swift motion, the mechanical lumber axe extended, cleaving the monster in two. The spear clattered to the ground as the creature's body crumbled into a pile of debris, and the green flame dissipated. You have slain the piercer, gaining 200 dark souls. You have acquired hard flame fuel, a wax-like fuel with high density, excellent for burning. Piercer, a rare dark offspring, characterized by its slender form. It can only manifest when a human is alive. This monster has a wide attack range and rapid speed. Exercise caution. Having armor or a shield will make combat against this creature easier. There was also a spear. Its quality remained unknown. Zhao Gan approached to inspect it. Just then, a small figure darted out from behind him, moving swiftly towards the remnants of the piercer. It was Xiao Haijia. She began nibbling on the remains. Zhao Gan felt a pang of sympathy, wondering how the child had become so hungry. He took out a portion of black flame fuel and said, "Here, eat this. The ground is dirty. Don't consume that." Xiao Haijia sniffled and hurried back to Zhao Gan's side, eagerly consuming the black flame fuel. After finishing, she no longer gazed at the piercer's remains, but instead blinked at Zhao Gan. Xiao Haijia was fashioned after the moon witch, Sai Sitana, with long eyelashes that fluttered adorably. Although there were some dark smudges around her mouth, Zhao Gan wiped her lips and said, "Don't pick up garbage to eat anymore. If you're hungry, just come to me." Xiao Haijia nodded, pointing to herself and opening her mouth as if to say something, but quickly abandoned the idea. She repeated, standing beside Zhao Gan. How remarkable! The child had finally spoken. Though it was merely 2 sounds, Zhao Gan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. You have established a relationship with the daughter of the beautiful and great Sai Sitana, NPC. Her affection level towards you is friendly. This NPC enjoys consuming combustible materials. Continuous feeding may increase affection levels. The daughter of the beautiful and great Sai Sitana, a puppet created by Professor Torres of the Iliad Magic Academy, modeled after his revered moon witch. Sai Sitana. The puppet employs numerous precious materials, making it exceedingly durable, yet its movements require a significant amount of energy. Inside the puppet's clothing is inscribed, "My daughter, may you gain true freedom after my death, just like the beautiful and great Sai Sitana." Is Xiao Haijia an artificial being? This cascade of information left Zhao Gan feeling dizzy, especially with the length of her name. How about I give you a new name? Zhao Gan smiled at Xiao Haijia. Chapter 38. Confrontation with Father Edgar. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Gan asked, "How about Yu? Dio Haijia responded promptly. Yu? Yu. Zhao Gan chuckled like a doting father. The daughter of the great and beautiful Sai Sitana, NPC, has accepted your naming. She is now called Yu. The original name was indeed too lengthy. If written down, readers might think the author was padding the word count," Zhao Gan remarked, looking at Yu's small face, which appeared even cuter. With her new name, she was now his child. It was a heartwarming scene. If he still had eyes, he would surely shed tears, hee. An ancient, echoing voice broke the moment. Zhao Gan shielded Yu behind him and turned to face the source of the voice. "You have encountered Father Edgar, Sanity 10. Upon receiving this notification, Zhao Gan furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with a creature capable of reducing his sanity a second time. Zhao Gan possessed the passive ability of fearlessness and generally paid little heed to his sanity. A quick glance revealed his sanity at 70. For safety, he consumed a dose of calming fish oil, a tool provided by the fisherman, which restored 20 sanity, ensuring he remained above the safety threshold. At that moment, Father Edgar appeared drastically different from before, resembling nothing human. The previously intact body had vanished, leaving only a skeletal frame. Surrounding the skeleton was green dead fire, forming its body. The flames in the eye sockets burned even more fiercely than before. In its hand, it clutched a lantern that also burned with dead fire. This visage resembled that of a soul reaper from hell, and it possessed considerable intelligence. Zhao Gan recalled his last encounter with an intelligent creature, the 3-headed wolf, which had posed quite a challenge. To be honest, you are quite troublesome. It seems not all the residents of the old town are fools, Father Edgar spoke, raising the lantern high and reciting an obscure incantation. The dead fire around it surged higher, clearly indicating it was preparing a formidable attack. Unfortunately, you're not that peculiar individual, a brute with mere strength. Your journey has reached its end. Come, embrace the great death. The dead fire atop the lantern blazed a deep green, mingling with yellow and black mist. Seeing the imminent completion of the spell, Zhao Gan would not allow it to proceed unopposed. Bang! Bang! The short-barreled shotgun fired all its rounds, momentarily halting Father Edgar's incantation. Zhao Gan raised his lumber axe and shouted, "Die!" The mechanical apparatus of the lumberjack's axe snapped open, and the immense axe descended upon Father Idika's head. With a crack, the fragile skull shattered into fragments. Zhao Gan raised the axe once more, striking down 5 or 6 additional blows until he could feel his strength waning and finally ceased. Naturally, Father Idika's skeletal structure was reduced to mere shards. However, this time, the overwhelming force did not eliminate Zhao Gan's foe. A brute is but a brute. Embrace the darkness alongside me. Father Idika's voice echoed as a great surge of green fire surged toward Zhao Gan. You have been inflicted with a mid-level curse of death. Due to the potion's effects, sanity at 70. You have fallen into a coma. Zhao Gan collapsed onto the ground, a thick, virulent green fire erupting from his body. Yet, within the realm of his consciousness, the true battle had only just begun. Child, sleep now. Living is torment. Darkness is boundless and unfathomable. Only death offers eternal tranquility. Father Idika gazed at Zhao Gan with a benevolent expression, whispering beguiling words. In truth, humanity is the heretic of this world, resisting death and darkness, only to ultimately succumb to eternal slumber. The light of the flame is but a fleeting reprieve. Even the initial spark, when compared to the darkness, is merely a flickering firefly. The Church of Light harbors delusions of opposing darkness, igniting their pitiful flames, akin to monkeys huddled around a fire pit, endlessly adding fuel. Such foolish actions, such ridiculous endeavors, so trivial, so ignorant. Zhao Gan maintained his composure, coolly regarding Father Idika, and inquired, "Are you truly Idika?" Yet, Idika did not answer his question. Instead, he expressed astonishment. "Impossible. How can you resist my mid-level curse of death?" The zealots of the Church of Light are the most easily swayed. You are not one of them. You are that peculiar being. You possess no faith at all. Who are you? You are but a shell. Are you panicking? Zhao Gan retorted, "I trust in myself. The words of you charlatans can only deceive the uneducated." "What are you saying?" Father Idika's tone quivered, continuing, "Impossible. How can someone like you exist in this world? Even a fool like Idika has not escaped my grasp." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan felt a wave of relief. Before this battle, he had felt somewhat oppressed, as he did not wish to witness his protector, Brother Idika, meet such a tragic fate. From Idika's tone, it was clear he was not the genuine Father Idika. Regarding the remaining hints, only one possibility remained. "You have taken over Brother Idika's body. Haven to you?" Zhao Gan asked. The figure opposite fell silent, then let out a chilling laugh. "Ha! You are not foolish. But you must still die. I intended to keep your body as my new vessel, but that is no longer necessary. However, the death fire is now consuming your body. You are still doomed. Is that so?" Zhao Gan replied. "Why don't you check on your precious death fire?" Upon hearing this, Father Idika was momentarily taken aback, then paused for a second. Suddenly his expression changed dramatically, and he screamed, "What is happening? My hard-earned death fire is disappearing." "Nothing much. My dear child has a hearty appetite and good digestion," Zhao Gan remarked, flexing his limbs. "Old man, wait for me to emerge and grind your bones to dust." Initially, when struck by the death fire, Zhao Gan had felt a twinge of panic. Yet after spending time in the realm of consciousness, he became calm. He had come to understand why living beings should not touch death fire. Its primary purpose was to manipulate dark progeny or the living. While it did inflict harm, it was not immediately lethal. It would take a significant amount of time to cause fatal damage. The illustrated entries of the two grotesque creatures had provided the answer. They had been transformed into dark progeny through death fire while still alive. Moreover, he had previously observed that Father Idika's robe remained unscathed, indicating that the robe had some resistance to death fire. His greatest ally was Yiya, the little puppet girl who could consume death fire as if it were a treat. Zhao Gan turned his gaze to Father Idika, whose expression was growing increasingly fearful and frantic. In the real world, Yiya was beside Zhao Gan, eagerly absorbing the death fire from him, her silvery eyes shining brighter, coupled with the smile she bore, coaxed forth by Hichong. The child appeared to be enjoying her meal immensely. Chapter 39. The Remnants of Father Idika. The death fire on Zhao Gan was dwindling, gradually dimming. His skin had been charred, and all his hair had vanished, leaving him bald. The combustion ability of death fire itself was rather weak, primarily affecting the soul, which aligned with his expectations. Just as the last flicker of death fire clung to his form, it shot upward, releasing a piercing wail. Yiya sprang into action, moving swiftly, yet the death fire ascended even faster, eluding her grasp. Yeah, slightly vexed, chose not to pursue further, instead crouching beside Zhao Gan, hugging her legs. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Zhao Gan slowly opened his eyes, finding Yiya vigilantly by his side. Upon seeing Zhao Gan awaken, Yiya grasped his arm, assisting him to his feet. He felt a twinge of soreness throughout his body. Zhao Gan stretched a bit and then opened his status panel to check. Health, 80, minor burn injuries. Slow recovery. Stamina, 50, mental, 42, sanity, 30. His health had decreased by 20, but it was not a significant issue. The rest posed no problems. A lower sanity was not concerning, as his fearless passive ability could restore it. Why has my mental state not changed? Zhao Gan pondered it, recalling that it had been the same before he threw the explosive fish. After battling the piercer, he had used a scientific curse, which should have brought it to 32. Could it be that restoring mental capacity or training occurred within the realm of consciousness? This was a relatively reasonable explanation. Zhao Gan resolved to inquire with acquaintances upon his return. He glanced at the remnants of Father Idika's bones, feeling a mix of melancholy and realization. There was no notification of a kill. The entity controlling Father Idika was still alive. Thus, he looked to Yiya and asked, "Did you not finish your snack?" Yiya shook her head, extending her index finger to point skyward, her tone rising. The increasing pitch was unmistakable. It fled? Zhao Gan furrowed his brow, muttering, "That fellow is a significant threat. Should it return, who knows what trouble may arise." First, he needed to clear the battlefield. Once he located the final piece of the old village story, it should provide some clues. He turned his attention back to Father Idika's remains, approaching and inhaling the familiar scent that resurfaced. It was akin to the aroma of Father Idika in the small chapel, a mysterious fragrance. It was likely the work of someone from the death worshippers, presumably one of their secret arts. Near Father Idika's remains lay a lantern. Zhao Gan picked it up, igniting a piece of blackened fat and offering it as a farewell to Father Idika. "Your intelligence is insufficient at 15. You cannot view specific information about this item." The same message appeared, but this time the requirement for sanity was even higher. Zhao Gan stored the lantern, intending to hand it over to the fisherman for processing. So, who did I see in the church? Whose remains were those? A new question arose, yet Zhao Gan understood that without the fourth piece of the old village story, speculating was futile. He began to clear the battlefield. The spear left by the piercer was a quality weapon and could fetch a fair price. It was quite long, over 2 meters, and Zhao Gan placed it in his inventory. Arriving at the small square of the old village, Zhao Gan finally beheld the devastation wrought by the explosive fish. In the small square, there were originally numerous structures, albeit dilapidated and decayed, hinting at the once vibrant life that thrived here. However, now all the buildings have been reduced to rubble, with collapsed walls scattered everywhere. In the area where peculiar heaps once stood, a large pit has emerged, resembling the aftermath of an aerial bombardment. Zhao Gan hurried to the pit and discovered fragments of weapons, presumably remnants of the butcher's bone cleaver, which regrettably was worth at least 2,000 wood. He then approached the location of the 2 ambushers, only to find the remains of one reduced to mere debris. The dagger that had fallen from it was blown by the heat wave to the base of a wall, its original form now unrecognizable. Zhao Gan picked up the dagger and glanced at the item information. This dagger was of a defective quality, slightly better than refuse. As for the last ambusher, their whereabouts were unknown. It was unclear whether they had fled or met another fate. After vanquishing so many monsters, Zhao Gan felt a pang of regret with no rewards to show except for the dark soul. It was evident that explosive items should be used sparingly. After thoroughly searching the small square, Zhao Gan uncovered the old village story 4. He routinely checked the underground tomb of the old village and discovered a sealed burial chamber. Its age uncertain but marked with forbidden symbols, suggesting it housed evil that had been sealed away. After 2 days of contemplation, he resolved to open the chamber, as parts of it had collapsed over time, necessitating an inspection. He reached out to the old town cathedral, but received no response. The recent unrest in Shenghua City might have diverted the archbishop's attention to more pressing matters. For the safety of the old village's inhabitants, as the firekeeper priest, he felt compelled to take this risk. He encountered a corpse emitting a strange fragrance, which he subsequently incinerated. Lately, he had been plagued by bouts of lethargy, often waking confused about what had transpired. The hunter's daughter had gone missing, and there were signs of a black plague emerging. Fortunately, he received a reply from the cathedral and promptly reported his findings. He heard some voices. Perhaps they were indeed correct. You have read all the old village stories. You have received the task, the sin of Father Edgar. To complete the task, eliminate the ancient malevolent spirits in the underground tomb of the old village. The story of firekeeper priest Edgar has been unlocked to level 20, and you have obtained one of his relics. Relic, the ring of Father Edgar. The firekeeper, exquisite faith in soul requiem after defying the archbishop. Edgar was demoted to firekeeper priest and sent to the small church in the northern part of the old town. This ring has accompanied him since childhood, being the only possession he could carry away from the old town. Inscribed on the inner side of the ring is a phrase, eternal light. Faith. Due to Edgar's long-term nurturing of the ring, it can gradually increase the wearer's faith. Soul requiem. This is the first prayer Edgar learned, showcasing his devotion to the light. After becoming the firekeeper priest, he commissioned the artisans of Shenghua City to engrave this spell onto the ring. As the most fundamental prayer of the Church of Light, Soul Requiem requires no faith prerequisites to cast, needing only 1 point of mental energy. This prayer is often employed by the Church of Light to exorcise malevolent spirits and proves remarkably effective against enemies in the underground tomb. The relic quality item states, among items of the same quality, a relic may possess up to 3 additional traits. Enhancing its quality can yield at least 2 new traits. Zhao Gan donned a ring, which appeared as a silver piece plated with gold. It bore numerous signs of wear, with much of the gilding worn away. Upon wearing it, a warm sensation coursed through his body, providing him with comfort. This was likely the effect of the faith trait, passively increasing his faith value, undoubtedly a precious asset. Regrettably, Zhao Gan's inherent conflict with the faith attribute rendered such a beneficial trait ineffective for him. Selling it would indeed be the wisest choice, as relics significantly surpass ordinary equipment. And further enhancement could yield 2 additional traits. However, he resolved to consider this only after utilizing Soul Requiem to eliminate the vengeful spirit. Chapter 40. The Vengeful Spirit Yet. The story task of Brother Edgar had only progressed to level 20, indicating that many secrets remained. Zhao Gan recalled the recent information, feeling the road ahead was long. Nonetheless, the emergence of this relic ring invigorated him. He had yet to encounter any relic equipment in the trading interface, underscoring its rarity. The occurrences in Shenghua City had become increasingly frequent. Perhaps only by venturing there could all tasks be completed. From the descriptions, the old town cathedral appeared shrouded in mystery, and the archbishop even more so. What could have driven such a virtuous individual as Edgar to defy him? Zhao Gan made his way outside the old village, heading towards the concealed entrance of the underground tomb. Along the way, his mind was abuzz with these thoughts. The tales and characters of the dark world increasingly piqued his interest. He also recalled the fisherman's village where his brother had vanished, as well as the torn paper he had discovered in the abandoned mine, and the inexplicably terrifying presence deep within a mine. Clearly, the forthcoming objectives were these 2 locations. Zhao Gan had found his path forward. Yaya had been trailing closely behind him, savoring a chunk of blackened fat that Zhao Gan had rewarded her with. The blackened fat in his inventory had been entirely consumed by her, which was somewhat perplexing given her voracious appetite. However, since the production of this fat was abundant, and there were plenty available for purchase in his inventory, he was not overly concerned. Upon arriving at the location, Zhao Gan began to clear the stones above. Yaya assisted, her strength exceeding his, and her speed even surpassing his own. Soon, through their combined efforts, the entrance to the underground tomb was revealed. It was a narrow passage that required one to enter sideways. It was rather cramped for Zhao Gan, but just right for Yi. At the end stood a stone door with a keyhole. Zhao Gan opened the stone door, revealing a dark and foreboding corridor before him. Lately, he had been descending into tombs frequently, and he felt as though he carried the scent of earth and decay with him. He tapped his waist lantern and led Yi into the underground tomb. After walking through the corridor for about 7 minutes, they arrived at a spacious area. The surrounding stone walls were lined with numerous niches, similar in size and style to where he had found Yi, but these were coffins. However, these coffins lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of the previous small tomb, devoid of even a simple barrier. Zhao Gan observed scattered remains within the niches, disorganized and lacking any remnants of clothing or burial items. Moreover, many bones lay strewn across the ground, indicating a complete lack of care. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Gan began to comprehend the situation. This underground tomb likely existed long before the establishment of the old village, and the remains within this chamber belonged to individuals from an even earlier time. He had not anticipated that the conditions beneath the old village would be far more cramped than those above. This tomb chamber had no other branches, continuing straight ahead. After traversing a corridor approximately 5 or 6 meters long, Zhao Gan arrived at another burial chamber. The arrangement and display here were significantly better than in the previous chamber, with stone barriers adorning the niches and signs of repair in some damaged areas. These stone slabs were inscribed with names and crude depictions, mostly illustrating scenes of family reunions. The interior of the burial chamber was also quite clean, and near the niches, remnants of food could still be seen, indicating that someone had paid their respects. Zhao Gan recalled the earlier information regarding Father Edgar discovering a hidden burial chamber that had collapsed. Here, everything was well preserved. He noticed no abnormalities and continued to turn right. Upon entering the underground burial chamber, Zhao Gan began to assess the layout and scale of the space. Due to the fear of darkness encroaching, the underground tomb and the old village generally overlapped. After entering, he consistently moved forward, nearly aligned with the northernmost edge of the old village. After passing through 2 burial chambers, he took a right turn. This suggests that the underground tomb of the old village resembles a serpentine path, continuously winding left and right. After inspecting 2 more chambers without any peculiarities, Zhao Gan was about to make a left turn at the end of the passage. As he turned, he beheld a flickering grayish-white, ghostly flame. Within this eerie flame floated anguished human faces, emitting soft cries of despair. Vengeful spirits. Zhao Gan glanced back at Yi, who had been silently following him, her face adorned with a faint smile that took on an eerie quality under the ghostly light. The vengeful spirit, upon noticing Zhao Gan, mumbled incoherently and lunged toward him. Zhao Gan raised Father Edgar's ring and intoned, "Rest in peace." The ring emitted a pale, red halo that ensnared the spirit. The expression on the spirit's face transformed into one of comfort and release before it vanished along with the halo. You have exorcised a vengeful spirit, gaining 10 points of Dark Soul. Vengeful spirit. After death, if a soul clings to something, it will not completely dissipate. When plagued by darkness, multiple fragmented souls amalgamate into a vengeful spirit. Such spirits absorb shattered souls to grow stronger. If encountered, it is advisable to exorcise them promptly, with the exorcism technique of the Church of Light being the most effective. Note that vengeful spirits lack physical form and are immune to physical damage. Upon reading this information, Zhao Gan felt fortunate that he had not recklessly entered the underground tomb. The existence of vengeful spirits, immune to physical attacks, was alarming. Yet he speculated that perhaps it was not entirely so. While a lumberjack's axe would undoubtedly prove ineffective, a short-barreled shotgun, if unleashed with sufficient energy, might yield results. With enough force, even the most formidable entities could be obliterated. Molecular physical attacks, after all, are still physical assaults. The denizens of the dark world appeared to possess limited knowledge. However, compared to high-caliber firearms, the exorcism technique was indeed more practical, requiring merely 1 point of mental energy, a rather economical choice. After traversing yet another chamber, Zhao Gan exorcised 2 more vengeful spirits. He refrained from testing the efficacy of the shotgun, reserving its ammunition for critical moments. It struck him that both spirits seemed to be moving forward. Could it be? Zhao Gan sensed an anomaly from before, having advanced several more steps. In the murky air of the underground tomb, a peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted through. This scent was familiar to Zhao Gan, reminiscent of Father Edgar and the statue in the small chapel. He had found a source. Recognizing the aroma, Zhao Gan understood he was nearing his objective. Upon rounding a corner, he beheld his destination. The left alcove of this tomb had partially collapsed, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, a green light flickered, indicative of ghostly flames. 5 vengeful spirits advanced toward it, devoid of any inclination to attack, even though Zhao Gan stood merely 2 meters away. As the green flames danced, an old acquaintance inside cackled, exclaiming, "Ha! That fool is still too young. He let me escape. As long as I hide here and absorb all the vengeful spirits, I will have my chance to return. That lad possesses formidable combat power, and the girl he carries can absorb ghostly flames. She must be some new asset of the Church of Light. He merely appears to have a bit of cunning, but he lacks true faith. He cannot even learn a simple prayer, and will be slain by the vengeful spirits. Haha, I must hasten my recovery and return to inform the sect. Next time, we shall eradicate this threat completely." Chapter 41. Barracks Legeselin rest in peace. Upon discovering the main target, Zhao Gan wasted no time and directly employed the exorcism technique to liberate all the vengeful spirits. Impossible. The green light in the secret chamber flickered rapidly, emitting a roar. "Yeah, go." Okay. In a swift motion, Yaya dashed inside and grasped the green flame. "Help! Spare me. I beg you, spare me." As Zhao Gan entered the chamber, he saw the green flame thrashing against Yaya's small hand. Yet, her hand seemed like an impenetrable prison. No matter how the flame struggled, it could not escape. "Okay." Yaya turned to Zhao Gan, her smile conveying a sense of triumph. "Spare me. If you let me go, I will tell you everything, including my treasures." The visage within the green flame morphed into a face entirely different from Father Edgar's, youthful and even handsome, though still lacking compared to Zhao Gan. Intrigued by the prospect of information, Zhao Gan inquired, "Speak. Reveal all you know, and if I'm satisfied, I may grant you your life." The green flame quieted and slowly responded, "I am Barracks Legeselin, born in the year 1125 of the Dark Era, which corresponds to your Light Era of 368. I'm the 3rd son of the 8th Grand Priest of the Cult of Death." The weight of this statement indicated a powerful lineage. 200 years ago, in Light Era 567, I perished in a calamity and was buried here, awaiting rebirth. Rebirth, as you in the Church of Light term it, refers to the possession by malevolent spirits. However, we in the Cult of Death consider it a sacred ritual, reserved for those of esteemed status. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan grasped the implications and remarked, "It is unfortunate that something went awry. Your rebirth ritual was never conducted, and you remained in slumber for 2 centuries until Father Edgar discovered you." Fire chuckled dryly at Zhao Gan's words and replied, "I am genuinely curious about your origins. Are you truly of the Church of Light?" Zhao Gan's expression hardened as he retorted, "It is my turn to inquire, not yours." With that, he gestured to Ya, who inhaled a small breath, drawing away a portion of the green flame from Bayer. "Stop. No, don't." Bayer quickly complied, stating, "Ask whatever you wish." Zhao Gan idiot. "What is this peculiar fragrance?" "This is a secret technique of our cult, employing a special incense to preserve corpses and souls. Should the body be damaged, this fragrance, combined with sorcery, can transfer the soul to another person, allowing for gradual revival and bodily takeover." Having clarified this point, Zhao Gan addressed Bayer. "So you gradually seize control of Father Edgar's body, initially performing certain acts, such as the Black Plague, which is connected to you, correct?" Bayer fell silent before responding. "The Black Plague was not my doing. I merely fortuitously discovered that girl named Maria and utilized the plague she carried to prepare certain plans." While Bayer's words were somewhat guarded, Zhao Gan found them credible. After all, Father Edgar would awaken during moments of intermittent control. Bayer, wishing to avoid arousing suspicion, would not venture too far. "What exactly is the Black Plague?" Zhao Gan pressed, recognizing the significance of this information. At the mention of this question, Bayer's expression grew grave as he stated, "It is the manifestation of the Great Darkness. I do not know. However, it is certain that the Great Darkness has revealed itself somewhere near the old village." The Great Darkness? What is the Great Darkness? Zhao Gan had seized upon a key term. This was the first time he had heard such a phrase. Bayer fell silent for a moment before responding, I cannot answer. The great darkness is an unfathomable existence. This spirit, Bayer, was evidently a coward, desperately clinging to life, yearning to continue existing in another form even after death. While he spoke of welcoming death and darkness, he was more afraid of dying than anyone else. A stark hypocrisy that aligned with Zhao Gan's understanding of a certain type of charlatan. Now that his life was in peril, he still chose to respond in such a manner. Clearly, the great darkness eluded explanation. Otherwise, an exceedingly terrifying phenomenon will ensue. Seeing Zhao Gan fall silent, Bayer chuckled. You are far more astute than I had anticipated, and certainly not as rigid as those from the Guangming Jiao. This young lady is a puppet, is she not? Upon scrutinizing the spell insignia in her palm, it appears to be the work of the Liade Magic Academy. Are you, perchance, a magic knight from Liade? This revelation was indeed intriguing, prompting Zhao Gan to inquire, how much do you know about the Magic Academy? Bayer pondered for a moment before replying. You should be aware that the Liade Magic Academy is comprised of individuals even more unhinged than our Baisher cult, and they tend to remain reclusive. If it were not for the catastrophe that obliterated the Magic Academy, then, at this point, Bayer regained his composure and asked, It seems you are not affiliated with the Magic Academy. How did you acquire such a sophisticated puppet? Zhao Gan understood that the denizens of the Magic Academy were quite mad. Otherwise, how could the creator of Yeye, the professor of magic named Tolls, have given her such a name? That is not for you to inquire about. What else do you know? Speak quickly. Upon hearing this, Bayer's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, You never intended to let me go. You have been extracting information from me all along. After saying this, he began thrashing about in Yeye's grasp, his face contorted with madness as he lost all semblance of reason. You are indeed at your wit's end. Although Zhao Gan had many more questions, it was evident that Bayer's soul was rapidly depleting. Upon grasping the truth, he had completely descended into madness, rendering him of no further value. No, he still held one last significance. As the conclusion of the Old Village storyline quest, he would provide Zhao Gan with the final benefits of this venture. Yeye, she is all yours. Zhao Gan waved his hand, instructing Yeye to absorb all the green flames. Damn it, damn it. Bayer let out his final, anguished cries, and the tomb gradually fell silent. Yeye returned to Zhao Gan's side, letting out a satisfied burp, indicating that she had finally had her fill on this journey. In the secret chamber, a dark, unclaimed soul hovered in the air. The visage of Bayer Schlaglen was among them, his expression hollow as that of a puppet. Rest in peace. As the spell of repose took effect, this ancient specter, who had lived for centuries, the puppet master behind the Old Village, the murderer of Father Edgar, dissipated into the ether. You have slain the ancient, malevolent spirit Bayer Schlaglen, earning 1,000 dark souls. Ancient, malevolent spirit Bayer Schlaglen, rare the third son of the former Grandmaster of the Baisher cult, it is said that during the ancient catastrophe, all three sons of the Grand Master perished. After discovering their remains, the Grand Master secretly buried them, awaiting their return. The Dark Codex shows great interest in rare entries and has marked the burial sites of Bayer's two brothers for you. Completing the remaining rare entries will unlock the secrets of the Schlaglen brothers. You have completed the quest, the sin of Father Edgar. You have obtained the complete map of the Old Village and unlocked a new map. Please check in the church. Chapter 42. The bell tolls and the new map 2 more. And the Dark Codex possesses such a function. Zhao Gan was somewhat surprised upon reading this information. However, Bayer Schlaglen was the first rare entry he had collected, so the emergence of new developments was understandable. The Dark Codex was an exceptional asset unique to Zhao Gan, providing him with considerable intelligence. The information revealed this time indicated that the Dark Codex harbored a strong thirst for knowledge. Just like me, Zhao Gan smiled. Bayer, I hope your brother's stories are equally compelling. The small church now also featured a new map. He speculated that he would be able to locate Bayer's two brothers on it. The flame of curiosity ignited within him, prompting Zhao Gan to hasten his departure from the underground tomb. However, he was caught off guard by the continuation of the notification. You have cleared the Old Village. You may now proceed to ignite the Old Village torch. The Old Village torch? I did not see anything of the sort earlier. Zhao Gan pondered, but upon receiving this prompt, he exited the underground tomb and returned to the Old Village for inspection. After repairing the small church last time, he had witnessed its renewed splendor, so he found nothing peculiar. Yaya followed closely behind him, occasionally letting out a burp. It seemed the little one had indeed eaten her fill and was experiencing a bit of indigestion. Upon re-entering the old village, Zhao Gan noticed that the previously dense darkness had diminished significantly, now resembling the exterior. The old village was not particularly large, and, after multiple visits, Zhao Gan had grown quite familiar with it. Upon reaching the small square, he spotted the torch mentioned in the prompt. Its design was reminiscent of the one he had encountered in the forest, albeit shorter, standing at only 1.5 meters tall. Yet the flame-igniting disc atop was considerably larger, nearly 3 basketballs wide. The disc was filled with a bright white fuel. Zhao Gan pinched some, inhaled its fragrance, which bore a hint of wine. He tasted it, and it truly resembled wine. Zhao Gan then dipped his finger in it and offered it to Yaya. The young girl sniffed it, then took a step back in distaste. Zhao Gan shook his finger, nodded toward Yaya, and said, "Good girl, do not drink alcohol." He then ignited the torch with the flame from the priest's lantern. As the flame flickered to life, it radiated a warm glow that dispelled all the darkness from the small square. You have ignited the old village torch. The northern sentinel of the old town has seen the long-awaited flame and has rung the bell. Zhao Gan turned his head toward the south, still not hearing the bell, but he saw a monkey-like creature begin to leap about in the light, brandishing a dagger. This monkey creature was emitting smoke, as if it were ablaze. An ambusher. This must be the assailant he had yet to locate. He wondered how this creature had concealed itself until the torch was ignited. Zhao Gan's eyes sparkled as he drew his short-barreled shotgun. However, before he could act, Yaya leaped out, pinning the ambusher to the ground with a kick. The ambusher appeared as if nailed to the earth, his limbs thrashing about. Yaya raised her other foot and stomped on the ambusher's head. Like a crushed walnut, the ambusher's skull shattered into fragments. Yaya has slain the ambusher, and you have gained 50 dark souls. The dark souls were not of primary importance. Zhao Gan hurried over to retrieve the dagger that had fallen from the ambusher. Ambusher's scorpion venom dagger. Superior, the venom upon it is perilous. Not only highly toxic, but also capable of corroding the flesh of enemies. This was truly the greatest reward. Zhao Gan stowed away the dagger, feeling particularly elated. In his venture through the old village, the finest item he had obtained was undoubtedly Father Edgar's ring. Yet aside from the soul repose spell it offered, its best feature was the slow accumulation of faith. However, that attribute was of no use to him. Hence, this superior quality scorpion venom dagger was his most prized acquisition. The drop rate for the ambusher's dagger was quite high, but even of superior quality, it bore no special attributes, rendering it inferior to typical superior weapons. My hunter's shotgun possesses enhancements, revealing that these daggers are merely a slight improvement over standard quality weapons. I must hasten to trade it. I suspect that following the onset of winter, superior weapons will become more prevalent, and items lacking attributes will be even less valuable. Just as Zhao Gan prepared to return to the small church to await the trading period, a distant bell tolled. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell carried a soothing resonance. Subsequently, a new notification echoed. The old town has acknowledged that you have ignited the old village torch. Upon igniting 2 more torches, the old town will open the sealed gates to welcome the heroes of the Guangming Jiao into the city. So that is it. Zhao Gan comprehended that this was akin to a trigger condition for a new map in a game. The number 2 again, how coincidental. I must hurry back to examine the map. Bayer's 2 deceased brothers likely hold the locations of the other 2 torches. Accompanied by Yaya, Zhao Gan returned to the small church. He stood at the entrance of the church, gazing towards the old village, where he could faintly discern the glimmer of the old village's torch. He estimated that once he constructed the beacon of light and ignited the flame, the view would become much clearer. Upon entering the small church, Zhao Gan noticed Yaya resting her eyes beneath the altar, seemingly asleep. The glow of the faux primordial fire illuminated her delicate face, complementing the girl's gentle smile, creating an atmosphere of tranquil beauty. Zhao Gan approached the faux primordial fire and quietly addressed the statue of Edgar, which had been transformed into a likeness. I do not know who you are, but I thank you for coming to this small church and igniting this flame. The old village had been completely conquered, yet one final enigma remained. Whose body was it that Zhao Gan had initially seen? Since Edgar's body had been occupied by Bayer, that corpse could not belong to him. However, from the descriptions of the faux primordial fire, it seemed that Edgar had, at a pivotal moment, entrusted his soul to someone. This individual returned to the church. and after burning Edgar's soul, perished in a struggle against the encroaching dark progeny. Following this, Zhao Gan's tale unfolded. He set aside this question for the time being, as he had many other matters to attend to. Approaching the wall adorned with a map, Zhao Gan beheld a new map. The original map was fully illuminated and magnified, with 2 new areas shrouded in mist added to each side. A road appeared at the top of the left map, extending to the center, labeled Abandoned Mining Site. Not far to the west of it, black text read, Uncollected Rare Entry. The new map on the right was similar, but its markers were positioned further away. At the far eastern edge of the entire map, Fishing Village. Just south of the fishing village, black text again indicated, Uncollected Rare Entry. After examining the map, Zhao Gan's objectives became abundantly clear. The abandoned mining site and the fishing village were the next targets for conquest. The uncollected rare entries marked in black evidently indicated the locations of Bayer's 2 brothers. He recalled that there was a knightly brothers quest in the fishing village. Should he first venture to the abandoned mining site or the fishing village? Zhao Gan pondered. He had previously visited the mining site and planned to slay those wolves the following day, but he had not delved too deeply. He had not anticipated that the core area of the old mine lay even further beyond. As for the fishing village, he had never set foot there, yet he sensed it would be more perilous than the mining site. Before Zhao Gan could reach a conclusion, a notification for trading time arrived. Trading time has commenced, concluding in 30 minutes. Please treasure this opportunity. Special reminder, winter will descend in 4 days, and the cold will exceed all expectations. Please prepare warm clothing. Chapter 43. Contaminated entries. He returned quite late, just in time for trading. Moreover, the reminder to prepare warm clothing indicated that related items would likely increase in price. Zhao Gan glanced at the chat box, where players had begun to discuss. Damn, why is this only being announced now? Isn't it too late to prepare warm clothing? Cold is wonderful. We can make ice cream. What should we prepare? Worst case, we could just burn the house for warmth. Dude, are you serious? Where will you live if you burn your house down? Huh, I've already set my bed on fire. It's so warm. No need to chop wood anymore. And those lovely monsters can be left alone. Great, another one has gone mad. The ones eating Hot Pot and KFC have gone silent too. Now this ice cream eater is about to say goodbye. Players were feeling quite dejected, evidently struggling with preparations over the past few days, either because they had to clear surrounding monsters or had lost too much sanity. Everyone, don't panic. There are many ways to keep warm. I know someone from Tailor Shop who started making warm clothing 3 days ago. You can check the trading bar tomorrow. The prices won't be too high. It was this kind-hearted player again. Zhao Gan felt a surge of gratitude. No need to worry. Zhao Gan recognized this comforting player as Lu Dafu. Before he could confirm, Lu Dafu sent him a private message. Little brother, do you need warm clothing? I can set one aside for you at cost price of 500 wood. This price was remarkably cheap, considerably less than Zhao Gan had anticipated, so he had no objections. However, he recalled the fisherman and inquired, could you set aside another piece? A friend of mine also needs one. Lu Dafu confirmed and added, if that NPC has any updates, let me know promptly. No problem. Zhao Gan replied decisively. He understood that the fisherman was quite affluent and did not lack funds, yet the assistance he had provided during the conquest of the old village had been invaluable. Whether or not the fisherman needed it was one matter. Zhao Gan's willingness to help was another. He considered this a gesture of goodwill. By the way, that lantern requiring 15 points of intelligence must be what the fisherman's friend needs. He promptly contacted the fisherman. My good friend, today I defeated the guy from the Cult of Death and obtained an item for you to look at. Also, I have information about that individual. He-Chang glanced at the message from Zhao Gan, noticing that the fish were not biting lately, so she turned her attention to it. After reviewing the information on Bayer, Sheila Green, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect it to be such a big catch, and it seems there are still remnants of the Cult of Death. I wonder if there are follow-up quests. She hurriedly replied, my good friend, hang the lantern. It requires the dead fish. Zhao Gan realized upon seeing dead fish and quickly responded, you caught that. Impressive, my good friend. He-Chang's expression radiated pride, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Clearly, she was showing off the dead fish to Zhao Gan. However, she soon reminded him, catching this fish will drain quite a bit of sanity. Check if your sanity is within a safe range. Her question subtly urged Zhao Gan to assess his status. She had noticed that while he was cautious, he could sometimes be overly reckless. Zhao Gan paused, glanced at his sanity value, which had recovered to 52, and replied, no problem, My special talent protects me. Yichang furrowed her brow, took out her crystal ball to check, and discovered that Zhao Gan was consuming calm fish oil. After a moment of surprise, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This charlatan is still trying to impress me. Haha, but he has indeed made considerable progress." Yichang's smile was radiant. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. Just then, the fish float suddenly sank. Yichang's expression shifted to one of cold determination as she tightened her grip on the rod and sharply lifted it. The float thrashed violently, sinking deeper. A big one is on the line. Yichang focused intently on battling the large fish. Why is the fisherman a bit slow? He must have hooked a fish. Zhao Gan had already listed the lantern in the trading bar and, after waiting a few minutes without a successful transaction, decided not to disturb the fisherman. Instead, he prepared to handle the assassin's venomous dagger. After contacting the owner of the sharpshooter revolver, Zhao Gan sent him the dagger's information. "A fine item, we can trade." The response came swiftly, clearly pleased with the dagger. "All right, I'll list it. Let us exchange it for that revolver." Zhao Gan was thrilled. With this revolver and a short-barreled shotgun, he could control monsters for a longer duration. However, the other party quickly added, "Sorry, brother. That revolver has encountered some issues and is now damaged." He then sent the item information. "Sharpshooter revolver. Contaminated. This revolver has lost its former brilliance and is gradually rusting away." The message was brief, and it left Zhao Gan feeling somewhat disheartened. However, this entry on pollution was the first time he had encountered it, prompting him to ask, "Brother, what happened to you? Such a fine item. How did it come to this?" The other party replied, "Don't mention it. I ran into a troublesome monster. I haven't had a decent weapon in hand, and if it weren't for this revolver, I would have been finished." "You're interested in the term pollution, right?" "Indeed. Could you possibly share some details?" Zhao Gan had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and he was keen to discover what the two locations he planned to explore might hold, as knowing more certainly had its advantages. "But a new type of monster. I might be the first to encounter it. It took considerable effort to slay it, but I suffered heavy losses with most of my weapons in a polluted state." After saying this, he sent over a monster information. "Polluted zombie. Influenced by unknown factors. This zombie is enveloped in pollution and darkness. Exercise caution." The description was quite simple, likely the information available to players lacking a dark bestiary after defeating the creature. "Thank you, brother. So what about our trade?" The other party hesitated for a moment, then said, "This monster dropped a rather good item that can upgrade weapons to fine quality, though it has some peculiarities. Let me see." Upgrade items were also welcome. Even a quality weapon like a short-barrel shotgun had its characteristics, and upgrading it might yield even greater strength. Soon, Zhao Gan viewed the description of this strange item. Pollution enhancement device. Fine can upgrade a weapon to fine quality, but will impart a pollution characteristic. This characteristic will diminish sanity when the weapon is used. "No problem, I can exchange it." Zhao Gan was unconcerned about the negative effects of diminished sanity, as he possessed an indomitable passive trait. Any reduction in sanity effects would be weakened to 110 for him. Moreover, the continual decrease in recovery of sanity would enhance his passive abilities. "I truly apologize for taking advantage of you. How about I see if you need any supplies? I can offer you some." The other party, being a person of principle, felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of Zhao Gan's generosity. For other players, sanity was a matter of life and death, closely tied to the efficiency of clearing monsters. With winter fast approaching, many players were diligently clearing nearby monster strongholds to ensure their safety. Furthermore, who could predict what bizarre monsters would emerge once winter arrived? Hence, maintaining healthy sanity levels was crucial. Otherwise, one would have to accompany the likes of Hot Pot Brother, KFC Brother, and Ice Cream Brother. Zhao Gan was well aware of this. Items with pollution attributes were undoubtedly challenging to sell, making them something he could absorb. Given that the other party offered more, Zhao Gan could hardly refuse, as he required a substantial amount of wood and iron ore. "If you have any iron ore, I would appreciate it." "No problem. I have 300 iron ore here. It's all yours." 300 iron ore was quite a substantial amount, and Zhao Gan, knowing when to seize the moment, agreed. The transaction completed, Zhao Gan received the pollution enhancement device along with 300 iron ore. The iron ore was promptly stored in his warehouse, while the pollution enhancement device rested in his palm. This item resembled a dark, transparent cube within which dark matter swirled incessantly, occasionally dripping black liquid. The liquid, upon contact with the skin, slowly permeated. Contact with polluted darkness. Your sanity -1. Zhao Gan quickly stowed it back in his inventory. Contemplating, this item is even more perilous than I anticipated. There's no rush to use it. I shall study it first. The supplies seem sufficient to construct a scientific laboratory and ascertain whether any results could be achieved. Transaction successful. You have obtained water ghost fish. The fisherman has finished. Zhao Gan hurriedly retrieved the water ghost fish, eager to see what this rare fish looked like. You have seen the water ghost fish. Sanity -8. The water ghost fish was quite large, lying quietly on the floor of the small chapel. The significant loss of sanity it caused indicated just how absurd its appearance was. The water ghost fish's form was a grotesque amalgamation of a ghost and a fish. It possessed a fish's body, a fish's head, and human limbs. 2 robust arms sprouted behind its gills, while 2 legs emerged where its tail should have been. Its size was comparable to an average person, around 1.7 meters tall. Zhao Gan had no doubt that this water ghost fish could stand upright when alive. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Upon closer inspection of the water ghost fish, he noticed certain peculiarities. Its teeth were razor-sharp, its limbs strong and pale, tinged with a shade reminiscent of a person pulled from the water after several days. Moreover, its palms and soles bore webbing, indicating it could swim swiftly. Although its lifeless eyes were clouded with a white film, upon closer examination, it seemed as if someone were watching him. Yet, Zhao Gan sought to observe even finer details. He flipped the water ghost fish over for a closer look, and, after a moment, disappointment creased his features. Not very lifelike. While the water ghost fish emitted no foul odor, Zhao Gan still felt it unfit for the sight of young children. So he tossed it into the warehouse. The fisherman was truly remarkable to have caught such a creature. Zhao Gan held him in even higher regard. Meanwhile, on the other side, He Chong, holding a small fish, remarked in confusion, "Such a tiny thing, yet it has so much strength." The fish in her hand continued to struggle, shimmering with a golden hue. Its golden eyes fixed on He Chong with an air of majesty. A magical dagger engulfed in blue flames appeared in He Chong's hand, and she smiled at the golden fish. Instantly, the golden fish wilted, displaying a pleading expression in its eyes. Without further ado, He Chong plunged the blue flame dagger into the golden fish. The blue flames enveloped the golden fish, followed by a layer of hard ice that encased it. He Chong stored the golden fish, recalling the information from the bestiary that indicated this golden fish could lead to underwater treasures. Subsequently, she retrieved a lantern from her inventory and hurried toward the witch's tower. Just moments ago, a notification had sounded. You have obtained the soul lantern, completing the task, vanquishing the remnants of the death cult, achieving progress in the story of Tsue Satana 2. For related item information, please check Tsue Satana's bestiary. Upon reaching the second floor of the witch's tower, He Chong found the description of the soul lantern. Soul lantern, a treasure of the death cult, usable only by those of noble status after death, capable of preserving the souls of the deceased and absorbing vengeful spirits to strengthen the deceased soul. The beautiful and magnificent Tsue Satana has seen such a lantern and after a glance discarded it. It is said that the method of crafting this lantern was lost in a calamity, which contributed to the gradual decline of the death cult. He Chong tossed the soul lantern into a corner, beginning to ponder. With 2 more soul lanterns, I suspect collecting them all will lead to a new quest. However, she was uncertain about the nature of the calamity that had overwhelmed even the death cult. He Chong understood that she had inherited the legacy of the moon, witch Tsue Satana, and as long as she continued to advance her story progress, she would grow ever stronger. But what of Tsue Satana herself? The more she learned, the clearer it became just how formidable this witch was. The witch's tower was her home, filled with her traces. Where was she? Could it be that she had perished? Gazing through the window at the boundless waters and the thick darkness beyond, He Chong was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear. Construct the scientific laboratory, Zhao Gan exclaimed in excitement, as this was his first serious endeavor in building an expansion. Listening to the delightful sounds of construction beside the small chapel, he felt utterly pleased. Moon was roused from her slumber, standing beside Zhao Gan, her head bobbing in confusion. As the construction sounds ceased, Zhao Gan noticed an iron door had appeared on the left side of the small chapel. The scientific laboratory at level 1 has been constructed, and the materials required for upgrading to level 2 have been updated in the notebook. Zhao Gan, however, was too preoccupied to glance at the notebook and immediately rushed into the scientific laboratory. The simplicity of the environment within the laboratory left him somewhat disheartened. Inside, there was merely a metal table and a row of metal shelves, nothing more. Zhao Gan approached the metal shelves and touched one of them. Reading, Experimental Results Display Rack. Upon completing a certain experiment, you may receive a medal to enhance your laboratory with new scientific research apparatus. Understood. He then moved to the metal table and touched it. Reading, Scientific Experiment Table. Place the item you wish to learn about on this table, and it will display knowledge regarding that item. Please note, in a Level 1 scientific laboratory, the experiment table can only be used once per day. If the item's level exceeds exquisite, the table may collapse. Chapter 45, The Contaminated Short-Barreled Shotgun. Analyzing the item for you. Contamination Enhancement Device. The experiment table emitted a faint glow, causing the cube of the contamination enhancement device to levitate. The cube appeared remarkably transparent under the soft light. The black contamination material condensed into a droplet, incessantly hiding within it. It resembled a lowly encountering a strange uncle, trying to reveal itself, yet compelled to hide. A series of peculiar runes emerged from the soft light, presenting themselves before Zhao Gan. He had never encountered such characters before, yet they intrigue him immensely. After a moment, Zhao Gan recalled that during his last class with the elementary deconstruction stone instructor, there had been many such runes. With a sudden burst, the soft light exploded, and the contamination enhancement device fell onto the experiment table. Simultaneously, a notification sounded. Due to insufficient sample quantity, the resolution of the contamination entry is 33. Contamination, a manifestation of concentration nearing pure darkness. Yet due to insufficient darkness purity, a marvelous transformation has occurred. This transformation remains unclear and requires more samples. This enhancement device can be used successfully, but be cautious. The eruption of dark matter may contaminate the surrounding environment. Excellent. Upon reading this information, Zhao Gan felt a surge of relief. Although the contamination enhancement device posed significant danger, he was grateful for his prudence in refraining from reckless usage. More samples were needed to fully decipher the contamination entry. Zhao Gan promptly contacted that unfortunate fellow, saying, "Brother, do you have any contaminated items available for purchase? You used that thing so quickly?" The other party was astonished, then inquired, "Is there anything unusual?" Zhao Gan replied, "Nothing much, it just exploded, and the surroundings were corroded by darkness." Although he had not utilized it, this information was derived from the scientific laboratory, posing no issues. "You are truly brave. However, most of my contaminated items have shattered and been discarded, leaving only that revolver. I'm unsure what you might need it for, but if you uncover more information about contamination, I'll gift it to you." "No problem," Zhao Gan readily agreed. The other party was the first to encounter a contamination-type creature, and Zhao Gan recognized that to continue his exploration of contamination, he would require the other party's assistance. "Brother, you are generous. We should add each other as friends later." The other person evidently understood Zhao Gan's intent. With a piece of wood, Zhao Gan exchanged for the contaminated revolver. Unfortunately, he would have to wait until the next day. Zhao Gan felt a twinge of discomfort. His thirst for knowledge gnawed at him like a restless monkey. "My good friend, the lantern this time is splendid. My friend is exceedingly pleased. What type of item do you desire?" He received a reply from Yichang, still using the excuse of having a friend. Zhao Gan swiftly responded, "Good friend, I currently have no needs. Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Yichang paused, internally pondering, what good thing has this guy acquired that he is not seeking any benefits? Nevertheless, she replied, "All right, no problem. I'll send you the information about that lantern." Zhao Gan briefly scanned the information she sent. It bore no significant importance. Seizing the opportunity while the trading time was still available, he purchased 10 portions of black fat-burning substance. Although there was still some fat-burning substance in the warehouse, Iya had a substantial appetite, and he needed to prepare in advance. Regular fat-burning substance was quite inexpensive. 3 pieces of wood could be exchanged for 1. The black fat-burning substance was slightly more costly, but due to the impending winter, prices had risen, costing Zhao Gan a total of 100 pieces of wood. He handed 1 portion of black fat-burning substance to Iya, instructing her to stay safe in the church. He then moved 100 meters away from the church, preparing to use the contamination enhancement device. He placed the short-barreled shotgun on the ground and took out the contamination enhancement device, setting it atop the shotgun. A rich stream of black substance erupted like a fountain, instantly engulfing the short-barreled shotgun. Zhao Gan observed the shotgun beginning to sway within the black liquid, faintly hearing strange sounds. Consequently, he retreated 10 meters, carefully watching the ensuing changes. The black liquid poured swiftly into the shotgun, transforming it into a pure black state. The black liquid on the shotgun's surface constantly shifted, resembling a gentle hand caressing a beloved. Boom! The shotgun exploded violently, scattering parts everywhere. As torrents of black liquid flew chaotically, Zhao Gan retreated another 10 meters, feeling somewhat disappointed. Was this a failure? However, the subsequent scene caused Zhao Gan's eyes to widen. The dispersed black liquid returned like small snakes, carrying with it scattered parts of the short-barreled shotgun. A minute later, a new, blackened shotgun appeared on the ground. As Zhao Gan moved closer, he noticed that the areas touched by the black liquid had been corroded. Approaching the pristine, short-barreled shotgun, he was immediately captivated by a new feature adorning it. A scarlet eye had replaced the shotgun's sight, scanning its surroundings. It too had spotted Zhao Gan, fixating on him intently. The scarlet eye is fixated on you. It desires to take a shot. Upon hearing this notification, Zhao Gan did not rush to retrieve the shotgun, but instead fixed his gaze on the scarlet eye. The two pairs of eyes locked in an intense stare. Zhao Gan squatted down, bringing his face mere centimeters from the scarlet eye, maintaining a steadfast gaze. The scarlet eye, unwilling to yield, displayed a fiercer expression. Rest in peace. Zhao Gan invoked the resting technique. A red ring ensnared the scarlet eye, but it shattered almost immediately. However, during that brief moment, it blinked and did not reopen its eyes. It seemed to concede. That is more like it. Seeing the opponent submit, Zhao Gan finally picked up the upgraded short-barrel shotgun. Contaminated short-barreled shotgun, exquisite, instantly retaliates against the scarlet eye. Contamination prolongs bullet charging time by double. Original characteristics unchanged. Scarlet eye, an organ of a once great deceased entity, costing 5 sanity points, can instantly charge a round of scarlet bullets. This bullet, through the gaze of the scarlet eye, strikes the enemy's vital points, inflicting substantial damage. This eye yearns to absorb sanity to achieve evolution. Special reminder, excessive use of the scarlet eye may result in irreversible changes. Ensure you can control it. This was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Zhao Gan cared little for the sanity loss. This weapon with contamination attributes could be a burden in the hands of others. Yet for him, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Firstly, he possessed a fearless passive trait. The 5-point sanity loss would only cost him 0.5, which was negligible. As for the mysterious scarlet eye, it was entirely his assistant. While others could fire once, he could fire 10 times. Before the crimson eye could absorb enough rationality to evolve, Zhao Gan was unaware of how many attribute points, items, and even more powerful weapons he could acquire from it. The pressure that the crimson eye exerted on ordinary players was, for Zhao Gan, far from a threat. He had his scientific laboratory. This weapon, combined with the contaminated revolver, was sufficient to analyze the term contamination to 99. If you wish to consume my rationality, you must first reveal the secret you hide. At this moment, the crimson eye had reopened, gazing at Zhao Gan with a hint of confusion, as if questioning why this human showed no fear and even appeared excited. Chapter 46. Increased strength to 20, there was still some time left for trading. So Zhao Gan hurried back to purchase an item. He stowed the short-barreled shotgun back into his inventory and dashed towards the small chapel. Opening the trading interface, he began his search. He wanted to buy a spell book. This was for his extraordinary career path. He had 2 more deconstruction tasks remaining, and upon completion, he would obtain this new profession. Although he possessed the profession of a priest, its faith value of 10 rendered it practically useless, merely something to look at. During the exploration of the old village, he had not encountered the opportunity to use the primary deconstruction stone, nor had he acquired any new prayers. After purchasing the spell book, Zhao Gan was uncertain whether it would transform into a deconstruction stone, but he had to experiment nonetheless. No investigation meant no right to speak. Only through experimentation could one attain the truth. Zhao Gan surveyed the options and ultimately selected a spell from the rogue profession. Basic Gale Step increases your speed by 20 for 10 minutes, consuming 5 points of mental energy. Spellbooks of this nature had previously been sold at exorbitant prices, Even the most basic spells typically cost at least 1,000 wood. As for higher-level spells, the price skyrocketed tenfold. Zhao Gan had initially recognized this as a sign of market manipulation by unscrupulous merchants and refrained from purchasing. However, with the onset of winter, players began hoarding resources and acquiring more powerful weapons, resulting in a natural decline in the prices of these spellbooks. Particularly today, when the system suggested purchasing winter items, the price of the spellbook plummeted. It was evident that the merchants realized they needed to sell these items quickly before they became unsaleable. They aimed to convert them into more in-demand goods and profit handsomely before winter set in. The price of basic Gale Step dropped to 500 wood. Without hesitation, Zhao Gan made the purchase. You have acquired basic Gale Step. Upon learning that it had not transformed into a deconstruction stone, Zhao Gan sighed in relief. Holding the basic spell scroll, he took out the primary deconstruction stone. When the green deconstruction stone was placed upon the spell scroll, it began to heat and vibrate, producing effects similar to those experienced during the deconstruction of the primary curse. Moments later, the deconstruction stone instructor commenced the lesson. The knowledge imparted was minimal, with only a single blackboard, indicating that basic Gale Step was considerably simpler. Yu watched the lesson with sparkling eyes, clearly eager to absorb the knowledge being shared by the deconstruction stone instructor. A few minutes later, Zhao Gan concluded the session. You have acquired a new scientific technique, scientific running method. Scientific running method, adjusting breathing and utilizing proper strides are key to running. After taking 2 deep breaths, consuming 2 points of mental energy, your running speed will increase by 20 for 10 minutes. The effect remained unchanged, but the mental energy requirement was reduced. The Gale Step had become more scientific, suggesting that speed could be enhanced even without using mental energy. Zhao Gan began to run in circles outside the small chapel, experiencing notable results. By combining deep breathing with 3 points of mental energy, he found that his leg muscles became easier to control, significantly increasing his speed. Without using mental energy, the effect diminished considerably, providing only a slight increase of around 5, which was still useful for travel. You seem to have learned something, as she followed Zhao Gan in running circles around the small chapel. However, after just 2 laps, her expression turned puzzled, prompting her to stop. Zhao Gan noticed her behavior but thought little of it, assuming she was simply bored. Returning inside the small chapel, Zhao Gan consumed 2 grilled fish and promptly fell asleep. He intended to rest well, as his task for the next day involved defeating the wolves in the abandoned mine and retrieving iron ore. Once again, Zhao Gan dreamt. He first encountered the kind and normal Father Edgar, whose smile was reassuring, expressing gratitude towards Zhao Gan with a bow. Then, he saw a blurred figure, seemingly young, who also bowed to him. Finally, Father Edgar departed with this young individual. Upon waking, Zhao Gan reflected on the dream. The young person might have been the remains found in the small chapel. To uncover his identity, he needed to continue progressing with Father Edgar's tasks. The first thing Zhao Gan did upon waking was allocate his attribute points. After clearing the old village, he had accumulated a total of 2,270 dark souls, which he converted entirely into attribute points. The 22 attribute points would allow Zhao Gan to elevate his strength to another level. He gazed at his attribute panel. Strength, 12. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 10. Perception, 7. Faith, 10. Constant value cannot be increased or decreased. Finally, he could increase his strength to 20. Overjoyed, Zhao Gan utilized 16 attribute points, raising his strength to 20. A new notification chimed. Your strength has reached 20. To continue increasing, 4 attribute points are required. Any enhancement to your strength cannot exceed 29 points. As expected, it had indeed increased. Zhao Gan was not surprised. With 6 attribute points remaining, he first raised his perception to 10 and then his intelligence to 9. After allocating the points, he felt a significant enhancement in his strength. As he swung the mechanical lumberjack axe, the sound of air bursting became even more pronounced. He estimated that, when facing the Fire Knight, the 22 points of strength augmented by the axe would easily allow him to triumph. As for perception and intelligence, the effects were more subdued. He simply noticed an improvement in his hearing and could see further, even distinguishing objects in the dimness of the distance with clarity. The enhancement in intelligence made his mind quicker, allowing him to perform mental calculations far more swiftly. However, His attribute panel now appeared more appealing. Strength, 20. Intelligence, 9. Agility, 10. Perception, faith, 10. Constant value. Cannot be increased or decreased. After ensuring his equipment was in order, Zhao Gan set out, heading towards the abandoned mine. Yu trailed behind him like a little shadow. Upon waking, Zhao Gan had already fed her some blackened, energy-enhancing food. I'm going to hunt a large dog. This is a personal vendetta, so please do not interfere. Yu nodded in understanding. On the way, Zhao Gan passed through the woods and a small pond, reminiscing as he saw the carpenter's cottage. It was the first place he had explored upon entering the dark world, and the story of the carpenter and his son lingered in his mind. He observed the woods, still lush and dense, estimating that it would take a month of logging to exhaust the supply. As for the stumps left behind, small saplings had already begun to sprout. In due time, they would grow into trees suitable for harvesting. The flowing water proved to be more beneficial than he had imagined. Zhao Gan grew increasingly intrigued by the natural cave within the abandoned mine and the source of the flowing water. Finally, he arrived. Gazing at the entrance of the abandoned mine, Zhao Gan drew his weapon and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of wolves echoed, and these vengeful beasts had caught wind of his presence. Zhao Gan stood ready, having sensed that his opponent seemed to have grown considerably stronger. A massive black wolf emerged from the shadows, positioning itself before Zhao Gan, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Upon seeing the creature, Zhao Gan was taken aback. Chapter 47. The two-headed black wolf. The black wolf had not only increased in size, approaching that of a lion, but it also bore two heads, appearing quite sinister. Yeah. Upon observing the two-headed black wolf, showed no fear, but instead looked at Zhao Gan with a hint of confusion, as if questioning, "Is this the large dog you mentioned?" Zhao Gan scrutinized the two-headed black wolf and realized that it had indeed become formidable, yet its strength was comparable to that of a fire knight at most. With his current abilities, coupled with his weaponry, he could easily defeat it. The two-headed black wolf sensed something was amiss with Zhao Gan. However, despite possessing some intelligence, it was not very bright, resembling a creature with an underdeveloped brain and a completely undeveloped cerebellum. Though it had an additional head, it only amplified its innate beastly instincts. With a howl, the two-headed black wolf could no longer contain itself. Spotting the diminutive human before it, who dared to gaze into its eyes, it lunged forward. A rush of dark wind swept past, allowing Zhao Gan to clearly see the wolf's sharp fangs. Bang! Bang! Zhao Gan swiftly emptied his short-barreled shotgun of all its ammunition. Yet, only one bullet struck the two-headed black wolf. Its speed was impressive, but it could never outpace a bullet. Within 7 paces, the gun was both swift and precise. Although the two-headed black wolf had closed the distance, it was still within range. Despite its remarkable speed, it was hit. Stunned momentarily, the wolf remained in place for just a fleeting second, a precious moment that Zhao Gan would not squander. Bullet replenishment. He loaded 10 rounds directly. The crimson eye on the shotgun opened excitedly, relishing the rationality of its human companion. Bang! 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 Zhao Gan unleashed all 10 crimson rounds without a shred of mercy. These bullets were significantly more potent than the original ones, transforming into streaks of crimson meteors upon exiting the barrel, crashing into the two-headed black wolf and producing minor explosive effects that inflicted massive wounds upon it. One of its heads was completely obliterated, leaving no healthy fur intact. With a final agonizing howl, the two-headed black wolf collapsed onto the ground, its body beginning to convulse. It was not yet dead. Indeed, it was remarkably resilient. However, at that moment, he noticed the crimson eye looking at him with confusion. Zhao Gan smiled at it and remarked, "Have you come to a realization? You best behave yourself from now on." The crimson eye's confusion turned to terror, and it promptly shut. Yet, Zhao Gan observed it still trembling, akin to a worker who, upon realizing their wages had been docked, quivered in anger. Turning his attention back to the two-headed black wolf, he saw it struggling to burrow back into the darkness. However, the might of the 10 crimson bullets was tremendous. After much effort, it had barely moved a meter. Zhao Gan raised his axe and delivered the final blow to the two-headed black wolf, settling their score. You have slain the two-headed black wolf, earning 300 dark souls. You have acquired Black Point Fuel X2, two-headed black wolf, an evolved being that devours its kin, swifter yet still fearful of flames. 2 portions of Black Point fuel were first for him. No wonder this creature had two heads. It evidently consumed its own kind. He leaned closer, observing that the corpse of the two-headed black wolf had transformed into a pile of black ash, with two glimmering fragments larger than any small soul shards he had encountered. Picking one up, he examined it. Neutral soul fragment. Will soon vanish, but can be used to nourish ghostly entities, enhancing their strength. Quite satisfactory. It seemed the Dark Compendium updated its information in real time. He took out a whistle, summoning Lao Lu and Lao Ba once more. The two deceased canines immediately lunged for the soul fragments, consuming them eagerly. Woof! Woof! This time, after their meal, Lao Lu and Lao Ba appeared fully restored, their white luminescence more concentrated. Lao Lu lowered his head and nudged Zhao Gan's leg, displaying a submissive demeanor. Lao Ba circled around him, occasionally leaping in excitement. Yeah, observing this interaction, approached Lao Lu and squatted beside him, petting his fur. It seemed they would be able to play together in the future. Just as Zhao Gan concluded his thoughts, he noticed Ye open her mouth and attempt to bite Lao Lu. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain, as the ghostly entity was clearly not edible. Startled, Lao Lu darted away. Zhao Gan, noticing this, promptly blew the dog whistle, calling both dogs back to him. He then lightly tapped Ye on the head, saying, "This is Lao Lu and Lao Ba. You cannot eat them." Ye appeared to understand. He glanced at the cave entrance and led Ye inside. Upon reaching the entrance to the secret passage, Zhao Gan saw the carpenter's remains, which were severely mangled, a testament to the two-headed black wolf's mercilessness. Without the protective light of the priestess lantern, the carpenter's body had succumbed to darkness, leaving only bones that had begun to blacken. Zhao Gan approached and kicked the carpenter's remains, feeling a sense of vindication. He clearly remembered how this individual had destroyed his small chapel in an attempt to deceive the priest. Yeah, not comprehending the purpose of Zhao Gan's actions, followed suit and stomped on the carpenter's bones. Perhaps due to her puppet-like nature, the little one displayed considerable strength, shattering the bones even further. Zhao Gan attempted to open the secret door, but found it unyielding. It seemed the bolt he had previously secured had not been disturbed. However, with his strength now at 20, he had far surpassed his previous capabilities. Gripping the handle of the dark door, he exerted a moderate force and heard the bolt within shift. With a determined effort, Zhao Gan applied all his strength and succeeded in wrenching the dark door open. Yeah, you stay here and help me carry some things. He descended into the stone chamber and observed that it remained unchanged since his last visit. His primary purpose for returning was to gather iron ore. Thus, he had brought no tools, leaving his inventory completely vacant. With 11 inventory slots, he had collected 220 units of iron ore, with an additional 125 units fitting into a half-filled iron crate. This aligned with his estimations, providing ample resources for constructing all other expansion buildings, while still leaving some for trading. Zhao Gan anticipated that in the coming days, the majority of players would begin upgrading their shelters, necessitating vast quantities of iron ore. Starting tomorrow, the price of iron ore would likely soar. He dragged out the lighter iron crate and ascended into the cave, tossing it to Ye, saying, "Wait for me a moment longer." Ye's small hands grasped the iron crate. Zhao Gan returned to the cave and glanced at the riddle note on the table, deciding to leave it behind. Dragging the crate filled with iron ore upward was somewhat laborious for Zhao Gan, but fortunately his strength was sufficient. It merely required some exertion. If I were to go move bricks now, I could easily carry 200 at once, directly laboring my way to wealth. The ample strength afforded Zhao Gan a significant sense of security. Upon returning to the cavern, he gazed into the depths of the mine. The unsettling sensation lingered, indicating that whatever lay hidden within posed a considerable threat to him. "I will return. I will deal with you in due time." Zhao Gan cast one last glance before leading Ye out of the mine. Chapter 48. The forge in the light night quarter. Zhao Gan and Ye each dragged a large iron crate back to the small chapel. Bringing back these two large iron boxes has proven to be quite useful for Zhao Gan, particularly for storing water. He estimated that the combined capacity of the boxes is nearly 100 liters, which should suffice for his consumption over a period of time. With the onset of winter just 3 days away, hoarding excessive amounts of water seems futile, as unforeseen circumstances may arise. Zhao Gan has come to understand the treacherous nature of the dark world, which is both insidious and contemptible. Just previously, during the trading session, players were advised to prepare for cold weather supplies. Before departing from the mine, he attempted to force open the door labeled "Cannot be opened from this side," believing that with his strength now at 20, brute force would suffice. To his dismay, the prompt remained unchanged, indicating that it was still impervious to his efforts. Despite exerting all his strength, he found no success, with the message "This door cannot be opened from this side" flashing repeatedly, making him feel as if someone in the darkness was mocking him. After placing the iron ore back in the storage, Zhao Gan, accompanied by Ye, dragged the two large boxes to a small pond to fill them with water, concluding this endeavor. This outing drained Zhao Gan of 30 stamina points, leaving him quite fatigued. Ye also expended considerable energy, prompting Zhao Gan to offer her a black energy snack, which she consumed with evident delight, bringing him satisfaction. Such an easy child to care for. After a brief respite, he opened his notebook to review the remaining buildings he could construct. Light Tower LV1. Not constructed. This building is necessary for upgrades, requiring 1,000 units of wood, 300 units of iron ore, and the soul of a great rebel. Ignite a great flame, roar at the darkness. This building illuminates a radius of 1 kilometer. Light Night Dormitory LV1. Not constructed. This building is necessary for upgrades, requiring 120 units of wood and 80 units of iron ore. Extend a hand to those who survive in darkness. They will become your most loyal knights. This building accommodates 5 light knights. Warehouse LV1. Constructed. Upgrading to LV2 requires a LV2 fire transmission church and 200 units of wood, expanding capacity to 2,000 units. Forge LV1. Not constructed. This building is necessary for upgrades, allowing the smelting of ore and the crafting of weapons, requires blueprints, needing 50 units of wood and 50 units of iron ore. Scientific Laboratory LV1. This is a talent-exclusive building. Constructed. You can research anything and derive scientific truths. Upgrading to LV2 requires meeting research standards. Refer to the displays within the building. Perhaps science is also a flame that can dispel the darkness known as ignorance. The Light Tower is still lacking the soul of a great rebel, a matter on which he has no leads. However, he can construct the remaining Light Knight Dormitory and Forge. Without hesitation, he eagerly anticipated the effects of these two buildings, especially the dormitory. Commencing construction. The sounds of labor were quite pronounced, resonating from the right side of the small chapel, where no buildings had yet been erected. Once the construction concluded, Zhao Gan observed 2 doors appearing on either side of the map. This time, before he could investigate, a notification chimed. You have constructed LV1 Light Knight Dormitory and simultaneously gained the favor of an NPC. Would you like to convert her into a Light Knight? Zhao Gan glanced at little Ye, who was contentedly munching on the black energy snack, and promptly commanded, "Convert." A radiant white light descended upon Ye's head, but she exhibited no reaction. As the light intensified, she finished her snack and stood, curiously surveying her surroundings before finally looking at Zhao Gan. "Do not fear. It is nothing serious." Soon, the brilliance subsided, and Ye donned a new outfit. This attire closely resembled Zhao Gan's white priest robes, save for the addition of leather armor on the chest, emblazoned with a flame insignia, accompanied by a spear. After changing into her new garb, little Ye sat on the ground, feeling the fabric of her new clothes. Zhao Gan recalled the armor worn by the Fire Knights, and concluded that the next level of Light Knights would indeed be the Light Knights, whose armor would be replaced with iron armor, likely necessitating more iron ore. Entering the forge, Zhao Gan found it unremarkable, containing merely a furnace and an anvil, alongside a blacksmith hammer. After familiarizing himself with the forge's functions, he comprehended its purposes. The furnace could smelt iron ore into ingots, and with iron ingots and weapon blueprints, he could create top-quality weapons and equipment, such as 2-handed swords or 1-handed swords. Upgrading the forge would allow the smelting of higher-grade metals. Zhao Gan could choose to forge manually or let the forge produce items autonomously, requiring only patience. He recalled the canister of golden liquid he had acquired from the abandoned mine, realizing it must be a higher-grade metal. Though the only information he possessed was that the archbishop in the old town was very interested in it, he remained uncertain about the other applications of this golden liquid, so he decided to set it aside for now. Exiting the forge, Zhao Gan entered the Light Knight Dormitory. Inside, he found a row of weapon racks and 5 single beds, each outfitted with supplies adorned with the flame emblem, unmistakably belonging to the light church. Lying on one of the beds, he found it quite comfortable. No longer would he have to sleep on the floor wrapped in a blanket. As for the remaining 4 light knights, he could only leave it to chance. He longed to see himself charging fearlessly at monsters, wielding heavy weapons alongside 5 light knights. As his first light knight, Zhao Gan was quite pleased with Yaya. Although she is an artificial being, she possesses immense strength and seems capable of countering various peculiar entities. For example, she can consume the green dead fire as long as she possesses special energy. The thought of this adorable little creature charging alongside him with a heavy weapon made Zhao Gan chuckle. The image was simply too endearing. Reflecting on this charming companion, he invited Yaya into the dormitory, and they each took a bed to rest. While they slept soundly, He-Chang was observing them through a crystal ball. She had been busy organizing the trash she had caught while fishing, selecting useful items for Zhao Gan, and preparing items for sale. Although selling fish had accumulated a fair amount of resources for her, she worried that Zhao Gan might request something she did not possess. So she aimed to stockpile resources for immediate purchasing. Zhao Gan is her primary ally in unlocking progress, and she needed to ensure everything was in order. The fellow was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the hustle and bustle of other players. Observing the dormitory's decor, which was fully adorned in the style of a light church, He-Chang noticed that Zhao Gan seemed safe and continued her fishing endeavors. Recently, perhaps due to the impending arrival of winter, she had noticed an increased likelihood of catching rare fish. She intended to seize this opportunity to enrich her haul. Kristana also enjoyed fishing, which explained the abundance of fishing rods she had left behind, and her album contained numerous species of fish. For He-Chang, fishing was purely a hobby. Aside from fishing and observing Zhao Gan, she had little else to occupy her time. With a swift cast, she soon hooked a sizable catch, even heavier and more powerful than the golden fish from before. Here it comes. Typically, He-Chang's demeanor was languid, but when it came to reeling in a catch, her eyes would sharpen considerably. Chapter 49. Trading suspended. Prices soar. Trading time has commenced. 30 minutes remaining, with 3 days until winter arrives. Special notice. Trading will be suspended upon the arrival of winter. During this time, private trading will be available, allowing players with friends to trade with each other. As Zhao Gan awoke, he heard this information. After a moment of shock, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. This wretched thing is far more insidious than I imagined. Why suspend trading when winter arrives? Are you taking a winter break? Soon, Zhao Gan realized that this move was indeed nefarious. With merely 2 days left, players were informed that there would no longer be any trading hours, and transactions could only occur between friends. It was evident that during the remaining trading days, prices would soar uncontrollably. This would lead to a significant depletion of resources in players' inventories, further instilling a sense of panic among them. The risk associated with friend transactions was substantial. Who could tell if the person requesting friendship was a cunning merchant waiting to exploit them? Only those already acquainted and possessing prior trading experience would dare to add each other as friends for continued transactions. Zhao Gan, however, felt unperturbed, as he was familiar with individuals who could provide sustenance, such as the fisherman for food and Dr. Liu for various potions. With these 2 allies, he felt assured. Reflecting on this, Zhao Gan opened the chat box, eager to see if others shared his sentiments. This damned dark world truly offered no avenue for survival. Selling Xiaobing. Only 3 days left. Each Xiaobing for 20 wood or 2 iron ores, exclaimed one player. Damn, even the Xiaobing seller has raised prices. Came the response. There's no choice. My supplier increased prices, and we Haven team managed to accumulate much in these 3 days. Another chimed in. I'll buy all your Xiaobing for 30 wood. This guy is a swindler. Don't sell to him. He is probably trying to monopolize the Xiaobing market, which will drive prices even higher. Zhao Gan noted the influx of friend requests, all seemingly eager to trade in the future. Beware of scams. These merchants can do anything. If you're not familiar with someone, don't add them as a friend. One player warned, the person above is right. I added a few friends, and they immediately sent me a long list of price charts. Damn it. The scam syndicate from Myanmar has set up shop in the dark world. Another lamented. Where did the Xiaobing seller go? I just saw him listing 500 Xiaobing, and now they've all vanished. High prices for iron ores. DM me. High prices for various food. DM me. High prices for weapons, equipment, and spells. DM me. The chat channel was abuzz with activity, the flow of information the fastest Zhao Gan had ever witnessed. The focal point of discussion revolved around the competition for resources. The price of iron ore was rising rapidly, now at 10 wood for 1. A brief glance at the trading section revealed an abundance of decent quality weapons and equipment, albeit at inflated prices. During this time, players had suffered damage to their original weapons while clearing threats or exploring new areas. With winter approaching, players were in urgent need of replenishing their weaponry, likely stocking up even further. Most players had already hoarded sufficient food supplies, making weapons and equipment highly sought after. Those acquiring them at elevated prices were undoubtedly the unscrupulous merchants. Zhao Gan speculated that a portion of these quality weapons was hoarded by these merchants. The escalating price of iron ore was linked to this, as Zhao Gan suspected that some merchants had discovered the means to fabricate weapons, thus driving prices ever higher. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan had an instinctual feeling that the dark world thrived on manipulation and deceit. These merchants had profited handsomely from their hoarding, ensuring a comfortable winter ahead. How can anyone be comfortable? Zhao Gan could predict the schemes concocted by the dark world before it ensnared its victims. Lu Hongxing requests to add you as a friend. Upon seeing Dr. Lu's friend request, Zhao Gan promptly accepted. As soon as the request was approved, Dr. Lu sent a message. Little brother, let us share resources and assist each other. All right, brother Hongxing, I also wish to purchase a batch of potions from you. Zhao Gan had 2 bottles of slow-release life potions and 1 bottle of anti-hypertensive medication, and he indeed needed to replenish his supply for future contingencies. However, there was no immediate rush. He planned to offload a batch of iron ore the following day, as prices would surely peak then. By the day after, the final trading day, he anticipated further complications. Potions are straightforward, but new ones may be released soon, so I suggest you wait until the last day to buy. Dr. Lu advised, demonstrating his thoughtfulness by refraining from taking advantage of the market chaos. Thank you, brother Hongxing. By the way, can I purchase the winter clothing we discussed yesterday? Yes, it's still 500 wood as I mentioned yesterday. You can offer a rare item in exchange. Given the current market turmoil, such transactions were necessary to avoid losses. Zhao Gan glanced into his storage and fortuitously discovered a valuable item, the dead fish. This peculiar item was undoubtedly rare. Moments later, he exchanged it for 2 pieces of winter clothing. What he received was a thick green cotton coat, laden with pockets, reminiscent of an old military overcoat. Zhao Gan tried it on and found himself sweating even outside the small chapel, where the temperature barely reached 10 degrees. Illuminated by the false initial fire, in the outer regions, such as the abandoned mines, temperatures plummeted below freezing. The coat's ability to retain warmth was exceptional, and its design was cleverly executed, allowing for ease of movement while remaining durable. The materials appeared to be sourced from the dark world, and at 500 wood each, Dr. Lu was selling them at cost, without profit. Little brother, quickly take that thing away. My half-elf has been thoroughly startled and is now crying. All right. Zhao Gan hastily retrieved the dead fish with a piece of wood. After securing the dead fish, he immediately placed it in storage, as he still needed to trade with the fisherman and intended to keep it. The dead fish was indeed an oddity. When he checked his supplies the previous day, he had been startled by its presence in the corner of the storage. Confident in the coat's reliability, Zhao Gan promptly messaged the fisherman. My good friend, do you have any winter clothing? I happened to buy an extra piece, and I would like to gift it to you, if you desire. He found that He Chong was still fishing, not because she was aware of the soaring prices and hoped to profit, but due to sheer boredom. She had just caught another dead fish, which she disdainfully tossed into the junk pile in her storage. Upon receiving Zhao Gan's message, He Chong was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. This guy clearly wants to give a gift, but is clumsily trying to find an excuse. The witch's robe she wore was not the complete version. It included a fur collar, a fur coat, and even a thick wool cloak, adequately preparing her for the harsh winter weather. However, considering this was Zhao Gan's first gift to her, she replied, My dear friend, you are truly considerate. I happen to be in need of a winter coat. Chapter 50. Zhao Gan's confidence, seeing that the fisherman accepted the thick cotton coat he sent. Zhao Gan felt immense joy. To be honest, the fisherman was the person who had aided him the most. Without those fish-related items, his quest in the old village would not have proceeded so smoothly. He might have faced dire consequences. My good friend, have you thought about what reward you would like? Zhao Gan had not yet decided, but had formed a rough idea. Responding, let us discuss it the day after tomorrow. The final trading day will suffice. By the way, what do you think of the coat? Is it warm? Yes, it's quite good, thank you. He Chong replied. glancing at the green cotton coat in her hands with a hint of disdain, primarily due to its unattractive appearance. Well, it might come in handy. I can always hang it on a rack later. She placed the coat in her inventory, wary that directly transferring it back to the Witch Tower's storage might result in it getting dirty. Once trading hours concluded, Zhao Gan indulged in a hearty meal, leaving Yaya at the chapel while he ventured out to chop wood. As he reached the woods, he blew the dog whistle, releasing Lao Lu and Lao Ba to stretch their legs. Perhaps having been cooped up for too long due to their injuries, both dogs bounded joyfully upon their release. Lao Ba, with his tongue lolling, sprinted the fastest, while Zhao Gan could only catch glimpses of a white blur darting about. Initially, Lao Lu strolled leisurely, but upon witnessing Lao Ba's exuberance, he quickly caught up, playfully nipping at Lao Ba's neck to slow him down. With Lao Lu by his side, Zhao Gan felt assured and began his logging task. Lifting the mechanical logging axe, he set to work, and it must be said that after enhancements, this axe was far more efficient than before. With his strength rated at 20, a single swing could fell a tree. Zhao Gan carried no items other than his weapon. With 11 item slots, he could store 220 pieces of wood, equating to the lumber from 44 trees. In less than 2 minutes, his inventory was full. After whistling for the dogs to return, he headed back to the small chapel to deposit the timber before resuming his tree felling. During this time, he continued to let the dogs out to play. After 10 trips, Zhao Gan had accumulated an impressive 200 pieces of wood before he finally decided to return to the chapel. Upon arriving at the scientific laboratory, he hesitated for a moment before producing the polluted revolver and placing it on the experimental table. The reaction was similar to before, and soon Zhao Gan was greeted with new information regarding the pollution entry. Pollution 66 analyzed. It has been confirmed that the pollution entry, aside from being tainted by darkness, contains a life characteristic. Due to insufficient samples, the specific form of this life remains unknown. How precise? Zhao Gan glanced at the crimson eye on the short-barreled shotgun, which corroborated the accuracy of the scientific table. It seemed that by tomorrow, he would gain a clearer understanding of the pollution entry. The polluted revolver showed no signs of damage after analysis, allowing Zhao Gan to confidently place the short-barreled shotgun on the table. Such a diligent worker was hard to come by. Zhao Gan wiped the shotgun with a cloth, smiling at the crimson eye, which seemed to tremble, as if aware of its fate, akin to a worker being severely reprimanded by a boss, forced to submit. As he put away the shotgun, he turned to see Yaya entering the scientific laboratory. Oh no, children shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Zhao Gan hurriedly scooped up Yaya, feeling the weight of the little one in his arms. This wasn't due to stinginess, but rather the unpredictability of Yaya's behavior. One could never tell what she might do next. What if she climbed onto the scientific table? The implications of her being analyzed or the possibility of an explosion were significant risks. Although he was uncertain if NPCs had item levels, even if they did, the doll crafted by the ancient magic professor, Yaya, was exceptionally formidable. In truth, the one within Yaya's body was He-Chong, who had grown bored and decided to come and see what was happening. What was that building? It was dark inside, with an iron frame and a table. Could it be a religious torture chamber? How twisted is the Church of Light? He-Chong was filled with questions and curiosity. The illustrations in the catalog of Sui Sitten had indeed recorded matters pertaining to the Church of Light, which had many bizarre spells, including those that could sacrifice one's own flesh or soul. She resolved to find an opportunity to warn Zhao Gan against dabbling in such extreme spells. However, she soon noticed Zhao Gan approaching her with a piece of black burning fat. Here, eat this. Thank you for working hard with me yesterday, he said with a gentle smile. Dressed in his priestly robe, if he weren't bald and dark-skinned, he would appear to be a kindly priest. He-Chong accepted the black burning fat, which felt sticky and emitted a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs, making it nearly impossible to swallow. The last time she encountered such a dreadful food was when she saw eggs boiled in boy's urine. The shells had cracked, and the smell was horrifying, akin to having a hot pot boiled in a urinal, nearly making her gag. Yet she understood that this burning fat was sustenance for the doll. Refusing to eat would reveal her true identity. Why aren't you eating? Zhao Gan asked, noticing that Yaya usually devoured the black burning fat quickly. Yet this time, she seemed taken aback. Unable to help herself, He-Chong awkwardly smiled and dispelled the possession spell, returning to the witch's tower. Regaining control of her body, Yaya appeared dazed, but upon seeing the delicious food in her hand, she began to eat heartily. Zhao Gan felt relieved to see her eating. Refusing food was a dire sign of a problem with her body. He gently patted Yi's head, failing to notice that she had once again donned a sheepish expression. Returning, Chong reflected on her experience. It seemed that the possession spell should not be used casually. Otherwise, similar situations could lead to exposure. She glanced at her fishing rod, which remained still, but felt that the shore was colder than before. In the distant waters, white mist began to appear. Zhao Gan had nearly completed his tasks and continued to fell trees, accumulating another 200 pieces of wood throughout the day. On the penultimate day of the winter's arrival, the trading period was unremarkable. Prices continued to soar, with iron ore doubling, now costing 20 pieces of wood. This indicated that players were frantically expanding and reinforcing their shelters during this limited time. Everything on the market sold well, and iron ore was quickly depleted. Given this frenzy, it was evident that both merchants and players were vying for the iron ore. The chat box confirmed Zhao Gan's suspicions, filled with players cursing merchants for their inability to purchase iron ore. Merchants likely still held vast quantities of iron ore, and with this current rush, they were preparing to exploit the situation tomorrow. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gan waited until the final stages of the trading period. When the price of iron ore had surged to 30 pieces of wood, and sold all the iron ore he had on hand. He possessed 615 pieces of iron ore, which netted him an impressive 18 for 150 pieces of wood. With the wood he already had, Zhao Gan now possessed a total of 480 pieces of wood. There was no room left in the warehouse for this lumber, forcing Zhao Gan to store it in various rooms, eventually filling the small chapel as well. It felt reminiscent of stock trading, although he was gambling. The dark world would undoubtedly take advantage of this torturous opportunity. Gazing at the chapel brimming with wood, Zhao Gan brimmed with confidence. Having felled much of the small grove over the past 2 days, there were few trees left. While these trees could regenerate, it would take time. Having spent many days in the dark world, players had harvested vast amounts of timber, leading the resource to reach a depletion phase. Thus, in the coming period, wood would become a highly sought-after resource. Chapter 51. The heavy snow before winter. The polluted short-barreled shotgun was placed on the scientific table by Zhao Gan. This time, the experimental table emitted an especially brilliant light, completely enveloping the shotgun. The crimson eye gazed in terror, casting a pleading look at Zhao Gan. He remained calm, paying no mind to it. The analysis took a considerable amount of time, with the runes floating above the table, forming rings upon rings. During this process, the light on the experimental table flickered intensely several times, creating an exhilarating sensation. Zhao Gan understood that this was due to the analysis level of the pollution entry, which had reached at least 99, nearing the truth of the entry. As for the crimson eye, it had completely collapsed, unable to keep its eyelids open, as if it had been thoroughly broken. Pollution 99 analyzed, it has been confirmed that among its life components, it resembles a type of bacteria with strong putrefaction effects. It is suspected that this bacterium originated from the remains of a powerful creature after its death, and the biological organs produced by this bacterium possess the potential for evolution. Caution is advised. The bacteria also contain unknown properties that seem to be utilizable, requiring more samples for further analysis. The resolution of the pollution entry has impressively reached 99. The experimental results display a newly added silver metal on the shelf, which, upon touch, will enhance the scientific laboratory with new equipment. Indeed, a resolution of 99 has thoroughly elucidated the concept of pollution. The formidable creature? It seems there are even more perilous entities. Should any clues arise, one must flee promptly. The bacteria spawned from the demise of such powerful beings not only augment monsters, but can transform the most mundane of corpses into formidable foes. One can only imagine that encountering a living entity would be a certain death sentence. As Zhao Gan prepares to explore the abandoned mining site and fishing village, he must exercise utmost caution and remain within the confines of these areas. Approaching the experimental results display, he notices the silver metal neatly arranged on the penultimate shelf. Clearly, for the scientific laboratory, the term pollution is not deemed particularly remarkable. Upon touching the metal, a new prompt resonates. You have acquired a scientific tool. Sample extraction bottle, portable and designed to hold experimental samples. Rest assured, it is robust enough for field work. Turning around, Zhao Gan observes the sample extraction bottle resting on the laboratory table. A transparent vial approximately 10 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in diameter. After a brief inspection, he notes that the cap can be twisted open, revealing a small spoon within, intended for extracting samples. This item seems somewhat familiar, reminiscent of something he has seen in a hospital. Zhao Gan, his expression turning slightly peculiar, yet he decides not to dwell on it further. Returning to the bright guard dormitory, Zhao Gan lies on his bed, ready to indulge in a restful slumber. Having been in the dark world for such an extended period, he has not experienced such comfort in sleep. With sufficient wit stockpiled, he awaits the final trading period tomorrow, curious about what further endeavors the dark world may yield. Zhao Gan sleeps soundly, devoid of dreams, until awakened by the icy touch of Ye's little finger. Are you hungry? Zhao Gan rises and retrieves a portion of the black fat-burning food for Ye. To his surprise, the little one shakes her head, tugging at the hem of his garment, leading him to the entrance of the small chapel. Outside, a heavy snowfall blankets the ground in feathery flakes. In the oppressive darkness, one can see snowflakes drifting from a distance. This dynamic does not imbue the dark world with any semblance of life. Rather, it accentuates the pervasive stillness. The biting cold envelopes Zhao Gan, prompting him to tighten his clothing. After a moment's reflection, he concludes that the temperature must have dipped below zero, even if it grows colder. He should require no additional layers within the small chapel. The sudden onset of heavy snowfall indicates that winter is swiftly approaching, making resource gathering or monster clearing increasingly arduous. Zhao Gan's predictions prove accurate, and he acts swiftly, having thoroughly cleared the old village. Yet, many players are likely braving the snow, striving to endure the winter. Aren't you cold? Zhao Gan glances at Ye, noticing that her gentle smile has morphed into an awkward grin. However, given the child's unique nature, he does not ponder too deeply. Ye gestures toward the outside, clearly eager to play. Very well, but do not wander too far. Remain near the chapel. Ye then points at Zhao Gan's mouth, puffing her cheeks to blow air. Understanding her intent, Zhao Gan produces a dog whistle, releasing Lao Lu and Lao Ba, instructing, "Play nicely with the dogs." Seeing the heavy snow, Lao Lu and Lao Ba dash outside, followed closely by Ye. Observing their joy, Zhao Gan turns back to the chapel, contemplating the types of supplies he requires. First and foremost, he must replenish his potions. He has only 1 dose of the calm fish oil left, which restores 20 sanity. Presently, sanity serves as Zhao Gan's combat capability. As long as his sanity is sufficient, he can wield a short-barreled shotgun as if it were a submachine gun. Next, he requires potions to restore health and enhance combat power. Particularly, he possesses only 1 bottle of hypertension potion to boost his combat efficacy. What does the fisherman need? Currently, he has water ghost shoes and a concealment veil to mask his presence, which suffices. Should he acquire some explosive fish? After contemplation, Zhao Gan reluctantly resolves to forego the explosive fish, deeming it too hazardous. Last time, he narrowly escaped being killed by a monster, only to nearly lose his life to his own explosives. These dark offspring tend to drop fat-burning items, indicating their flammability. Additionally, he must stock up on food. During winter, food production will undoubtedly decline. Once his thoughts align, Zhao Gan begins contacting Dr. Lu and the fisherman to express his needs. Dr. Lu responds promptly. Zhao Gan places an order for 3 bottles of life-sustaining potions, 4 bottles of hypertension potions, and 1 bottle of sanity potion. Dr. Lu's pricing remains quite reasonable, charging Zhao Gan 2,000 wood for these potions. However, Dr. Lu's new potion development has encountered unforeseen delays, suggesting it will be some time before they are available. Zhao Gan suspects the side effects are too significant, and Dr. Lu is diligently working to mitigate them. The fisherman's pace remains slow, yet Zhao Gan has grown accustomed to it. The man is relentless when it comes to fishing. He Jiqiang receives Zhao Gan's message, but is presently occupied. Upon awakening, she prepares to continue fishing, only to find heavy snow falling from the sky, with a layer of ice forming on the water surface. Testing the ice's hardness, she discovers that, though it is merely a thin layer, it is solid enough to support her weight. The cold wind reddens her cheeks, yet cannot mask her excitement. She hastily dons her green cotton coat before stepping outside the confines of the lake island for the first time since entering the dark world, her eyes wide with curiosity. However, as she ventures further, she notices the ice thickening and the temperature dropping. The area illuminated by her blue flame diminishes as well. Just as she contemplates returning, She spots a peculiar humanoid monster. The creature is encased in a hard layer of ice, but moves quickly across the ice surface. Upon noticing He-Chong, it launches an attack. Chapter 52. The Last Trading Day, Part 1. He-Chong's combat experience is limited. She has only cleared a few corpses near the Witch Tower upon her arrival in the Dark World. The icy monster she faces presents a formidable challenge. Its icy exterior akin to impenetrable armor. Nevertheless, having learned numerous spells, He-Chong expends some mental energy to vanquish the creature. The monster drops a hexagonal ice crystal, measuring 5 centimeters in size. Upon returning to the Witch Tower and consulting her tome, she discovers the following information regarding the ice crystal. Ice crystal core, a creature from the winter disaster, a unique product with unclear uses, yet remarkably sturdy. The magnificent and grand Lord Saitana once adorned the Witch Tower with this item, but alas, these ice crystals vanished after the winter disaster concluded. A rare drop, unique to the winter disaster. Upon learning this, He-Chong loses interest in further exploration, as players will obtain numerous items during the winter disaster, and their purposes will soon be revealed. After concluding her business, she carefully reviews Zhao Gan's private message. The swindler is not particularly greedy, only requesting a modest amount. Clearly, the previous encounter with explosive fish left a lasting impression, making him hesitant to ask for more. He-Chong possesses plenty of calm fish oil, which is easily sellable at a rate of 1,000 wood per bottle. However, her stockpile at the Witch Tower is already ample, leading her to forego further sales. As for explosive fish, she possesses only a modest quantity of around 50 or 60, all rather small in size. She initially intended to share with Zhao Gan, leaving behind some supplies to create ice holes for fishing. However, since Zhao Gan no longer needed them, she decided to keep everything. She thought to give him 10 bottles of calm fish oil and asked if he needed any other supplies, offering to share some. As for the cloaks, He-Chong glanced at the 2 neatly folded capes by the bed and pondered what reason she could give Zhao Gan for gifting one. The cloaks, one blue and one red, adorned with a round moon emblem, were meticulously stitched and appeared quite new. Soon, Zhao Gan received He-Chong's response. 10 bottles of calm fish oil. He was immensely thrilled. This oil was akin to ammunition for him. With such reserves, he might transform a new map into a thrilling shooting game. However, upon seeing what followed, he stood frozen in place. Blue round moon emblem cloak, exquisite moonlight protection crafted according to the illustrations of the moon, which Tristana, using rare materials. When equipped, the moon emblem on the cloak emits a glow, warming the wearer and dispelling darkness. Moonlight protection. The spell engraved on the cloak actively deflects 1 instance of damage when the wearer is attacked, pushing back the enemy. Cool down 10 minutes. Using a moonlight spell accelerates recovery. Tristana. Zhao Gan's gaze fixed upon that name, which resonated deeply with him. Professor Torres was quite adept at naming. Casting a glance at Iya, he realized that the fisherman's friend had encountered Tristana's artifacts. If he wished to learn more about Iya, he would need to find a way to obtain that person's contact information. Furthermore, this cloak was a formidable piece of defensive equipment. Although his small round shield was powerful, it only protected him from the front. In contrast, this cloak could shield him from attacks from any direction, significantly enhancing Zhao Gan's chances of survival. Should a sinister creature attempt a surprise assault from behind during battle, this cloak could save his life. As long as the ambush was thwarted, Zhao Gan could retaliate with a few shots of scarlet bullets or swift axe strike. The fisherman was truly considerate. Zhao Gan felt elated. His friend had indeed thought of him. With the aid of scientific curses and hypertension potions, Zhao Gan's striking power had reached a terrifying 29 points. Coupled with a contaminated short-barrel shotgun and his fearless passive ability, Zhao Gan's combat prowess had become formidable. Yet, he only possessed a small round shield for self-defense. While precise blocking was effective, it had a cooldown of 20 seconds, leaving him vulnerable against numerous foes. This cloak was like a timely gift from heaven. The fisherman's friend was remarkable for crafting such potent equipment. Zhao Gan promptly replied, stating that the 10 bottles of calm fish oil and the cloak were already sufficient, and he would forego the other resources, primarily because there was simply no room left in the church. He planned to inquire about Tristana later when the opportunity arose. With winter approaching, he knew the fisherman would be busy. Upon receiving his reply, He-Chong was puzzled. Why would he refuse free resources? Was he undergoing some form of self-discipline? Perhaps he had begun practicing some secret method of the Church of Light? With a shift in thought, Chong remarked, "He didn't ask me about Tristana. He must be looking for another opportunity." Constantly peering into matters was not a viable solution. It made her feel like a. Before long, Zhao Gan noticed the snow outside the small church falling heavier and beginning to accumulate. The wind had intensified, whipping the snow against his face. The changing weather signified the imminent arrival of winter. All players were awaiting the final trading time. This was their last chance to stockpile resources and exchange weapons and equipment. Time seemed to stretch interminably in anticipation. However, Zhao Gan remained undeterred, seated at the church's entrance with a bottle of strong liquor in hand. This was the last bottle left by the carpenter, and he had long wished to savor it. Fortuitously, today was the most leisurely day. Gazing at the swirling snow, he decided to drink this bottle as a farewell to the past. Trading time has commenced. This will be the final trading period before winter. The familiar, grating voice echoed, no longer reminding players to cherish this time, for it was deemed unnecessary. Special reminder: after winter arrives, all monsters will gain ice enhancements. Apart from dropping ice crystal cores, rewards will not increase. Hearing this, Zhao Gan chuckled as he downed the last sip of liquor. The taste was all too familiar. The difficulty of monsters would increase, yet the rewards remained unchanged. Thus, aside from players like Zhao Gan, who possessed formidable combat strength, others would likely prefer to remain in their shelters, relying on their stored supplies to endure. What exactly was the ice crystal core? This intrigued Zhao Gan more than anything. Before long, he received an answer. Special reminder: with the arrival of winter, most surface resources will freeze, trees will cease to grow, and water sources will become inaccessible. Unlocking a limited-time shop, the Winter Shop. Players can kill winter monsters to obtain ice crystal cores, which can be exchanged in the shop for wood, water, and food. As players kill more winter monsters, the shop will offer more and better exchange items. Just as he suspected, Zhao Gan felt he had underestimated the malevolence of the Dark World. Initially, he had theorized that due to winter's onset, resources such as trees would become scarce, complicating extraction efforts. This was also his rationale for stockpiling wood. However, he hadn't anticipated that the Dark World would completely ban all surface resources. Moreover, they established a winter shop to provide items that players could no longer obtain. The intention was clear: to compel players to venture out and slay winter monsters. Regardless of how much they hoarded, there would come a day when their supplies ran out, and for survival, players would ultimately have to confront monsters. Nevertheless, this still required a process. Until absolutely necessary, many players would refrain from taking risks. It dawned on Zhao Gan: although surface resources were restricted, those underground remained untouched. Iron ore was a subterranean resource. Players would only accumulate more over time, leading to a decrease in price. In contrast, what would become the hard currency of this final trading day? Those unscrupulous merchants hoarding vast quantities of iron or would suffer losses if they couldn't sell quickly today. To recoup their investments and stockpile more wood, the prices of other items would continue to plummet. Chapter 53. The final trading day. Down, Zhao Gan observed the chat box, where players were in a frenzy. What to do? I had planned to purchase some wood and food today and stock up on water. Thankfully, I had already stocked these supplies. Now I can quietly hide in the refuge. Why are there so many iron ores in the trading bar? They were selling well just yesterday. The Winter Shop? What the heck? Is this a system update event, providing an exchange shop? Exactly, this isn't a mobile game. Dying once means it's truly over. What the heck? The weapons and equipment in the trading bar no longer accept iron or only wood. Sigh. Who knew this cursed dark world would turn out this way? Had I known, I would have traded those iron ores yesterday. Now, I've lost everything. No water, but there is snow on the ground. Can't we collect it and boil it for drinking? Hurry up and drink. Trading time is running out. I want to see if you plan to use snow water to cook hot pot. What the heck? Why are some people buying exquisite food? This stuff is delicious but doesn't satisfy hunger. The one purchasing exquisite food was Zhao Gan. He felt financially comfortable now and intended to improve his meals. No matter how delicious grilled fish was, one could grow tired of it eventually. If only he had some hot pot base, he could enjoy a different flavor. He intended to purchase some delectable treats as a reward for his hard work during this period. The once exorbitantly priced foods, such as cookies, cakes, and wines, have now become comparable in price to ordinary sustenance, as players have shifted their preferences towards practicality. Just yesterday, 30 units of wood were required. But due to the plummeting price of iron, or the value of wood has risen, now dropping to just 5 units per item. Zhao Gan spent 2,000 units of wood to procure a total of 400 similar food items. This was merely his first significant bargain. As this was the final trading day, the unscrupulous merchants understood that if their goods remained unsold, they would be left with unsellable stock. Thus, from the outset, they adjusted the prices of all items to normal levels. After completing his purchases, Zhao Gan turned his attention to weapons and equipment. Although these items were the merchant's prized possessions, they too had to revert to reasonable prices at this juncture. Zhao Gan was not in need of weapons and armor, but he wished to procure a piece for Ye. After searching for considerable time, he finally discovered a suitable weapon blueprint. Blueprint for a fine steel, two-handed greatsword. Excellent, requires 10 steel ingots to craft. This mighty two-handed sword wields tremendous power, but demands at least 10 points of strength. The price was also quite reasonable, at merely 2,000 units of wood. Possessing the blueprint would enable mass production of this weapon, making the cost of 2,000 would feel like a mere gift. The only drawback was that this excellent quality two-handed greatsword possessed no special features. Nevertheless, it remained a fine weapon, significantly superior to one of merely good quality. There was little room for further price reduction, so Zhao Gan promptly made the purchase. This weapon blueprint fulfilled one of Zhao Gan's aspirations. His luminescent guards must wield such formidable weapons to display their grandeur. Currently, he only had Ye as his luminescent guard, and he envisioned how striking she would appear in battle wielding this greatsword. The requirement of 10 strength was trivial for Ye. Although Zhao Gan was unaware of her exact stats, he was certain that her strength ranged between 15 and 18. After securing the blueprint, Zhao Gan glanced at the price of iron ore, still at 5 units of wood, and decided against purchasing at that moment. He did not believe that these merchants would remain so united. Surely, as the deadline approached, they would compete to lower their prices. Zhao Gan then surveyed other resources and suddenly felt an overwhelming emptiness. Why did he find himself wanting nothing? He questioned himself, then realized the answer. Dr. Liu had spoken with him yesterday and mentioned the progress of most players. Approximately only 110 players had cleared all the monsters on their initial maps. The primary reason for this was the issue of sanity. For most players, defeating 2 or 3 monsters in a day was quite commendable. Among those who managed to clear all monsters, only about 1% faced monsters of comparable difficulty to Zhao Gan's. Zhao Gan was genuinely curious to ask Dr. Liu how the other players managed to cope with the sanity reduction for monsters. He possessed a fearless passive skill and felt no concern. However, upon reflecting on the fact that ordinary players faced a sanity reduction tenfold compared to his own, he became particularly intrigued. Yet, he hesitated to inquire, fearing it might reveal his unique talents and passive abilities. For the sake of caution, Zhao Gan decided to refrain from asking. At the conclusion of their conversation, Dr. Liu offered a summarizing remark. "Young brother, players as formidable as you are indeed rare, and this is why I wish to befriend you." Zhao Gan's response left Dr. Liu speechless. "Indeed, I am a powerhouse with a strength of 20 points." As he pondered this, Zhao Gan gazed at the swirling snow outside, envisioning a vast treasure trove. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of winter, ready to venture out and slay monsters. As long as he defeated enough, he could freely exchange ice crystal cores for items in the winter marketplace, rendering the need to hoard supplies unnecessary. Heziang, possessing a, listened intently and internally scoffed, thinking, "This fool is utterly unafraid, but the winter monsters are not easy adversaries." However, seeing Zhao Gan's confidence reassured her greatly. Upon hearing the latest news about winter, she checked the marketplace, concerned that Zhao Gan had not stockpiled enough resources. Using her possession skill, she assessed his preparations and was surprised to find the small chapel filled to the brim with wood. It appeared Zhao Gan had made a substantial purchase, requiring no further concern from her. "Ah, yeah, you've come too. Here, try this piece of cake. It's delicious," Zhao Gan said as he turned to Xia and offered her a piece of cake. Heziang looked at the cake in her hand, reflecting that this time, Zhao Gan's offering was indeed edible. She mimicked Yi's usual speech patterns, nodding at Zhao Gan as she began to eat the cake. The cake was a simple egg cake, enriched with milk and sprinkled with crushed nuts, albeit it had cooled from sitting too long. Heziang was not lacking for food. Her cravings were easily satisfied, and she was the most frequent patron of the new delicacies in the trading panel. Nonetheless, She found this cake quite enjoyable. It was sweet. After finishing the cake, Heziang glanced at the door of the science laboratory, suppressing her curiosity before heading back. Upon returning, she received a notification regarding the items Zhao Gan was preparing to trade with her. Through the dead fish, she transferred 10 bottles of calm fish oil and the blue moon emblem cloak to Zhao Gan. Heziang touched the red cloak she wore, hesitating. The thick cotton coat given by that fool is still too plain. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not wear it. After saying this, she resolved to find thicker accessories for her witch's robe, transforming it into a winter style. Upon receiving the blue cloak, Zhao Gan immediately donned it. He stowed away his previous attire in the warehouse, cleaned the priest's robe, and wore it as an undergarment. The priest's robe was soft and comfortable against the skin. Over it, he put on the green cotton coat, topped with the blue cloak. His footwear consisted of sturdy leather shoes. This ensemble made him resemble someone who had just escaped from a mental institution. Stepping out of the small chapel, Zhao Gan mused, "Not bad. It's quite warm. Though it's a bit chilly below, I should find something to convert the priest's robe into pants." Chapter 54. The onset of the winter catastrophe. After completing the transaction for potions with Dr. Liu, Zhao Gan had gathered all the necessary resources. He looked at the mountains of wood piled within the small chapel and felt a headache coming on, deciding to prioritize upgrading the chapel to a level 2 fire transmission chapel. In doing so, the wood would lose its significance once the warehouse was upgraded. At this point, trading time was drawing to a close. Zhao Gan glanced at the trading panel, noticing that the price of iron ore had begun to decline again, now down to 3 units of wood. Soon after, it dropped to 2 units of wood. Zhao Gan maintained his patience, waiting until the price reached a ratio of 1 iron ore for 1 unit of wood before making his move. He spent 1,000 units of wood to acquire an equivalent amount of iron ore. Checking his resource counts, wood, 18480. Iron ore, 1,000. Previously, he had only about 7,000 units of wood and just over 600 of iron ore. With this exchange, his wood supply had nearly tripled, and he had replenished his iron ore significantly. In addition, he had purchased high-quality food, Dr. Liu's potions, and a blueprint for an excellent quality weapon. This essentially meant that all of my expenditures were covered by the merchants. Zhao Gan felt quite satisfied. Trading time has concluded. Welcome players to the winter catastrophe. The first wave of winter monsters is about to assault your refuge. From now on, there will be a wave each day. And thus it begins. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the dark world would be so devoid of martial ethics, launching a surprise attack on him. A mere novice. As soon as the trading time concluded, monsters besieged him, and henceforth he would face waves of such assaults each day. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan had initially intended to organize his supplies and craft weapons for Ye before venturing out. Given that the winter monsters were fast approaching, it presented a perfect opportunity for him to test their strength. Grasping his mechanical lumberjack axe, he stood at the entrance of the small chapel, resembling a guardian deity. Internally, Zhao Gan felt quite composed. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his 20 points of strength. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a phrase suddenly crossed his mind. Strength is the very reason for kingship. As he momentarily lost focus, 3 dark figures emerged amidst the swirling snowflakes. Undoubtedly, they were the winter monsters intent on attacking the chapel. The crunching sound echoed as the 3 winter monsters trudged through the thick snow. Zhao Gan tightened his grip on the lumberjack axe and moved forward. Behind him lay the small chapel, his home, and he would be devastated by any significant damage. Upon spotting Zhao Gan, the winter monsters emitted a guttural sound and lunged toward him. Zhao Gan observed closely. The trio attacked him without any semblance of strategy, likely indicating a lack of intelligence. Yet he possessed an admirable 9 points of intellect. At that moment, Zhao Gan discerned the appearance of the 3 winter monsters. They were humanoid, enveloped in a layer of frost, resembling walking ice sculptures. What a dreadful creation! Taste my axe. With a swift motion, Zhao Gan swung the mechanical lumberjack axe. The axe head elongated with a mechanical whir, amplifying the force of his strike. The axe struck the winter monster with a resounding thud, shattering a large expanse of ice into crystalline fragments, which subsequently fractured the monster into numerous pieces. The remaining 2 winter monsters met a similar fate. The snowy ground was now littered with shards of ice, interspersed with remnants of limbs. The notification chimed. You have slain ice-armored zombies X3. earning 30 Dark Souls. You have obtained Ice Crystal Core X3. You have acquired Frozen Fat X1. The kill notification was unsurprising. Zhao Gan reasoned that the ice-armored zombie merely possessed heightened durability, while its other abilities were not markedly different from those of standard zombie. The Dark Bestiary's entry corroborated his assessment. Ice-armored zombie, a corpse enhanced by the Winter Calamity, possessing formidable defense, can be defeated using fire-based spells or through sheer brute force. Zhao Gan examined one of the ice crystal cores. It resembled an enlarged snowflake, yet was exceedingly solid. He attempted to crush it with some force, but to no avail. You now possess an ice crystal core. Phase 1 of the Winter Mall is now open. After collecting 20 ice crystal cores, Phase 2 will unlock. A translucent white screen appeared before Zhao Gan, inscribed with Winter Mall at the top. The available items were meager. 1 unit of wood, a large bottle of water, or a piece of coarse bread, each exchangeable for a single ice crystal core. Zhao Gan opted to trade for a piece of coarse bread, which promptly appeared in his inventory. Upon inspection and tasting, he found it even less palatable than the bread he had discovered in the carpenter's hut. Nevertheless, at least it was sustenance. He felt reassured after conducting a brief experiment. Returning to the chapel, Zhao Gan encountered Ye, who extended her hand, seeking food. Zhao Gan readily handed her the bread. After taking a bite, Ye exhibited a look of distaste. However, she continued to eat, displaying her lack of pickiness. Zhao Gan reclaimed the bread and produced the frozen fat he had just acquired. It resembled a dark, icy popsicle. Ye's eyes lit up as she grasped the frozen fat, slurping it eagerly, akin to a child savoring a popsicle. Observing her delight, Zhao Gan smiled and remarked to himself that the fat dropped by the winter monsters was frozen, making it a suitable treat for children. He thought little of whether Ye might suffer from an upset stomach due to overindulgence in icy treats. The child had feasted on far worse, such as the dead fire. Zhao Gan retrieved another ice crystal core and ventured into the scientific laboratory. The analysis of the ice crystal core was swiftly provided. Ice crystal core, a special crystal produced during the mutation of monsters. This crystal is a highly durable ice block and holds no research value. Upon hearing this rather dismissive analysis, Zhao Gan resolved to remove the snow outside the next day to observe the outcome. After exiting the laboratory, he proceeded to the forging chamber. He produced the blueprint for the fine steel two-handed greatsword and allowed the forging chamber to absorb it, thus granting him the capability to create this weapon. Approaching the furnace, he placed 10 iron ores inside. 10 iron ores can be smelted into 2 iron ingots or 1 steel ingot. This meant that crafting a fine steel two-handed greatsword would require 100 iron ores. The manufacturing cost was significantly higher than he had anticipated, explaining why the blueprint was so inexpensive. However, Zhao Gan had a particular fondness for heavy weaponry, leaving him quite satisfied. After utilizing a total of 200 iron ores, Zhao Gan successfully smelted 20 steel ingots. Each ingot measured approximately 20 centimeters in length and felt considerably heavy in hand. One could only imagine the weight of a two-handed greatsword crafted from 10 such ingots. Zhao Gan had no intention of forging the weapon himself, opting instead to delegate the task to the forging chamber. As a proponent of scientific methodology, he believed in liberating human hands through automation. Reclining on the bed in the adjacent light guard dormitory, Zhao Gan listened to the rhythmic clanging of the forge while he began to strategize his next exploration target. The abandoned mine site would undoubtedly be ideal. He had previously explored its periphery, and even with the winter enhancements, the monsters there should not pose an overwhelming threat. He resolved to consult the old turtle to see if he possessed any pertinent information. As for the fishing village, he would refrain from venturing there unless his exploration of the abandoned mine site was obstructed. Suddenly, curiosity ignited within Zhao Gan. He must first investigate that location. Chapter 55. Intelligence on the abandoned mine site. Zhao Gan departed from the small chapel, flanked by Lao Lu and Lao Ba, with Ye trailing beside him. Ye donned a suit of light guard leather armor, her small hands gripping a two-handed greatsword measuring 1.7 meters, resting on her shoulder. Zhao Gan had not changed his attire. He wore a thick cotton coat over his priest's robe, secured with a blue cloak. The greenish hue of his skin, singed by the dead fire, had faded considerably, yet he still appeared rather dark. If he were to walk down the streets of the real world, he would likely be swiftly dispatched to a mental institution. More importantly, Zhao Gan was now fully armed, with a contaminated short-barreled shotgun at his waist, the mechanical lumberjack axe in hand, and a 1.7-meter, two-handed greatsword strapped to his back, a veritable embodiment of a militant. Casting a glance at Yaya, ensuring she could manage the two-handed greatsword, he continued southward, heading towards the old town. The full name of the chapel was the Light Chapel of Father Zhao Gan in northern Old Town. After clearing the old village and igniting that torch, Zhao Gan had heard the tolling of the bell from the old town. Ever since learning of its existence, he had been intrigued by the place. However, due to his busy schedule and the perceived danger of the old town, he had only now summoned the resolve to investigate. The old town was likely to be the next significant map. This was his paramount objective. After hearing the bell toll twice more, he would be able to enter the old town. Additionally, as his scientific tendencies surged forth, he felt an insatiable urge to witness it firsthand. For only then would he find solace. After walking for approximately 20 minutes, Zhao Gan beheld a towering city wall. The wall was formidable and well illuminated by numerous torches nearby. Yet its height obscured any details atop it from his view. Adorned in his water, ghost shoes, and stealth veil, he instructed Lao Lu, Lao Ba, and Yaya to remain in place as he cautiously approached the wall. Upon reaching its base, Zhao Gan scrutinized his surroundings, detecting no signs of enemies. His hand grazed the wall's surface, revealing that it was constructed not only of solid stone, but also reinforced with a layer of molten iron in its crevices. That was the city gate. Shifting his gaze sideways, he observed a grand gate towering 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, its surface gleaming with a pale silver metal that reflected the light. With a sense of sanctity, it appeared utterly indomitable. Standing before the gate, Zhao Gan felt no inclination to retreat. At that moment, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from above the wall, a warning look that made him retreat to Yaya's side. The young girl, vigilant, was gazing upwards, brandishing her heavy sword as if poised for an imminent confrontation. It seemed she too had felt the weight of that scrutiny. The individuals atop the wall likely refrained from attacking, recognizing Zhao Gan as a priest of the small chapel. However, lingering, there was a precarious proposition. Let's depart. Zhao Gan urget. Tugging at Yaya's collar and summoning Lao Lu and Lao Ba to leave the confines of the old town. He had acquired what he sought. Without igniting the remaining 2 torches, entry into the old town was impossible. Furthermore, it was evident that NPCs inhabited this realm, as the earlier warning gaze had confirmed. After traversing further, Zhao Gan arrived at the pond where the old turtle resided. Young man, you have arrived. I witnessed the torches in the old village. You have done remarkably well, bringing peace to its inhabitants. The old turtle commenced with effusive praise before Zhao Gan could utter a word. His eyes brimmed with satisfaction, genuinely pleased that tranquility had returned to the old village. Yet, in Zhao Gan's eyes, the old turtle's appearance was somewhat comical. Due to the onset of winter, the pond's surface was encased in ice, and shards adorned the old turtle's head, with snowflakes settling upon him. Old sir, I have come to see you, bringing some fish, Zhao Gan announced, tossing 5 juvenile fish to the old turtle, and inquired, how do you perceive this heavy snowfall? The old turtle, after consuming the fish with evident delight, replied, it is merely a winter calamity, a minor inconvenience. Aside from the cold, it poses no significant threat. However, he then spoke with gravity, reverent, with the arrival of winter, the wandering monsters will grow stronger. The old turtle's words trailed off as he noticed the conspicuous items on Zhao Gan and the heavy sword that Yaya bore. With your current strength, those monsters should not pose a challenge, he continued. Observing Lao Lu and Lao Ba, he added, and the spectral hounds, what splendid companions, given their forms. Young priest, if you provide them with sufficient soul fragments, they will soon evolve and assist you in rending your foes. It was apparent that the old turtle possessed a wealth of knowledge. Zhao Gan had long suspected that Lao Lu and Lao Ba would evolve. Yet receiving confirmation from the old turtle brought him reassurance. Though the 2 hounds may seem inconsequential, their potential to enhance combat capabilities was indeed welcome. Zhao Gan, foregoing further idle chatter, directly inquired, the new mission from the cathedral has arrived. I am preparing to cleanse the abandoned mining site. Do you have any information? The old turtle, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, finally responded, given your current prowess, it should not be overly perilous, but be cautious not to venture too deep into the mine's tunnels. This world has been shrouded in darkness for far too long. Even though the light of the initial flame illuminates humanity, the underground remains heavily veiled in dark forces. The mine was not abandoned due to a lack of resources, but because the miners unearthed unspeakable horrors and were compelled to forsake it. You should be aware of the nature of the old town's walls. The iron water that reinforces them is, in truth, the blood and flesh of those miners. Though Zhao Gan had surmised the origin of the iron water from the wall, hearing the old turtle's confirmation still evoked a sense of melancholy within him. Every place seems the same, yet the more dire the struggle for survival, the harsher the plight of ordinary people. After inquiring about the terrain of the abandoned mining area, Zhao Gan departed from the pond. The geography there was quite straightforward. The abandoned mining site lay within a small valley, once known as Miner S Village, now sparsely populated since its abandonment. It was significantly larger than the old village. A subterranean graveyard also existed, which provided Zhao Gan with direction. Perhaps Baer's deceased brother was there. Unexpectedly, the old turtle revealed that there was also a chapel of light situated to the west of the abandoned mining site. This aligned perfectly. One of Baer, Golin's deceased brothers, was likely near that chapel, potentially within the tombs below. It seemed this specter had lingered longer than others, accompanied by a greater number of monsters, necessitating caution in their approach. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Zhao Gan scaled a small rise, standing atop to survey the valley below. Darkness enveloped everything, yet due to the heavy snowfall, some structures were faintly visible beneath their snowy blankets. After locating a path downward, Zhao Gan proceeded along the main road. Shortly thereafter, Lao Lu and Lao Ba, who were leading the way, called out, indicating the presence of a monster. Zhao Gan exchanged a glance with Yeya, raising his axe as he approached. Yeya exhibited little expression, hefting her heavy sword in tow. When they finally beheld the creature, even Zhao Gan, despite his considerable experience, furrowed his brow. Although there was only one, its appearance was astonishing. Chapter 56. The Barrel Monster and Lao Lu's ingenious utility. What is a stitched monster? Before Zhao Gan stood one. This creature was not particularly large, standing at most 1.60 meters, yet its width was astonishing, exceeding 2 meters. Its body resembled a barrel, albeit with 3 heads, 6 arms, and 3 legs protruding from its round, fleshy form. Additionally, due to the winter calamity, a layer of transparent ice encased the creature, reminiscent of pig heads and trotters frozen together in a cold storage. You have encountered a winter monster, sanity -3, losing 3 points of sanity. Zhao Gan noted that this creature was considerably weaker than the 2-headed black wolf. However, his greater concern lay in whether this fleshy barrel possessed any toxic properties or explosive potential. The last time he encountered a similar creature was with the butcher in the old village, who had transformed into a catalyst and nearly obliterated the village. Yet, the barrel monster exhibited a sluggish reaction. Even when Zhao Gan approached within 3 meters, it remained unresponsive. Thus, he retreated 5 to 6 meters, retrieving his short-barreled shotgun, loading 2 rounds of ammunition. 1 point of sanity was consumed by the Crimson Eye, which reluctantly filled 2 crimson bullets. Bang! Bang! The 2 crimson bullets struck the barrel monster with great force. The first bullet shattered the ice, piercing through the barrel monster and creating a gaping hole in its form. The second bullet struck one of its heads, obliterating it into fragments. The remaining 2 heads turned toward Zhao Gan. Subsequently, the barrel monster advanced toward him. However, its speed was painfully slow. Despite having 3 legs, it moved as if 2 individuals were engaged in a 3-legged race, stumbling multiple times. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan dismissed the notion of any explosive hazard from the barrel monster. He had inflicted a significant wound upon its belly without triggering an explosion. The peculiar hues emanating from the creature were unremarkable, save for a slight darkness. With his lumberjack axe in hand, Zhao Gan approached bravely. Beside him, Yi yawned, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the creature in the barrel. In just a few swift strikes, Zhao Gan dispatched the creature effortlessly. Useless barrel monster, he spat disdainfully. You have slain the useless ice barrel monster, earning 50 Dark Souls. You have obtained Ice Crystal Core X1. You have acquired Frozen Fat Burner X1. Useless ice barrel monster, originally named the Evolver. It is a stitched monstrosity created from the souls and flesh of new dead by the cult of death. It is said that a perfect life form will eventually emerge from it. Upon hearing the description from the Dark Codex, Zhao Gan furrowed his brow. This evolver was evidently the handiwork of Bayer's deceased brother, who must possess a far more twisted mind to conjure such abominations. The term blasphemy suddenly came to his mind, and he exclaimed in delight, "It seems I may find the key materials for constructing the Tower of Light at the abandoned miner's site." Bayer's deceased brother, in his actions, turned normal beings into monsters. If blasphemers were to be judged, he would undoubtedly take the lead. The path from the small church to the abandoned miner site lay directly beneath Zhao Gan's feet. As he continued forward, nearing a valley, he spotted several flickering green flames burning in front of a building. The structure was a two-story wooden cabin, appearing relatively new, with many parts retaining the color of raw wood. However, Zhao Gan felt a surge of anger at the so-called lighting fixtures, which were, in fact, the remains of a deceased human, presumably a woman, bound to a post before the cabin's entrance. Her mouth had been grotesquely torn open, and the green flames emanated from within. Kneeling at the feet of this human corpse were two children who appeared quite young. They too gazed upward, with smaller green flames flickering from their mouths. This was a sheer act of punishment, something only a group of deviants could conceive. In comparison, Bayer seemed almost human. Zhao Gan could not help but commend Bayer, for his deceased brother was the most twisted entity he had ever encountered. The two-story wooden cabin was situated at a distance from the abandoned miner's site, yet it served as a prime lookout point. Clearly, this cabin had transformed into a watchtower. Zhao Gan observed closely and noticed faint sounds emanating from the second floor. Though he could not comprehend the words, it was evident that the sentinels here possessed intelligence. There should only be two enemies, making a stealthy approach preferable. No gunfire was needed. At this moment, the value of his ghostly form presented itself. They belonged to another dimension of existence, allowing them to bypass the wooden structure. Even if discovered by the creatures inside, they could escape without fear. He summoned Lao Lu, instructing him to investigate the interior. Lao Lu, a vigilant canine, possessed hunting skills that ensured he would remain unnoticed. After signaling Lao Lu, the clever dog slipped through the wall. After a brief wait outside, Lao Lu emerged from the second-floor wall, ready to report his findings. Woof, woof, indicated 3 enemies were present. Woof, signified 1 enemy on the first floor. Woof, woof, suggested the remaining foes were upstairs. Furthermore, Lao Lu conveyed critical information. Woof. He shook his neck, indicating an alarm system on the second floor. Good dog, Zhao Gan praised, petting Lao Lu's head. Lao Ba stay, Dumbao. Clearly bewildered by the exchange between Zhao Gan and Lao Lu. Oh, he had forgotten. Lao Ba was a dead dog, its brain long severed by Zhao Gan. Thus, all that remained was to quietly ascend to the second floor, eliminate the 2 creatures, and avoid triggering the alarm. The creature on the first floor would undoubtedly be stronger, serving as the guard. As they approached the abandoned miner's site, gunfire would surely alert others. Zhao Gan, brandishing his axe, instructed Yaya, "When you hear my signal, enter the first floor and distract that creature. Do not harm yourself." Understood. Yaya nodded, preparing herself with her great sword, poised for action. Zhao Gan stealthily crept to the rear of the wooden cabin, finding a suitable spot to climb, then ascended quietly like a snow leopard. Upon reaching the second floor, he quickly surveyed the situation. He found himself in a solitary room, ideal for concealment and ambush. He leapt in, hiding behind the wall to observe the 2 enemies. "Did I just see a white shadow?" one of them remarked. "I didn't see anything," the other replied. "Be cautious, lest you ruin our master's plans. That fool downstairs rings the bell whenever someone approaches." Holding his breath, Zhao Gan strained to listen, finally understanding why their conversation had been unclear. Although these creatures possessed intelligence, they spoke in a low, hissing manner, reminiscent of 2 cold serpents communicating. Zhao Gan cautiously peered out, and to his astonishment, he beheld the true forms of the 2 creatures. By the heavens, they are indeed serpents. To be precise, these creatures were likely serpent men, human bodies with serpentine heads and elongated necks measuring over 50 centimeters. Their exposed skin was covered in scales, and their emerald green eyes glinted menacingly, with their tongues exuding a dangerous blackness. They were clothed, revealing no inappropriate content, though Zhao Gan did not see weapons in their hands. The serpentine posture of the 2 creatures evoked a sense of dread. They were undoubtedly venomous. Zhao Gan withdrew his head, having identified the nature of his foes. The rest was straightforward. The two serpent men stood 5 to 6 meters away. Any closer, and he risked detection. Therefore, he would strike first, slaying one before easily dealing with the other. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the axe, bursting from the room while bellowing, "Zinai? Who is it?" One serpent man exclaimed, "I'm in pain. Em dying." Zhao Gan swung his axe, cleaving the first serpent man in two, pivoting swiftly to strike the second. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Attack!" Thud! He heard the sound of the door being kicked open downstairs, followed by a cacophony of commotion. Ye had engaged the enemy. At that moment, the second serpent man's tongue, resembling a writhing dragon, lunged toward Zhao Gan's face. The serpent's tongue was entwined with a noxious green gas, assaulting him with a foul stench. Clang! A flash of red light erupted as his small shield executed a precise block. The serpent man staggered back, momentarily stunned, as the air filled with a swirling mist of white and dark green. Clearly, the serpent's mere tongue had poisoned the room. The white mist was frigid, likely a chilling enhancement bestowed by winter upon the creature. The temperature dropped significantly, and Zhao Gan felt the cold seeping into his skin. With considerable battle experience, he held his breath, raised his axe, and aimed a blow at the serpent man's head. "Wait," the serpent man pleaded, realizing its precarious situation. Despite its lack of strength, it sought mercy. However, Zhao Gan never took prisoners, and with Ye's well-being uncertain, he aimed to resolve the conflict swiftly and descend to assist her. Much like a vendor dispatching an eel at the market, Zhao Gan wielded his axe with precision, sending the serpent man to join its fallen comrade. You have vanquished 2 Bingdu, Shirun, and acquired 400 Dark Souls. You have obtained 2 Bingjing Hashin and 2 Bing Shidu. Zhao Gan briefly glanced at the kill information. 2 hurried to peruse the subsequent explanations in the Dark Compendium and dashed down the stairs. At this moment, Ye was still engaged in combat with the gatekeeper monster below. Everything around had been reduced to ruins. Upon descending, Zhao Gan immediately spotted the gatekeeper monster, which differed from the 2 serpentine beings above. It bore the head of a wild boar and was significantly larger, towering over Zhao Gan. Clad in leather armor, it wielded a 2-meter-long spike club, the green barbs appearing venomous. Zhao Gan noticed that Ye, though her hair was disheveled, was unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his lumberjack axe and joined the fray. After a brief struggle of several seconds, the wild boar monster collapsed to the ground, its tongue lolling out. You and Ye have slain the Bingjia Yeju Guai, earning 200 Dark Souls. You have acquired Bingjing Hashin, which can be exchanged for 3 Bingjing Hashin. The Bingjia Yeju Guai, once a leather-clad wild boar monster, possesses immense strength and excels in wielding heavy weaponry. With the advent of winter, a layer of ice armor has formed beneath its bristles, enhancing its defenses. This creature was forged by the sinister arts of the death cult, devoid of any intelligence, operating solely on command. Gazing at the carcass of the Bingjia Yeju Guai, Zhao Gan noted, as indicated by the Dark Compendium, the layer of ice concealed beneath its bristles. However, the creature's dark fur made the ice difficult to discern. Ye stood atop the wild boar's body, her 2-handed sword embedded in its neck, struggling to pull it free. Perhaps due to the creature's semi-frozen state, she appeared somewhat strained. Zhao Gan stepped forward to assist her in extracting the sword. No blood gushed forth. The blood had been frozen. Nonetheless, given the wild boar's massive size, blood began to flow abundantly from the wound, though still frozen. It oozed forth like a snow cone machine, perpetually dispensing icy shavings. It seemed imperative to avoid bleeding injuries in this winter catastrophe, lest one encounter peril. He resolved to contact Dr. Liu later to inquire about any medicinal supplies for bandaging wounds. Turning to Ye, he squinted and smiled. "You've worked hard, my little knight." Zhao Gan patted her head and produced some Heijian Ranji for her to consume. Ye raised one small arm, flexing her muscles to indicate her strength. She then took the Heijian Ranji and began to eat, showing signs of considerable exertion. Lao Ba dashed in beside Zhao Gan, panting with its tongue out, seemingly eager for pork. Lao Lu calmly followed, biting Lao Ba's neck and dragging it aside. Zhao Gan heard Lao Ba's protests, seemingly declaring, "I want to eat pork," while Lao Lu's gaze was filled with disdain. With the battle concluded, Zhao Gan began to examine the information regarding the 2 serpentine beings, Bingdu Shirun, created through the dark arts of the death cult, enhanced by winter. Their venomous breath carries a chilling aura that can stiffen your body. They possess rudimentary intelligence and perform simple tasks. By air, that scoundrel brother is involved in biology. The monsters here resemble genetic organisms, while that barrel creature appears to be an assembled entity. Lacking the rationality-reducing effects, these monsters differ from the barrel creature encountered earlier. Overall, they pose a greater challenge than those that diminish sanity. There is a large bell on the second floor of this wooden building. Ringing it could summon an unknown number of monsters. Zhao Gan noted that the 3 monsters encountered at the abandoned mining site shared similar descriptions and made a summary. He then assessed his gains. 400 dark souls, nothing particularly noteworthy. The difficulty of these monsters was not substantial. Had he been armed, it would have been simple. However, due to the winter catastrophe, they had become somewhat hardened. Ice venom? This substance could be traded with Dr. Liu. Zhao Gan retrieved the Bingjing Hexin, discovering it to be larger than the typical Bingjing Hexin. With a thought, the larger ice crystal divided into 3 smaller pieces, which he stored in his inventory. Zhao Gan then picked up a wooden wolf-tooth club from the ground. Jingji Langyabang, good a crudely made heavy weapon, suitable only for those of considerable strength or size, with green thorns that possess a trace of venom. It was nothing but refuse of no use. Zhao Gan discarded the weapon onto the ground. Its quality was merely good, and its size would occupy precious space in his inventory. He was now capable of crafting a finely made 2-handed sword, making this item a burden. Nevertheless, being the frugal individual he was, he planned to take it along if he had spare inventory space when returning to the small chapel. Zhao Gan then prepared to explore the second floor of the wooden building. As the tragic scene of the deceased mother and child at the entrance indicated the presence of a story-triggering quest. Just then, he received a friend request. The gun seller has requested to add you as a friend. A gun seller? I do not know this person. Zhao Gan initially intended to decline outright, but with his intelligence now at 9 points, his mind raced. This must be the seller of the divine revolver. This individual is quite proper and straightforward in transactions. Furthermore, he has provided Zhao Gan with clues regarding the contamination entries, making him a worthy acquaintance. After accepting the request, the gun seller promptly sent a monster information. Polluted stone monster. Quite peculiar. Stones can also rise and attack. He included a message. Brother, be cautious. This pollution behaves like a living entity and can inhabit stones. Zhao Gan understood the implications of pollution. The silver metal on the shelf in the scientific laboratory was derived from analyzing the contamination entries. This person was indeed quite considerate. Zhao Gan's impression of him improved, and he replied, "Thank you, brother. We shall reconnect when there is a need for trade." All right. After ending the conversation, Zhao Gan resumed his exploration of the small wooden building. Only a short while later, the corpses of the 2 Bingdu she run upstairs began to frost over, likely soon to become ice blocks. It seemed that in this winter disaster, even corpses would undergo such a transformation. The first floor yielded little of interest. On the second floor, Zhao Gan discovered a folded square piece of paper nestled in the wall crevice, accompanied by a pendant. The pendant bore the standard flame shape of the Church of Light, emitting a faint glow. Holy Xiao Jiaozhu, ordinary a trinket of the Old Town's residents, capable of providing dim light and a degree of warning. Zhao Gan donned the pendant around his neck. With new equipment, it was only fitting to wear it. Though ordinary, the pendant held some utility. Its warning function was easily understood, allowing for earlier detection of distant monsters. Simultaneously, the pendant imparted an important insight in this perilous dark world. How had the natives managed to survive? Many players likely possessed similar equipment. Yet, my fearless passive ability is truly extraordinary. Zhao Gan unfurled the piece of paper and began to read its contents. Following the orders of the Archbishop, our family quietly arrived at the edge of the abandoned mining site, where we constructed a home in search of ways to restore the light here. Initially, things progressed smoothly. My husband, Father Xiaoma Xiao, cleared the nearby Dar progeny and also inspected the abandoned mining site. He seemed a bit strange today, claiming to have encountered Father Edgar in the old village and heard news regarding the plague. Father Edgar is a good man, though he has angered the Archbishop. We seek to restore our ancestors' pride. Our 2 children are quite steady and hopefully will become Knights of Light in the future. He mentioned that tomorrow, Knight Weida would bring people to this area. We hope for their success and that they might assist us in dealing with the monsters here. Reclaiming the Church of Light. My husband hurriedly returned, urging me to take the children and leave immediately, for our safety was compromised. After reading the letter, Zhao Gan gleaned a wealth of information. The owner of this small wooden cabin was none other than Father Xiao Maxiu and his family. The letter was penned by the wife of Father Xiao Maxiu. Their arrival was to reclaim the small chapel at the abandoned mining site, a place where the ancestors of the Xiao Maxiu family had served as priests for generations until an unfortunate incident led to its abandonment. Their return was to reclaim the chapel, presumably having arrived before Father Edgar. Subsequent events unfolded simply. The old village incident erupted, claiming even the knight, Wei De, whom Father Xiao Maxiu's wife had favored, perished there. As for the fate of their family, the three bodies cruelly treated at the entrance spoke volumes. The absence of Father Xiao Maxiu's body suggested he had entered the abandoned mining site, yet the odds were heavily against him. Zhao Gan stood on the second floor, gazing at the dark silhouette of the abandoned mining site in the distance, his expression somber. He was acutely aware of the secrets held within the chapel that the Xiao Maxiu family sought to reclaim. Bai Er's nefarious brother had a penchant for conducting grotesque experiments on humans and creatures, skillfully crafting various monstrosities. It was likely he had awakened long before Bai Er and had stealthily prepared for many things. Perhaps the Black Plague and Bai Er's awakening were tied to him. Zhao Gan speculated boldly, pondering whether the mysterious primary curse found on the hunter's body was also linked to him, a tantalizing enigma of the old village. That primary curse marked the closest encounter with death since his descent into the dark world. Zhao Gan was convinced that a secret lay hidden within. The chapel of the Xiao Maxiu family was situated at the far west of the abandoned mining site, logically suggesting that exploring from the east would be the safest course. However, Zhao Gan had discerned enough of Bai Er's brother's character. He was more malevolent, more repulsive, and possessed fewer scruples than Bai Er. Yet, from the arrangement within this humble wooden cabin, it was clear that he was also profoundly fearful of death. Given this fear, he would undoubtedly have fortified the eastern side of the abandoned mining site heavily. Although the southern and northern flanks might be lightly manned, ambushes would certainly abound. To approach that chapel directly seemed impractical. Bai Er's brother's fear of death implied that the largest ambush might very well lie within that chapel itself. Thus, it fell upon Lao Lu to scout. Zhao Gan turned to the canine at his feet, Lao Lu, preparing to send him on a reconnaissance mission, directing him to the north. After determining the location, Zhao Gan, accompanied by Yu Yu and the two dogs, exited the small wooden cabin. Upon witnessing the tragic remains of the mother and her children at the entrance, he contemplated returning to assist them in resting peacefully once the specifics of the abandoned mining site were clarified. Zhao Gan noted the peculiar nature of the dead flames emanating from their mouths, where green concealed darker hues. Moreover, Yu Yu exhibited no interest in consuming these dead flames. The Bai Si cult comprised exceedingly treacherous individuals, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Descending into the valley, the dilapidated state of the abandoned mining site exceeded Zhao Gan's expectations. Compared to the old village, it appeared as if it had been forsaken for centuries. The wooden structures had entirely vanished, leaving only scattered stone foundations. From a distance, he discerned flickering dead flames and heard the rustling sounds of monsters. Zhao Gan pressed on towards the northern expanse of the abandoned mining site without hesitation. Soon, he arrived at a spacious area, marred by decay, where remnants of iron artifacts lay obscured, their original forms unrecognizable. Yet from their shapes, one could deduce their purpose: mining carts and pickaxes, tools once wielded by miners. A dark mine entrance gaped at the foot of a nearby hill. Though he did not venture inside, the chilling air emanating from within warned him of impending danger. Old Turtle had specifically cautioned against exploring mines at the abandoned mining site. Zhao Gan, ever obedient, recognized the reliability of Old Turtle's intelligence, which had never led him astray. After a brief observation, he discovered a dilapidated stone hut, its walls crumbling, suitable for concealment. Thus, Zhao Gan took refuge there with Yu Yu and the others. After issuing commands to Lao Lu, he reiterated the importance of caution, instructing him to circle around to the carpenter's cabin should he encounter any danger. Lao Lu, obedient to the command, barked proudly, demonstrating that for a well-trained hunting dog, this was no daunting task. In Chapter 59, the northern sector of the abandoned mining area unfolded before Zhao Gan's eyes. Watching Lao Lu vanish into the darkness, he felt a twinge of concern. Although the spirit could linger in the shadows for considerable time, Lao Lu had just regained his strength. and Zhao Gan felt a hint of trepidation. He cast a glance back at Lao Ba, wishing he were more capable to assist Lao Lu. Though Lao Ba was simple-minded, he understood human speech, whimpering softly and gazing in the direction where Lao Lu had disappeared. All that remained was to wait, hoping for Lao Lu's successful return. Zhao Gan took out a piece of cake and began to eat. Since his strength had grown, he noticed an increase in his appetite, with his muscles hardening and his weight presumably rising. Indeed, a man ought to be robust. Meanwhile, He-Chong had just concluded her battle against the winter monsters that had attacked the witch's tower. The assailants seemed to have been teleported in, and as she prepared to fish, a sudden chill enveloped the center of the lake. As the cold dissipated, 3 winter monsters emerged. Although He-Chong possessed a repertoire of spells, she found herself strained, primarily due to the elemental mismatch. Her blue fire magic, possessing a cold attribute, was countered by the winter monsters. The drain on her mental energy was substantial, and even though she wished to check on Zhao Gan, the exhaustion prevented her from doing so. Should I augment my strength as well? He-Chong pondered, tempted by the thought. The image of Zhao Gan striking down monsters replayed in her mind, becoming increasingly exhilarating. Yet for now, she dismissed the idea. Should she encounter something valuable, she would need her intelligence intact for identification. Shaking her head, she retrieved an explosive fish, preparing to blast through the ice and commence her fishing endeavor. Fishing would swiftly replenish her mental energy, for tomorrow, as confrontation with the winter monsters could prove perilous. With a resounding boom, the explosive fish shattered the ice, creating a 20-meter wide hole. She baited her hook with a golden fish from her inventory and cast it beautifully, the golden fish plunging directly into the center of the ice hole. As the winter monsters' assaults intensified, the potential rewards from the golden fish would be crucial. He-Chong did not have to wait long. The bobber soon began to dance, but rather than tugging downward, it shot up to the surface. Emerging from the ice hole was a humanoid creature, her face strikingly beautiful, yet rendered eerie by the blue scales adorning her form. Holding the golden fish, she bowed respectfully to He-Chong, speaking softly, "Esteemed Lady of the Moon, please feel free to command me. You have encountered an NPC. Her favorability towards you is worship, and you may issue commands." He-Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. Could NPCs even serve? Meanwhile, Zhao Gan waited in the crumbling stone hut for approximately half an hour when Lao Lu, like a phantom, returned. Nothing had occurred, indicating that Lao Lu's reconnaissance mission had been flawlessly executed. Zhao Gan affectionately patted Lao Lu on the head, praising, "Good dog, good dog." Lao Lu closed his eyes in enjoyment before commencing to relay the gathered intelligence. The northern section of the abandoned mining site indeed bore few foes, with scant buildings remaining. Only 5 structures comparable to the dilapidated stone hut. Of these, 3 were somewhat intact, possessing roofs, within which lay hidden enemies. However, these foes were unfamiliar to Lao Lu, who merely described their general appearance. Standing on his hind legs, Lao Lu covered his face with his front paws, limping as he walked, mimicking the foes he had encountered. From time to time, it would flick its tongue, seemingly exhaling continuously like a relentless foe. Zhao Gan glanced around and began to comprehend, inquiring, is it akin to that ice-poisoned serpent man in the small wooden building? Yet it lacks a face. Resembling a humanoid monster capable of spewing toxic gas, Lao Lu let out a soft bark, confirming his master's conjecture. Damn it! Zhao Gan coldly directed his gaze towards the church in the derelict miners' district. These venomous creatures resided within the rooms. Should one recklessly enter, they would surely suffer grievously from the toxins within. According to Lao Lu's description, there were a total of 5 monsters among the 3 rooms, which were also essential passageways. Even if one chose not to search these rooms, the monsters inside would likely surge forth, surrounding any intruder. What might the other type of monster resemble? Zhao Gan asked again. Moments ago, Lao Lu had described monsters lurking in the shadows of certain structures. Lao Lu Gao Jet Dao, Hesti Tang Momentia Beifo Sumong Lao Ba. Under its guidance, Lao Ba and Lao Lu crawled along the ground, tails touching like insects. The 2 dogs, tongues lolling, indicated that this type of monster possessed a similar breath-spouting skill. Lao Lu occasionally trembled, signaling its coldness. From their physical movements, Zhao Gan discerned the general appearance of this monster. It was a 2-headed, flat, insect-like creature, adept at concealing itself in shadows, exhaling a chilling mist that was frigid in nature. A perfect ambush. Zhao Gan realized. Even if someone could cautiously evade the monsters in the 3 rooms, these shadow dwelling. Two-headed flat insects would create a freezing zone, hindering movement. These creatures would undoubtedly launch surprise attacks on players, coordinating with the monsters within the rooms to eliminate any invaders. Having gathered all necessary intelligence, Zhao Gan began to contemplate strategies. The goal remained the same as in the small wooden building, to launch a surprise attack. With the enemy's numbers overwhelming, should Zhao Gan be unable to control the situation, he would resort to firing his short-barreled shotgun to eliminate the monsters and flee. The primary targets would be the two-headed flat insects. Once they were dealt with, confronting the monsters in the rooms would be significantly easier. Zhao Gan felt confident in his chances, for with Lao Lu leading the way, he need not search for these insects himself. These insects, tasked with guarding vast areas, would not congregate but rather traverse the shadows, ensuring the stability of the cold zones. He instructed Yia, keep an eye on those 3 houses. If anything stirs, engage briefly. Then alert me. Yia nodded, her gaze fixated on the 3 rooms. This served as a backup plan. Should anything arise, he could retreat. Yia's physical composition was not that of an ordinary person, a fact Zhao Gan had already discerned. She did not breathe, nor did she possess warmth, though she appeared alive. She resembled a corpse more closely. Furthermore, her existence was of a peculiar nature. Being an artificial entity, she was impervious to toxic gas, and even the cold would only slightly impede her movements. Zhao Gan equipped himself with a lumberjack's axe, bent low, donned the ghostly shoes, and wore a camouflaging veil. Following closely behind Lao Lu, Lao Lu's route was quite cunning. Entering the northern part of the derelict mining site, they almost brushed against the eastern district. On several occasions, Zhao Gan detected the movements of patrolling monsters. However, before any encounter, Lao Lu would adeptly lead him to concealment, waiting for the monsters to pass before proceeding. In just 5 minutes, Lao Lu guided him to the first two-headed flat insect. Upon encountering the dark offspring, your sanity decreases by 2. This insect, known as the dark offspring, was not particularly strong. Zhao Gan squinted, observing the appearance of this two-headed flat insect. Its body was quite thin, no more than 5 centimeters in thickness. The length was comparable to standard data, approximately 99 centimeters. The flat insect concealed itself in the snow, exposing only one head, exhaling frigid breath while hidden in the shadows of a dilapidated structure. Had it not been for Lao Lu's guidance, Zhao Gan would have struggled to notice it. Zhao Gan signaled to Lao Lu and cautiously advanced. Lao Lu understood the cue, leaping in front of the flat insect and wagging its tail. The flat insect, noticing a ghostly dog, became distracted. It failed to perceive that a massive two-handed greatsword was already descending upon it from the side. Chapter 60. Just do it, wham. 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 Zhao Gan struck a total of 5 times, first targeting its heads, then its body, even with the snow serving as a buffer. The two-headed flat insect could not withstand his might. The weight of the two-handed great sword instilled a sense of security in Zhao Gan. Merely striking with the sword's body was sufficient to slay the two-headed flat insect. This served as a test for his weapon, and Zhao Gan expressed satisfaction with the two-handed great sword, wishing it were even heavier. The two-headed flat insect had 2 heads, so even if a stealthy player could approach quietly, the cunning insect would only reveal one head, inevitably retaliating with the other. Unfortunately for it, it encountered the experienced hunter Lao Lu and the formidable Zhao Gan with a strength of 20. Their teamwork embodied a classic hunting method. The hound distracts the prey while the hunter waits to strike. You have slain the dark offspring, mine flat insect. You have gained 50 Dark Souls, Frozen Black Flame Fat X1, Ice Crystal Core X1. Indeed, it was time to consider acquiring a bow or crossbow. Upon seeing the hints in the dark bestiary, Zhao Gan resolved to finish clearing the northern area of the derelict mining site today, and then seek out his friends to see if they possessed any similar items. Dr. Lu's half-elf might be an archer. He should have some spare weapons. And the gun dealer, being a rogue, likely has similar armaments. Having made up his mind, Zhao Gan continued to follow Lao Lu, embarking on the task of clearing these mining monsters in the northern area. Approximately 1 hour later, he had eradicated all the mining monsters. Including the initial one, there were 7 in total. Zhao Gan reaped 350 Dark Souls, 7 Ice Crystal Cores, and 7 portions of Frozen Black Flame Fat. Since everything had gone smoothly, Zhao Gan did not rush to confront the 5 monsters in the 3 rooms. Returning to Ye, he devised a new battle plan. Lao Lu, take Lao Ba, and lure those monsters out. The 2 dogs barked in agreement, indicating their understanding. Yeah, wait for my signal. We shall charge together to eliminate those 5 monsters. Zhao Gan brandished the lumberjack's axe in one hand and the 2-handed great sword in the other, his expression brimming with excitement. Finally, after holding back all this time, I can unleash my wrath. With all the 2-headed flat insects in the northern area dealt with, Zhao Gan felt no lingering concerns. This area was expansive, and the houses harboring the 5 monsters were over 100 meters away from the nearest patrolling creature, allowing for a ruckus without fear. After consecutively slaying numerous monsters in this vicinity, Zhao Gan gained clarity regarding the difficulty level here. Aside from the traps laid by that despicable brother of Barracks, which were as convoluted as a sow's bra, the monster strength was not particularly high. As long as one could eliminate the hidden traps within an area, they could proceed without restraint. Grasping a heavy weapon, Zhao Gan felt invigorated. He yearned for an opponent akin to the Fire Knight, eager for a thrilling battle. Kumba! Exhilarating, Zhao Gan silently shouted, feeling a surge of vitality. Of course, a robust approach did not equate to reckless abandon. Lao Lu and Lao Ba would draw the monsters to the periphery, far from the others. This was not merely to reduce noise. More importantly, it was to steer clear of the toxic zones that these monsters had meticulously established. Zhao Gan estimated that once the monsters emerged, the accumulated toxins within the rooms would surge forth in a deluge. The concealed gas veil offers a slight barrier against toxic gases. Zhao Gan, holding his breath, can avoid inhaling the noxious fumes. However, if the concentration of the gas is excessively high, even holding one's breath may not suffice. Suddenly, he notices Old Lu and Old Ba approaching with 5 grotesque creatures in tow. Old Ba, fearful and with his tail drooping, is panting heavily, while Old Lu remains composed, occasionally glancing back at the pursuing beasts, taking his time to ensure they do not stray from the group. You witness a swarm of dark offspring, deducting from your sanity. Although the loss of sanity is somewhat substantial, Zhao Gan is accustomed to such trials. Spotting a single monster is markedly different from encountering a horde. In the Dark Realm, the lethality of a group of monsters is immense. Merely the deduction of sanity can spell doom for an ordinary player. Aside from a slight headache, he feels little adverse effect glancing at his sanity level, which stands at 68. As long as it does not drop below 20, he remains relatively safe. Moreover, Zhao Gan had brought calm fish oil with him, which, upon consumption, would restore his sanity to 88. Observing the creatures, they resemble Old Lu's description closely, though they bear no resemblance to snake people. The 5 entities are humanoid, devoid of facial features save for a singular mouth, equipped with a retractable appendage roughly 20 centimeters in length. This appendage resembles a grotesque insect, lined with a multitude of sharp teeth, exuding a chilling toxic mist. Judging by the faint hue of the gas, it seems Old Lu deliberately led them in circles, causing the monsters to expend a considerable amount of their toxic emissions. The limbs of these creatures take on an increasingly insect-like appearance, with distinctly segmented joints and hardened chitinous tips. Truly, a commendable effort from Old Lu. Zhao Gan silently praises him before casting a glance back at Yu, signaling her with his eyes. Understanding the cue, Yu raises her double-handed sword before her, legs apart, ready to charge alongside Zhao Gan. With a firm grip on his dual heavy weapons and a hushed rallying cry, Zhao Gan employs a scientific running technique to significantly enhance his speed. The duo, one tall and one short, crashes into the throng of monsters like a battering ram. Zhao Gan feels no fear in his heart. Rather, a sense of calm envelopes him as he plunges into the mass of creatures. Wielding his lumberjack axe and dual heavy swords, executing a swift spin. This whirlwind strike, though lacking in finesse, is powered by his overwhelming strength. With that turn, he severs the heads of 2 monsters. Yu follows his lead, wielding her sword with the might of a hammer, crushing a monster's skull. Zhao Gan takes charge of the finishing blows, dispatching the last 2 creatures with swift decapitations. No kill notification. Noticing the fallen monsters remain motionless, yet devoid of any alerts. Zhao Gan's instincts heighten. He examines the carcasses and soon detects a peculiar movement. A black worm writhing within the severed necks, attempting to escape. Without hesitation, Zhao Gan smashes the creature's head with his sword, silencing the worm instantly. A sense of foreboding washes over him. He growls and yanks you close to him. Just as the action concludes, 4 black worms dart towards Zhao Gan from all directions, like arrows released from a bow, launching a coordinated ambush. A crimson light erupts from his small round shield, while a soft blue aura envelopes him, shaped like a radiant moon. Even as he remains unscathed, a bead of cold sweat trickles down Zhao Gan's forehead. Although he had sensed the parasitic nature of the creatures upon seeing their insect-like appendages, he realizes he had not been vigilant enough. Reflecting on his oversight, he acknowledges the peculiar threats posed by the monsters in this abandoned mine and the insidious nature of Baer's treacherous sibling. Fortunately, he possesses the small round shield and the blue round moon emblem cloak, which likely spared him from injury this time. Lowering his gaze, he focuses on the 4 dazed black worms on the ground, swiftly dispatching them. He then retrieves the black, igniting fat and gathers all the monster corpses behind a windbreak at the collapsed wall, incinerating them. The small flames indicate these bodies are mere husks, devoid of any combustible materials. During this process, he hears faint popping sounds, presumably from the eggs of the black worms. Upon completing these tasks, he reviews his kill log. You have slain Mine Toxic Worm X5, Mine Toxic Worm Egg X20. You have gained 500 Dark Souls. You have acquired Ice Crystal Core X10. You have obtained Paralytic Worm Venom X5. You have received Frozen Black Igniting Fat X5. Indeed, his initial assumptions were correct. The corpses contain numerous worm eggs. The quantity of ice crystal cores suggests that exterminating the eggs also yields rewards. Paralytic worm venom, coupled with the 2 doses of frozen snake venom. It appears upon his return he can trade for a wealth of valuable items with Dr. Liu. Zhao Gan surveys the corner where the black ash lies, completely burned away, and he feels a sense of relief. Having cleared the monsters from a northern section of the abandoned mine, he aims to use this area as a forward base for further exploration. Had he not incinerated the worm eggs, future visits could have yielded unforeseen complications. Turning his attention to the dark bestiary, he finds the description of the Mine Toxic Worm still detailed. Mine Toxic Worm, a parasitic creature lurking in the depths of the mine. Upon hatching, the larva possesses paralytic toxins that can stealthily invade the bodies of miners. Once the larva consumes all the nutrients within the miner's body, it matures and burrows into the brain, commandeering the corpse. At this stage, the mature Mine Toxic Worm spews forth even more potent toxic mists. If inhaled by a miner, it can lead to a paralyzed death, transforming the victim into a breeding ground for the Mine Toxic Worm. To kill it, one must crush the head of the parasitized corpse or directly attack with flame-based spells. This creature, enhanced by the winter, emits toxic mist imbued with a chilling essence. The plight of the miners is indeed tragic. After reading this description, coupled with the recent slayings of the Mine Toxic Worms, Zhao Gan feels a profound sympathy for the miners. The pressure of their daily toil is immense. One can only wonder what horrors await them in the depths. Yet, the fact that these miners continue to descend into the mines suggests that the Church of Light has some means to mitigate the threat posed by these worms. Zhao Gan resolves to pursue this as a goal. Although exploration of the mines is not feasible at present, he is determined to venture there in the future. He recalls the refuge where he discovered iron ore and golden liquid, where 2 individuals had perished, most likely miners. Laboring daily in the dark unknown of the mines while fending off these worms, it is no wonder they would fight fiercely for their livelihood. Zhao Gan vaguely comprehends the disputes sparked by the golden liquid, and as for the riddle note he left behind, it likely conceals even greater secrets. He turns his gaze toward the direction of the old town. The evaluation of the Church of Light calls for a richer imagination. Zhao Gan shifts his focus, leading you and the others through this area. Based on the experiences of the old village, he believes that secrets may be unearthed within the abandoned mine. Hichong gazes at the mermaid kneeling across from her and inquires, "So, your kind still inhabits these waters?" The mermaid, shaking her tail, struggles to adapt after a long life in the water, suddenly finding herself on land. She gazes humbly at Hichong and replies, "You are indeed correct. Ever since the beautiful and magnificent Lady Tsunetana rescued our ancestors from the polluted sea, we have made our home here. She seldom seeks us out, but the appearance of the golden fish is a signal. We must respond." Hichong stares at the mermaid's face and form, momentarily entranced. despite her blue skin and scales. Her sharp teeth glimmering, and her nails like blades, one cannot deny the mermaid's beauty is captivating. This resplendent beauty possesses an irresistible allure. Even though she is a woman, one cannot remain impervious to her charm. However, in stark contrast to her mermaid-like appearance, her kin bears a dreadful name. Mama Yao Yu. Oh Yao. Can you sing? He Chong recalled the name of the sea, which bore some resemblance to the Mama Yao Yu. It is known to transform into a beautiful maiden to beguile sailors with its melodious voice, ultimately consuming them. The mermaid smiled enigmatically and replied, "Yes, but I only sing during hunting and combat, and you may not find it pleasing." He Chong ceased her inquiries, as the mermaid's smile implied that the songs of the Ma Yao Yu would not be melodious, but rather horrifying. "What task did Chui Sitana assign to you, such as meeting me?" He Chong inquired, honing in on the crux of the matter, which was also her intention for utilizing the golden fish. The mermaid lifted her gaze, scrutinizing He Chong for a moment before casting a fearful glance at the witch tower, then lowered her head and said, "As per the commands of the beautiful and magnificent Chui Sitana, you may request from me either a high-level spell or a quality weapon." Upon mentioning the weapon, the mermaid paused, glanced at the witch tower once more, and continued, "A weapon of superior quality." He Chong's keen ears caught the word legendary. The mermaid's glance at the witch tower confirmed that the reward was indeed linked to the levels of the tower that she had unlocked. After a moment of contemplation, He Chong asked, "I cannot accept a legendary weapon. Could you elaborate on the details of this high-level spell and weapon?" The mermaid realized her faux pas and shook her head, stating, "Regrettably, I cannot disclose that information. As for the reason, I shall recite the words of the beautiful and magnificent Chui Sitana. You must remember to never dabble in powers beyond your capability." "Understood. Chui Sitana is wise," He Chong remarked, surprising the mermaid, whose sharp teeth trembled slightly. After 10 minutes of reflection, He Chong declared, "I desire that quality weapon." Having learned 5 spells from the witch tower, all belonging to the ice element, He Chong found herself struggling against the onslaught of winter. Thus, choosing a weapon was the more prudent decision. The mermaid chuckled, saying, "As you wish." Then, her mouth suddenly gaped wide enough to accommodate a basketball, her visage contorting into a terrifying shape reminiscent of a legendary demon, truly befitting her title as a Mama Yao Yu. The mermaid reached in her mouth and extracted a weapon shimmering with a violet glow. He Chong beheld a short staff, approximately 20 centimeters in length, adorned at its apex with a purple crystal gem, the source of the earlier light. The mermaid gingerly handed the staff to He Chong, saying thus, "I have fulfilled my task. Should you employ the golden fish as bait once more, it is likely I shall be the one to respond. You may address me as Malika." Chapter 62. The Violet Moon Staff and the Flame Crystal. He Chong accepted the staff, caressing it. Although the staff had been retrieved from Malika's mouth, it was remarkably clean. She surmised that this Mama Yao Yu possessed an innate spatial storage capacity. Nevertheless, He Chong was more concerned with the potency of this superior grade staff. Violet Moon Staff, superior, spell amplification, Violet Moon Sword, requires 30 points of intelligence to wield. It is said that a purple moon once appeared, only to vanish. Subsequently, the rare Violet Moon Crystal emerged, which mages utilized to embellish their staffs, thereby enhancing their magical prowess. Spell amplification, all spells you cast receive a 50 damage boost. Violet Moon Sword, a magic inscribed upon the staff by the beautiful and magnificent Chui Sitana. It allows you to swiftly unleash a magical sword to strike foes, consuming 10 points of mental energy. He Chong's face blossomed with joy. This Violet Moon Staff would significantly augment her combat capabilities, making confrontations against winter's monstrous threats considerably easier. As for the required 30 points of intelligence, since her arrival in the Dark World, she had focused solely on enhancing her intelligence to comprehend the mysteries of the Witch Tower, which now stood at 29 points. The source of the Dark Souls undoubtedly stemmed from the bizarre, sanity-draining fish lurking beneath the waves. Once caught, they could be dispatched, yielding Dark Souls. Thus, acquiring that final point of intelligence could be achieved with a mere half-day of fishing. Upon witnessing He Chong's smile, the Mama Yao Yu, Malika, also smiled, saying, "It appears you are quite satisfied. I shall take my leave." "Wait, I have further inquiries," He Chong called out to Malika, promptly asking, "Do you know where Chui Sitana has gone?" Molly Ka's expression grew solemn as she gazed reverently at the witch tower, responding, "That is knowledge only you possess, and only you may know." Then, donning a smile, she added, "Do you have any other questions? My time is limited, as you know. The winter disaster has begun to affect the underwater realm." Yichang posed another question she was eager to explore. "What is the polluted sea?" Upon hearing this, Molly Ka's countenance darkened as she explained, "It was once known as the Sea of Demons, a tranquil place and the homeland of us Yaoyu. I fondly recall the days of hunting alongside my elders during my youth." As for the pollution, Molly Ka's expression shifted to one of sorrow as she continued, "I hope you never encounter anything associated with the pollution. It is quite troublesome. I can tell you that it originated from the death of the great dark offspring, and the pollution is the life that emerged after its demise, consuming all that surrounds it." With that, Molly Ka bowed to Yichang, her tail flicking to shatter the resilient ice nearby, before she plunged back into the depths. Pollution, the death of the great dark offspring, life birthed from death. Yichang pondered these words, seemingly grasping their significance. Meanwhile, Zhao Gan found himself at an impasse. Clutching a wax-sealed letter and a crimson crystal the size of a fist, emblazoned with a flame emblem, unmistakably a relic of the Light Church. "Your faith is insufficient to view the details of this item. A minimum of 10 points of faith is required." This was the prompt regarding the crimson crystal. What a predicament this is. As a man of unwavering conviction, possessing 10 points of faith was beyond his reach. Zhao Gan stowed away the crystal, intending to return to the laboratory for analysis to uncover its secrets. He opened the wax-sealed letter and began to read the enclosed parchment. "Greetings, Bishop. Father Mashiel, the Flame Guardian, sends his regards. I have commenced an investigation of the northern region of the abandoned mining district. Aside from some insects within the mine's tunnels, there is little danger, just as you anticipated. The conditions in the abandoned mining district are dire, with numerous wandering dark creatures. I shall endeavor to eliminate them and rekindle the flames within the church. Following your instructions, I have been observing Father Edgar, who remains pious as ever, though he appears somewhat despondent. Please trust in his steadfast faith in the light. Even after committing such a grave error, your forgiveness was remarkably swift. I believe Father Edgar will reflect deeply on his actions. I have also begun investigating the matter of the vengeful souls. Many tombs in the underground cemetery of the abandoned mining site have collapsed, possibly due to mining activities. The pathways within are rather complex. I have only explored a portion, and the key is sealed within the flame crystal. Only our Light Church's priest can unlock it. May you recover swiftly. Yours faithfully, Maxiu." You have read the story of Father Machio, Progress 20. Upon reaching 100, a quest will be awarded. Having finished the letter, Zhao Gan now understood the name of the crystal and its contents. He must unlock this flame crystal. Clenching his logging axe tightly, he hesitated before releasing his grip. From the correspondence of Father Xiao Machio, it appears that brute force may shatter the crystal, yet the contents within are likely irretrievable. Zhao Gan glanced around the derelict mining site, feeling a pang of regret. Although today marked his initial foray into this area, progress had been remarkably smooth. Despite the sinister nature of Bai Er's ghostly brother, with the wisdom of Lao Lu and his own 9 points of intellect, there remained ample time to clear another section. However, after reading the letter and acquiring that damned flame crystal, which required 10 points of faith to unlock, Zhao Gan's resolve to continue the expedition shifted. Persisting with the previous strategy might not guarantee success. Most of the creatures in this abandoned mining site were likely insectoid monsters from the depths of the mines or the results of Bai Er's ghastly experiments. Although they lacked formidable strength, they were exceedingly peculiar. According to Xiao Ma Xiu's letter, restless spirits inhabited the underground cemetery. Dealing with these spectral entities was straightforward, as he possessed the soul-requiting power of the heirloom ring. Furthermore, Xiao Ma Xiu had sketched part of a map, simplifying the endeavor. Zhao Gan suspected that Bai Er's ghostly brother resided within the cemetery, thus with a key and a map in hand. Directly confronting Bai Er's malevolent sibling seemed far more straightforward. The thought of seizing the enemy's head amidst a sea of adversaries stirred his blood. Although Zhao Gan's plan was audacious, its feasibility was high, given Bai Er's brother's treachery and the myriad traps laid upon the surface. The defenses of his lair would not be overly extensive. Otherwise, he would have positioned more insect-like monsters in ambushes around the northern part of the abandoned mining site. As for facing Bai Er's ghostly brother, Zhao Gan believed he was the perfect counter. With a scientific disposition immune to religious indoctrination and the ability of Yu to consume the essence of death, he pondered whether 100 crimson bullets would suffice to vanquish Bai Er's brother. If not, he could always fire another 100. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Gan prepared to return to the chapel with Yu and 2 dogs. On his way, he spotted the remains of Father Xiao Maxiu's family, but refrained from disturbing them. If all went according to plan, he could clear the abandoned mining site within 3 to 5 days. Another reason for his haste was the likelihood that Father Xiao Maxiu had perished within the site. Since he needed to act, it would be fitting for the family to reunite before proceeding. Had he forgotten something? Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Gan recalled and returned to the small wooden cabin to take the sturdy thorny staff. There was no need for burial items when assisting Father Xiao Maxiu's family, and the staff could serve as firewood if nothing else. Chapter 63. Dr. Lu's potent elixirs. Do you have faith? Upon returning to the chapel and analyzing the flame crystal in the scientific laboratory, Zhao Gan sent a message to the fisherman. The results of the analysis were quite promising. A crystal imbued with gentle energy, containing 2 items sealed within. It must be opened according to the creator's specifications. Otherwise, the energy will become volatile, resulting in an explosion. A portion of the crystal structure has been analyzed, and it can be opened by adhering to the creator's instructions. Yielding crystal fragments. Caution, do not attempt to open it with brute force. Thus, to unlock this object, a minimum of 1 point of faith was required. Based on the analysis, Zhao Gan surmised that the method to open it involved finding someone with at least 1 point of faith. Father Xiao Maxiu, as suggested by the intelligence reports, seemed to possess a gentle disposition, unlikely to act drastically even to protect the contents of the flame crystal. Since opening it required 10 points of faith, it was likely that only the priests of the Church of Light would possess such faith. However, should ordinary natives come across the flame crystal and attempt to unveil its secrets, they would risk triggering an explosion due to insufficient faith, endangering themselves and damaging the contents. Thus, if individuals lacking faith attempted to open it, the flame crystal would likely exhibit cracks or fragments as a warning to deter the natives. This seemed the most reasonable explanation, as the lower-ranking priests of the Church of Light were known to be kind-hearted individuals. With Edgar being one example, and Father Xiao Maxiu likely speaking favorably of him to the bishop, Zhao Gan patiently awaited the fisherman's reply. Carpenter, do you have faith? He Chong stared at the message from Zhao Gan, momentarily stunned. Was this fellow finally making a move against her? Did he intend to convert her to the faith of the radiant flame? As she pondered this, she recalled Zhao Gan's current appearance, his sun-kissed skin, his bald head, and his robust physique. The tools in his hands were all of a rugged nature, and in battle, he resembled a human weapon. After a brief silence, she replied, No, my faith value is 0. I do not believe in deities or spirits. I only trust in my fishing rod. After sending her response, He-Chong resumed her tasks, seemingly engrossed in crafting a puppet, murmuring to herself that she had unwittingly been tainted by the remnants left by Tisthana and must rid herself of it. Upon reading her reply, Zhao Gan felt a tinge of disappointment, but gained an increased admiration for the fisherman. Indeed, true to his character, he should think this way. A person who fishes should not doubt their rod. Would they pray to the gods before casting their line? What purpose would that serve? Regardless, they would still end up at the market selecting fish. Zhao Gan nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was due to the fisherman's disbelief in the divine or the knowledge that his faith value was 0 and had not increased, giving him a sense of kinship. Thus, he sent a message to another friend, Dr. Lu. Do you have faith? Dr. Lu's response came swiftly. What's up, little brother? Do you need assistance? True to his helpful nature, Dr. Lu directly inquired whether Zhao Gan required aid. Zhao Gan briefly explained the situation with the flame crystal, omitting details about the scientific laboratory. Dr. Lu readily agreed, stating, Sure, but this endeavor carries risks, and I cannot guarantee success. Since Zhao Gan had concealed the matter of the scientific laboratory, he could only express his own conjectures regarding the method of opening it. No problem. Zhao Gan, being straightforward, agreed to Dr. Lu's terms. After exchanging the flame crystal with Dr. Lu, he began to wait patiently. As for compensation, the other party made no demands. Yet, Zhao Gan intended to provide him with a dose of paralysis toxin from the mining worms. He possessed 5 of these toxins, which he considered abundant. Furthermore, As he continued his exploration of the abandoned mining area, he anticipated encountering numerous poisonous insects and serpents. These toxins would surely be plentiful. Dr. Lu's potions were highly practical. When faced with formidable foes, they could significantly enhance his chances of success. By giving this toxin to Dr. Lu, it was possible he could concoct even more powerful elixirs, benefiting Zhao Gan in return. Of course, there was an even more vital aspect: the nuances of human relationships. To progress, one must understand this. Success. Some fragments have appeared, and I have stored them in a glass vial for you. Dr. Lu's actions were swift, showcasing the expertise of an experienced surgeon. Subsequently, Zhao Gan received back the flame crystal along with a small glass vial. After securing his belongings, he traded the paralysis toxin to Dr. Lu. "Little brother, you're too kind. I feel somewhat embarrassed," Dr. Lu quickly replied, clearly delighted by the toxin. Zhao Gan responded, "It's nothing. I hope that Brother Hong Xing's research on potions goes smoothly." "How is your health, little brother?" Dr. Lu suddenly inquired. "Very well, exceptionally so," Zhao Gan replied confidently. Since he began his regimen a decade ago, his physique had become increasingly robust, brimming with vitality. Common ailments, such as colds or fevers, would dissipate within a day or two. Regimen. Enjoy a fulfilling life. In that case, let us deliberate on a matter. Dr. Lu has likely informed Zhao Gan of the situation. He has been tirelessly occupied with addressing the side effects of a new potion, yet he has encountered a persistent impasse. The reason lies in the insufficient clinical samples. Progress has been sluggish, limited to trials conducted solely with his mixed blood elf. Therefore, he requires assistance to test the new potion. There are two varieties of this potion, both possessing formidable effects, albeit accompanied by significant side effects. Potent Life Restoration Potion instantly restores 20 health points and continues to recover an additional 20 health points over the ensuing 10 minutes. Upon consumption, the veins and arteries will operate under excessive strain, with heart rates soaring beyond 170 beats per minute, risking capillary rupture and resulting in external bleeding. My goodness! Merely reading about the effects of the first potion left Zhao Gan utterly astounded. The average heartbeat of a regular person hovers below 100. Even under duress or strenuous activity, it rarely exceeds 120 to 150. This potion, however, could elevate the heart rate beyond 170. At such a rate, the heart would seem to leap and dance within a body. Moreover, there's the risk of capillary rupture and external bleeding. One would practically transform into a steed of blood and sweat. Nonetheless, it must be said that the Potent Life Restoration Potion exhibits undeniably formidable potency. With a single sip, it can restore 20 health points, followed by an additional 20 over the next 10 minutes. He recalled having previously consumed a life restoration potion that could recover 30 health points within 30 minutes. While that was commendable, it required a considerable amount of time, rendering it impractical in emergencies. The Potent Life Restoration Potion, in contrast, is remarkably advantageous, suitable for consumption during perilous combat. Should a player find themselves in dire straits and consume this potion, a reversal of fortune may very well ensue, even if gravely injured and unable to withstand the onslaught. As long as one possesses a head and legs, they could drink it and hastily flee. Zhao Gan's gaze then shifted to the second potion, and he found himself feeling youthful once more. Potent Rationality Potion instantly locks your current rationality value for 30 minutes. Upon consumption, the activity level of your brain's neurons will persistently diminish, causing a slowdown in movement and posing a risk of blindness. My goodness! The formidable effects and side effects of this potion left Zhao Gan utterly flabbergasted, altering his habitual exclamations. In comparison to the Potent Life Restoration Potion, the prior potion side effects seemed trivial, merely an accelerated heartbeat and external bleeding. However, the Potent Rationality Potion would render all actions akin to slow motion, with the added risk of blindness. This concoction is absolutely unsuitable for consumption during combat. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to serving oneself as a meal to the monsters. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, the effects of the Potent Rationality Potion are indeed powerful. It can lock your current rationality value. This implies that regardless of the monster you encounter, the reduction of rationality it inflicts upon you would be null. Although the duration is limited to 30 minutes, it is undoubtedly a life-saving artifact. During this time, one would never succumb to madness, even in the presence of terrifying and unknown entities. Having weighed the pros and cons, Zhao Gan accepted both potions and assured Dr. Liu that he would provide feedback after consumption. Dr. Liu, ever considerate, inquired whether Zhao Gan required any additional potions, offering to provide him with some. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Gan also acquired 5 hypertension potions and 5 improved stimulant potions from Dr. Liu. The original effect of the stimulant potion was a boost of 2 points to both strength and agility for a duration of 5 minutes. However, the side effect was that it would exhaust energy, leading to fatigue and a potential purple discoloration of the face, necessitating sleep. After modification, the potion now only enhances strength and agility by a single point, with the duration remaining unchanged. As long as one consumes fewer than 5 potions, fatigue will not ensue. Instead, one will maintain a continuous state of vitality. My dear brother, once the potent potions are refined and enter mass production, I will present you with a grand gift. Dr. Liu's words were not mere embellishments. Zhao Gan understood that this benevolent physician genuinely aspired to benefit the players of the Dark World. Ultimately, Zhao Gan inquired about crossbows, but unfortunately, Dr. Liu did not possess any and could only assist in seeking information from other players. Next, it was time to attend to your matter, but alas, I must wait another day. Zhao Gan retrieved the vial containing shards of the flame crystal, gazed at it, and then returned it to his inventory. The scientific laboratory was commendable in many respects, yet the sole discomfort stemmed from the limitation of analysis to once per day. To unlock the flame crystal and extract the key and map within, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Having spent considerable time in the Dark World, Zhao Gan had grasped the timing of the daily refresh. It turned out that during trading hours, once the trading period concluded, a new day would commence. Presently, the winter calamity had transformed into a daily spawning of winter monsters, signifying the arrival of the next day. With ample time remaining, what should he engage in? Zhao Gan felt no fatigue. He had been indulging in cakes along the way and was not particularly hungry. He glanced once more at his inventory and discovered that he had inadvertently amassed 25 ice crystal cores. Surprisingly, there were no notification messages. Nevertheless, he was eager to explore what the second phase of the Winter Mall had to offer. Excitement surged within him. The thrill of opening blind boxes was unparalleled. He accessed the Winter Mall. His gaze traversed the first line, which contained wood, water, and bread. Upon noticing the refreshed contents of the second line, he beheld a fine one-handed sword, a fine flintlock, a fine bow, and a fine club. All that met his eyes were weapons of commendable quality, yet devoid of special attributes. Presumably, these weapons were intended as supplementary offerings for players, with damage outputs that were minimal and of little utility. The exchange price for these items was also exorbitant, each demanding 20 ice crystal cores. Is this truly it? Zhao Gan felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he cast his gaze toward the final item available for exchange. Elementary Skill Book can elevate your occupational skills or skills learned from weapons to an elementary level, with effects contingent upon the strength of the skill. In that moment, Zhao Gan momentarily faltered in his comprehension, but fortunately, with his impressive intelligence of 9 points, he quickly grasped the significance. This was indeed a valuable item, although he had yet to activate his extraordinary path of destiny. He possessed weapon skills on both of his equipped weapons, the shotgun's instant counterattack and the small round shield's precise block. These two skills were remarkably potent and had instilled a great sense of confidence in Zhao Gan during previous battles, serving as his trump cards. He exchanged for the Elementary Skill Book. No sooner had he spoken than he witnessed a reduction of 20 ice crystal cores from his inventory, followed by the appearance of a green skill book in his item list. Upon glancing back at the Winter Mall, he discovered that the Elementary Skill Book had vanished. It appeared that he could only exchange for one. This dark world truly lacked regard for humanity. Zhao Gan felt a surge of frustration. He wished to exchange for another book, for then he could elevate both skills to an elementary level. You have exchanged for an item from the second phase of the Winter Mall, surpassing 1 friend. When your cumulative ice crystal cores reach 100, the third phase will be unlocked. Goodness, I only have 3 friends, which 2 are so outstanding. Zhao Gan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to immediately message all 3 friends for inquiries. To his surprise, one of them was Dr. Liu, while the other was not the angler He Chong, but rather the gun dealer. Dr. Liu and He Chong were both preoccupied, so Zhao Gan took the opportunity to converse with the gun dealer. You exchanged for the skill book? Zhao Gan into it. No, I exchanged for that flintlock as I was in dire need of a ranged attack method, the dealer replied, revealing his sense of helplessness. He continued, stating, the skill book is indeed commendable, but my occupational skills have already reached the elementary level, and the most crucial one has even ascended to the intermediate level. It is evident that he is a formidable individual, advancing rapidly in his chosen profession. Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Zhao Gan decided against inquiring about the crossbow. The fact that the other party had exchanged for a flintlock indicated a lack of long-range offensive capabilities. Recognizing the opponent as a skilled practitioner, Zhao Gan instead asked about upgrading skills. The answer fell within his expectations. The primary method involved training during combat. For instance, the arms dealer possessed an evasion skill, which had reached an intermediate level, granting a 30 chance to dodge attacks, including spells. The upgrade of this skill relied on continuous attempts to evade during battles, eventually triggering a notification for skill advancement once a certain threshold was reached. Evasion movements included sidesteps, backward jumps, and rolling on the ground. The arms dealer informed Zhao Gan that rolling was the most effective, as it provided the greatest range of evasion. The only drawback was that excessive equipment could impede the speed of rolling due to weight. Additionally, it appeared rather ungraceful, resembling a character perpetually bowing before monsters. However, in the face of survival, such concerns paled in significance. These explanations opened Zhao Gan's eyes. It became evident that every player who had survived to this point possessed unique attributes. While the arms dealer was amiable and chatty, he did not exhibit the overtly aggressive demeanor of someone like Lu Daifu, who would flaunt his stats upon meeting. Consequently, some details were conveyed in a vague manner, and Zhao Gan chose not to press further. His relationship with the arms dealer was akin to the initial acquaintance he had with the fisherman, a mutual benefit arrangement. However, the current circumstances differed. Having assisted the fisherman, he was not only provided with item appraisals, but also gifted numerous valuable equipment and items, marking him as his best friend. Zhao Gan felt a sense of integrity. In the past, he would be called Dad for simply bringing his roommate a meal, yet now, having received so many benefits from the fisherman, he regarded him as a true friend, his integrity surpassing that of his former roommates. Moreover, the fisherman's catch was undeniably delicious. Zhao Gan swallowed hard, realizing he was once again hungry and planned to roast some fish later. Yet, he suppressed his hunger and posed a new question to the arms dealer. My good brother, do you have any effective methods to counteract the reduction of sanity? Chapter 65. The wisdom of players. There are 3 commonly used methods, the arms dealer began, only to pause and inquire. Haven't your other friends mentioned this to you? This is common knowledge among players on the second day in the Dark World. The second day in the Dark World? Zhao Gan nearly forgot what he was doing that day. Was he crawling through water tunnels in the abandoned mine or repairing the small chapel? In any case, before he repaired the chapel and received news from the fisherman, he had been oblivious to the existence of other players in this world. I had a little accident and was unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Zhao Gan fabricated an excuse to deflect the question. The arms dealer did not probe further and continued to elucidate the methods players utilize to mitigate sanity loss. You should have noticed that sanity reduction notifications only appear when we players are staring at monsters. Thus, on that very day, some clever individuals discovered a solution. Simply close your eyes and do not look. Brilliant! Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan felt a wave of enlightenment. It was a simple yet effective approach, albeit one that sacrificed sight, requiring one to sharpen their hearing and sense of smell to counter the monsters. Human adaptability is remarkable. Those who lose a sense, such as sight, often develop heightened hearing and smell over time, akin to the blind. Hence, while this method may seem foolish, it effectively addresses the issue of sanity reduction upon sighting monsters. However, for those who can see, the challenge lies in refraining from looking. Only individuals with strong willpower could manage this feat, yet in this dark world, for ordinary people, it presented a dire predicament. It was likely that many players had begun to practice this technique of closing their eyes. What are the other 2 methods? Zhao Gan pressed further. The arms dealer continued. One involves adhering to a particular religion within the dark world, as these sects possess unique methods. The other is to confront fear head-on. Most players have discovered that the more frequently sanity is reduced, the more resistance they develop. For instance, when encountering a zombie for the first time, a player might lose 10 points of sanity. However, after seeing the monster multiple times, that loss could reduce to 9 points. The situation had indeed improved. Many players had obtained items that provided sanity resistance, along with various expensive sanity potions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan's expression turned skeptical. According to Lu Daifu, he was among the top players in terms of the number of monsters slain. Yet why, upon seeing those 3 ice-armored zombies yesterday, did he still lose 3 points of sanity, just as he did the first time he encountered a zombie? He cursed silently, realizing the predicament of the dark world. Zhao Gan then recalled the explanation regarding the amplification of power attributes. When the amplification results in decimals, they are directly deducted. Thus, it was apparent that while Zhao Gan had encountered numerous monsters, the reduction in sanity had not changed. It was merely that the sanity loss he experienced upon sighting a zombie had been rounded to an integer by the dark world. After cursing the dark world a few more times in his mind, Zhao Gan took out his shotgun to test his hypothesis. Exchange for a crimson bullet. The crimson eye appeared somewhat helpless, but proceeded to load a bullet into the gun. However, soon after, a flicker of curiosity emerged in the crimson eye's gaze, only to fade quickly. It seemed that having gone so long without consuming sanity had left it feeling uncomfortable. Zhao Gan paid it no mind and glanced at his sanity value. Sanity, 99. Fine, let it be. With my passive ability to face fear, what more could I ask for? Noticing Zhao Gan's prolonged silence, the arms dealer remarked, "If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my tasks, my good brother." Just as Zhao Gan was about to reply with a farewell, he added, "If you come across any information regarding quality crossbows or similar weapons, please do contact me." Price is not an issue. Understood, the arms dealer agreed, then recalled something, asking Zhao Gan, "Do you have any potions from Lu Hongxing, Daifu? I'm running low, and I need them for tomorrow's battle against the final boss in the novice map." Such a grand battle certainly required potions. Zhao Gan had many potions, but intended to save them for himself, as selling them was not worthwhile. However, since he was friends with Lu Daifu, he replied, "What potions do you need? I can speak to Lu Daifu on your behalf." "Wow, brother, you're impressive. It's particularly difficult to befriend Lu Daifu," the arms dealer exclaimed in surprise. He then entrusted Zhao Gan with procuring a batch of potions, promising satisfactory compensation upon successful completion. Zhao Gan agreed to help primarily out of goodwill for his friend. As for the compensation, it was a gesture from a good brother. How could he refuse? Refusing would be akin to disrespecting a good friend. Thus, he readily accepted. The entire transaction proceeded smoothly. The arms dealer acquired the potions he needed, and judging by his tone, he was pleased with the price. Zhao Gan received a reward of 1,000 iron ore. With this resource, he had only 800 left and had planned to search for more in the abandoned mine area. Now, with the arms dealer's contribution of 1,000, he saved himself considerable effort. Given the state of the abandoned mine area, finding iron ore would likely be a challenge. With matters finally resolved and many of his questions answered, Zhao Gan found himself roasting fish before the altar, preparing to fill his stomach before sleeping. Tomorrow, he intended to clear out the winter monsters that had attacked the small chapel and, upon activating the flame crystal, continue his quest in the abandoned mine. After enjoying a hearty meal, he offered Yaya a portion of blackened fish and a portion of frozen fish before heading off to sleep in the Light Paladin S dormitory. In a somewhat muddled state, Zhao Gan once again found himself dreaming. This time, Zhao Gan encountered a figure clad in a priest's robe. Yet, this individual appeared remarkably youthful, possessing an appealing visage and a resolute expression. However, Zhao Gan discerned that this young priest was in a dire predicament. He was bound to a frame, his limbs ensnared, and his body bore numerous wounds and blood. Just as Zhao Gan roused from slumber, he heard a notification sound. Prepare for the assault on the second day of the arrival of winter. Still lingering in the reverie of a recent dream, Zhao Gan pondered. Could it be Father Xiao Mashio? He has not perished. A conjecture formed within Zhao Gan's mind. Yet the dream was hazy, leaving him uncertain of when Father Xiao Mashio encountered such misfortune. Nevertheless, he resolved to hasten his pace. Today, he must reach the vicinity of the church within the derelict mining area. After devising a plan, Zhao Gan donned his attire and gear, wielding his logging axe and dual blades, stepping outside, ready to confront the winter creatures delivering their grim offerings. The number of monsters had increased by 1 compared to the previous day. Upon witnessing the horde of winter creatures, your sanity decreases by 6. Battle. Exhilarating. Skull Gumbelowed. charging into the throng of monsters. With swift and decisive strikes, akin to slicing through vegetables, he vanquished every creature before him. Among them, 3 were ice armor corpses. The additional creature was an enhanced embracer, fortified by winter, its tendrils encased in a layer of hardened ice, significantly augmenting its offensive capabilities. Yet, Zhao Gan was well aware of their vulnerabilities. A precise block with his small round shield sufficed. Indeed, he garnered 130 Dark Souls, and with the accumulation from earlier, he now possessed 20-30 Dark Souls, enough to exchange for 20 attribute points. Zhao Gan calculated his total Dark Souls, glanced at the number of ice crystal cores, and noted that the Embracer had dropped 2, leaving him with 10 ice crystal cores. However, such details were of little consequence. Zhao Gan retrieved the flame crystal and the vial containing its fragments, hastening into the scientific laboratory. After a night of anticipation, the tension was greater than when he initially abstained from guidance. Chapter 66. Thank her family on my behalf. The crystal structure has been analyzed. It is safe to unlock this crystal and extract its contents. Please place the flame crystal on the scientific workbench. A stroke of convenience. Zhao Gan, upon seeing the prompt, placed the flame crystal on the table. A radiance emanated from the workbench, and soon the flame crystal began to levitate and vibrate violently. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the crystal, and the brilliant light from the laboratory surged within. The room was illuminated by a warm, orange glow. Zhao Gan observed as the interior of the flame crystal began to fracture. With 2 distinct sounds, the orange light faded. On the scientific workbench, a silver key and a folded piece of paper materialized. The prayer of the Church of Light has been deciphered. Flame sealing technique. Flame sealing. By utilizing crystals as materials, coupled with a special crafting method and the flame sealing technique, similar crystals can be created. You have successfully analyzed the prayer at the scientific workbench and have been awarded a basic deconstruction stone as a reward. A familiar basic deconstruction stone appeared on the workbench. The green hue of the stone brought Zhao Gan a sense of nostalgia. Teacher, you have returned. Grasping the basic deconstruction stone, Zhao Gan felt elated. My extraordinary profession shall be activated shortly. Though this was significant, it paled in comparison to the importance of the key and map to the underground tomb in the derelict mining area. Zhao Gan secured the key and unfurled the map. Due to the size of the flame crystal, the map was relatively small, unfolding to merely the size of a palm. However, the details inscribed were remarkably thorough. The entrance was located to the south of the derelict mining area, beneath a dwelling. The path below revealed no diversions. Many passages were collapsed, as indicated on the map. This corroborated with the letter from Father Xiao. Descending into the underground tomb led to a straight path, culminating in 2 forks, one leading directly to the church of the derelict mining area, while the other extended toward the eastern entrance. It was likely that Father Xiao had ventured straight to the church, consequently falling prey to that wretched brother of Barracks, enduring untold torment with an uncertain outcome. Zhao Gan harbored a hunch that Father Xiao might still be alive. For Barracks' brother had a penchant for conducting grotesque biological experiments on humans and monsters alike. It was probable that Father Xiao had become a test subject, a fate more harrowing than death itself. With a sigh, Zhao Gan began to contemplate his strategy to navigate the derelict mining area. Today, he must clear the entrance to the underground tomb. Once inside, where should he go? Exiting east would lead him straight into the largest horde of monsters, which was hardly feasible. His objective was to confront Barracks' brother directly, heading straight to the church. Having resolved to traverse through the underground tomb, he aimed to strike decisively. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. Once he cleansed the southern region of the derelict mining area, only the eastern and western sections would remain. Thus he would head directly to the western church for the boss battle. With the addition of those 20 attribute points, consuming potions, and activating his extraordinary profession, he would have no fear. Zhao Gan exchanged for 20 attribute points and examined his panel. Strength, 20, intelligence, 9, agility, 10, perception, 10, faith, 10, fixed value, cannot be increased or decreased. While he yearned to further augment his strength, he realized that 4 attribute points were required to increase strength by 1, which felt rather unwise. With 20 attribute points, he could enhance agility and perception by 10 points, yet only 9 points in intelligence. 9 points in intelligence felt particularly gratifying. Gazing at agility and perception, Zhao Gan hesitated. Logically, increasing agility would provide a distinct advantage in combat due to enhanced speed. However, he understood the benefits of perception, as it would increase his sensory acuity. That potent sanity potion might come in handy should he face blindness. A higher perception would sustain a significant portion of his combat effectiveness. For a moment, Zhao Gan found himself at an impasse, unable to devise a better plan. This forthcoming battle was crucial. Dispersing attribute points was not a prudent strategy. With no clear direction, he decided to postpone his decision and activate his extraordinary profession, which might offer clarity. Presently, all he required was a basic prayer, spell, or incantation to attain a new vocation. However, time for transactions had elapsed, compelling him to seek out his friend. His foremost consideration was, of course, his dearest friend, the fisherman. Zhao Gan sent a message and awaited a response in silence. Shortly after, he received a reply. Any magic will do, as long as it's basic. Indeed, upon reading the fisherman's response, Zhao Gan felt a surge of excitement. The tone was decidedly reassuring. He Chong, today, would find it considerably easier to tackle the winter monster's onslaught. Armed with a high-quality purple moon staff, those winter creatures posed little threat to her. The purple moon swift sword spell proved exceedingly effective. By wielding the staff like a one-handed sword and expending 10 points of mental energy, she could dispatch a monster. Upon receiving Zhao Gan's message, He Chong returned to the first floor of the witch's tower, commencing her search. She possessed an array of magical scrolls and prayer books, having amassed quite a collection when she first opened the tower. However, she had selected only those suitable for her studies, selling off the rest, leaving her with approximately a dozen. This spell required 15 intelligence, which was unsuitable for him. That incantation demanded 20 perception, the purpose of which remained uncertain, rendering it likewise inappropriate. Here it is. A basic prayer from the Church of Light, requiring merely 10 points of faith, although the priest had augmented his strength. He certainly had enough to meet the requirement. He Chong picked up the rudimentary prayer book, blew off the dust from its cover, and without glancing at its contents, directly addressed Zhao Gan. My good friend, I have found something for you. Please take a look and see if it suits your needs. This is a gift from my witch friend, the one who crafted the blue crescent moon emblem cloak. She has been expressing her gratitude for your assistance in completing her story quest, and this is her gift to you. Zhao Gan examined the item details. Rudimentary prayer of the flame's protection. Requires 10 points of faith. Shout to the flame within your heart. Slightly amplifies the effects of all light church prayers for 30 minutes, consuming 3 points of mental strength. Upon seeing yet another prayer requiring 10 points of faith, Zhao Gan nearly fainted. It seemed fate had intertwined him with the light church. Even a fisherman casually presented him with a prayer from them. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that with the aid of the deconstruction stone teacher, anything could be transformed into something he could utilize. Skal Gunrepliet. Such a splendid prayer for me. I truly feel embarrassed. Please convey my thanks to that witch friend. I appreciate her entire family. Noticing his response, He Chong felt a peculiar sensation. After handing the prayer book to Zhao Gan, she silently urged, Quick, ask me about the witch or anything related to Sui Sitana. Anything will do. Ever since she discovered that she was being drawn to Sui Sitana's items and gradually becoming tainted, He Chong had been anticipating this day and had made some preparations in advance. She wished to establish a more candid relationship with Zhao Gan while simultaneously eradicating the taint of Sui Sitana. This required a memory anchor. The more they conversed, the greater her chances of success in turning back. Finally, He Chong observed Zhao Gan's message and, feeling a flutter of anxiety, opened it to read, My good friend, once again, please extend my heartfelt thanks to your witch friend and her entire family. I am truly grateful and wish them all good health. Darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly fainted. Chapter 67. The Extraordinary Path of Science Weight. After sending the message, Zhao Gan realized he had forgotten an important point. The witch friend. Sui Sitana. Right. He needed to inquire about this matter. He must clarify the origins of the child at home. Thus, Zhao Gan sent another message to He Chong. By the way, my good friend, I have recently taken in an NPC whose origins are somewhat mysterious. Does your witch friend know of the moon, which Sui Sitana? I have some questions if it's not too much trouble. Seeing Zhao Gan's inquiry, He Chong breathed a sigh of relief and readily replied, No problem. Please share your questions with me. I will speak with my witch friend when I have the time and relay the information to you. Thank you, my good friend. Zhao Gan sent over his doubts and questions regarding Yu. The primary concern was whether children like Yu had the chance to become more normal. By normal, he meant that Yu would no longer only understand simple commands, but also have the opportunity to engage in conversations and learn, transforming into a fairly normal child. Chong did not intend to delay, but needed to consult the illustrated volume on Sui Sitana, which contains substantial information about the Liya de Magic Academy. Organizing this would require some time. Finally reaching this point, Chong felt a smile bloom in her eyes. She had established enough connections with the soothsayer to commence executing her plan. She was relieved that soon she would no longer need to disguise herself to communicate with Zhao Gan. Over the past days, she had only dared to glance at Zhao Gan through the crystal ball, and upon confirming his safety, her heart found peace. She had saved Zhao Gan once. Now she needed him to save her. As for why she decided to gradually reveal her identity to Zhao Gan, the reason was simple. She was Chong, not the proud Sui Sitana. The methods of voyeurism demonstrated that Sui Sitana did not regard many as human. Though she had been cautious upon entering the dark world, she had still been tempted by power to engage with Sui Sitana's items, becoming tainted while gradually losing her true self, becoming increasingly akin to Sui Sitana. Even if she were to embark on the path of the Moon Witch, she wished to become the great and beautiful Chong. Zhao Gan stroked Yu's head, pondering that this little girl had probably lived for a long time. Yet her stature resembled that of a primary school child. It was truly pitiful that she could not even articulate a complete sentence. At that moment, Yu was licking a frozen, fat-burning treat, gazing at Zhao Gan with affectionate eyes, but showing no reaction. Zhao Gan had also consulted Dr. Lu about this matter, who mentioned that the child seemed somewhat ill, dazed and slow-witted. Dr. Lu's words nearly choked him. Such dull children are all the same. Even if healed, they would still drool. Well, it was time to activate my extraordinary profession. Zhao Gan entered the science laboratory, retrieved Flame's protection, and placed the rudimentary deconstruction stone upon it, awaiting the lesson. Soon, following the explanation and transformation by the deconstruction stone teacher, Flame's protection morphed into a scientific formula Zhao Gan could use. Scientific protection, satire by loudly singing the praises of science. Your physical damage, including molecular physical damage, will increase for 10 minutes. This scientific formula left Zhao Gan somewhat speechless. Its description required no consumption of mental strength, nor did it specify an enhancement effect on physical damage. Based on Zhao Gan's recent classroom experience, it was merely a slogan, and the actual effect was negligible. The satirical label at the end of its name indicated that it was nearly a useless formula, mocking the fervor of the religious zealots. Perhaps, on the extraordinary path of science, this prayer from the Light Church held no utility at all. Never mind. The primary goal was still to activate my extraordinary profession. As soon as he thought this, a new notification chimed. You have completed the extraordinary profession task, deconstructing rudimentary spells, prayers, and incantations 3 times. Congratulations. You have embarked on the extraordinary path, science, in this dark, ignorant, and blindly faithful world. Science is the extraordinary existence. You have acquired level 1 extraordinary profession. Investigator. No investigation, no say. This is the first step into the path of science. You have gained a new passive ability. Knowledge is power. Passive. Knowledge is power from this formula. It can be deduced that knowledge equals wisdom. Wisdom equals intelligence, leading to the conclusion that intelligence equals power. Your strength attributes 10-point increase translates to intelligence, and your intelligence attributes 10-point increase translates to strength. This enhancement is subject to the laws of the world and cannot exceed the limits of your current attribute points. A cascade of information left Zhao Gan somewhat bewildered, but he quickly comprehended. The investigator was now his extraordinary profession, and he had embarked on the extraordinary path named science. Furthermore, the new passive ability, knowledge is power, filled him with delight. Simply put, he currently possessed a strength of 20, and with this passive, his intelligence soared to 9,211 points. However, due to the laws of the dark world, it could not exceed the limit, capping at 10 points. Yet, if he added just 1 point to intelligence, raising it to 10, he would then have 12 points of intelligence. Wow, an explosive increase in intelligence. Just by adding 1 point, it was equivalent to adding 3 points. Without hesitation, Zhao Gan directly allocated 1 point to intelligence. Checking his panel again, his intelligence had transformed into 12. What thrilled Zhao Gan about this passive ability was the 10 increase in strength attributed to intelligence. Strength, 21, although he still felt slightly cheated by the dark world. Zhao Gan was quite satisfied. In the future, when his strength reached the bottleneck of 30 and he required more attribute points, he could easily allocate them to intelligence, maximizing the gains. Now, with 19 attribute points remaining, how should he allocate them? Zhao Gan scrutinized the panel, pondering. With 19 attribute points, he could add 8 points to intelligence, but that would be useless since it wouldn't reach 20, yielding the same increase as the current 10 points. Eureka! It was a simple mathematical problem. Directly augmenting strength by 4 points consumes 16 attribute points, leaving just enough to allocate 1 point to intelligence. Aiming for a total of 20 next time, which would enhance strength by 2 points. With the new passive ability acquired, investing in intelligence and strength emerges as the most prudent choice. As for agility and perception, those can be addressed later. It is prudent to wait until strength reaches 30 to reconsider. Resolutely, Zhao Gan allocated all his attribute points. With a new class and passive ability, Zhao Gan meticulously reviewed the information displayed on his profile. Zhao Gan, Dark Soul Count, 0, unallocated attribute points, 1. Age, 22, Class, Priest False. Scientific Fate, Investigator. You possess 2 classes, one of which may be chosen for external display. Explanatory content will be concealed. Strength, 25, Passive Boost, 1 point. Intelligence, 12, Passive Boost, 2 points. Agility, 10, Perception, 10, Faith, 10, Constant Value. Non-incremental, Life, 100 Stamina, 100 Spirit, 100 Reason, 100 Inventory, 11 Talent 1. Materialist. You are a staunch atheist, never believing in the existence of deities, immune to religious indoctrination. Faith remains constant at 10, compensating other attributes by 10. Talent 2. Scientism 1. Faced with any mysterious phenomena, you possess the ability to deconstruct and explain it from a scientific perspective. Congratulations, investigator. You have embarked on the path of scientific fate. The scientific laboratory can analyze twice daily. This talent alters the nature of the items you acquire, instilling a profound curiosity for the unknown. Passive. Fearless 2. Materialists are undaunted. You fear not the darkness, and any loss of reason is reduced to 1/10. With a 13-fold increase in recovery speed, you have witnessed much terrifying darkness and endured fierce battles, resulting in an enhancement of this passive ability. After reviewing the detailed profile, Zhao Gan felt immense satisfaction. Compared to his initial state, his strength had significantly increased. Now, it was time to experiment with that beginner skill book. Zhao Gan had already resolved to apply this skill book to a weapon skill. Chapitre 68, Instant Contre-Attaque Learning Skill, Instant Contre-Attaque. Zhao Gan caressed the skill book and uttered a phrase, with a polluted short-barreled shotgun lying beside him. A flash of light illuminated his mind, granting him an understanding of the instant counterattack skill at the moment before an enemy strikes. He could unleash the full power of his weapon. Should he fire at that precise moment, it would interrupt their attack, resulting in a 3-second daze. The crimson bullets could also trigger this effect, but as only one shot could be fired at a time, timing was challenging. Fortunately, the shotgun was loaded with buckshot, capable of unleashing numerous iron pellets instantaneously, significantly enhancing the likelihood of triggering the instant counterattack. You have upgraded the instant counterattack skill to beginner level, Beginner Instant Counterattack. A unique skill for firearms, if used correctly, can daze an enemy for 3 seconds. Using shotgun shells, the current trigger probability is 20. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Gan discovered this new skill at the bottom of his profile. Since acquiring the shotgun, he had triggered the instant counterattack only once. With a probability of 20, it meant that it could be activated at least once within 5 shots. However, scientifically speaking, probability does not operate in simple terms. Luck plays a significant role. With good fortune, every shot could trigger the effect. With bad luck, one might fire 100 times without success, as the probability is rather slim. A probability of 20 is quite impressive, far superior to those found in card games. Zhao Gan inspected the shotgun and found that the previously loaded crimson bullet remained. He gazed at the crimson eye and remarked, Indeed, a commendable Palu, once compensated. It diligently performs its duties without slacking. Having consumed some reason, the crimson eye appeared more spirited, yet upon meeting Zhao Gan's gaze, it promptly closed its eyelids, evidently submitting to the peculiar master. All right, it is time to set off for the abandoned mining area. After preparing himself, Zhao Gan, accompanied by Ye and 2 deceased dogs, proceeded towards their destination. En route, he once again encountered the remains of Father Matthew's family and silently whispered, "Perhaps this time, Father Matthew will retrieve your bodies." Subsequently, Zhao Gan waited there while Lao Lu sought a safe route to the southern part of the abandoned mining area. Approximately half an hour later, Lao Lu returned. After guiding Zhao Gan and the others, they spent another 30 minutes reaching the southern section of the abandoned mining area. The path was not far, yet somewhat treacherous due to the numerous monsters along the way. Lao Lu led them in several circles before escaping the monsters' patrol range. Upon arriving at the southern area, where the underground cemetery was located, Zhao Gan began to scrutinize the surrounding environment. Numerous buildings dotted the landscape, with at least 10 in sight. The most striking being a 3-story structure crafted from neatly laid stone blocks, encased in iron. The other buildings resembled residential quarters, akin to those in the old village, yet constructed entirely from stone. 2 of the buildings featured 3 chimneys atop their roofs, likely processing facilities for smelting iron or extracted from the mines. Lao Lu, my loyal canine companion, did you happen to survey the monsters here? Woof, 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 woof. Lao Lu's eyes were vigilant, fixating on the tallest building with a hint of trepidation in its bark. It then surveyed the surrounding structures and shook its head. Observing Lao Lu's demeanor, Zhao Gan directed his gaze towards the 3-story stone building, already discerning the answer. In this southern locale, the number of monsters was scarce, yet they congregated around that stone edifice. According to Lao Lu's indications, there were a total of 4 monsters. 3 were relatively mundane, at most akin to the 2 talkative ice-drug serpent men. However, the last one appeared formidable. Lao Lu had likely stealthily observed it, nearly being detected. Regrettably, Zhao Gan had anticipated the presence of ambushing monsters in this environment, hoping to acquire several daggers, particularly of superior quality, to potentially obtain valuable items from Lu Daifu and the arms dealer. Nevertheless, given that this was a mining area, it was reasonable to assume that the miners, having toiled so hard, had their families residing in the old town. Zhao Gan surmised that Lu Daifu stock was likely as abundant as that of the fishermen. Although there were other potion vendors, the most potent concoctions originated from him. Furthermore, Zhao Gan speculated that Lu Daifu hailed from an extraordinary background, shrouded in mystery. The mechanical enhancement device he used to upgrade his lumberjack axe likely belonged to a long-lost technological civilization, which piqued his interest. Should he procure similar items from Lu Daifu, they could be examined in the scientific laboratory. Next, it was imperative to confront the monsters within the 3-story stone building and locate the entrance to the underground cemetery. However, it was most probable that the entrance lay within the stone edifice. Zhao Gan began to meticulously examine the surroundings, seeking a means to infiltrate the 3-story stone building. Equipped with a concealment veil and water ghost shoes, he approached cautiously, scrutinizing the structure for any vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, his findings were somewhat disappointing. The stone building had been reinforced with iron, yet its craftsmanship appeared inferior to that of the old town's walls, offering numerous footholds for climbing. However, the outer walls of the stone building lacked sizable windows. Both the first and third floors featured merely 2 observation windows, approximately 10 centimeters wide, rendering them inaccessible. The second floor had an additional observation window, approximately 20 centimeters wide, but Zhao Gan's current physique could not traverse such a space. Just as he felt a twinge of frustration, his gaze fell upon Ye. Eureka! That opening could accommodate Ye. Yet, Zhao Gan hesitated, contemplating the dangers of this task, especially since Ye seemed somewhat oblivious, only capable of understanding simple commands. Uncertain about whether this complex command could be comprehended, he scrutinized the stone tower more closely. He discerned that the original purpose of this structure was not a fortress, as evidenced by the charred marks on the uppermost stones. Thus, it was likely intended as a source of illumination for the abandoned mining site. Perhaps later, Baye's deceased brother repurposed it into a stronghold. But given the low intelligence of the creatures he commanded, it was executed rather poorly. Old Six, have you been to the second floor? Zhao Gan into it. Woof. Old Six growled in response, indicating he had not. Subsequently, he leaped in front of the stone tower, attempting to jump, but barely managing to reach the edge of the second floor, still half a meter short. What a pity. Zhao Gan turned to see Old Eight, who was scratching himself with a paw, appearing as if he were on an outing. So it can be done, Zhao Gan chuckled. No wonder you possess the intellect of a 12-year-old. I feel much wiser than before. Old Eight, perplexed by Zhao Gan's laughter, sensed an ominous feeling upon seeing his grin. Moments later, he understood the source of his unease. Old Eight carried Old Six on his back, wagging his tongue, and sprinted to within 3 meters of the stone tower before making a mighty leap. As Old Eight reached the apex of his jump, Old Six also leaped in synchronization. Thanks to Old Eight's assistance, Old Six soared nearly 2 meters high. With a graceful silver arc, Old Six successfully entered the second level of the stone tower. Chapter 69. The divided golden flame. Watching Old Six enter successfully, Zhao Gan breathed a sigh of relief. The two dogs had attempted this feat numerous times before finally achieving success. Old Eight, panting, returned, and Zhao Gan affectionately patted his head, saying, "Well done, good boy." At a critical moment, Old Eight had proven his worth, demonstrating that there were no idle dogs in Zhao Gan's company. In truth, given Zhao Gan's current strength, he could have boldly stormed into the stone tower. At worst, he would have to consume a few potions to handle the battle alongside Yu Yu. However, without locating the entrance to the underground tomb, such recklessness would be unwise. If he were to provoke Bai Ye's deceased brother and summon all the monsters, Zhao Gan could not guarantee victory. Stealth was the best strategy. The monsters in the abandoned mining site were cunning, employing poison or parasitism. Since the adversaries did not adhere to martial ethics, his choice to ambush was entirely justified. If facing enemies such as the Fire Knight, Zhao Gan would indeed relish a one-on-one confrontation, engaging in a thrilling battle. In less than a minute, Old Six emerged from the stone tower. Woof, 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 a woof. The complexity of Old Six barks was greater this time, but Zhao Gan quickly understood him through their shared dog whistle communication. The second floor was, astonishingly, an independent space. Furthermore, there was a downward passage leading directly to the underground, potentially the entrance to the tomb. The connection between the first and third floors was separate, consisting solely of a ladder, cleverly concealed within the partition walls. Moreover, due to the tower's modifications, the larger window on the second floor could be pried open, allowing Zhao Gan to climb through as well. Yu Yu, it's your turn. Make that window a bit larger, Zhao Gan instructed, also advising her to keep the noise to a minimum and place the removed stones on the second floor. Upon hearing the lengthy instructions, Yu Yu's face displayed some confusion. But soon, she comprehended. Zhao Gan led her to the stone tower, draping a veil of concealment over her face, saying, "Be cautious. If anything arises, signal loudly, and I will kick the door in." Yu Yu nodded, grasping the protrusions left by the molten iron, and slowly began to climb. Unfortunately, the water ghost's shoes were too large for her, hindering her ascent. Zhao Gan, watching from below as she climbed, felt a tinge of worry. However, seeing her growing adeptness eased his concerns. Though she appeared simple-minded, with some training, she should improve significantly. After approximately 2 minutes, Yu Yu successfully entered the second floor. A soft clack resonated, albeit faintly. Zhao Gan looked up to see Yu Yu clutching a stone and tossing it down. He swiftly jumped up to catch it and gently set it aside. Given his current agility and strength, this task posed no challenge. Clack! Almost immediately after placing the stone down, Yu Yu threw another one. Zhao Gan jumped again to catch it. This continued for a dozen repetitions until the window was sufficiently cleared for him to pass through. Yu Yu, sensing the task was complete, poked her head out to check on Zhao Gan. He waved his hand, signaling her to stop, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Clearly, overly complex instructions were still somewhat challenging for Yu Yu. Nevertheless, this time they had accomplished the plan without any significant flaws. Zhao Gan crouched, executed a gentle leap, grasped the wall, and began to ascend. His movements were practiced and swift, silent, and agile like a snow leopard of the world's highest city, Litong. Once inside the second level, Zhao Gan quietly blew the dog whistle, summoning Old Six and Old Eight to join him. Yu Yu, squatting on the ground, fiddled with the excess stones she had removed, and upon seeing Zhao Gan, reached out her hand. Zhao Gan instinctively produced a piece of blackened fat and handed it to her. Yu buried her face in it, devouring it voraciously. Such a greedy little cat, Zhao Gan said affectionately, turning his attention to the second floor of the stone tower. The space was considerably smaller than he had anticipated, likely due to the presence of a mezzanine. Surrounding him was emptiness, although he could faintly discern some decayed grains on the floor, suggesting that food had once been stored here. It seemed the abandoned mining site had transported these provisions away before being left to ruin. The passage that old Six mentioned, leading to the underground, lay before him, a narrow door about a meter wide. Zhao Gan peered down, carving a stone ladder into the wall to descend directly. He felt reassured, knowing old Six had already scouted this route. After Yu finished her meal and he wiped her mouth, Zhao Gan led her down the stone ladder. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhao Gan's feet touched the ground. The path was challenging, as the narrow passage required him to maneuver carefully to navigate through. As he passed by the first floor, he heard the sounds of monsters, prompting him to move even more slowly. This place resembled a mine, once stable. He surveyed his surroundings and felt a sense of familiarity, realizing it resembled what he had seen in the abandoned mine. The space was larger than he had imagined, but except for the rightward path, all other directions had collapsed, and it appeared to have been some time since. It seemed that Father Zymaxiu had entered through this route, though he couldn't ascertain the timing of his arrival. When he came, the stone tower likely did not harbor as many monsters. Zhao Gan pondered this peculiarity, but his current objective remained the entrance to the tomb. Turning right, he soon spotted an iron door, distinct from the underground tomb in the old village. It appeared that the underground tomb at the abandoned mining site had been repurposed from a collapsed mine. Approaching the iron door, Zhao Gan unlocked it with a key. He raised the lantern hanging at his waist, illuminating the passage ahead. The surrounding area was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, lending an unsettling atmosphere. A brief glance revealed some faded murals on the walls of the passage, many of which had fallen away beyond recognition. Yet, through the remaining fragments, he managed to glean some information. The mural that remained most intact depicted a scene where at the top was a structure towering into the clouds, resembling the Cathedral of Light. Above the cathedral, a halo of radiance encircled it, exuding an air of divine sanctity. At the entrance of the church, a tall figure with an indistinct appearance cradled a golden flame in his hands. This golden flame radiated a brilliance akin to that of the sun, illuminating the entire scene. Unfortunately, what lay below was nothing but bare walls. However, Zhao Gan discerned a fresh inscription upon them. This mural depicts the golden fire of the era of primordial flames, a gift of fire bestowed upon humanity from the primordial flames, preserved within the Golden Light Cathedral of Shenghua City. The flame that burns within the grand cathedral of the old town is the very fire that has been transmitted from Shenghua City. Although it cannot rival the purity and sanctity of the golden fire, as a silver-grade flame, it is sacred enough. This inscription was penned by Father Matthew, who evidently possessed a profound knowledge of the various parables of the Light Sect. The artistry of the mural was exceptionally high, and even Zhao Gan, who had no understanding of art, found it to be strikingly beautiful. Suddenly, while Zhao Gan was absorbed in contemplating the mural, peculiar sounds emanated from the depths of the corridor. He turned, raising the lantern hung by the priest to discern the source of the noise. Zhao Gan's gaze instantly hardened, and he readied his short-barreled shotgun. Upon sighting the dark offspring, your sanity decreased by 9 points. Chapter 70. The physical kinetic energy inferior to bullets. The deduction of 9 points from his sanity indicated that the dark offspring before him was formidable. Yet, in comparison to the creature's grotesque form, he deemed the loss of sanity to be insufficient. This monstrosity was the most repulsive, foul-smelling, and indescribable entity he had ever encountered. Its body resembled that of an obese maggot, nearly 2 meters long, almost filling the corridor. Its skin was black, reflecting the glow of the priest's lantern. Countless tiny legs supported its sluggish movements, yet due to its corpulence, it slithered like a serpent. The undulating motions of its body caused it to thump against the ground, producing a slapping sound. What revolted Zhao Gan even more was that this creature possessed a human upper body, but only the portion above the shoulders, devoid of a neck or head. 5 distorted faces were embedded in the center of its shoulders, each small and exhibiting expressions of tranquility, anguish, anger, joy, and pity. Two slender black arms extended from its shoulders, resembling insect appendages. One hand held a candlestick, upon which burned a green, dead flame, while the other clutched a black book, reminiscent of a preacher. At a glance, Zhao Gan realized that this was a creature inclined towards sanity reduction and the manipulation of humans for religious indoctrination. Therefore, despite his sanity still being relatively high, he promptly consumed a dose of calming fish oil. The creature had already spotted Zhao Gan, and its 5 mouths spoke in unison. The voice is a mix of male and female, young and old, exuding a potent allure. Join the glorious darkness and serve alongside us. The hypnotic voices reverberated through the corridor, resonating and causing Zhao Gan's ears to ring. Enough of this nonsense. Rather than allowing his sanity to be eroded by the creature, he preferred to transform it into bullets. Zhao Gan filled his shotgun with 20 crimson bullets, firing them towards the creature that sought to brainwash him. 20 red meteors struck the monster, creating numerous gaping holes from which a yellow-green liquid oozed. The crimson eye consumed 10 points of sanity, revitalizing itself as it fixed its gaze fiercely upon the creature, seemingly eager to unleash further rounds. The creature emitted pained sounds from its 5 mouths, but soon it regained composure, raising the candlestick with the dead flame and proclaiming, "Arrogant followers of a light, you dare to harm me? Prepare to embrace the flames of death." As the creature exhaled upon the candlestick, the dead flame erupted violently toward Zhao Gan. Having dealt with such cultic monstrosities before, Zhao Gan was well prepared. Just as the creature blew, he grasped the collar of Ye's garment behind him, pulling her protectively in front of himself. Witnessing the oncoming dead flame, appeared thrilled, opening her mouth wide as a powerful suction drew all the flames into her belly. Burp! Ye let out a resounding belch, patting her little tummy, her big eyes glinting with encouragement as she looked at the creature. "What? Who are you to consume my dead flame?" The creature's tone was incredulous, akin to that of a deceased bear. It continued to raise its 5 mouths, proclaiming loudly, "Our master is great. No words are needed. Light is but a fleeting joy. The flame shall one day extinguish, while only the great darkness shall endure eternally. Join the glorious darkness and evolve into a transcendent being with me." The creature rambled on for a full half-hour, causing Zhao Gan's ears to nearly develop calluses. Yet he remained unmoved, for as soon as the creature began to speak, the battle information refreshed with the same message. "You are experiencing religious brainwashing. The materialist talent is in effect, granting you immunity to religious indoctrination." "Are you done with your meaningless chatter?" Zhao Gan inquired, clearing his ears before raising the shotgun once more, filling it with 20 crimson bullets, and stating, "Your cult of the dead is ineffectual. Let us see if the physical kinetic energy of my bullets surpasses the tenets of your faith." With a series of resounding blasts, 20 crimson bullets erupted forth, with the crimson eye consuming another 20 points of sanity, its crimson hue deepening. Observing the creature, the impact and explosions were significantly more severe than the last encounter. Deep wounds appeared across its body, and a dark green liquid flowed forth. It seemed that the crimson eye had finally feasted to its satisfaction, becoming more vigorous. The creature, now devoid of any semblance of good skin, groaned continuously from its 5 mouths, weakened by the severe injuries. Indeed, the bullets possess formidable kinetic energy. Zhao Gan sheathed his shotgun and brandished his axe, preparing to conclude the creature's existence. Having endured the onslaught of 40 crimson bullets, even a being of copper skin and iron bones was left with barely a fraction of its life. Zhao Gan observed the creature's massive form attempting to retreat, likely seeking escape. Yet due to its grievous wounds, every movement caused more of its liquid to seep out. After a few feeble movements, it was left utterly exhausted. The earlier ability to exhale dead flames must have been its ultimate attack, and now its capacity for resistance was virtually zero. Approaching the creature, Zhao Gan noticed the air around him bore no foul odor. Instead, it was infused with a familiar fragrance. He had encountered this scent numerous times before, an aroma emitted during the cult of the dead's secret rituals, burning unknown materials. Indeed, this creature had been modified by the cult of the dead, likely a handiwork of Bayer's deceased sibling. As understanding dawned upon Zhao Gan, he raised his axe. The 5 mouths of the creature uttered a weak chorus, their voices barely audible, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. However, Zhao Gan was not inclined to wait. With a few swift swings of his axe, he severed the humanoid portion of the creature. As the 5 faces collapsed to the ground, they emitted their final sounds before falling silent. The black book and the candlestick still clutched tightly in its hands. With a slight exertion, Zhao Gan retrieved both items. He glanced back at the creature's corpse, now beginning to shrink and collapse, transforming into a tattered black hide upon the ground. A large puddle of emerald green liquid formed beneath it, exuding that same fragrant aroma. Zhao Gan, undeterred, produced a sampling bottle, filling it with a substantial amount of this unknown liquid, preparing to analyze it upon his return. Having completed his tasks, he retreated 5 or 6 meters, observing the emerald green liquid on the ground. He initially contemplated setting fire to the monster's corpse for its purification, but upon realizing the suffocating atmosphere of the underground tomb, he abandoned the idea. After a brief 2-minute wait, Zhao Gan noticed the emerald green liquid gradually seeping into the ground, sparing him some trouble. However, as the liquid had not completely absorbed yet, he decided to examine the spoils of battle, eager to ascertain the amount of dark souls gained from slaying the creature, as well as the specifics concerning this peculiar entity. Yet, upon accessing the information panel, Zhao Gan's expression shifted dramatically. Nothing had been updated, indicating that the monster was, in fact, still alive. He retrieved a sampling bottle, only to observe the emerald liquid within beginning to tremble inexplicably, as if attempting to escape its confines. Chapter 38, Litashi la Feline. Zhao Gan stowed the sampling bottle away and noticed that the emerald liquid in his inventory had calmed down. Nevertheless, he readied his shotgun once more and retrieved a vial of anti-hypertensive medication from his satchel, preparing himself for the impending battle. How delightful! The dark world presents me with new surprises daily. Although this eerie scenario was unsettling, Zhao Gan found it rather acceptable. After spending days in the dark world, an overly smooth experience left him feeling uneasy. Thus, while he remained vigilant, his heart was relatively at ease. At that moment, on the ground of the corridor, the previously absorbed emerald liquid surged upwards like a fountain, gradually taking on a human form. Zhao Gan raised a shotgun, poised to fire 20 rounds at once. Suddenly, the emerald head appeared, its mouth opening as it eagerly uttered a plea. "Do not kill me. I did not choose to become this way. I am aware of many circumstances here. Spare me, and I will divulge everything. I am willing to renounce my allegiance to the cult of Baishur and embrace the radiant flame." Zhao Gan, observing this display, felt an odd sense of familiarity, prompting him to inquire, "Do you share the surname Shilajelan?" The emerald figure, upon hearing this, lifted its head in astonishment and asked, "How do you know?" Zhao Gan narrowed his eyes, finger resting on the trigger, and commanded, "Speak. What is your relation to Bayer Shilajelan? Otherwise, you shall experience the true force of bullet kinetics once more." From the emerald figure's reactions and recent utterances, Zhao Gan gleaned its origins. However, compared to Bayer, who had died twice, this member of the Shilajelan family appeared rather feeble. It certainly could not be Bayer's deceased elder brother. Thus Zhao Gan refrained from immediately delivering a fatal blow. The circumstances in this abandoned miners' district might be more intricate than he had anticipated. With his curiosity piqued, he decided to allow the emerald being to finish speaking before determining its fate. The emerald figure, gazing at the dark barrel of the shotgun, saw the crimson eye fixed upon him, and a stream of emerald liquid dripped downward. His physiological structure remained uncertain if fear had caused him to lose control. Nevertheless, the memory of the previous 40 crimson bullets' power lingered vividly in his mind. Although he did not comprehend the term bullet kinetics, he understood the potency of the weapon and obediently replied, "I am Light Shilajelan, the nephew of Bayer whom you mentioned, and the second son of Nut, Bayer's elder brother. You should end my uncle's suffering and allow him to return to the radiant flame. I perished 200 years ago during the calamity." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan probed further. "Nut is indeed Bayer's elder brother? He is the one awaiting reincarnation nearby. What is his current state? And why have you transformed into this ghastly form?" Light began to sob. "I am unaware of my own condition. When I awoke, I found myself surrounded by corpses. My consciousness hazy. It was as if I had emerged from a cocoon like an insect, transforming into this current state. This is my father's doing. No, it is the work of that perverse Nut. He excels at merging various life forms, creating hybrids and birthing new monsters. As my awareness grew, I discovered that the faces adorning my body belonged to my mother and grandmother. I am merely the illegitimate son of that twisted nut. He has 3 sons. The eldest has long since passed, and I know not the whereabouts of the youngest. I accompanied my grandfather here during the calamity, only to die in vain. Zhao Gan listened, his mind racing with melodramatic narratives. An illegitimate son, a prominent family, a domineering grandfather, a twisted father, and a pitiful mother. Yet, in comparison to these familial dramas, the members of the cult of Baishur truly seem to defy all reason. However, Zhao Gan had little interest in delving into these personal tales and flatly inquired, "What evidence can you provide to substantiate your claims?" The emerald liquid upon light quivered slightly, and he reached into his own body, producing a pure white worm that resembled a silkworm. Yet, the creature's mandibles were formidable, thrashing as it was extracted, its mouthparts fiercely piercing Light's hand. This worm serves as proof. Should you kill it, you will discover the truth. As Light gripped the worm, his arm began to tremble. He soon realized a searing muzzle was aimed at the creature in his hand. Bang! Zhao Gan wasted no time with the crimson bullets and discharged a round of shotgun pellets, obliterating the worm into fragments. You have slain the Metamorphoser and gained 500 dark souls. You have acquired Ice Crystal Core X5. Metamorphoser. Within the body of an evolver lies a controlling larva. Once it absorbs sufficient nutrients, it will transform into a Metamorphoser, dominating its flesh and soul. Killing it during the evolver stage ensures the larva's demise. What a worthless creature. Zhao Gan contemplated the information from the Dark Compendium, reminiscing about the first monster he had slain upon arriving in the abandoned miners' district. That worthless creature was originally known as the Evolver, and aside from its peculiar appearance, it was exceedingly weak. Little did he know that merely evolving into the second stage of the Metamorphoser would yield such significant changes. Your deceased father certainly has a knack for these worms, Zhao Gan remarked, casting an assessing glance at Light. Light expressed no reverence for his father, stating that cunning and treacherous fellow employs such despicable means. He cannot possibly compare to a distinguished figure such as yourself. Zhao Gan chuckled. You, my friend, seem even more fearful than Bayer. Hearing this, Light lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, remarked, Uncle Bayer is a good man. He offered me plenty of treats when I was young. He then added, my mother once told me to treat Uncle Bayer well, to regard him as my own father. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan's mind conjured a melodramatic soap opera, and he looked at Light with a peculiar expression, saying, that sounds about right. You should treat Bayer as your own father. Reflecting on Bayer's cowardly demeanor and contrasting it with Light's behavior, along with the striking resemblance in their emerald-hued faces, Zhao Gan found himself inadvertently privy to numerous covert tales of the Shilajelen family. Given your appearance, your mother must possess remarkable beauty, he inquired, allowing his curiosity to ignite. Indeed, Light's face brightened with pride. My mother is renowned as the beauty of the town. Otherwise, how could that perverse nut, so engrossed in his research, have taken her as his wife upon first sight? He added, once I saw Uncle Bayer gazing dreamily at my mother's silhouette, pondering who knows what. Bingo! Zhao Gan's suspicions were confirmed. Simultaneously, he mused, poor child, your Uncle Bayer likely wishes to indulge in a familial bond with you. Wait. Zhao Gan recalled Light's earlier words. He indeed seemed to have a younger brother. Chapter 72. Call me father. After finishing the melon from the Shilajelen family, Zhao Gan began to delve into the matter at hand. Indeed, I am starting to believe you. Now, reveal all that you know regarding this forsaken mining site and the affairs of New Shilajelen, and I may spare your life. Yes. Light looked into Zhao Gan's piercing gaze, which bore a resemblance to Uncle Bayer's when he gazed upon his mother, a look imbued with a sense of omniscience and control. He lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before recounting. The origin of this calamity traces back to 2 centuries ago, a disaster referred to by my grandfather as the pollution catastrophe. Consequently, our faction of the Baishur cult was compelled to migrate to this vicinity. Yet we ultimately could not evade the scourge of pollution. Ah, the term blessing. I remember it vividly. My grandfather's words prompted a shared glance between Uncle Bayer and my mother. He continued, subsequently, my Uncle Bayer and that perverse newt all met untimely ends. My grandfather was greatly saddened and employed the reincarnation secret of the Baishur cult, which you must have witnessed. And I, Light's voice turned bitter. My mother's lineage was demanded by that perverse newt to accompany them in death, buried within this very land. Upon my grandfather's arrival here, he discovered an abundance of mineral resources, a portion of which was subsequently exploited. Later, we unearthed numerous peculiar dark progeny in the depths of the mines, which Newt took a particular liking to, establishing his residence in this area. He dedicated extensive time to studying these creatures, and I gained some insight into their treatment. It is referred to as the form of evolutionary entities. Undoubtedly, that perverse Newt is the mastermind behind all of this. Upon concluding, Light gazed at Zhao Gan with yearning and implored, "You, the mighty deity of the light, the illustrious knight of radiance, will surely eliminate the monster Newt, will you not? Take me with you. I possess a wealth of secrets that will assist you." He added fervently, "I beseech you, allow me to exact a measure of torment upon him before his demise, as retribution for my mother, my grandfather, and the others." Despite Light's emerald hue, reminiscent of the finest jade, Zhao Gan could discern the profound hatred he harbored for his father, Newt, estimating that if Newt stood nearby, Light would not hesitate to tear a piece of flesh from him. Zhao Gan pondered how best to handle this situation. Truth be told, ending his life would be the simplest course of action. He surmised that Light's soul resided within this emerald fluid, easily resolved with his soul requiem spell. However, Zhao Gan adopted a more congenial expression as he regarded Light, akin to how he once looked upon the deceased bear. Noticing Zhao Gan's amiable demeanor, Light immediately ingratiated himself. "Oh, esteemed Knight of Radiance, where shall we commence? I am well versed in all the paths of this underground sepulchre." Zhao Gan twitched softly, thinking to himself, "This old fool is remarkably naive, likely spoiled by his mother and Bayer since childhood. Numerous secrets hidden by Bayer, including the true name of that disaster, pollution, had been divulged by him. It seemed he remained blissfully unaware of his own parents' affairs. Thus accompanying him posed minimal risk." With a smile still gracing his lips, Zhao Gan inquired, "Of course, but I have one more request." His smile turned frosty, and even Light, despite his obliviousness, sensed the shift. Yet, devoid of any rebellious thoughts, he glanced at the crimson eyes and the burping Yi beside Zhao Gan. Bowing respectfully, "I shall heed your every directive." The vengeful spirit, Light Shalajalan, has developed feelings towards you, currently holding a level of respect for you. Accepting this vengeful spirit will make him your NPC. The notification signaled that Light no longer posed a threat to Zhao Gan. Nevertheless, he continued with his previous intentions, stating, "You cannot simply follow me. You must entrust your soul to my care." With that, he retrieved a sample bottle containing the emerald liquid and gave it a shake. "Absolutely," Light readily agreed. Zhao Gan opened the bottle, and Light's soul, like a radiant arc of light, entered the vessel. "This place feels safe and warm. My soul resides here far more comfortably than in the frigid tomb. I have noticed it has grown colder in recent days." Within the emerald liquid, Light's visage emerged, and upon entry, he began to assess his new abode, appearing quite content. Zhao Gan observed the situation within the bottle. Constrained by space, Light's face appeared diminutive, akin to a sprite within the vessel. "By the way, esteemed Knight, that emerald liquid is a precious substance, specifically utilized by that perverse Newt to nurture souls. Discarding it would be a waste. Is that so?" Zhao Gan, already intrigued by the emerald liquid due to its familiar scent, similar to that of the initial fire statue in the small chapel, was now further compelled by Light's suggestion. Approaching the emerald liquid, he found it difficult to part with. Moreover, the liquid began seeping into the ground. If he did not act soon, it would surely vanish. "My lord, if you open the lid, I can command this liquid." Once the lid was removed, Light began to chant incantations within the sample bottle. Subsequently, all the emerald liquid levitated, coalescing into a cohesive orb. This orb gradually shrank until it reached the size of a basketball. "My lord, please hold on. This next step requires considerable effort." After stating this, Light continued compressing the emerald liquid. Zhao Gan observed as moisture began to escape from the liquid. Due to the winter disaster, it soon crystallized and fell to the ground. Before long, a fist-sized semi-congealed substance materialized in the air, possessing a bouncy and resilient texture. "Knight, it is ready. The remaining liquid is of lesser potency." Light had transformed the liquid from the sample bottle into his new form, small and perched at the bottle's mouth. Wiping his forehead, Zhao Gan approached and discovered that this gelatinous mass could be stored in his inventory. After placing it inside, he noted that the item was marked with a question mark, lacking a specific name. It mattered little. Once he returned to the small chapel, he could analyze it in the scientific laboratory. Having made up his mind, Zhao Gan asked Light, "What do you suggest we do next? Shall we seek out your deceased father directly? Or?" Even Light, despite his simplicity, understood that Zhao Gan was testing him. Thus he replied, "This underground sepulchre has collapsed significantly since 2 centuries ago. Only 2 paths remain optimal. Proceeding to the end of this corridor and turning left leads to the burial site of that perverse newt. If he awakens, he is most likely there. I have occasionally overheard monsters that ventured here mention a small chapel above that should serve as Newt's current stronghold. Should we turn right, we will find one of Newt's original laboratories. I've passed by there on occasion and uncovered some clues. That vile Newt's most capable assistant resided there. If we eliminate him first, we will undoubtedly discover an easier method to defeat that perverse Newt." Zhao Gan nodded, surprised by this unexpected revelation. It seemed that sparing Light's life was not a misstep after all. He sealed the sample bottle, stating, "Very well, let us proceed there. However, I neglected to mention something." "What?" Light inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Zhao Gan smiled slightly and said, "I am the guardian priest of the Church of Light, not a Knight of Radiance." Chapter 73, Newt's Laboratory within the sample bottle. Light's eyes widened. He gazed at the towering Zhao Gan, feeling his mind struggling to keep pace. 2 formidable heavy weapons and a small round shield. These were indeed the armaments reserved for the esteemed knights of the Guangming Jiao. That peculiar firearm, however, was a mystery. The figure before him, with a dark complexion and a bald head, exuded the aura of a battle-hardened Guangming knight, seasoned through relentless training and fierce combat. In the depths of his thoughts, Light pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom why Zhao Gan was a priest. Had the Guangming Jiao innovated a new profession in the last 2 centuries? A knight priest? A priest knight? After much contemplation, Light ultimately abandoned the inquiry. Presently, he felt only reverence towards Zhao Gan and addressed him as Your Excellency, the priest. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he continued, "By the way, I recall that just before my hatching, a priest from the Guangming Jiao also visited here, though my memories from that time are rather hazy. It was Father Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan eagerly inquired, "Do you remember the exact time you encountered that priest?" Light thought carefully, but shook his head, replying, "I do not recall, Your Excellency. I was rather dazed at that time." Zhao Gan felt a twinge of regret, but did not pursue the matter further. The secrets surrounding Father Xiao Xiao were numerous, as he had spent considerable time in the old town and seemed to have a good relationship with the archbishop. More importantly, Zhao Gan distinctly remembered a seemingly innocuous, yet profoundly significant line from the letter that Father Xiao Xiao had sent to the archbishop. "I hope you recover swiftly." The archbishop was ill, and, judging by the circumstances, it appeared that this illness had persisted for quite some time. Zhao Gan recalled the jar of golden liquid and surmised that the archbishop's desperate desire for it might be connected to his ailment. It seemed that finding Father Xiao Xiao was essential to uncovering the truth, whether he was alive or deceased. The main quest at the derelict mining site was likely related to the letters left behind by Father Xiao Xiao. According to the progress, only 4 more letters needed to be found to activate the main quest here. This time, he would undoubtedly acquire the soul of rebellion and construct the Guangming Tower. Additionally, the fire transmission emblem was anticipated to yield information once the flames of the fishing village were ignited. Zhao Gan was merely one building, the Guangming Tower, away from upgrading the small chapel to a level 2 fire transmission chapel. Once he obtained the fire transmission emblem, he already had sufficient materials for the other upgrades and could proceed directly. Regarding the upgrading of player shelters, Zhao Gan had inquired of others. The average player's shelter consisted of ordinary dwellings, and upgrading them posed little difficulty. However, some players, like his small chapel, belonged to special shelters, making the upgrading process significantly more challenging and requiring unique materials. It was likely that the fisherman's companion, the witch, was also the owner of a special structure. As was Dr. Liu. Shaking his head to dispel such convoluted thoughts, Zhao Gan resolved to focus on his current undertaking. He turned to Light and commanded, "Lead the way and get to work." Light, somewhat perplexed by the request, nonetheless responded with obsequiousness, "Your Excellency, please follow me." The corridor turned right, leading to the eastern side of the derelict mining site, which was also the area teeming with monsters. Yet, within the underground tomb, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any sound. Light led the way with expertise, pointing out an inconspicuous collapse at the end of the corridor and indicating the location of a Newt laboratory. Along the path, there were numerous collapses in the underground tomb, but the spot Light identified was hardly noticeable. Had it not been for his guidance, Zhao Gan would surely have missed it. After casually brushing aside some bricks and stones, Zhao Gan discovered the laboratory door. It was a stone door, partially damaged, allowing easy access. Inside the laboratory, an eerie green ghostly light illuminated various objects. Upon a cursory glance, Zhao Gan observed many tall, transparent jars containing various unknown creatures. Based on Light's descriptions, they were likely the insectoid, dark offspring captured from the depths of the mine. Fear not, Your Excellency. That assistant of Newt's is merely a wraith now. A simple soul requiem spell will suffice to deal with it. The dead fire presents no challenge either. Your young knight can handle it with ease. Light interjected, noting Zhao Gan's prolonged examination without entering. Zhao Gan cast a cold glance at Light and retorted, "Do I require your instruction on how to act?" Light averted his gaze, lowering his head, not harboring any malice but rather displaying his naive and foolish nature. Moreover, he was now an NPC subservient to Zhao Gan, with a favorable disposition of respect and loyalty, devoid of any inclination to betray. Zhao Gan had previously confirmed this with Dr. Liu. Generally, those recognized as NPCs would not harbor ill intentions towards players. The higher the favorability, the more obedient they became. This notion had once ignited Zhao Gan's imagination, envisioning the obedient, compliant hybrid elf before Dr. Liu. His hesitation to enter the laboratory stemmed not from fear, but rather from caution. The treacherous nature of this dark world compelled him to scrutinize unfamiliar environments before determining his next course of action. Once satisfied that the laboratory posed no immediate threat, Zhao Gan confidently stepped inside and grasped Yu's small hand. Should the wraith attack him with the dead fire, he would throw Yu to distract it, ensuring her safety. "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon Master Newt's laboratory?" The wraith within the laboratory spoke upon seeing Zhao Gan. Contrary to Zhao Gan's expectations, the wraith appeared frail, with only a thin veil of dead fire surrounding it. Upon seeing the wraith, your sanity decreases by 1. Yu had nearly digested her meal, and, upon witnessing the ghostly flames enveloping the wraith, was eager to charge forward. However, Zhao Gan firmly held onto her collar. Recognizing that the wraith seemed on the verge of dissipating, he required further information and thus refrained from exorcising it in haste. "Ha ha ha, look at the state of that wraith." Light chuckled from the sampling jar, exclaiming, "What a poetic twist of fate. Newt's most loyal dog has been reduced to this. It won't be long before his soul vanishes." Light's deep-seated hatred for his father seemed somewhat assuaged by the sight of the wraith, allowing him to express his satisfaction openly. Zhao Gan then queried, "What was the wraith's original name?" "Doug," Light divulged without reservation. Zhao Gan cleared his throat and addressed the wraith. "Doug, we are sent by Master Newt to retrieve his personal effects. You are not of Master Newt's company. You are not." The wraith, upon hearing this, flickered with the dead fire, revealing its aged visage. Zhao Gan observed that, despite the wraith's advanced age, its expression was not one of resentment, but rather of benevolence. How peculiar! Even the wraiths of ordinary natives were often twisted and filled with malevolence. Yet this Doug exhibited an unusual serenity, devoid of any intent to attack. Intrigued, Zhao Gan contemplated the anomaly, but noticed Doug's unyielding demeanor and thus signaled for Light to take the lead. At least he was familiar with Doug and would likely facilitate communication. As Light opened the cap of the sampling jar and climbed to the opening, he followed Zhao Gan's instructions to address Doug. "Doug, I am Light. You surely remember me. I have come to collect my father's belongings." "Second young master," Doug exclaimed upon recognizing Light's voice, "Master Newt's plan has succeeded. You have survived until now." Chapter 74. He knows everything upon hearing this. Zhao Gan's mind was filled with questions. He glanced at the visibly agitated Light, who, evidently, had not grasped the weight of Doug's words. However, clarification was needed, prompting Zhao Gan to inquire, "Indeed, Master Newt's plan has triumphed, and we shall soon revive our sect of the Bai Si Jiao. Is that true?" "Splendid." Dalgu appeared increasingly agitated as he continued. The pollution disaster of yesteryears was truly terrifying. Lord Newt understood that the sect would inevitably falter, so under the guise of research, he devoted his heart and soul, ultimately discovering a means for our survival. Notably, it was young Master right upon whom the Lord expended the most effort. Now, witnessing that the young Master still exists and that the power of his soul remains remarkably vigorous, we can indeed proceed to the next phase. Upon uttering these words, the once vengeful spirit dispelled the surrounding dead fire, his visage becoming more benevolent, rivaling even Father Edgar's. He sighed and remarked, "I can finally attain liberation. Young Master Wright possesses considerable talent. He will undoubtedly fulfill the subsequent plans." Lord Newt's notebook contains all the details and the materials required for the forthcoming steps, all housed within a black leather case. You should retrieve it. With that, Dareth's spirit began to wane, gradually dissipating. He left behind a final proclamation. As long as we endure the calamity, this dark world shall ultimately belong to humanity. Zhao Gan gazed upon this scene, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the young Wright, perched upon the sampling bottle, began to applaud, exclaiming, "Old dog, good riddance." Zhao Gan cast a glance at Wright, surmising that this foolish child would remain unchanged. The situation had become rather intricate. However, only by locating Newt's experimental notes could the entire truth be unveiled. He secured the lid on the sampling bottle, urging Wright to quiet down, and commenced his search in the laboratory for the items that it had just mentioned. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Gan discovered Newt's notebook resting upon a decaying wooden table. The notebook was entirely black, its texture akin to that of insect skin, with the cover embossed with the green dead fire emblem of the Bicey sect. In the realm of darkness, the most durable materials were stone, which could withstand corrosion, thus preserving intact structures. This notebook was assuredly crafted from the skins of those insect-like dark progeny, allowing it to endure 2 centuries of time. After shaking off the dust, Zhao Gan began to examine it closely. Most of the contents were filled with various grotesque biological experiments and detailed data. Lacking a deep understanding of Newt's capabilities and the specifics of the experiments, Zhao Gan could only comprehend fragments of the data. From what he could discern, Newt was indeed a genius in studying dark progeny, having grasped the essence of these insect-like beings in a mere 4 to 5 years, including their habits, types, characteristics, and weaknesses. This data was crucial for Zhao Gan, as he intended to venture into the mines and deeper realms. With this knowledge, he would find great assistance, simplifying his future explorations. At the conclusion of the notebook, Zhao Gan uncovered the truth of the matter. All experiments have been completed. As long as materials continue to be gathered, my plans can be realized. Father is still too old-fashioned. Had he listened to my counsel sooner, both my elder brother and many others would not have perished. Fortunately, there is still time for me to save that child Right. As for his mother Lilith, I can only say I am sorry. I have long been aware of her affair with Bayer, but I harbor no resentment. I still love her. All of the bloodlines of the Shilajjan family are the same. Furthermore, since that injury, I have long lost the ability to bear children. I had intended to spend the remainder of my days in the laboratory. However, I never anticipated encountering Lilith. She is the light of my life, filling me with motivation upon seeing her. Ensuring the safety of young Wright should also be Lilith's desire. I hope she harbored resentment solely towards me before her demise. Alas, that child Wright is still too foolish. He possesses a good memory, and I hope he remembers the things I instructed him to carry. So when he emerges from his cocoon, he may embrace a new life. The dead fire may not be the only salvation for the sect, apart from embracing darkness. We too can become its children. May humanity endure forever. Newt Shilajjan. The impact of this handwritten letter from Newt on Zhao Gan was more profound than the earlier revelation he had encountered. Furthermore, it clarified the events of that year. It turned out that Newt was an anomaly within the Shilajjan family, although he also worshipped the dead fire. He aspired to carve his own path as a child of darkness. These words were indeed chilling. Through experimental research, Newt had discovered a method to transform humanity into beings akin to dark progeny. And one of the beneficiaries was none other than Wright in the sampling bottle, this child who would devour his own father's flesh. Moreover, Newt was fully aware of the green predicament caused by his brother Bayer and held a peculiar sentiment for Wright's mother. As for whether Newt had secretly observed his brother and wife amidst their nocturnal activities, Zhao Gan could not speculate. That would be even more depraved. In any case, such matters were inconsequential. Zhao Gan steadied his emotions. He had consumed quite a bit of information today, leaving him overwhelmed. After safely storing Newt's notebook, he resumed his search in the laboratory, eager to uncover the items capable of transforming Wright's life form. His curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to return to the small chapel post-haste to conduct thorough research in the scientific laboratory. Zhao Gan strolled slowly through the laboratory, inspecting his surroundings. The underground laboratory was quite expansive, filled with numerous transparent vessels containing the remains of insect-like dark progeny. These remains exhibited diverse forms, and judging by their arrangement, many were aligned from egg to adult. However, numerous transparent vessels were damaged, and the specimens within had fallen to the ground, now dried and taking on peculiar shapes. Surviving 2 centuries, Newt's biological laboratory had endured remarkably well, indicating considerable effort had been expended during its construction. It was worth noting that this area lay within a defunct mining zone, where the underground environment was exceedingly complex, with numerous grave sites having collapsed. Strangely, Zhao Gan had already circled the biological laboratory several times, conducting a thorough search. Yet he still had not discovered the black leather case I had mentioned. This was perplexing. Zhao Gan felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he retraced his steps repeatedly, yet he remained empty-handed. However, in a corner, he unearthed a letter. This letter was rather unremarkable, measuring no larger than a palm, its envelope frail and exhibiting signs of decay, displaying a dark hue. In the dim, underground laboratory, had Zhao Gan not been particularly observant, an ordinary person would have struggled to notice it. The letter was fragile, and Zhao Gan gingerly picked it up, inspecting it. He discovered that despite the envelope's decay, it was surprisingly protected by what appeared to be a layer of metal. Applying a bit of pressure, Zhao Gan realized the letter paper within was remarkably resilient, likely undamaged. Thus, he shook off the outer layer of decaying envelope, revealing the contents within. It was a layer of opaque white crystal, inscribed with the flame emblem of the Light Church. Upon closer examination, one could discern that the flame emblem radiated light, resembling the golden flame Zhao Gan had seen in a mural. That flame, said to have been bestowed upon humanity from the initial fire in the Holy Fire City. Zhao Gan examined it closely and noticed an inscription. Only those of the Connor bloodline may unlock this seal. Chapter 75. I say you are, so you are Connor. Young Matthew Connor. Zhao Gan recalled that this was the surname of young Father Matthew. Flipping the white crystal envelope in his hand, Zhao Gan discovered it was exceedingly thin, yet remarkably sturdy. It seemed that only by locating young Father Matthew could the seal be unlocked. Of course, Zhao Gan could also return to the small chapel and analyze it in the scientific laboratory. However, such an approach would be inefficient. The small chapel was not nearby, and he had stealthily entered the underground cemetery. Making a round trip would not only waste time, but might also lead to unforeseen complications. The current situation was most advantageous for Zhao Gan, as he had quietly infiltrated the underground cemetery. Moreover, he has received the NPC Lai Te, whose animosity towards his biological father will serve as his most potent weapon. Although he has gleaned from New T's letter that Lai Te may harbor some misunderstandings about his father, he has no intention of divulging this information. Lai Te is somewhat naive, and even if he were to inform him, it would only serve to add to the boy's troubles. Since Lai Te's father only cares about his revival, Zhao Gan will proceed accordingly. Furthermore, it appears that the object used to reincarnate Lai Te may have been taken by the ancestors of Father Xiao Xiao. Zhao Gan stowed the letter bearing the emblem of golden flames into his waist pouch, preparing to leave the laboratory and head directly to the small chapel in the abandoned miners' district. Upon returning to the corridor, Zhao Gan took out Lai Te. Father, that old dog Doug is dead, and I feel a bit of relief. Next, we shall eliminate that perverse New Te. Lai Te, oblivious to any anomaly, gazed at Zhao Gan with excitement. Ever since discovering New Te's peculiar affection for Lai Te, as well as his feelings for Lai Te's mother, Lilith, Zhao Gan found it increasingly difficult to suppress his emotions when hearing Lai Te utter similar sentiments. Fortunately, as a seasoned practitioner of restraint for a decade, he was adept at holding back his feelings. Zhao Gan smiled and said, "No problem. By the way, would you like to have a new body? I've stumbled upon some clues. You might still have a chance." "Really?" Lai Te's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Zhao Gan nodded. As long as we follow Nu T's method, it will be entirely feasible. In fact, Lai Te may become my vanguard. His life form will transform into that of a dark progeny, fearless in the shadows. As for whether this would conflict with the doctrines of the Church of Light, Zhao Gan was indifferent, as he held no belief in it. Moreover, he had come to understand some aspects of Nu T's experimental process. After being transformed, aside from possessing some insect-like features, Lai Te's thoughts and emotions would remain akin to those of an ordinary human, and his memories would be preserved. At that point, Zhao Gan could directly make Lai Te a paladin of light, with himself as the witness. Thus, Lai Te would become a legitimate paladin of light. Who would dare to question it? The two heavy weapons in Father Zhao Gan's possession would demonstrate to you the true essence of the power of faith. Furthermore, Zhao Gan looked at the bottle containing Lai Te and began to envision the analytical results he could obtain by placing him on the scientific examination table. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. "Father, your smile is somewhat frightening." Lai Te shrank his head. Zhao Gan cleared his throat and said, "Quickly, lead the way. We shall proceed to confront your perverse father." "Absolutely." Upon hearing this, Lai Te became invigorated. The path was not difficult. The remaining area of the underground cemetery was relatively small. Even without Lai Te's guidance, Zhao Gan could find his way. However, along the journey, he gleaned a wealth of secrets regarding the Bai Si cult from Lai Te's words. The Bai Si cult originally ruled a significant territory and was considered a rival to the Church of Light. Yet, when faced with terrifying dark calamities, the followers of both sects would sometimes join forces to resist. It appears that in the struggle for survival, the distinctions between sects held little significance. Moreover, Zhao Gan learned that despite the Bai Si cult's malevolent appearance and their adeptness in curses and necromancy, the Church of Light was hardly superior. Just look at the fates of Father Edgar and Knight Wada. The prayers circulating within this sect, capable of burning both flesh and soul, were exceedingly sinister. Additionally, Zhao Gan always felt a sense of peculiarity about the archbishop in the old town, though he could not pinpoint the reason. It seemed that only in the fishing village could the secrets of the Church of Light be uncovered. Zhao Gan was acutely aware that his unfinished task, the tale of the Knight brothers, would lead him to the fishing village, where secrets far greater than those here awaited discovery. After a brief passage of time, Zhao Gan arrived at the cemetery beneath the church, which remained eerily quiet but appeared to be a lavish mausoleum. Its specifications were similar to those of Barracks remains, and Zhao Gan recognized some wall mural styles that were identical to those found here. This indicated that the mausoleum belonged to Nu Te Shi La Golin. "Father, look, that coffin belongs to the perverse Nu Te. Now that the coffin is open, he must have escaped." Lai Te pointed fiercely at the open coffin within the mausoleum. Zhao Gan, however, was unperturbed. He prepared to meticulously examine the chamber for any clues. Before that, he wished to inspect the necromantic candelabrum that Lai Te had previously possessed, as well as the tomes of the Bai Si cult. He knew that these items required a certain level of intelligence to comprehend, so he had become accustomed to not looking at them, but now recalled that he had already attained 12 points of intelligence. Necromantic candelabrum requires 10 points of intelligence, an item possessed by the Bai Si cult's preachers, capable of manipulating necromantic flames to attack enemies. Requires a minimum of 20 points of spiritual power, 1 unit of necromantic flame. He had indeed gained a means of magical attack, yet manipulating necromantic flames posed a challenge. Zhao Gan had learned much about the Bai Si cult and understood that the method of creating necromantic flames involved using the souls of the living or vengeful spirits as a catalyst, along with specially prepared herbal mixtures. Additionally, it required grinding the bones of the deceased, which he found somewhat unacceptable. After all, he still held the title of a priest, albeit a false one, and engaging in the grinding of human bones was not something he could condone. Moreover, in his view, the best outcome for a deceased individual was a proper burial, unless they had left specific instructions otherwise. The emerald liquid he had collected might be useful, but hearing Lai Te mention that it nourished souls made it seem rather precious and not worth the trade-off. Furthermore, the method of transforming the living soul was too sinister for Zhao Gan's taste, and he scorned its use. He decided to wait until he returned to analyze it in the scientific laboratory before making any further decisions. However, he found it curious that despite meeting the intelligence requirement, No quests were triggered when he attempted to identify the items of the By-C cult. It seemed that similar items possessed different effects in the hands of different players, and not all would necessarily trigger quests. Zhao Gan shook his head and picked up the tome of the By-C cult, but upon hearing the notification sound, he promptly returned it to its place. This item requires 5 points of faith to view. Refocusing his attention on the mausoleum, Zhao Gan commenced his investigation. The murals adorning the surrounding walls were rather mundane, merely wishing for the deceased to rest in peace. Yet one could discern that the craftsmanship surpassed that of Barracks' mausoleum. After carefully examining the walls, Zhao Gan found no hidden doors. How perplexing. He felt it was odd. Logically, Nute, being the inventor of the Dark Progeny reincarnation, must have used this method to resurrect himself and subsequently began to exert control over the abandoned miners' district. In his mausoleum, there should undoubtedly be a secret passage for escape. Although this individual was peculiar, his intelligence was certainly high. It was evident that he would have constructed a secure and sturdy route for himself in consideration of the conditions of the abandoned miners' district. Furthermore, with Nute's coffin now opened, he must have exited. As Zhao Gan turned around, he noticed Yu sitting on the fallen coffin lid, squinting her eyes. He had overlooked the most crucial aspect of the mausoleum. Approaching the coffin, Zhao Gan began to search for signs and traces. Soon, he detected a clue. On the edge of the coffin lid where Yu sat, he observed marks indicating that something had been pried open from the outside. Upon inspecting the interior of the coffin, aside from some remnants of the emerald liquid, there were no signs of anything having crawled out. Zhao Gan reached into the bottom of the coffin and began to feel around. Chapter 76. Where is the secret passage? Why do I always feel like I'm becoming more and more like a treasure hunter in a tomb? Zhao Gan mused as he felt the bottom of the coffin. However, compared to the dangers one might encounter while tomb raiding, the discoveries he made in the underground cemetery were far more enriching. Nute's coffin was not particularly dirty, nor did it emit any strange odors. The layer of green liquid had completely dried, leaving only powder, some of which was blackened. Zhao Gan probed several times, but found no clues, ultimately withdrawing his hand. Alas, even a door that could not be opened from this side would suffice. Stuck in a deadlock, if Zhao Gan could not find a way here, he would have to exit and approach the church from the surface. He took out a sample bottle and inquired of Light. Do you have any idea where Newt might be hiding a secret passage? Light tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and replied, I do not know. Very well. Zhao Gan put Light away and resumed his examination of the coffin. Suddenly, he noticed that the ash on the ground surrounding the coffin was thinner than that near the mural. This was the only place left. Recalling how the coffin lid had been pried open from the outside, he felt confident in his speculation. The secret passage of Newt lay beneath this stone coffin. It seemed the most straightforward location, yet the immense weight of the coffin made it challenging to disturb, even if someone suspected its presence. Newt must have prepared assistance for himself or directly controlled the transformed insect-like dark progeny. Thus, even if the tomb passage collapsed, these helpers could easily enter. Consequently, this most obvious location became the safest one, even if one could bypass the layers of monstrous guardians. At most, only 2 or 3 individuals would arrive at this underground tomb, face to face with the heavy coffin, only to sigh in resignation. Indeed, a meticulous genius, employing the simplest methods to achieve the most formidable effects. To be honest, Zhao Gan felt a bit of admiration for Newt, at least significantly more than for Bayer. In terms of capability, he could utilize dark progeny for research, discovering methods to transform life forms, and his strategies were nearly flawless. Psychologically, he exhibited immense strength. Unfortunately, all I possess is brute strength. Zhao Gan clenched his fist, his formidable strength of 25 points instilling him with confidence. He took a deep breath, placed his hands on the coffin, and initially exerted 80% of his strength. With a slight push, the coffin moved ever so slightly, less than a centimeter. Zhao Gan peered below, but found no changes, just the floor. Nevertheless, he continued to exert force. This time he summoned all his might, positioning himself against the coffin, using the strength of his shoulder to push. Such exertion maximized his power, as the absence of his arms allowed for greater force. This is what one refers to as Iron Mountain lean. In his previous world, Zhao Gan had seen a slender young man in suspenders with a parting hairstyle exerting similar force, which appeared rather aesthetically pleasing. It was said that this young man was adept at basketball, surely mastering the elbowing technique essential on the court. With a low hum, the coffin began to shift more rapidly, but Zhao Gan gradually felt it becoming strenuous. Just as he contemplated whether to consume a potion, Yu mimicked his movements, pressing her small shoulder against the coffin, joining him in the effort. With assistance, the coffin was pushed with increasing speed. After 2 minutes, Zhao Gan finally observed a narrow gap appearing on the ground. A cool breeze wafted from within. Yu, put in more effort. I will reward you with 3 fat-burning pills. Zhao Gan rejoiced, having located the spot. 5 minutes later, Newt's stone coffin had been shoved against the wall of the tomb, revealing a downward passage merely half a meter wide before Zhao Gan. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he handed Yu 3 black fat-burning pills. Glancing at his inventory, he noted 2 frozen fat-burning pills and 1 black fat-burning pill remaining. He then retrieved some wine, pastries, and grilled fish to feast upon while contemplating certain matters. The remaining fat-burning pills were scarce, and he could not allow Yu to exert too much effort. Her life form was unique, and should her energy be depleted, he could not foresee the consequences. Since meeting Yu, she had been of great assistance to Zhao Gan, and the food she consumed could be categorized as refuse in his eyes. Most dark progeny dropped various types of fat-burning pills, while Yu was akin to a dairy-producing herbivore. Let us send Lao Lu to scout ahead. Zhao Gan blew the dog whistle, releasing Lao Lu to venture down first while he continued to rest and await its return. Lao Lu proved quite useful, and as for Lao Ba, Zhao Gan glanced at it. This lazy dog was sprawled on the ground, scratching its back, looking utterly content. Sighing, he remarked, well, every household has its own lucky charm. Hearing Zhao Gan's voice, Lao Ba sprang to its feet, nuzzling against its master's leg, its tail wagging like a ceiling fan. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Gan chuckled and patted Lao Ba's head. Though he had originally preferred cats, having Lao Lu and Lao Ba had allowed him to appreciate the joys of dog ownership. Zhao Gan mused, then playfully tapped Lao Ba's head, watching the creature's dismayed posture on the ground. Their connection was quite peculiar. That tap elicited no pain. Both Lao Lu and Lao Ba were already deceased, their forms being spirits, allowing for only a slight tactile sensation and emotional communication with Zhao Gan. Lao Ba was rather pleasant, providing some emotional value. Surviving in the dark world was nerve-wracking, and Zhao Gan required psychological solace. This team of mine, Zhao Gan surveyed his surroundings, suddenly realizing that none of the beings around him were normal. 2 ghostly dogs, a synthetic girl, and the esteemed priest. When shall we descend? I seem to catch a whiff of Newt's perverse scent. In a sample bottle, Light anxiously inquired. And a devoted son. Zhao Gan finished his final thought internally, then said to Light soon, your dear father is cunning beyond measure, even beneath such a heavy coffin. He concealed the passage in the smallest manner. Had it not been for moving the coffin to the edge, this passage would never have been accessible. Truly a scoundrel. Well said, esteemed priest. Light praised upon hearing Zhao Gan's insult directed at Newt. Zhao Gan found this devoted son particularly amusing. Having him as an NPC would indeed be advantageous. Although he was an old ghost over 200 years old, his thoughts remained remarkably simplistic, and he seemed somewhat stubborn. His affections and hatreds were distinct. He sought revenge against Newt for his perceived wickedness and recognized Bayer's goodness without any disrespect in his evaluations. However, the most crucial aspect was that the favor system was indeed reliable. Light dared not refute Zhao Gan's words and executed commands without question. Just as the atmosphere turned jubilant, a white shadow sprang from the passage beneath the coffin, landing directly before Zhao Gan. This white shadow was, of course, Lao Lu, appearing somewhat disheveled, its ghostly form dimmed, evidently having sustained injuries. Upon collapsing beside Zhao Gan, Lao Lu immediately lost consciousness. Zhao Gan's expression turned icy, realizing that something below had harmed Lao Lu. This dog is intriguing, Light remarked upon seeing Lao Lu, but as he began to speak, he caught sight of Zhao Gan's frosty gaze and promptly fell silent. Chapter 77. The function of the soul supplement liquid. Zhao Gan crouched beside Lao Lu, meticulously examining its wounds. A layer of dark blue-black aura enveloped Lao Lu's ghostly form, reminiscent of the methods employed by the cult of the dead, though Zhao Gan had never witnessed such a technique. Lao Ba Anso Lai beside Lao Lu, offering comfort with its snout and whimpering sorrowfully. Esteemed priest, I recognize this. It is a method employed by the cult of the dead to ensnare souls. Your two dogs are ghostly entities, quite precious. In the eyes of the cult of the dead, they are valuable materials. Light, having discerned the situation earlier, now spoke up as he saw Zhao Gan in need of assistance. How do we resolve this? Zhao Gan's furrowed brow relaxed as he acknowledged the remarkable contributions of Lao Lu during this exploration. He was resolute in his intention to heal Lao Lu and ensure that those who had caused it harm would face consequences. It was a simple matter. Light, seizing the opportunity to showcase his abilities, promptly emerged from the sampling vial and hopped energetically to Lao Lu's side. Now, his form was comparable in size to Ye's pinky finger, making his approach rather endearing. Upon reaching Lao Lu, Light placed a hand on him and recited a string of incantations. As the final words left his lips, Zhao Gan observed the peculiarities on Lao Lu's body dissipate. Upon awakening, Lao Lu was eager to communicate with Zhao Gan, conveying the dangers that lay ahead. Zhao Gan affectionately patted its head and turned to Light, who resembled a diminutive denizen of a tiny realm, inquiring about the emerald liquid. I recall you mentioning that it nourishes the soul. Is it beneficial for a ghostly entity? Certainly, Light declared, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. Despite my disdain for that perverse Newton, he imparted a wealth of knowledge that I have retained impeccably. Although this dog is a ghostly entity, oh, yes, I remember now, that emerald liquid is known as the soul restoration liquid. Just a drop on your dog will restore it instantly. With that, Light extracted a drop of soul restoration liquid from his own body, albeit reluctantly, and applied it to Lao Lu. A flash of green light enveloped Lao Lu, who instantly revived and stood upright. Witnessing this, Zhao Gan inquired, does this mean that with additional doses, it could evolve? Light pondered for a moment before responding, indeed, but we need to find a secure location. I must prepare. My current form is somewhat limiting. However, dear father, you are so wise and formidable. Just relay my instructions, and you too can accomplish it. Flattered by Light's compliments, Zhao Gan appreciated the praise, understanding that the proposed method was feasible, albeit requiring a safe environment and some tools. Very well. Once you accompany me back, we shall commence, Zhao Gan affirmed, placing the vial before Light. Absolutely, father, Light exclaimed, feeling deeply moved. His minuscule form rendered movement cumbersome, and after spending some time outside, he found the vial's warmth comforting. Zhao Gan turned his attention to Lao Lu, who had begun to relay intelligence regarding the situation below. The underground passage led to a tomb chamber, with a corridor extending from it. Following this corridor would lead to an exit. While Lao Lu had not encountered any dangers on the way there, it had been blocked by a monstrous creature upon returning. Fortunately, having consumed numerous soul fragments, it managed to return despite sustaining significant injuries. Now, standing at the entrance of the passage, Zhao Gan unsheathed his axe and shotgun, his expression cold and resolute. Who dares to harm my dog? You'll soon learn the extent of my physical prowess. Yeah, let's go, he called out to Yi, blowing a whistle to summon Lao Lu and Lao Ba back. There is only one creature below, seemingly adept at countering both dogs, prompting Zhao Gan to recall them. The hidden passage was narrow, forcing Zhao Gan to enter sideways. Upon reaching the concealed tomb chamber, he had little time to assess his surroundings before he heard the creature's voice. Cough, cough, cough. The sound triggered a reflexive step back from Zhao Gan, haunted by a memory too vivid. The last time he heard that cough, he had nearly perished. Black plague. Although Zhao Gan was now bald, he felt an unsettling chill. He raised the priest's lantern to illuminate the source of the cough, revealing a creature shrouded in a thick, dark green mist. Upon seeing the progeny of darkness, your sanity decreases by 5. Not overly strong, he noted, yet he remained vigilant. The creature was humanoid, ensnared in a dense fog, its eyes devoid of life. With glimpses of bone visible beneath the mist, black worms crawled over the bones, emanating a chill likely due to the winter calamity. It was undoubtedly a transformation of a victim of the Black Plague. After confirming his assessment, Zhao Gan promptly loaded 10 rounds into a shotgun. Bang, bang. The Scarlet, I seemed particularly invigorated today, effortlessly striking the creature's vital points without Zhao Gan needing to aim. Just 5 shots shattered its limbs and head, while the accompanying explosive damage annihilated many of the black worms clinging to its body. The remaining 5 rounds eliminated the last of the worms and obliterated the creature's remains, scattering its bones. Seeing the destruction wrought by the Scarlet Eye, a glimmer of excitement and joy appeared in its gaze. However, Zhao Gan quickly admonished it, stating, "Save the surplus bullets for later. We aren't wealthy, and we must be frugal." The Scarlet Eye paused, its expression momentarily one of grievance. But it soon turned to Zhao Gan with a wink, exuding a sense of eagerness to please. Clearly, Zhao Gan's words had resonated. Having previously encountered the terror of the Black Plague, Zhao Gan was acutely aware that nearly 100 souls had perished in the old village due to it. The mist of the Black Plague still lingered around the creature's corpse, and he decided to wait for it to dissipate before inspecting the spoils. Thus, he began to review the kill notifications. You have slain a Black Plague zombie, earning 100 Dark Souls. You have obtained a Black Plague Sample X1, Black Ignition Fat X3, Ice Crystal Core X3. The creature dropped 2 items. Please collect them. Black Plague Zombie, a rare monster that arises from the death of individuals afflicted with the Black Plague. If not defeated, it will become a source of the Black Plague, spreading contagion. Employ ranged methods to combat this creature and wait for the Black Plague mist to dissipate completely post-elimination. What a delightful surprise. After absorbing all the information, Zhao Gan observed the Black Plague mist being swept into the corridor by a gentle breeze, indicating the possible opening of an exit. This Black Plague zombie may have been sent down after the upper echelons discovered Lao Lu's presence. Zhao Gan turned back to survey the hidden tomb chamber. Before him lay 7 coffins, one of which stood ajar. Chapter 78. Whose ancestral tomb is this? Zhao Gan remained vigilant, even as the Black Plague mist fully dissipated, choosing not to retrieve the 2 items on the ground. He was acutely aware that he might have roused Newton, a cunning specter, and was prepared for a confrontation, even having gathered various potions from Dr. Lu into his pack for immediate use. After approximately 30 minutes of waiting, all remained quiet. Remaining idle was not an option. He was close to his goal. Zhao Gan hesitated briefly before releasing Lao Lu and Lao Ba. He instructed Lao Lu to guard the corridor ahead, while Lao Ba returned to the upper tomb chamber to keep watch. After a moment, the sound of the 2 dogs reassured him that all was well. Only then did Zhao Gan begin to examine the 7 coffins in the chamber, particularly the one that had been opened. Upon glancing back, he was nearly startled. Inside the open coffin lay a figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ye, the child, perhaps out of sheer boredom or having developed a habit of slumber, directly burrowed into the coffin and lay down. Ye, come out quickly. You cannot sleep in there. Ye obediently emerged from the coffin. Zhao Gan hurriedly examined her body, feeling relieved when he found no abnormalities. He then directed his gaze back to the open coffin, scrutinizing it closely. It was a simple wooden coffin, yet it bore no signs of decay, indicating that it had been constructed recently and placed here. The craftsmanship appeared rather crude, with inexplicable gnawing marks. Zhao Gan deduced that this coffin had been made by creatures of limited intelligence, seemingly intended to bury something. To validate his hypothesis, Zhao Gan inspected the other 6 coffins and made new discoveries. The remaining coffins were made of stone, and their antiquity seemed to increase from the outside in. The innermost coffin was covered with a thick layer of dust. Climbing onto the coffin lid, Zhao Gan brushed away the dust and uncovered an emblem. Beside a golden flame knelt a figure clad in priestly robes. It was the golden flame. Zhao Gan recognized this distinctive flame. As his gaze continued downward, he discerned a name, Mikate Kanna. Below the name were inscribed smaller letters. May you, Great One, rest forever in the warmth of the flame. Kanna. This was the ancestral tomb of Father Matthew. What a remarkable coincidence that this tomb lay directly beneath the ancestral church of Father Matthew and shared his surname. It seemed that Father Matthew's lineage was quite illustrious. His ancestor must have been one of those who brought the flame from the city of sacred fire. Zhao Gan continued to inspect the other coffin lids belonging to Father Matthew's family. They were all similar, each bearing the same emblem and the Kanna surname. After completing his inspection, Zhao Gan stood before the coffin of Father Mikate, hesitating. Was it inappropriate to do this? Thud. He tentatively pushed the lid of Father Mikate's coffin, and to his surprise, it fell to the ground. Oh, I didn't use much force. My apologies, Father Mikate. I merely wished to ascertain whether your remains have been desecrated by the cult of the dead. Although Zhao Gan did not believe in ghosts or deities, he certainly held respect for the deceased. He closed his eyes and murmured a few words before peering into the coffin. Empty? The coffin was entirely void, and the illustrious Father Mikate had left nothing behind, not even burial goods. Zhao Gan only spotted a broken metal bowl. He felt a twinge of regret. This was his first time opening a coffin, and he had not expected to find only a shattered bowl. Glancing at the bowl, which was riddled with holes, he deemed it worthless. That rascal Newt must have plundered the Kana family tomb. Zhao Gan continued to open the coffins, pushing aside the remaining lids, thus confirming his suspicions. All the coffins were empty, devoid of any remnants, not even a broken bowl. Newt had indeed hollowed out the Kana ancestral tomb. I refused to believe this. Frustrated by the futility of opening the coffins, Zhao Gan began to search the seams, driven by an intuition that something must be hidden here. Before long, he discovered a wax-sealed letter beneath the latest wooden coffin. Recognizing the Kana family crest on the wax seal, Zhao Gan knew it was left by Father Matthew. The wax seal appeared new, and the parchment crackled when he picked it up, indicating it was not old, although the coffin yielded no treasures. This letter could unveil Father Matthew's experiences. Dear Bishop, I have successfully located the passageway in the original warehouse and cleared the vengeful spirits in the underground tomb. It appears that most of these spirits were miners who perished in the mines. I have found traces of the cult of the dead. These wretched heretics have even altered the underground tomb. Had it not been for the secret passage left by my ancestors, I would have cleansed these heretics. Fortunately, I have arrived at this sacred burial site. It seems that Father Mikate and the others still rest in peace. I will use this route to enter the church and thoroughly eliminate all monsters here. Bishop, I am delighted to hear that your health has improved. Additionally, thank you for sending personnel to expedite my progress. Upon reading Father Matthew's letter, the current progress stood at 40. Continuing to read the remaining 3 letters would unlock a quest and yield substantial rewards. The second letter was equally informative. Zhao Gan carefully stored the letters and began to organize the information contained within. Father Matthew's initial progress had been significantly faster than his own, for this place was indeed his ancestral tomb, and following the secret passage left by his forebears had proven quite easy. Moreover, it appeared he was somewhat urgent. Additionally, the bishop had dispatched personnel to assist him. Zhao Gan glanced at the remains of the Black Plague zombie in the corridor, realizing the origins of this unfortunate soul. This deceased individual was likely Father Matthew's aide, who had succumbed to the Black Plague for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was concealed within the uncharted secret passage, and after old Lu's entrance, it inexplicably appeared. However, Zhao Gan could not locate the ancestral secret passage mentioned by Father Matthew. The Church of Light possessed numerous esoteric techniques, and it was possible that accessing this secret passage required one of those techniques, likely accompanied by a faith value requirement. Thus, Zhao Gan approached the remains and collected the 2 items that had fallen from it. Light Guardian Emblem. Good, this item is bestowed by the Grand Archbishop of Old Town to an eminent Light Guardian, signifying the Guardian's loyalty and valor. When worn, the emblem emits a silvery flame, dispelling darkness and bestowing immense courage upon the wearer. Zhao Gan affixed it to his chest and tested it. The emblem functioned admirably, illuminating a 20-meter radius, and under its radiant glow, he felt a surge of strength. At last, he possessed a usable piece of equipment from the Church of Light. As Zhao Gan caressed the emblem, he felt quite pleased. In addition, he also wore the Knight Veter's emblem. Together, these 2 emblems, coupled with his current bald appearance, made him resemble a gallant knight of light. However, he lacked armor and was clad in a large green cotton coat with a blue cloak draped over him, creating a rather incongruous image. Zhao Gan then picked up the second item, which was yet another piece of equipment from the Church of Light. Chapter 79. Flame Knight Emblem. Flame Knight Emblem. Fine. Flame Whip. This is the prayer weapon of the Flame Knights of the Church of Light, requiring 15 points of faith to wield. While holding this emblem, using prayer will significantly enhance its power. Flame Whip. Engraved upon this emblem is a prayer that consumes 20 points of mental energy, allowing the wielder to swing the whip forward within a 5-meter range, inflicting substantial damage. This emblem was originally exclusive to the Great Knights of Light, but someone altered the conditions of its use to allow others to wield it. A Flame Whip. Inflicting substantial damage. Although this prayer weapon demanded 15 points of faith, the description of the Flame Whip ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Zhao Gan. Carefully storing the emblem, he devised a plan. Even if he could not wield this weapon himself, he was certain that with a deconstruction stone, he could extract the Flame Whip. Simultaneously, he noted the final phrase in the emblem's description. Someone altered the conditions of its use to allow others to wield it. It appeared that the usage conditions of weaponry could indeed be modified, presenting him with a novel avenue of thought. Zhao Gan felt his mind clear, likely aided by his impressive intelligence and the extraordinary skills of an investigator. Yet, the circumstances surrounding the death of this light guardian, afflicted by the Black Plague, remained perplexing. As Zhao Gan reflected, although this Guangming Shiwai was on the verge of ascending to the rank of Guangming Knight, the insignia he bore was indeed that of a Guangming Grand Knight. Young man, there are powerful forces at play. In an instant, Zhao Gan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The deceased Guangming Shiwai undoubtedly belonged to a privileged class in the Old Town. This piece of equipment originally belonged to a Grand Knight and was likely altered due to the influence of his connections. However, Zhao Gan was disinclined to concern himself with such trivialities. After giving a nudge to the remaining bones of the fallen, he summoned Lao Lu. Wang. Lao Lu appeared lively and spirited, hardly resembling one who had recently sustained injuries. It seemed that the efficacy of the Bu Hanyi was indeed impressive. The old fellow, Lai Te, was entirely truthful. One drop from Lai Te had invigorated Lao Lu to such an extent. Touching Lao Lu's head, Zhao Gan inquired, "Ah, my good dog, how fares the situation?" Wu Wang. All was as usual, with no immediate danger. However, Lao Lu raised his head and let out a low growl, indicating a sense of foreboding. His instincts as a hunting dog had detected something unusual above. Zhao Gan nodded at Lao Lu, acknowledging his alert. The area of concern, as pointed out by Lao Lu, was above the corridor rather than the tomb chamber of Nu Te. This suggested that the path ahead might harbor threats. This underground tomb was exceedingly perplexing. Nu Te, the Connor family, and likely even individuals from ancient times have been interred here. Zhao Gan felt a twinge of headache. Yet in this murky realm, iron ore was one of the most vital resources. Its presence could yield weapons and fortifications, thus inevitably attracting those who sought it. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Lao Lu's injuries remained unclear, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. At that moment, Lai Te pointed at a darkened stone tile within the corridor, saying, "Father, do you see that blackened bone? Is there a sigil of death upon it?" Zhao Gan picked it up and examined it, indeed discovering a deathly emblem. After presenting the bone to Lai Te and considering the old man's explanation, he grasped the situation. This blackened bone was a trap set by the cult of the dead, specifically designed to ensnare spectral entities. It was akin to laying a snare in the woods. What if it captured something? Thus, it could be said that Lao Lu had encountered a stroke of misfortune. With clarity achieved, Zhao Gan felt a wave of relief and began contemplating the next steps. The critical question remained: who knew what lay ahead? However, having traversed this path for so long, there was no reason to abandon it. "Let us proceed," he resolved. Zhao Gan retrieved Lu Daifu's Qiangxiao Li Jiaoji and, summoning his resolve, decided to consume it along with a vial of potent life elixir. Truth be told, his only fear was encountering an overwhelming horde of dark offspring or other bizarre entities capable of depleting his sanity. Beyond that, he was not intimidated by direct confrontation with those dark progenies. With a greatsword in his left hand, a mechanical logging axe in his right, a small round shield, a double-barreled shotgun, and the crescent moon emblem cloak draped upon him, he felt quite confident in a brawl. Zhao Gan glanced at his sanity. Sanity, 85. Engaging in battle with Lai Te had consumed nearly 30 points, dealing with the Black Plague zombies had taken 10, and the encounter with Doug's malevolent spirit had cost him 1 point. Although considerable time had passed, and he had consumed a calming fish oil that restored 20 sanity points, the rate of recovery was disconcertingly slow. Zhao Gan calculated that it would take merely 20 hours for his sanity to fully replenish from 20, assuming no sleep. Under ideal conditions, with adequate rest, the recovery rate would be even swifter. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Gan, accompanied by Yia, approached the end of the corridor. During the journey, he discovered that the source of the gentle breeze was behind a wall within the corridor. This must be the secret passage that Father Xiaoma had utilized to enter. However, after thorough inspection, he found no clues. It appeared that the secret passage left behind by the Connor family was impenetrable to outsiders, leading him to abandon the pursuit. Nevertheless, he had prepared an escape route, stacking the coffins of the Connor ancestors in a corner to prevent any delays should he need to flee. The burial practices of the Connor family were excessively wasteful. Perhaps he would incinerate the remains of Father Xiaoma's wife and child. Cough, cough. I meant to say, after performing a purification by flame, he would relocate them here. The path leading upwards was a stone staircase, its material feeling significantly sturdier than the one he had descended, suggesting it was constructed in a different era. The sensation was reminiscent of navigating through an abandoned mine. As they spoke, Zhao Gan's head had already brushed against the cold stone. Fortunately, without hair, he had no worries about disarraying his hairstyle. He extended a hand to push, and the heavy stone shifted with a bit of effort. Peering out cautiously, Zhao Gan's vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, and he soon locked gazes with a pair of sunken, lifeless eyes. It appeared to be a corpse. As he emerged slightly, he discovered that the stone slab was pinned down by the lower half of the corpse. After nudging the body aside, he crawled out. Darkness enveloped him, an overwhelming darkness. This was Zhao Gan's immediate impression upon emerging. Furthermore, the chilling air here was even more intense than outside, causing a prickling sensation on his face. He hoisted Ye from below and raised the priest's lantern to assess the situation. Contrary to his expectations, this was not a tomb. The space was vast enough to accommodate a basketball court, devoid of any adornments, appearing quite austere and enigmatic. However, the density of darkness was considerable, obscuring his vision. The light emitted by the newly acquired Guangming Shiwai insignia was stifled in this gloom. He lifted the priest's lantern, concentrating the light to survey the surroundings. Soon, a peculiar object emerged 20 meters away. It resembled a cocoon, yet its exterior was black, suspended from the ceiling by hooks. Upon witnessing this odd sight, Zhao Gan immediately summoned Lai Te, asking, "Is this the handiwork of Nu Te?" Lai Te gazed at the cocoon, a droplet of Bu Han Yi, trembling on his face as he stammered, "Indeed, this is the perverse creation of Nu Te. What lies within should be a transformed dark progeny known as the Guardian. Father, you must exercise utmost caution." This Guardian, before Lai Te could finish his warning, Zhao Gan observed the black cocoon quivering slightly. Suddenly, a blade-like appendage erupted from the cocoon, spilling forth a torrent of black liquid. With a thud, a creature fell from the black cocoon, crashing onto the floor with a dull thump. Chapter 80. Ice Armor Guardian Zhao Gan heard the sound of viscous liquid slithering across the floor. The air thick with a distinctive scent reminiscent of crushed insects, neither pleasant nor foul, yet undeniably repugnant. This was further compounded by a faint odor of medicinal concoctions, creating an indescribably unpleasant aroma. A sharp scraping sound echoed as the Guardian transformed into a shadow and lunged toward Zhao Gan. With a wealth of combat experience, he swiftly adopted a defensive stance. The Guardian, emerging from the shadows, bore a body intermingled with gold and black, its forearms resembling those of a mantis, transformed into two razor-sharp long blades. A layer of thin ice served as armor, and the tips of the forearm blades bore icy spikes, emanating an aura of frigidness. You have encountered the Ice Armor Guardian, sanity -5. Sir, be cautious. The claws of this Guardian are exceedingly sharp, but its weakness lies. Lai Te exerted himself, eager to relay information about the Guardian. However, before he could finish detailing its vulnerabilities, Zhao Gan concluded the confrontation. The red glow of the small round shield flashed as a precise block was executed. At that moment, as the ice-armored Guardian staggered, the logging axe swung down decisively. Even with a layer of icy armor as protection, the mechanical lumbering axe remained unstoppable, cleaving the Guardian in half with a single blow. Weaknesses were apparent to Lai Te, who was astounded by this spectacle. He knew that Zhao Gan's firearm was formidable, but he had not anticipated his master's prowess in close combat to be even more formidable. "What did you just say?" Zhao Gan, having dispatched the monster, was already setting the Guardian's corpse ablaze. Lai Te swallowed hard, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I said, esteemed father, you are magnificent. This Guardian was surely no match for you." Zhao Gan replied nonchalantly, beginning to inspect the spoils and pertinent information. At that moment, his face illuminated by the firelight, coupled with his bald head, rendered him quite fearsome. Lai Te mused to himself, "I am indeed clever. Joining the Church of Light was undoubtedly the right choice. The strength and valor of Father are clear indicators of the Church's current might. Your NPC Lai Te has increased his respect for you. As it continues to rise, he shall harbor unwavering admiration, becoming your most loyal servant." That old rascal, before Zhao Gan could even view the earlier kill notification, He caught sight of Lai Ti's message. He understood the implications. His earlier display of valor had indeed captivated him. In truth, he had overheard Lai Ti's mention of weaknesses, but the overwhelming force of his acts had rendered such concerns moot. As for why he feigned ignorance by asking, "What did you just say?" that was merely for show. Now that Lai Ti was considered his subordinate, it was imperative to maintain an air of grandeur. Moreover, it appeared he had succeeded in that endeavor, as Lai Ti's respect had indeed elevated. It was likely that after vanquishing Niu Te, this old fellow would be outright worshipful. Higher admiration would naturally yield better rapport, and Zhao Gan planned to invest in weaponry for Lai Ti, ensuring maximum value was derived. He continued to peruse the Guardian's information. I see Armor Guardian, a creature born from the amalgamation of living beings and the dark progeny of insects, exhibiting remarkable agility. After enhancement by the winter, its forelimb blades are exceptionally sharp, and its physical strength has been augmented. This creature's weakness lies in its legs, which are slender and frail. Severing them allows for an effortless kill. You have acquired 150 Dark Souls Frozen Black Ignition Fat X1, Ice Crystal Core X2. Please note, the Guardian's 2 foreclaws have fallen. These items can be utilized to craft weapons. Zhao Gan did not bother to collect the Guardian's foreclaws, as he had heard the distant sound of insect cocoons being split apart. Crack, crack. This time it was 2 of them, and judging by the circumstances, they were indeed Guardians. Practicing his method of closing his eyes, Zhao Gan shut them and relied on his sense of smell and hearing to ascertain the movements of the 2 Guardians. The precise blocking skill of his small round shield had already recharged, and the red light on the shield re-emerged. Furthermore, the protective skill of his blue cloak had also restored, ensuring Zhao Gan's absolute safety. Lai Ti had been stowed away in his waist pouch, not to disturb him. The scent of the Guardians grew increasingly potent, and Zhao Gan discerned the sound of air being sliced just 4 or 5 meters ahead of him. Concurrently, the unique chill emanating from the winter monsters drew nearer. The one on the left was the fastest, while the one on the right lagged slightly behind. Zhao Gan made an accurate assessment of the situation. Indeed, the 2 Guardians were, as he had deduced. He tightened his grip on the lumbering axe, shifted his body to the right, and, as a wave of coldness swept past him, he swung the axe down. Crack! The familiar sensation surged through him as Zhao Gan cleaved the Guardian before him in half. The experience was akin to biting into a smooth chocolate bean, the outer shell giving way to a soft, indulgent filling that was almost addictive. As he dispatched this Guardian, Zhao Gan took a step forward, charging with his small round shield. With a clang, the shield met the Guardian's attack, the red light flashing once more. Stumbling slightly, the Guardian was met with Zhao Gan's axe. Crack! This Guardian, too, was cleaved in half, and once again at an angle, leaving Zhao Gan to wonder if it could somehow be reassembled with the previously slain Guardian. Breathing in the scent of the Guardian's bodily fluids, Zhao Gan slowly opened his eyes. The 2 Guardians on the ground lay thoroughly defeated, and no vestige of rationality had been compromised. The method of closing his eyes had indeed proven effective. However, it should not be employed against formidable foes, but rather when one is familiar with the monster's habits and aware of their own combat capabilities. Satisfied with his performance, Zhao Gan ignited the remains of the 2 Guardians and surveyed his gains, an additional 300 Dark Souls, bringing his total to 1050. He now possessed 31 ice crystal cores, totaling 52. With 48 more, he could unlock the 3rd phase of the winter market. The frozen black ignition fat had also been replenished, alleviating any concerns regarding Yu Yu's combat prowess. Reflecting on his memory of feeding Yu Yu the ignition fat to enhance her affection, he felt a tinge of frustration at the lack of any notification. Zhao Gan understood that many secrets surrounded Yu Yu. He could only await the information from Ichon. Picking up the forelimbs left behind after exorcising the Guardian, he received the related item information. Weapon material: Guardian forelimb, good and extraordinarily hard limb of an insectoid creature. When forged with steel ingots, it can be used to create weapons. The current quantity can forge a good quality, single-handed sword of the Guardian. Continue collecting related materials to forge more advanced weaponry. Zhao Gan's eyes lit up as he immediately stowed the remaining 5 forelimbs into his inventory. Upon reviewing the description, he noticed a change. You possess 6 Guardian forelimbs. Utilizing 5 of them along with steel ingots will allow you to forge a fine-quality weapon, Guardian Scythe. Should you acquire 10, along with steel ingots, you may forge a characteristic fine-quality weapon, Guardian's Great Scythe. A great scythe? Zhao Gan felt a surge of excitement. The term great resonated deeply with him. He had a penchant for all things grand. Bigger is better, and better is bigger. Moreover, this great scythe clearly belonged to the heavy weapon category and possessed unique characteristics. It was likely that a scythe crafted from 5 forelimbs would lack any special traits, rendering it quite useless. A weapon devoid of characteristics represented a qualitative leap, a notion Zhao Gan understood all too well. 5 would not suffice. He offered a fair assessment. Chapter 81. White Insect Cocoon. Just 2 more to go. Zhao Gan had set his sights, envisioning the formidable nature of the great scythe he could construct, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He hoisted the Father's lantern and began his search within the basketball court-sized incubation chamber. The chamber contained numerous black cocoons, and Zhao Gan was filled with hope. Approaching the nearest unbroken insect cocoon, he prodded it with his lumbering axe, discovering it to be remarkably light, its exterior dry and crumbling at a mere touch. As he sliced open the desiccated cocoon, Zhao Gan beheld its interior. A pupating insect, no larger than a forearm, clung within, also desiccated. After touching and squeezing it, disappointment washed over him. It contained nothing, feeling as insubstantial as a sheet of paper. A sniff of his hand revealed no trace of the Guardian's scent, only a putrid odor, indicating that this cocoon had long since perished. A pity. Zhao Gan discarded the cocoon and resumed his examination of the remainder. However, the subsequent findings only deepened his disappointment. The long row of cocoons behind it was not only dried out, but also appeared stunted, seemingly undeveloped. Reflecting on the success rate noted in Yoti's experimental records, Zhao Gan understood that it was already remarkable for these 3 guardians to have survived the passage of 2 centuries. As he ventured deeper, Zhao Gan retrieved Lai Te and inquired, "Have you been to this incubation chamber? Do you possess any methods for cultivating such insect guardians?" If the guardian cannot be found, Zhao Gan contemplates breeding some, which would allow him to mass-produce the great scythe and fortune. Moreover, once Light possesses a new body and becomes his radiant knight, he will also require weaponry. The same goes for Ye, as he feels that the heavy sword is ill-suited for a child. The great scythe, being a pole weapon, is more manageable. Ye can carry it with ease. Upon hearing Zhao Gan's inquiry, Light was initially taken aback, but then responded, "There are indeed such creatures. However, the insects that breed guardians can only be collected deep within the mine. The cultivation process is swift, yet it requires a significant amount of catalysts, which can be quite costly." That sounds feasible. Let us venture into the mine later. You shall guide me well, and we will capture some of these insects. Satisfied with the answer, Zhao Gan increasingly felt that accepting Light was a wise decision. Although somewhat simple-minded, he could gradually inherit Newton's experimental achievements and become a valuable assistant. The scientific laboratory was in dire need of support. He wouldn't have to handle the menial tasks himself, would he? If the experiments proceeded smoothly, perhaps even more formidable insect progeny could be cultivated. Given the strength of the Guardians, they were hardly formidable. If stronger dark insect progeny could be bred, defeating them would yield superior weapon materials. Though elated within, Zhao Gan maintained an impassive facade before Light. As a leader, one must master the art of pretense. Regardless of one's capabilities or understanding, delegating tasks effectively to subordinates constitutes a significant portion of success. Observing Zhao Gan, Light mused that he must have been dead for too long. How had the priest of the Radiant Church come to embody such a form? However, judging by Zhao Gan's tone and demeanor, he did not seem overly averse to the doctrines of the dead apostle church, which brought Light some relief. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, creating guardians requires living subjects. Light's expression turned to one of alarm. Yet, Zhao Gan's subsequent remark quelled his fear. Indeed, you must devise a method to improve the formula. Conducting experiments on living beings is unequivocally against our Radiant Church's tenets. It is an act of profound heresy. As those blessed by the radiant flame, we must sever ties with such malevolent actions. Zhao Gan's righteous words, combined with the conviction in his gaze, filled Light with determination, prompting him to declare, "Revered priest, I shall heed your words and strive to develop a new formula." Simultaneously, he thought, the Radiant Church is indeed radiant. I have placed my faith in the right cause. In the sampling vial, Light clenched his small green fist. vowing to follow Zhao Gan and dedicate his life to the noble cause of radiance. How magnificent! The Radiant Church. Light was eager to inquire about the hymns of the Radiant Church, yearning to sing them aloud. Zhao Gan glanced down at Light, pondering what had possessed the lad. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of Light's vibrant green eyes glowing with fervor. Goodness, this young fool's eyes gleam with light. Unable to comprehend Light's thought process, Zhao Gan attributed it to his own superior intellect. Ignoring the fervent Light, he continued in the incubation chamber. As he approached the conclusion of his observations, he failed to find a single living cocoon. In fact, he discovered some insect cocoons that had ruptured, revealing guardians that had not fully metamorphosed, lying lifeless on the ground, resembling desiccated vegetables. Zhao Gan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If tickets were required for entry, he would have sought out that dead rascal Newton and vocally expressed his disdain. However, after taking a few more steps, Zhao Gan's spirits lifted as he stumbled upon several recently cracked and remarkably fresh guardian cocoons. Many still contained liquid that had not yet dried, feeling sticky to the touch. He pinched a small amount and inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. It seemed a number of guardians had successfully hatched, likely whisked away by Newton. Although most from 2 centuries prior had perished, Newton must have resumed breeding guardians upon his revival. With this realization, Zhao Gan felt a surge of motivation. Guardians posed virtually no threat to him. Even when confronted by 4 or 5 at once, he wouldn't need a shotgun. Relying solely on his small round shield and combat skills, he could easily dispatch them. In fact, if there were fewer than 3, he wouldn't even need to open his eyes. He could defeat them with his eyes closed. Just then, Zhao Gan collided with a smaller cocoon. There's something inside. The cocoon before him was not dark, but rather pale, smaller than those of the guardians, yet quite round. Upon colliding with it, he heard liquid sloshing within and the sound of something bumping against the cocoon. Stepping back, he grasped his axe, preparing to slice open this peculiar cocoon to investigate its contents. His instincts warned him that whatever lay inside would not be pleasant. After his recent experience with closed-eye combat, Zhao Gan had come to appreciate the significant impact of his perceptive attributes. While he usually fought with his eyes open, he found that closing them enhanced his other senses, even accelerating his speed. Sensing that the contents of the cocoon were uncertain, he drew his shotgun with his other hand. The crimson eye, eager for an opportunity to act, fixated on the cocoon, clearly intent on delivering a powerful blow. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gan, the crimson eye had developed several new eyelashes, indicative of its consuming madness. Prompting its evolution, it yearned for advancement. As Zhao Gan sliced open the cocoon, a surge of milky liquid poured forth, revealing a creature curled into a ball, breathing heavily. He could even see its lungs expanding, ribs pushing outward. Just then, as if this unknown being had disengaged from the warm familiarity of the cocoon, it suddenly opened its eyes and locked onto him. Upon encountering the dark progeny, your sanity decreases by 20 points. Chapter 82. Offspring of the Nest, feeling a mere 20-point deduction in sanity was insignificant to Zhao Gan. He had endured far worse. Yet the dark progeny before him, despite only sapping 20 points of his sanity, made him feel as though his mind had been assaulted by a jackhammer. If he were not still alive, he might have been tempted to open his skull to see if his brain had been turned to mush. Then, Zhao Gan observed the infantile dark progeny staring at him while opening its insect-like, sharp maw, seemingly attempting to emit a scream. However, before it could make a sound, Zhao Gan thrust his shotgun into its mouth, forcing the barrel deep into its esophagus. Boom! 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 Zhao Gan fired 2 rounds of shotgun pellets, fortuitously triggering a momentary counterattack that incapacitated the dark progeny. Following that, he unleashed 10 rounds of crimson bullets, perforating its body multiple times. The cocoon itself was shattered by the gunfire. With a sickening crunch, the dark progeny's body fragmented into 5 pieces, collapsing to the ground. Deep green liquid oozing from within. Zhao Gan took a whiff. It resembled the essence of soul replenishment. However, he had yet to receive any notification of a kill. So he raised his great sword from his back and flattened the dark progeny with its blade, as if it had been run over by a massive truck. Off you go to another world. Zhao Gan spat, primarily to relieve the throbbing in his head. At that moment, the kill notification finally appeared. You have slain the dark progeny, offspring of the nest, earning 800 dark souls. 800. Zhao Gan was astonished by this amount of dark souls. It was akin to that of a boss-level creature like the Fire Knight. He anticipated that the dark progeny would yield 800 dark souls. He continued to gaze downward. The entries in the dark compendium bearing greater significance. Chonkaja, rare progeny of the Chonko, one of the dark offspring. This creature is indeed a child of the Chonko, manifesting in myriad forms, traversing the shadows underground, nurturing its kin, and providing boundless sustenance to its mother. This Chonkaja is still in its juvenile stage, lacking the opportunity to drop special items, yet it is advisable to extract its remnants. Should you encounter an adult next time, it is recommended to capture it and place it in a scientific laboratory for meticulous study, as there lies potential to uncover the secrets of darkness. The Dark Compendium is uniquely possessed by Zhao Gan, who is acutely aware that it is likely linked to his scientific aptitude. However, there had been no apparent connection until now. The encounter with this rare entry has directly prompted such a suggestion. The Chonkaojidu indeed possesses significant research value. Zhao Gan retrieved a sampling vial and, addressing Light, remarked, "It appears you need to relocate." Huh. Moments later, Light emerged from the pocket of Zhao Gan's padded coat, observing with a hint of sadness as Zhao Gan carefully placed the remnants and some bodily fluids of the Chonkaojidu into his home. Although the warmth of Zhao Gan's coat was comforting, he yearned for the warmth contained within the sampling vial. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that his master had his reasons. This peculiar creature, unlike any he had ever encountered, must surely hold great utility. Light had already been questioned by Zhao Gan and had never seen such a creature before, nor had he observed Newt capturing one. Zhao Gan surveyed the sampling vial, filled to the brim with specimens, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As for the remaining parts, they held little value. He examined Newt's experimental notes, which contained records regarding the Chonkaja, yet they lacked the detail found in the Dark Compendium. From Newt's descriptions, it was evident he recognized the uniqueness of the Chonkaojidu. The raw materials for the soul restoration liquid bore no relation to the Chonkaja. It could only be said that, in a mysterious manner, Newt had stumbled upon a source of darkness, unraveling part of the enigma surrounding the insectoid dark progeny. As for why the cocoon of the Chonkaojidu was located here, perhaps Newt had achieved a breakthrough. After extracting the necessary elements, Zhao Gan recalled the menacing presence within the mine that had left him feeling quite perturbed. It was likely the matured Chonkaojidu. However, now was not the time for such contemplations, as Zhao Gan had just glimpsed a new path that presumably led to the chapel of the abandoned mining site. Yet before proceeding, he chose to thoroughly explore the incubation chamber. Surely, there must be letters from Father Zymaxiu that would provide further information. He recalled a corpse from the spot he had just ascended. Upon remembering this, Zhao Gan promptly returned to meticulously examine the surroundings. Before long, he discovered a familiar wax-sealed envelope, adorned with a crest, iron flame emblem, a badge possessed upon becoming a candidate priest of the Church of Light. The explanation was straightforward, revealing the identity of the corpse. It was likely that of a candidate priest who had been studying under Father Zymaxiu. However, the clothing of the corpse had long since eroded, leaving the circumstances of its demise a mystery. Unfolding the letter, Zhao Gan began to read. "I never anticipated the abandoned mining site would be the epicenter of this plague of darkness." Upon receiving this information, nearly everyone presumed it would originate from the Forbidden Village. Such reasoning is valid, for the village is under the protection of that esteemed individual, despite encountering some troubles. The plague is yet to spread to this land. Within the secret passage left by our ancestors, numerous corpses infected by the plague have been discarded. Sir Johnny, the knight, inadvertently contracted the infection, and thus I had no choice but to abandon him. Young was greatly frightened, prompting me to pen this letter, urging him to return the way he came and relay this crucial information to you. Your Excellency, I implore you to exercise caution regarding the abandoned mining site, for I have a foreboding sense that it will soon become a perilous locale. Please dispatch more formidable knights to thoroughly cleanse this area. I shall serve as the vanguard, striking down the heretic cult that occupies the chapel, sounding the horn for your victory. Yours faithfully, the fearless Father Zymaxiu. You have read Father Zymaxiu's letter. Progress has reached 60. Reading 2 more letters will unlock a story quest. The proximity to Newt, the formidable boss, should not be far off. Unexpectedly, there were still 2 letters to peruse. Father Xiamaxiu's letter clarified many of Zhao Gan's uncertainties. After re-examining the incubation chamber, Zhao Gan discovered a small test tube. Though it appeared black and somewhat sturdy, he instructed Light to remain inside. Light was evidently fragile, and Zhao Gan recognized the importance of safeguarding him. Upon checking his inventory, Zhao Gan noted that his 11 slots were already full. With an impending battle on the horizon, he retrieved his last bottle of wine and 5 cakes, consuming them. He also allocated all the non-frozen fat-burning items to Yaya. After finishing her meal, Yaya yawned but quickly regained her alertness. As usual, she remained exceedingly quiet, only speaking when commanded by Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan adjusted his little light guardian uniform, advising, stay vigilant nearby if the flames of death are absent, and handle the weaker enemies. Should you see me drenched in blood with blinded eyes, pull me away with all your strength. With that, Zhao Gan placed all the frozen fat-burning items into Yaya's attire, encouraging, do not hesitate to consume these when the time comes. Eat and run. Following this, he affectionately patted Yaya's head. Yaya's large eyes sparkled as she eagerly seized a piece of frozen fat-burning item and began to munch on it. Zhao Gan was unconcerned about Yaya consuming the frozen fat early. Perhaps doing so would amplify her strength when the crucial moment arrived. He gazed towards the path leading to the chapel of the abandoned mining site, inhaling deeply with closed eyes. With determination, he stepped forward, much like when he first emerged from the crumbling chapel into the darkness. Yet now, Zhao Gan was resolute, brimming with courage. Chapter 83. Rise and engage upon entering the Dark Realm. Zhao Gan found himself in a relentless cycle of combat and preparation for battle. In simpler terms, he would toil until exhausted, return to rest, then awaken and continue the fray. The dangers encountered were numerous, yet none had succeeded in breaking his spirit. Instead, they had only served to fortify him. From initially struggling against the shambling dead to now being able to vanquish 2 guardians with his eyes shut. Augmenting his power to 25 was indeed a sagacious choice. Zhao Gan understood that merely possessing the passive trait of fearlessness would allow him to survive a little longer in this dark world. However, to thrive and feel at ease, he must decisively eliminate the creatures that inhabit this shadowy realm. Power was the attribute he could command, the key to maximizing his combat effectiveness. Merely being cowardly would yield no fruitful outcome. Remaining in a refuge, seeking survival, would hardly result in a favorable outcome. Moreover, this accursed dark world offered no opportunities for cowardice. With the cessation of trading time, the onset of the harsh winter calamity, and the irresistibly enticing winter marketplace, the message was clear: venture forth and fight. Do not hesitate, lest you perish. Lacking the courage to confront the darkness would only result in a desperate struggle for existence. Seeking solace in hot pot or fast food amidst the shadows. Gentlemen, it is imperative to engage in battle. With survival, by eliminating the monsters that threaten your life, you ensure your own continued existence. Zhao Gan stood before a stone door, inhaling deeply. He could already detect the scent of monsters emanating from beyond this door. Instinctively, Zhao Gan glanced at his sanity level, as venturing into combat required ensuring he remained within safe bounds. Sanity, 60. Thankfully, a sip of fish oil would suffice to elevate him to the safety threshold of 80. Just as Zhao Gan felt his heart settle, his gaze drifted to his status bar. Following his health points, a buff appeared. Gaze of the Chonka, you have been observed by the Dark Offspring, resulting in a negative status effect. The restoration of sanity has paused, with a decrement of 5 points per hour for 6 consecutive hours. Zhao Gan cast a glance at the door before tightening the mask of anonymity on his face. Upon hearing no movement from the creatures outside, he quietly retreated, dragging the poised Ia, who held a heavy sword aloft, behind him. Not yet prepared, he decided to rest and return after a slumber. Once he reached a safe spot, he lay down asleep. Yeah, though expressionless, displayed a hint of confusion in her gaze. However, upon observing Zhao Gan's slumber, she curled beside him and also began to sleep. Perhaps, after the demise of her creator, Professor Torres from the Liade Magic Academy, she had experienced something similar, lying beside his coffin in eternal rest for an extensive period. The difference, however, was that Zhao Gan could awaken once more, while the old professor would never rise again. He yawned, glancing at the unmoving fishing bobber in the icy cavern, feeling a tinge of fatigue. Since the onset of the winter calamity, she had observed a dwindling catch. From yesterday to today, she had only managed to reel in 10 shower fish, 2 niaoze, and 1 dead ghost fish. While the dead ghost fish was indeed rare, her interest had waned, leading her to discard it into the lake. Clearly, Marika's words held truth. The lake had grown peculiar after the winter disaster. Earlier, she had glimpsed Zhao Gan's situation through the crystal ball, noticing how effortlessly he dispatched the guardians before losing interest. As for employing the possession technique, Hichang had long dismissed that notion. Firstly, it was unnecessary. The sensation of possession was rather unpleasant. Secondly, she recognized Ye's commendable combat prowess, which proved beneficial to Zhao Gan. As a witch devoid of physical strength and without a staff, she possessed no combat capability whatsoever. Observing the diminishing progress he made, it became apparent that relying solely on others had its limits. Hichang squinted, shaking off the frost from her witch's hat, as the desire to explore the icy surface of the lake surged within her. Remaining near the witch's tower proved excessively dull. The dark world felt monotonous. Since her arrival, she found this realm overly simplistic. Initially, she had easily dealt with the zombies using her newly acquired magic. Following that, her days consisted of fishing and conversing with Zhao Gan, often perusing the tomes of Quisitana. Only during the early days of the winter disaster had she faced some challenges. However, after catching Marika with a golden fish, armed with the purple moon staff, she had encountered little threat. She envied the diviners, who led fulfilling lives, constantly battling various creatures, unlike her, who could only fish. Yes, she needed to catch another golden fish to procure something valuable for Marika before venturing out to explore. That Quisitana seemed quite fond of roaming. Surely, the vast lake harbored numerous clues to advance the narrative. Hichang glanced at her progress bar, which had reached 199. Just one more point was needed to unlock the 3rd level of the witch's tower. This state of uncertainty was most vexing, leading to a sense of urgency within her. Suddenly, the fishing bobber plunged down sharply. With practiced ease, she reeled in a dazzling golden fish that arced gracefully through the falling snow, landing beside her. The golden fish bore a scornful expression, yet upon seeing Hichang's face, it transformed into an obedient demeanor, even swishing its tail as if applauding. It seemed to convey, "Your earlier casting was truly impressive." Hichang gleefully grasped the golden fish. Aside from the prospect of receiving a new reward, another reason for her excitement was Marika's beauty. The chance to see her again thrilled Hichang. The alluring, mature beauty captivated both men and women alike. And her slightly larger mouth mattered not. She glanced at her passive ability. Fishing Master LV3. You are a natural fishing savant. The Air Force is but a fantasy for you, and fishmongers at the market procure their stock from you. Only the largest and rarest fish are your targets. Your catch rate is 100, and the probability of reeling in rare fish is 10, while the chance of previously caught rare fish biting again is 30. Life is indeed effortless. Beaming, Hichang hooked the golden fish and cast it in a graceful arc into the nearest ice hole. The image of Marika emerging from the water was captivating, and she wished to admire it up close. Upon awakening, her first concern was checking her sanity. After yawning, Zhao Gan noticed Lao Lu and Lao Ba guarding him. Beside him, Ye, curled up, opened her large eyes to gaze at him. The 2 dogs, upon seeing him awake, approached and nudged against him, wagging their tails. This slumber had left him feeling invigorated, sweeping away all fatigue. Ah, splendid. The gaze of the child of the insect nest had vanished, and his sanity had restored to 70. Stretching lazily, he rose and took a sip of calming fish oil. Observing his sanity had risen to 90, which brought him solace. After double-checking his weapons and equipment for any issues, he confidently walked towards the distant stone door. He glanced at Lao Lu and instructed, "Lao Lu, my good dog, scout along the wall and report back on the situation outside." Lao Lu barked once and dashed away. For a hound, fulfilling its master's commands was instinctual. Before long, Lao Lu returned with intelligence for Zhao Gan. There were a total of 6 enemies, 3 of whom were guardians, and 2 unfamiliar, yet insectoid, dark offspring, likely stronger than the guardians. The final adversary was a humanoid creature, described by Lao Lu as resembling Father Edgar, who had been possessed by Bayer, with dead fire flickering in its eyes. It was unfortunate that they had not encountered Father Zymaxiu, but it seemed that the humanoid creature outside was indeed Newt, the final boss of the abandoned miners area. Zhao Gan produced light and declared, "I have located your twisted, undead father. Let us eliminate him." Light's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes." Chapter 84. Open the door. The priest has arrived for inspection. Zhao Gan stood before the stone door, weapon at the ready, and with a swift kick, he struck it. With 25 points of strength, the weighty door succumbed to his might. With a resounding crash, the stone door fell to the ground. "Everyone, raise your hands. I am here to assess your physical prowess." Zhao Gan shouted, eyes closed, brandishing his short-barreled shotgun. Since he intended to confront them directly, he aimed to amplify his momentum. According to Lao Lu's report, the 3 nearest guardians were his primary targets. His loud declaration was meant to swiftly attract their attention. Within the short-barreled shotgun, he had loaded 10 crimson bullets, and after a cordial exchange with the Crimson Eye, it had agreed to auto-target for him. Through the blood-red perspective of the Crimson Eye, the architecture before him resembled that of Zhao Gan's small chapel, albeit entirely constructed of stone, filthy, and littered with human skulls and large leg bones. Before him stood 3 guardians, their bodies encased in ice, with pronounced insectoid features. Upon noticing him, their mandibles opened and closed, displaying a menacing display. The Crimson Eye fixated on the guardians, awaiting its master's command to unleash a barrage upon these loathsome creatures. Another priest of the Light Church. How amusing. A cruel and aged voice mocked Zhao Gan, and dressed so peculiarly, as though you were released from the lunatic asylum of Holy Fire City. Ziggus is clearly aging and nearing death. The caliber of his subordinates diminishes with each generation. And look, this one is blind. Ha ha. Children, take your time with this one. My new experiment requires a rather intact corpse. Do try not to consume too much. Zhao Gan was waiting for someone to speak, and he asked the light concealed in his pocket, "How is it? Is it Newt?" Although the interior of the test tube containing light was shrouded in darkness, he could still discern the situation. Indeed, it was that perverse Newt. He had transformed into a grotesque form that I recognized. Light gritted his teeth, filled with hatred as he spoke. "All right." Zhao Gan wasted no words. As he sensed 3 chilling presences rapidly approaching, he immediately pulled the trigger, which served as a signal for the Crimson Eye. A barrage of buckshot erupted forth, stunning the foremost guardian, yet fortune was not on their side, as an instant counterattack was not triggered. At that moment, the Crimson Eye fired 3 shots at the guardians on either side, and after the final 4 bullets struck the dazed guardian, 1 shot was directed straight at Newt in the deepest recesses. This last shot wielded the greatest power, having been pinned up the longest by the Crimson Eye. Bang, 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 bang. After 12 gunshots, the church was enveloped in a momentary silence. Zhao Gan had already received news of the deaths of 2 guardians. The surviving guardian, upon sensing the stillness, charged forward. In his hands, the shotgun had been replaced with a mechanical lumberjack's axe. He sidestepped and struck downwards. This action, akin to logging, Zhao Gan had performed countless times, mastering it thoroughly. Just like a seasoned driver checking for exhaust fumes before embarking on a journey, ensuring there were no noxious emissions. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether to proceed or switch vehicles. The sensation remained like the delightful crunch of chocolate-covered beans, though this time, the filling seemed to be peanut rather than the soft, smooth, pure chocolate. The charging guardian was swiftly dispatched by Zhao Gan's axe. The bisected body thrashed on the ground, its clawed appendages still twitching slightly. As all this concluded, Zhao Gan finally heard Newt's anguished cries emanating from the depths of the church. "Damn it! What kind of priest are you? The eye on that gun is definitely an organ of the Dark Descendants. Oh, it's contamination. It's actually contamination. You too. Get him." This dog of the Church of Light appeared frail, relying solely on that contaminated weapon. His melee abilities must be quite weak. Newt's cries of shock and despair eventually recognized the Crimson Eye, simultaneously acknowledging Zhao Gan's formidable prowess. Now, his question was what kind of priest Zhao Gan truly was. Zhao Gan opened his eyes, for the time had come to conserve no more of his sanity. "You have encountered Dark Offspring X2, Sanity 18. The Crimson Eye noted Zhao Gan's awakening with a sense of regret. The reason Zhao Gan chose to open his eyes was that his plan had entered a new phase. After directly kicking down the door, feigning weakness with closed eyes, and utilizing crimson bullets to deal with the guardians, the last bullet fired had been a test of Newt's strength. If Newt had proven strong, He would continue to fight with closed eyes using crimson bullets. But if Newt was weak, as was now the case, he had to open his eyes and swiftly end the battle to prevent Newt from fleeing to summon his remaining subordinates. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Gan also beheld the last two foes. These enemies stood over 2 meters tall, towering above him. Their bodies resembled insects, yet stood upright like humans. At the back, they possessed scorpion tails, the tips dripping with deep green venom, laced with a hint of coldness. Their forms were enveloped in the ice armor characteristic of winter, with one hand large and the other small, resembling the pincers of crab. Most disturbingly, the faces of these scorpion creatures bore a striking resemblance to human features, exuding an aura of menace as they gazed at Zhao Gan, poised to strike. Charge! Zhao Gan grasped a heavy weapon in each hand and nodded towards Ye, who had been lurking behind him. His task was to engage and eliminate these two monstrosities, while Ye's mission was to capture Newt. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Gan noticed Newt turning around, his steps faltering, evidently beginning to flee. As Newt opened the back door of the church, the two human-faced scorpion creatures charged forth. Zhao Gan downed 2 vials of stimulant potions, leading the charge against the 2 formidable foes. Ye, wielding a dual-handed greatsword, quickly followed in his wake. Boom! The heavy weapons in Zhao Gan's hands withstood the initial onslaught from the 2 human-faced scorpions. Meanwhile, Ye, like a wraith, slipped past Zhao Gan and darted through the gap between the 2 creatures, sprinting towards the direction Newt had escaped. Roar! One of the human-faced scorpions, sensing an opportunity, released its pincers, attempting to turn back and pursue Ye. But Zhao Gan would not grant it such an opportunity. He released the lumberjack's axe he had been wielding against the other scorpion, channeling all his strength from his left arm, complemented by the scientific curse, and hurled the dual-handed greatsword forward. Just as the scorpion turned to chase Ye, it was struck squarely by the incoming greatsword. Zhao Gan's strike boasted an impressive 29 points of peak strength. The greatest advantage of the dual-handed greatsword lay in its sheer weight. The scorpion was struck at its waist, the outer shell cracking open, revealing the dark crimson flesh within. Yet, this flesh bore an unsettling hue, possibly a result of Newt's biological experiments, perhaps tainted by radiation. Roar! Although the human-faced scorpion sought to protect its master Newt, possessing a modicum of intelligence, it remained a creature of low intellect. Upon sustaining injury, its ferocity surged. It turned, raising its massive pincers to smash down upon Zhao Gan. Meanwhile, the other human-faced scorpion, ever at Zhao Gan's side, seized the opportunity to whip its venomous tail towards Zhao Gan's face. Zhao Gan had been anticipating this moment. A confident smile spread across his lips as he instinctively raised his left arm, the small round shield flashing red, deflecting the venomous tail away. A precise block. The staggering human-faced scorpion felt a wave of dizziness, rendering it immobile. Yet, instinctively, it raised its pincers to protect its vital spots, confident in their hardness. Zhao Gan tightened his grip on the lumberjack's axe, invoking the scientific curse, unleashing another strike of 29 points of power, with the enhancement of the 2 stimulant potions. While his strength could not surpass 30 points, the increase in agility allowed him to swing the axe with greater speed. Crack! Crack! Although the human-faced scorpion was strong and resilient, its pincers comparable to the armor of the Fire Knight, Zhao Gan was no longer the novice with merely a meager strength of 10 points. The unique design of the mechanical lumberjack's axe enabled it to maximize its advantage in this battle. As he swung, the force was fully transmitted to the axe blade. With a decisive crack, the outcome of the clash between Zhao Gan and this human-faced scorpion became evident. Its pincers were shattered into fragments, revealing the black-red flesh within. The last image the creature saw was the massive axe blade descending upon its head with the might to cleave mountains. Just as Zhao Gan dispatched this human-faced scorpion, the earlier wounded creature's attack struck him. Zhao Gan maintained his composure, internally grateful to He-chan. With a blue round moon-patterned cloak, he could display such a fierce and fearless combat stance. The azure moonlight flickered, causing the injured Remian Zayajugwai to collapse onto the ground. It seemed that its wounds were severe, rendering it incapable of maintaining a stable posture. Zhao Gan advanced, swiftly dispatching the creature with 2 decisive strikes. Without pausing to assess the battle information or collect any spoils, he hurriedly exited through the back door of the church, following the footprints left by Ye in pursuit of her. In this skirmish, Zhao Gan had vanquished 5 monsters in rapid succession, a feat that attested to his burgeoning strength. However, should he fail to capture Nayut and allow him to regroup the remaining monsters, his only recourse would be to flee. The alternative of resorting to Dr. Lu's potent elixir for a desperate gamble seemed unwise. Zhao Gan had stealthily traversed this distance with the intent of eliminating Nayut, the formidable boss. Moreover, he had a premonition that these 2 vials of potion would be best preserved for the fishing village. The exploration of the derelict mining district appeared simpler than that of the old village. Yet, this simplicity served as a warning for Zhao Gan, suggesting that the difficulties in the fishing village would likely escalate dramatically. The elder brother of the Fire Knight Veed resided in the fishing village. Based on prior intelligence, this individual was evidently of a greater caliber, at least a rank above Veed, potentially the illustrious Great Knight of Light mentioned in the Flame Knight's insignia. With this thought in mind, Zhao Gan employed a scientific method of running. Within a minute, he spotted Ye's petite figure alongside Nayut's malevolent grin. Additionally, there was an Ice Venom Serpent Man. Ye was engaged in combat with the Ice Venom Serpent Man, while Nayut wielded a Deadfire candelabrum, directing its extinguishing flames towards her. The Ice Venom Serpent Man brandished a pitchfork-like weapon, making it difficult for the small-statured Ye to close the distance. Simultaneously, the Serpent Man emitted a continuous stream of freezing venom. Consequently, Ye found herself struggling to cope, unable to absorb the incoming dead fire. As Nayut exhaled the dead fire, he cackled sinisterly. The followers of the Church of Light are utterly foolish, sending a magical puppet to pursue me. Once I subdue this puppet with dead fire, I shall summon the remaining children and eradicate every last one of the church's lackeys. Ha, that priest appears rather dim-witted. He is likely battling under the duress of my 2 most formidable children. Just as Nayut was speaking, a colossal 2-handed sword, akin to a mountain, hurtled towards his face. The speed of the sword was astonishing, leaving him no time to evade. It struck him squarely, causing several dark teeth to scatter across the ground amidst a spurt of blackish-green blood. Naturally, Nayut's dead fire ceased. Zhao Gan was astonished to see that his blow had caved in Nayut's entire visage, even shattering his jaw. With the threat of dead fire eliminated, Ye swiftly concluded the battle, plunging the 2-handed sword into the abdomen of the Ice Venom Serpent Man. She then raised the sword, along with the impaled Serpent Man, and smashed it down onto the ground with great force. This strike cleaved the Serpent Man in half, leaving it lifeless, its expression frozen in a grimace. At that moment, Nayut turned to flee once more. Zhao Gan was determined not to let him escape again. A scarlet bullet struck Nayut's leg, eliciting a pained cry as he crumpled to the ground. "Don't move, or I shall turn you into a sieve," Zhao Gan warned, aiming his weapon at Nayut with a fierce glare. The reason he refrained from killing Nayut outright was due to the peculiarities he had observed. Firstly, according to Nayut's experimental notes, he should be a composed individual with profound cunning. The current, deranged persona he exhibited was incongruous with his true nature. Furthermore, he appeared alarmingly weak, even more fearful than Bayer. 2 centuries could erode a soul, yet they would not transform a person into this pitiful state. It was worth noting that the vengeful spirit, Doug, had endured in the laboratory for 200 years without losing his essence. Zhao Gan's 6th sense warned him that he was merely scratching the surface of a deeper truth. "Haha, father, do you truly wish to know who I am?" Nayut seemed unafraid, no longer attempting to flee. He gazed at Zhao Gan, speaking through his shattered jaw. Zhao Gan immediately recognized the altered tone, imbued with an unsettling quality. The absence of a jaw did not deter Nayut from speaking, a triviality in this dark world. Upon observing the dead fire in Nayut's eye sockets, it burned with a fiercer intensity than before. Amidst the flames, a youthful visage emerged. Zhao Gan felt a shiver run down his spine as Nayut's personality shifted once more, becoming even more enigmatic. He produced light and inquired, "Take a closer look. Is this person not Nayut?" Light cautiously extended his small green head, peering at the figure, and stammered, "Aside from appearing older, it should be him. I remember Nayut had a dark mole on his peculiar forehead, and this fellow bears one as well." No sooner had Light spoken than a flicker of dead fire erupted from Nayut's eye socket, gradually morphing into a human form. This figure bore a striking resemblance to the fallen Nayut, yet his countenance was shadowed and somber, with eyes brimming with madness, appearing youthful as Light had described. The figure gazed at Nayut, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Light, I have finally awaited your return." Chapter 86. The Hidden Soul. Thanks to the great god Fushir Lang Lang for the verification. You. Light's body trembled as he pointed a finger at Nayut. "Ah, you child. I have expended so much effort to preserve your soul until now, intending to revive you." Nayut's expression abruptly darkened, and he bellowed, "You would willingly submit to the Church of Light and seek to commit patricide." I do not." Light, inherently timid and possibly cowed by Nayut's dominance in life, struggled to articulate a coherent response in the face of Nayut's accusations. Zhao Gan observed coldly from the sidelines, brandishing his double-barreled shotgun to ensure safety. He also pulled Yiye closer to him. Earlier, while the father and son reminisced, Zhao Gan had noted Yiye's condition. Her knightly attire was torn, and her skin bore several wounds. This ignited a fierce anger within Zhao Gan. Had he not been discerning the situation, he would have fired his weapon without hesitation. Casting a glance at Light, Zhao Gan remained silent. All along, it had been Light clamoring for vengeance, yet now he appeared utterly spineless, unworthy of being Zhao Gan's Knight of Light. Should Light fail to navigate this trial, Zhao Gan contemplated granting him a merciful release, unwilling to squander a potential opportunity for rebirth. Those devoid of courage could not survive in the darkness. Even if they were fortunate enough to be reborn, it would merely waste precious resources. Light remained ensnared by Nayut's oppressive aura, his mind swirling with countless faces. Mutter, grandmother, Grandvater, Onkel, Bayer, Grandvater, Niute, Duck. Some faces smiled at him, others bore solemn expressions, while some radiated affection. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the face of his mother, Lilith. He was transported to a distant memory, a time when he was still very young, foolishly punished and scolded by his father, Nayut. While his mother wiped his tears, she gently stroked his head, saying, "Light, all I wish for you in this life is to live joyfully and pursue your dreams." Remembering this moment, Light's gaze began to harden. He slowly lifted his diminutive head to confront Nayut. "Unfidélson, kneel before me at once. If I were to grant you my forgiveness, you would still have a chance to survive." Newt, seeing that Right dared to meet his gaze, erupted in furious shouts. This statement completely provoked Right, who retorted vehemently, "You grotesque turtle, I shall no longer heed your words." Following this, he viciously declared, "Old pervert, once the esteemed priest ends your life, I will ensure that your soul endures torment, making you regret all that you have done to me and my mother." Zhao Gan, observing from the side, felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Right's character was timid, his true nature had been nurtured well by Lilies and Bayer. Even within the confines of the Baishur cult, he maintained a fundamental kindness. At the very least, he was obedient to his mother. A dutiful child is always more reliable. Unfilial child. Unfilial child. Newt bellowed in response to Right's words, his expression twisting further, as if another face were subtly emerging. Zhao Gan had been watching closely. Every time Newt flew into a rage, that face would appear, though too swiftly for him to discern clearly. However, piecing together the previous clues, Zhao Gan had already surmised that the individual was not Newt. Thus, he spoke, "Cease your charade. Reveal your true self. You are not Newt. Who are you truly? Esteemed priest?" Right exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan merely smiled at him and said, "Enjoy the show." "Huh. It seems you are more astute than I had anticipated." Faced with his unmasking, Newt abandoned his pretense, allowing his true visage to gradually surface. His voice shifting to a more aged timbre. 8 centuries have passed. I did not expect to encounter a second priest of the Light Church with such prowess. Not only does your combat ability rival that of a Grand Knight, but your intellect is equally sharp. Judging by your appearance, you must have devoted yourself to rigorous training. For otherwise, you would not be devoid of hair. After our generation perished, we thought the Light Church would dwindle, yet it appears there is a resurgence. But alas, child, those who fervently believe in light and flame, like yourself, are destined to become the new vessel for this old man. You have perused the sacred texts of the light in the old town, have you not? Once I possess your body, I shall scrutinize your studies and the steadfastness of your faith. Let me witness how magnificently your soul can ignite. Zhao Gan was shaken by these words, for the current situation was beyond his wildest expectations. In fact, it was something he had never dared to imagine. Newt's words sent shivers down his spine. Yet, what astonished Zhao Gan even more was that immediately after uttering these words, a golden radiance enveloped Newt, and a sacred flame ignited in his hands. The deathly fire that had surrounded him was entirely consumed by the golden flames. Illumination of the soul. Newt intoned a prayer, transforming into a golden flash that penetrated Zhao Gan's body. In the final second before consciousness faded, Zhao Gan helplessly muttered, "Damn it, these old geezers sure do favor the bodies of youth." At the base of the Lake Hard Island Witch Tower, the snowfall had lessened slightly, but the winter wind was even colder. He-Chang cradled a plump red fish in her hands, warming them. This fish, known as Huijiaoyu, was entirely composed of stone, with internal organs that radiated heat like magma. While Huijiaoyu was not rare, it was inedible. He-Chang had caught a few for her collection, but found it tedious and released any additional catches. However, with the onset of winter, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The heat radiating from the Huijiaoyu diminished considerably, and after wrapping it in a layer of ice, it served as a decent means of warmth. Unfortunately, after prolonged use, the ice would melt, requiring her to cast the freezing spell anew. Otherwise, she would have given one to Zhao Gan. In such cold weather, it would undoubtedly be quite effective for warmth. Malika sat across from her, coiled in a relaxed manner. The two women remained silent for a considerable time, particularly Malika, who appeared somewhat at a loss while gazing at the golden fish in her grasp. He-Chang, however, maintained an appreciative demeanor, refraining from immediately demanding a reward, opting instead to engage Malika in conversation, as she felt quite bored. "Your fishing skills are impressive." Malika finally broke the silence, recognizing the golden fish in her hand as the same one from before. Having lived in the lake for a long time, she knew well the rarity of the golden fish, which could only be spotted a few times a year. To her surprise, just a day later, He-Chang had caught another golden fish, summoning her once more. "What reward do you seek this time?" Malika glanced at the witch tower and inquired. "The same as last time?" He-Chang blinked and asked, "Do you know how to procure a boat?" Chapter 87. McCutcheon this time. The realm of consciousness was somewhat different. It was at least quite bright. Zhao Gan surveyed his surroundings, expressing his thoughts. Compared to the dark realms of the Baishur cult he had encountered previously, this place was truly divine and immaculate, resplendent in gold. Countless towering stone columns rose up, seemingly without end. A massive sphere of burning golden flames hung in the air, illuminating the entire realm of consciousness. Occasionally, golden sparks would fall from the sky, resembling a rain of gold. The high columns were adorned with countless depictions of women holding golden flames, their expression serene and their beauty elegant. Zhao Gan's ears were filled with numerous voices singing hymns, extolling the greatness of the golden flames and the sanctity of the primal fire. Yet, the most striking feature was the golden throne at the end, where a figure clad in a priestly robe adorned with golden flame patterns sat, crowned with a pointed golden crown. His expression was solemn yet benevolent, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, and in his hands rested a tome engraved with golden flames. "Seeing the king's golden fire, why do you not kneel and worship?" His voice resonated with a distant clarity, imbued with an undeniable authority. Without a doubt, this was the very soul that had drawn Zhao Gan into this realm of consciousness. Intent on seizing his body, concealed within Newt's soul, he controlled every aspect of Newt's being, transforming the dilapidated mining district into a stronghold. Zhao Gan ignored the figure, rubbing his foot against the floor and discovering it shone like a mirror. "Huh," he spat contemptuously. After all, this was a realm of consciousness. His lack of decorum would go unnoticed. Zhao Gan glanced at the status bar. Ever since he arrived, a prompt had been persistently refreshing. "You are undergoing religious brainwashing. The talent materialist is activated, immunity to brainwashing." A quick scan revealed that within a minute, over 100 notifications had flashed by, more industrious and swift than those readers' refreshing comments. "Why not kneel?" The unknown figure, unaware of the anomaly, assumed Zhao Gan steadfast what was a result of his rigorous devotion to the light church. His words reverberated like a bell, echoing throughout the space. Zhao Gan rubbed his ears and pointed at the figure on the platform, exclaiming, "Fool!" Upon hearing this, the unknown figure's calm demeanor faltered. He opened the sacred text in his hands and began to chant. Subsequently, countless obscure characters erupted from the tome, transforming into golden sparks that drifted toward Zhao Gan. Zhao Gan stood his ground, unfazed, and said, "Enough of this nonsense. Quickly disclose your name, so I can erect a tombstone when you are buried, informing future generations that it was I, Zhao Gan, who absolved you." At that moment, the golden sparks struck Zhao Gan's chest, penetrating within. "You are undergoing religious brainwashing. The talent materialist is activated. You are immune to brainwashing." The speed of notifications on the status bar intensified, the characters appearing distorted. How is this possible? The unknown individual, seeing that his ultimate means were ineffective against Zhao Gan, exhibited a noticeably unnatural demeanor. He muttered to himself, "This cannot be. Absolument impossible. In this world, those who wish to survive must possess a belief. You appear to be even inferior to my unworthy descendants. How could you possibly withstand this?" Upon hearing these words, all the clues in Zhao Gan's mind converged, leaving him in disbelief. However, the reality stood before him, and everything he had contemplated was indeed true, a maddening truth. Zhao Gan gazed at the figure atop the platform and coldly remarked, "You are Maikate Kana, the hero who brought forth the golden flame from the city of Holy Fire, the ancestor of Father Matthew." Stunned to have his identity exposed, Maika paused briefly before responding. "It seems you have uncovered all the secrets." Although the confirmation of his suspicions came from Maika's lips, it still left Zhao Gan somewhat dazed. "You have betrayed the initial fire," Zhao Gan accused, pointing at Maika. "If I am not mistaken, you have left a backdoor for yourself. Lying quietly in your coffin for ages, and upon becoming a vengeful spirit, you absorbed the soul power of your descendants. Then, upon realizing everything Newt had done, you may have altered your original plan, and when the time was ripe, integrated Newt's soul. Once you comprehended all of Newt's schemes, you patiently awaited the opportunity to harness his legacy, ultimately usurping everything he had arranged." Clap, clap, clap. Maika applauded, stepping down from the platform and casually discarding the holy scripture in his hand. "You are exceptionally astute, and though I do not know why, you can withstand the sacred sound of the golden flame. Yet, I must inform you that living is the most reasonable justification for existence in this world." At this moment, Zhao Gan clearly observed Maika's visage. He appeared remarkably youthful, with an exceptionally handsome countenance. His golden, shoulder-length hair cascaded down to his waist, and the gold-threaded priestly robe he donned accentuated his noble status. Were he to be seen by a priest of the Church of Light, they would likely kneel before him. However, regrettably, he encountered Zhao Gan. Regarding religion, Zhao Gan only appreciated their artistic achievements. He had previously visited a location adorned with numerous murals, which he found truly magnificent. Maika, maintaining his composure, stood before Zhao Gan, chuckling softly. "You are a rare talent, trapped in this old town. It is truly a pity. Why not follow me? If the plan proceeds smoothly, the city of Holy Fire will be within our grasp." Zhao Gan chuckled in response. "Are you attempting to threaten me and then resorting to seduction, treating me like a child of 3? I have a flaw. I dislike working for others." Thus, Zhao Gan extended his middle finger, stating, "My current offer is the best. I hope you will consider it seriously and surrender to me immediately. If you do so, I will allow you to survive for a while, and after extracting your value, grant you a swift end. Otherwise," Skull Gunpao said, his expression turning cold and fierce, "I will make you understand the consequences of manipulating others." He clenched his fists, refraining from striking, for he comprehended that this was a realm of consciousness, rendering physical blows ineffective. Maika's expression finally soured. He cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Gan and declared, "It appears we cannot reach an accord in this tranquil setting. I will make you aware that the ability to summon the golden flame from the city of Holy Fire relied not solely on belief." Boom! The golden flame in the sky erupted violently, and the surrounding opulent hall shattered like a broken mirror. Everything around them began to vanish rapidly. Zhao Gan and Maika faced each other, both intently observing one another, aware that the individual before them was formidable. Zhao Gan tightened his hands, knowing that upon returning to the real world, he would be greeted by a battle, potentially the most brutal one yet. By clenching his fists, he could swiftly seize a weapon and launch the first strike. Conversely, Maika crossed his arms, calmly observing Zhao Gan, seemingly confident that he could easily defeat him upon their return to reality. "Here it comes." Zhao Gan caught sight of Yi's small face, raising his right hand. the lumberjack's axe and swung it down. Chapter 88. The Heretic. Zhao Gan's axe struck Maika, passing through his form without inflicting any harm. For Maika, now a spiritual entity, such physical attacks were utterly ineffective. "You are too hasty, young man," Maika chuckled, arms crossed, attempting to slay a spiritual being with an axe. "Unless you are a golden knight from the city of holy fire." Hearing this new term, Zhao Gan deemed it a worthwhile acquisition. Golden Knight, what an impressive title. Engaging in battle with such an adversary would undoubtedly be exhilarating. However, Zhao Gan did not swing his axe merely to glean a term from Maika's lips. There was intent behind it. Zhao Gan gazed at Maika with disdain, smirking. That previous strike was merely a demonstration. "Soon, I will cleave you in two. If you're truly formidable, why the fear of death, encircling yourself with such monstrous defenses?" Maika's countenance shifted slightly, yet he retained his composure. "Very well. I now anticipate the sound of your soul's screams when I extract it, hoping it surpasses the wailing of that useless grandson, Matthew." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan feigned fury, pointing at Maika. "Come, enough with the idle chatter, you treacherous heretic." "Oof." Maika finally ceased his prattling. A deep green flame of death manifested in his hand, which he hurled directly at his former body. However, Maika had been dead for 8 centuries, and his physical form had long since turned to dust. This body could not possibly belong to him. Yet, the ease with which Maika wielded the death flame indicated his complete departure from the faith of the Church of Light. He had once immersed himself in the belief of the golden flame, and after death, survived by the methods of the cult of the dead, embracing death flames to create countless monsters. For a non-believer, there would be no place among believers, not as a target for extermination, but as a heretic and apostate. It was akin to the feudal era of the past, where the emperor would never forgive the gravest sin, rebellion, even if it were committed by his own offspring, the one destined to inherit the throne. Those who committed such transgressions would be labeled as heretics. Thus, Zhao Gan referred to Maika in such terms. Upon hearing this, Maika immediately took action, for he understood that they were now locked in a deadly struggle. However, he misjudged Zhao Gan's reasoning. Zhao Gan harbored no ulterior motives for his pursuit, but rather was exhilarated by the prospect of acquiring the soul of a heretic to construct the Tower of Light. The thought thrilled him, as he regarded Maika as a treasure. The Tower of Light now represented more than just a requisite for upgrading to a level 2 church. It signified refuge amidst the impending winter calamities, which would only grow harsher. After erecting the Tower of Light, he would undoubtedly find comfort within the church. Moreover, Zhao Gan sensed that upon the completion of the tower, further surprises awaited him. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. For the nameless individual's body had undergone astonishing transformations. The priestly robe that once adorned him had entirely torn apart, and he had grown to a stature comparable to Zhao Gan's. His limbs had transformed entirely into an insect-like form, with his arms morphing into razor-sharp blades. Compared to the guardian's blade appendages, his were exceedingly slender and appeared far more lethal. His body had become more delicate, yet his legs were disproportionately long and stout. Behind his ankles, blade-like protrusions akin to daggers had emerged. The head retained a distinctly human shape, yet the 2 eyes had fully transformed into the multifaceted eyes of an insect. The surface of its body slowly grew a black, armored skin, with a layer of frost beginning to form upon it. Those insectoid eyes fixed their gaze upon Zhao Gan, causing a wave of goosebumps to rise across his skin. This was perilous. Zhao Gan heightened his caution, tightening his grip on the axe. At the same time, he had already fed the Scarlet 10 points of sanity and stocked up on 20 rounds of ammunition. Bang! Zhao Gan fired 5 shots in quick succession, eager to gauge the creature's resilience. To his astonishment, the armored insectoid's speed surpassed his expectations. Before the crimson bullets could reach their target, it swiftly vanished from sight. Boom! Nevertheless, 1 bullet struck true, creating a significant white mark upon the creature's chest. It was important to note that the crimson bullets were aided by the Scarlet Eye's targeting assistance, which even allowed for slight alterations in their trajectory. Thus, only 1 bullet managed to hit, yet it failed to penetrate its defenses. It appeared that the armored insectoid possessed remarkable hardness and agility. Zhao Gan felt a pang of frustration. Such foes were his worst nightmare. The 3-headed wolf had already caused him considerable suffering. Moreover, The armored insectoid not only exhibited high agility, but also seemed to possess armor that rivaled that of the Blazing Knight. During this time, he had acquired a small round shield, which had helped him counter agile monsters effectively. A single precise block could lead to a quick victory with just a few axe strikes. However, now that the creature was armored, even with his maximum strength of 29 points, he would likely struggle to breach its defenses. The small round shield had a cooldown of 20 seconds, leaving him with only one opportunity to strike the armored insectoid. If he could not secure a decisive blow, he would find himself embroiled in a grueling battle. It appeared that his strength was inadequate. If only he had a foundational strength exceeding 30 points, supplemented by enhancements and potions, he could surely cleave the creature in two with a single strike. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Zhao Gan raised his small round shield for defense, then consumed a bottle of high blood pressure potion along with 2 bottles of stimulant potion. This allowed his strength to reach its peak of 29 points without the need for additional enhancement spells. His agility also soared to 12 points, enhancing his nimbleness and speed. Additionally, he immediately employed a scientific running technique to further augment his velocity. Such underhanded tactics were hardly impressive. Kate observed Zhao Gan's actions with disdain and offered a scornful remark. Zhao Gan retorted, "Why don't you just lie in your coffin instead of coming out? You've made me lift the lid for nothing." Despite Kate's rebellious nature, hearing that his coffin had been disturbed ignited a spark of anger within him, and he replied, "Your tongue is sharp. I hope you can still speak like that after I take your head." With the verbal sparring concluded, Zhao Gan and Kate exchanged barbs as a prelude to their impending battle, hoping to provoke each other into losing their composure, thus gaining an advantage in the subsequent confrontation. However, it seemed both parties remained rational and unyielding. Yet, this exchange of insults clearly escalated tensions to a boiling point, ensuring that the battle would be a fight to the finish. At that moment, Zhao Gan observed Kate's golden flames extinguish, transforming into an ominous black-green fire. After casting a peculiar smile at Zhao Gan, he flew directly to the armored insectoid, wrapping his arms around its neck as if embracing a beloved. The creature erupted in the eerie flames of death, rendering its appearance even more terrifying, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Its intensity appeared to have increased by 4 or 5 times. Zhao Gan swallowed hard. No wonder Kate was so confident. This blazing, death-fire armored insectoid was indeed the most formidable adversary Zhao Gan had ever encountered. Yet, he still held his trump card. He had discovered it in Newt's experimental notes. He whispered to Light, "Do you remember what I told you earlier? You must follow my instructions." "Yes," Light replied, her gaze fixed resolutely on the death-fire armored insectoid. For the sake of light and flame, this treacherous traitor must be slain. Indeed, Yeye echoed, having also received Zhao Gan's command moments prior. Chapter 89. Bonds forged through trials. As soon as Light's words left her lips, the death-fire armored insectoid lunged forward like lightning, raising a blade-like limb to strike at Zhao Gan. A chilling gust accompanied the attack, sending shivers down his spine. Clang! The strike landed upon the small round shield, but this time it emitted a sound that was painfully grating. Zhao Gan could feel the shield beginning to suffer damage, a crack forming in the spot where the death-fire armored insectoid had struck. Though his heart ached at the sight, he seized the fleeting chance to counterattack. A flash of red light signaled the activation of a precise block. With his left hand, he fired 2 rounds from his short-barreled shotgun, followed by the remaining 10 crimson bullets. Bang! 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 All the bullets collided with the death-fire armored insectoid, tearing through the large patch of black chitinous armor on its chest. The area was now a mess, revealing a small portion of the flesh beneath. This flesh pulsated vigorously, its muscle fibers tightly woven, distinctly different from that of an insect. From its appearance and color, it resembled human muscle. Indeed, this corroborated what he had read in Newt's experimental notes. Zhao Gan's eyes sparkled with determination as he raised his axe, launching a relentless assault against the death-fire armored insectoid. "Fool, even if you manage to slay it, you'll meet your end as well." Kate, still clinging to the insectoid's neck, wore a scornful smile, his entire being enveloped in the ominous flames of death, clearly destined to perish in the old town's pyre. However, his words held a kernel of truth. He cared little for the fate of the armored insectoid. As long as Zhao Gan fell, he would have a new vessel. "You've been dead for 8 centuries and still ramble on," Zhao Gan retorted, swinging his axe once more. all while calculating the remaining time for his momentary counterattack and precise block effects. His left hand gripped the bottle of powerful life restoration potion tightly. Glancing at the emerald liquid on the axe, resembling a serpent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before he could count to one, the armored insectoid regained its mobility, thrusting its limbs toward Zhao Gan. It seemed its resistance was high, as it had not succumbed to the full duration of dizziness. This was bad. Zhao Gan quickly rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the blade coming from his left. Yet, he could not evade the one on his right. Thud! The blade pierced through his clothing, ribs, and right lung, emerging from his back. In true combat, victories and defeats occur in the blink of an eye. However, Zhao Gan was determined to succeed. Had he fled earlier, he would have evaded this strike. He could have stalled the armored insectoid for much longer. He still had his ultimate maneuver. If necessary, he could consume the powerful sanity potion and unleash an unending barrage of crimson bullets. Yet that would be unwise, as the true strength of the powerful sanity potion lay in its ability to stabilize the mind, best employed against foes akin to the Nestborn. You have sustained a fatal injury. Health is at 40. You are in a state of continuous, severe bleeding, losing 10 health per minute. The searing pain caused Zhao Gan's left hand to tremble, yet he clutched the powerful life potion bottle tightly, pouring its contents down his throat. Fortunately, he had bolstered his speed and agility in advance. Otherwise, given the armored insectoid's recent ferocity, the other blade would have surely pierced his heart. The armored beetle monster struck with precision, lifting Zhao Gan under the command of My Kate. Ha ha ha! My Kate laughed heartily, knowing he had already secured victory. Killing Zhao Gan was merely a matter of thought. He mocked Zhao Gan as he consumed the potion, saying, "What good is that? Even if your potion could revive the dead, it would merely allow me to slay you once more." Zhao Gan felt excruciating pain as his wound was torn. Yet he glanced at his status bar. Health. 80. You have sustained a piercing injury and entered a state of continuous bleeding, losing 10 health points every 2 minutes. The sensations in his body were considerably better than when he had been struck before. The efficacy of Lu Daifu's potent life potion was indeed reliable. Although the dead fire scorched his wound, the flames felt chilling. Despite the pain, it had reached a bearable level. However, if he were to remain suspended by the armored beetle monster's blade limb, he would be dead in no more than 20 minutes. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan smiled at My Kate. "You old fool, no matter how cunning and treacherous you are, you'll still have to drink my foot bath." He chuckled, even as death loomed near, still seeking a small victory in words. My Kate was infuriated by Zhao Gan's insolence, convinced of his impending triumph. Yet, an unsettling premonition crept into his mind, prompting him to abandon the idea of toying with Zhao Gan. "Eliminate him. Bring me his head," My Kate commanded the armored beetle monster. The creature lowered Zhao Gan to the ground, raising another blade limb to behead him. However, at that moment, the armored beetle monster seemed frozen in place, immobile. "What's going on? Behead him," My Kate shouted, the dead fire enveloping him more intensely, as a sense of horror gripped him. The armored beetle monster trembled, ultimately lowering the raised blade limb by its side and withdrawing the other blade limb from Zhao Gan's body. Ugh! Zhao Gan cried out in pain. Though the withdrawal was agonizing, it allowed him some mobility. The combat methods learned from the Fire Knight proved useful, yet injuries still inflicted considerable pain on his flesh. Zhao Gan reached into his waist pouch, retrieving a bottle of life-releasing potion to drink. At that moment, he was still under the effects of the potent life potion. With both potions consumed, and considering the blade limb of the armored beetle monster was relatively small, his wound was only about 5 centimeters in length. Thus, the bleeding quickly ceased, although the internal injuries would require time to heal. Lying on the ground, he lacked the strength to stand, but he turned his gaze towards Yiye. Yiye had already positioned herself a meter in front of the armored beetle monster, her mouth agape as she inhaled the dead fire from the creature. Even My Kate's dead fire could not withstand her immense suction. Impossible! Impossible! My Kate shrieked. His distress was understandable. Mere moments ago, he had felt assured of victory, poised to claim Zhao Gan's life. Now, the situation had completely reversed. My Kate even sensed the soul he had suppressed for so long awakening, ready to reclaim what rightfully belonged to it. I refuse to accept this. My Kate's consciousness faded, giving way to the other soul. Observing his surroundings with a composed expression, he turned to Zhao Gan and said, "Tell your magical puppet to cease. While the dead fire may serve as sustenance for her, excessive consumption will be harmful." "No problem, Senior," Zhao Gan replied, still lying on the ground and clutching his wound, smiling faintly. He waved to Yeya, signaling her to assist him in standing. "You are quite clever, not as simple-minded as you appear, to devise a way for light to awaken me." The one reclaiming his body finally managed to smile, albeit a grim one. It seemed that such expressions were rare for him. He continued, regardless of the means. "Victory must come at any cost." Zhao Gan stood, asserting, "To be precise, Senior, you and I are of the same kind. Wasn't this back door left by you?" The man smiled wider, saying, "Oh, the rising star of the Church of Light wishes to associate with a remnant of the cult of the dead?" He then conjured Light's diminutive soul, commenting, "This child is rather obstinate. However, I have observed that you treat him quite well, and your methods of education far surpass my own. Your schemes are indeed effective. It seems you have comprehended much from my experimental notes." Light's soul lay in a faint state, appearing as if in slumber. "Mr. Newt Shilad-Jelen, I believe your affection for him is profound," Zhao Gan remarked, identifying the individual. Chapter 90. The truth of the dead fire. Newt did not respond to Zhao Gan's words. He carefully examined Light's soul, finally expressing satisfaction. "Not bad. It aligns closely with my initial predictions. This child's soul is remarkably resilient, completely fitting the criteria for dark reincarnation." A genuine smile crept onto Newt's face. Yet Zhao Gan observed that this smile was tinged with both paternal affection and the satisfaction of a scientist witnessing successful results. Zhao Gan mused internally, "What a pity. If Newt were in my original world, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable biologist." Noticing Zhao Gan's gaze, Newt placed Light's soul on his shoulder, gently stroking it before saying, "You have many questions for me, and I enjoy answering others' inquiries. However, before you ask, you must promise me to do one thing." "Fear not. It is quite simple for you." After uttering this, Newt's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Sensing Newt's request, Zhao Gan replied, "Senior, please speak." Newt forced a smile, then became serious. "I want you to reveal nothing about me to Light, allowing his impression of me to remain rooted in hatred." Zhao Gan met Newt's gaze and affirmed, "Understood." Newt smiled again, this time with a more pleasant demeanor. Zhao Gan comprehended his request. Newt's affection for Light stemmed from his peculiar love for Lilith and the continuation of the Shilad-Jelen bloodline. Presently, he was satisfied with Light's condition. Perhaps knowing the truth would affect Light's soul status. Alternatively, Newt might prefer Light to endure with hatred towards him. After all, surviving as a good person in this world is exceedingly difficult. Noticing Zhao Gan in deep thought, Newt interjected, "For a soul, hatred and animosity are the most vital sustenance. Without these, vengeful spirits would have long since dissipated." This answer was impeccable and highly credible, especially coming from an expert like Newt. "Now, you may continue with your inquiries. But remember, if your questions are too trivial, I shall not answer them." Newt spoke as an old professor would in class. Naturally, Zhao Gan asked the question that intrigued him most. What exactly is the nature of the dead fire? Having had intimate encounters with the dead fire, he bore the green marks of its burns. Yet, he felt that the essence of the dead fire seemed not so malevolent, perhaps even quite pure. Newt appeared somewhat surprised, but replied, "Do you truly wish to know the answer? The truth may overturn your common sense and cast doubt on the Church of Light." Zhao Gan's expression grew solemn as he stated, "Truth is the flame that dispels darkness. It is humanity's illumination." Yet internally he sneered, dismissing the Church of Light in favor of his own beliefs. "In that case, I shall provide you with an answer." In Newt's hands, a sphere of dead fire coalesced, yet it appeared distinctly different from ordinary dead fire. Within this manifestation, the green was remarkably sparse, while the black intensified in richness. Zhao Gan sensed an essence of pure death emanating from this dead fire. Death, after all, is an inherent aspect of existence within the world. The most unadulterated form of dead fire ought to be pure black. However, its potency was so formidable that humanity must infuse it with other elements to gain control. This fire originated from the sacred golden flames of the Light sect, divided by the ancestors of the Shilad-Jelen family, deriving from the primordial fire. With just 2 succinct sentences, Nuta elucidated the origin of the dead fire. This revelation left Zhao Gan deeply astonished. yet upon further contemplation, he found himself inclined to believe Nuta's words. Firstly, there was no reason for him to deceive himself, and secondly, death was indeed a natural occurrence in the world. Since the primordial fire was birthed between heaven and earth, it was entirely reasonable for its flames to encompass death. Nuta observed Zhao Gan's expression shift from shock to calmness and realized he had underestimated this priest of the light sect. Concurrently, doubts regarding Zhao Gan's identity began to surface within him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Nuta inquired, "Are you truly a priest of the light sect?" Zhao Gan managed to smile, enduring the pain in his lungs, and pulled apart his green cotton coat, revealing the priestly robes of the fire guardian within. He then displayed the ring of Father Eight-Day Jia on his finger and pointed to the two emblems on his chest, stating, "Officially certified, no counterfeit." Nuta felt somewhat dizzy at the sight, yet he understood that the priestly robes were the most fundamental gear of the light sect, and such attire could not be bestowed upon anyone other than a priest. The two knightly emblems were self-explanatory, but the ring on Zhao Gan's hand spoke volumes. He sensed an unpleasant aura emanating from the ring, one that could only be cultivated through years of chanting the sacred texts of the light sect and nurturing it through faith. Moreover, Nuta detected that the ring contained a soul-soothing spell. Additionally, he noticed the wear and tear that had accumulated over the years on the ring. Since Zhao Gan was quite young, it seemed likely that this ring had belonged to an elderly priest who had recognized him, solidifying the authenticity of his priestly identity. Noticing that Nuta harbored no further doubts, Zhao Gan adjusted his clothing and glanced at his status bar, relieved to find that the bleeding status had vanished. He silently expressed gratitude, acknowledging that Dr. Liu was indeed a true savior, deserving of heartfelt thanks upon his return. Furthermore, he realized he had not experienced any adverse effects, aside from a slight increase in heart rate. Just then, Zhao Gan felt his heart racing even faster. An ominous sensation washed over him. Upon inspecting the back of his hand, he discovered tiny beads of blood emerging. Simultaneously, he began to sweat. Undoubtedly, the side effects of the potent life potion had arrived, causing his capillaries to rupture. "What is happening to you?" Nu Tao exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of blood beads on Zhao Gan's face. This peculiar phenomenon was something he had never witnessed before. Zhao Gan touched his face, realizing his hands were covered in blood, yet he remained calm, opting not to wipe away the fresh blood beads. With platelets present, this level of bleeding should cease quickly. If not, he could always drink another bottle of the sustained release life potion. He reviewed his status bar again, which displayed a new note. Due to the effects of the potion, your capillaries are rupturing, causing a loss of 5 health points every 30 minutes, lasting for 1 hour. Compared to the prior significant bleeding, this was merely a drizzle, and it could heal itself. Nuta, however, was no longer calm. Zhao Gan's bloodied visage resembled that of a demon from the depths of hell. Yet, seeing that Zhao Gan was unfazed, and recalling that he had consumed numerous potions, Nuta, possessing a high level of scientific knowledge, deduced that the cause was indeed the potions. Nevertheless, Zhao Gan's appearance was rather grim, prompting Nuta to suggest, "Shall we return to the church? I can concoct an insect-based potion that works wonders for stopping bleeding." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Though it does come with some minor side effects." "What side effects?" Zhao Gan inquired calmly. Chapter 91. Contamination Disaster, is that all? Zhao Gan had already consumed Nuta's insect-based potion. Aside from its bitterness and a foul odor, it was not particularly bothersome. The side effects manifested as his skin hardened significantly. He touched his skin, reminiscent of a feeling of having not bathed in quite some time. Rubbing the back of his hand revealed a patch of dark gray, akin to the residue from a vigorous scrubbing. However, his capillaries had ceased to bleed. Nuta regarded Zhao Gan with newfound interest, though he quickly resumed his usual demeanor, stating, "If you have any remaining questions, please ask swiftly. My time is limited." Now, it was Zhao Gan's turn to be astonished. Didn't T. McCarthy's consciousness vanish? He continued, "Are you not planning to utilize the dark reincarnation ritual?" Nuta's words took him by surprise. Zhao Gan had assumed that after Nuta underwent dark reincarnation, he would depart to another realm. However, hearing his tone suggested an impending disappearance. Nuta sighed with a wry smile, saying, "What kind of character is McCarthy? He is a hero who welcomed the Golden Flames. And this title is not merely for show. As you should know, the Light sect has profound studies regarding the soul. I awakened approximately 20 years ago and was quickly subdued by McCarthy. You can surmise what followed. To maintain my final consciousness, I had to struggle fiercely. You have witnessed the power of the Temple of Golden Flames. I need not elaborate further. Newt sighed again, clearly grappling with his fate. The dark reincarnation technique he had painstakingly developed was not solely for Le, as he also desired to survive. How powerful is the temple? Zhao Gan admitted he was unaware. Upon entering, he had been incessantly pestered by notification sounds, even spitting twice. However, expressing this would surely expose himself, so he simply echoed, "Indeed, it is formidable." Yet, he pondered that if both Nuta and McCarthy were to perish, what would become of the remaining monsters in this abandoned mining area? That simply cannot be allowed. Zhao Gan still wished to collect 100 ice crystal cores to see what offerings awaited in the third phase of the Winter Mall. Thus, he inquired, "If both you and McCarthy die, what will happen to the remaining monsters?" Nuta gazed at Zhao Gan with a smile, offering no reply. It seemed this question struck him as rather foolish. Zhao Gan realized, based on Nuta's demeanor, that this was an ill-posed question. Monsters would be dealt with as they came. If they were alive, they would be slain for rewards. If they were dead, then they were dead. What more could be said? However, upon contemplating monsters, Zhao Gan suddenly recalled the child of the nest within the white cocoon and posed a question to Nuta. Upon hearing the term nest, Nuta's expression immediately shifted, and he asked directly, "Did you kill it?" "I did." Nuta exhaled in relief, saying, "It is fortunate you did. Otherwise, this place would have become the territory of the nest. And soon countless insect-like dark progeny would transform the vicinity of the old town into a breeding ground for the nest." Zhao Gan felt a shiver run down his spine. But recalling the description in the Dark Codex, Nuta's assertion rang true. However, this led him to a new inquiry. How bold is McCarthy to dare summon the child of the nest? Moreover, did you not say that your dark reincarnation technique can control some insect-like dark progeny? Nuta's expression grew grave as he replied, "That is not McCarthy's intention, but rather the capability of the nest. Once the population of insect-like dark progeny within a certain range reaches a threshold, a child of the nest will randomly emerge from one of the cocoons to dominate the entire swarm. This is the result of my long-term research." Although McCart received relevant information, he could not comprehend the data, thus failing to grasp how to control the quantity. What a meticulous scientist! Zhao Gan silently praised Newt in his heart, yet it did not extinguish his thoughts of cultivating the insect-like dark offspring, killing them to earn dark souls, ice crystal cores, and materials for weaponry. Indeed, he must not give up. Newt had already made significant progress in this technological tree, allowing Light to proceed gradually with small-scale experiments. I will closely monitor this subject, and with the assistance of scientific experiments, as long as the analysis yields sufficient results, we can preemptively extinguish any dangers. Seeing Zhao Gan lost in contemplation, Newt assumed he was marveling at the power of the insect nest. Little did he know that Zhao Gan, the priest of the Church of Light, was actually contemplating how to navigate the technological tree of insect-like dark offspring. At that moment, Newt sensed his soul beginning to fracture, prompting him to interrupt Zhao Gan's thoughts by asking, "Do you have any further questions? If not, we must bid farewell." So soon? Zhao Gan was somewhat taken aback. But upon lifting his gaze and noticing the change in Newt's soul, he realized time was indeed short. After a brief moment of reflection, he posed his final question to Newt. "What is the nature of the pollution disaster?" Upon hearing this question, Newt's face twitched slightly, and a flicker of fear surfaced in his previously calm gaze. He closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before slowly responding. Initially, it was merely the spread of a disease known as the Black Plague. Coincidentally, Marika was also addressing the same question with Yichang. This affliction, termed the Black Plague, causes infected beings, especially sentient creatures, to begin coughing, followed by the emergence of black mist within their bodies, which is highly contagious. As Marika relayed this information, she glanced at Yichang, who was riding on her back, finding her quite different from Tristana. Tristana appeared cheerful and enjoyed mischief, yet there lingered an elusive sadness in her eyes. In contrast, Yichang, the dignified witch, exuded excitement and joy. "Hurry up, Marika. I have magical protection. I can hear everything you say." Yichang's expression was brimming with enthusiasm. Earlier, when she inquired about the ship, She did not expect Marika to readily agree and lead her into the water to search for it. It seemed Tristana had already made the necessary preparations. Marika caught a glimpse of Hichong's radiant smile and felt herself uplifted, her lips curling into a faint smile that revealed her sharp teeth. She continued, "Once the Black Plague fully erupts, it creates a layer of black, contaminated fungi on the ground, growing thicker as more beings perish upon it. Only then does the pollution disaster officially commence. On these contaminated fungal mats, various strange dark creatures and even animated plants will gradually emerge. It will slowly consume all non-dark life. Even flowing water cannot resist." Hearing this, Hichong realized the true terror of the pollution disaster. Her inquiry was not a mere whim. It stemmed from her memory of the peculiar corpse imbued with a curse that she encountered while saving Zhao Gan. After she last heard about the pollution disaster, she researched Tristana's compendium, but oddly, the records were scant, aligning closely with Marika's initial account. That reckless charlatan must be enlightened, lest he perish amidst this pollution disaster. Indeed, the cursed corpse she saw previously was surely a harbinger of the pollution disaster. She resolved to provide him with the information when she next saw him. With this in mind, Hichong posed a practical question. How should we combat this pollution disaster? Fire, Marika replied succinctly, yet accurately. At that moment, she spotted the ship Hichong desired and pointed toward a distant location, saying, "Look, that ship resembling a blue crescent moon is the beautiful and magnificent vessel left for you by the great Tristana." Hichong followed her gaze. The ship Marika referred to stood out prominently, but what left her truly astonished was the sight beneath the blue crescent ship, where layers of wrecked vessels were piled densely, resembling a mountain. Chapter 92. Farewell, Mr. Newt. The only solution is fire? At this moment, Zhao Gan too had heard Newt's final explanation regarding the pollution disaster, which was similar to what Marika had said. Indeed, Newt nodded, as the essence of his soul began to flicker, resembling a malfunctioning light bulb. Any form of flame will suffice. The Church of Light excels at cleansing pollution disasters, particularly the Light Tower, as long as the Light Tower exists. The contaminated fungi mats cannot thrive. The higher the quality of the flame, the more effective it is against pollution disasters. Father, my time grows short. Before my consciousness fades, I shall employ the secret arts of the Cult of the Dead to extract a portion of Makart's memories. How to deal with him is up to you. After uttering these words, Newt's visage began to fracture. He offered a final smile through his split mouth, saying, "Farewell, Father." Witnessing Newt's disintegration before him, Zhao Gan felt a peculiar sadness wash over him. He waved goodbye, saying, "Farewell, Mr. Newt." Light's soul lay dormant upon Zhao Gan's shoulder, likely remaining asleep until all was settled. Newt's shattered form ignited with a fierce, deathly flame that surged towards the church ceiling. The color of the deathly flame was nearly pure black, interspersed with faint white, exuding a perilous chill. Zhao Gan sensed the power of this deathly flame and stepped back, also pulling back the eagerly prepared Iya, advising, "Good child, you must not consume this. In that green, deathly flame, be sure to partake of it sparingly in the future." Iya's eyes flickered with confusion, but upon hearing Zhao Gan's words, she moved her mouth a couple of times and expelled a green orb, presenting it to Zhao Gan. "Goodness, this child can condense energy?" Zhao Gan was startled by Iya's action, but upon inspecting the verdant orb, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. It was likely that Iya had gathered all the deathly flames into this orb. He resolved to examine it further in the scientific laboratory upon their return. He returned the orb to Iya, planning to study it later. After all, it belonged to her, and he did not wish to claim it for himself. The deathly flame arrived swiftly, burned fiercely, and dissipated even quicker. Just as Zhao Gan returned the orb to Iya, the deathly flame vanished. Where Newt once stood, only a pale, dull soul remained, murmuring, "Flame, flame." Undoubtedly, this soul was the remnant of Makart left behind by Newt. At this moment, Makart no longer radiated the brilliance he once did. He appeared pitiful, diminished by the loss of many memories. His current fate was the result of Zhao Gan's and Newt's deliberation. Given that extracting memories with a deathly flame was difficult to control precisely, Makart now possessed only fragmented memories. However, Zhao Gan wasted no time. Rest in peace. A red halo enveloped Makart's soul, binding it. "No, no, don't. I will tell you everything. I will confess." Seeing Makart's anguished expression, Zhao Gan felt a surge of satisfaction within. Old dog, you have fallen into my grasp. Newt was correct. The soul requiem technique also served to interrogate souls. As long as the intensity was controlled, keeping the soul teetering between life and death would suffice. He did not rush to question McCart, but instead indulged in the moment. Listening to McCart's cries of despair brought him immense comfort. Yet, Zhao Gan was not a sadist. After a certain point of torment, he grew weary of McCart's screams. Thus, he asked, Sinner McCart, what actions did you undertake in the arrival of the Golden Flame? Speak the truth. I will confess. I will confess. The torment of McCart has finally come to an end. He immediately confessed. I have committed the heinous crime of stealing a portion of the sacred Golden Flame and hiding it away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan couldn't help but scoff internally. Well, this is quite the unexpected surprise. He then employed the soul requiem technique, subjecting McCart to further torment as he inquired, Where's Xiao Ma Xiao? Within the secret chamber of the church, as McCart's soul endured relentless agony from the soul requiem, he was on the verge of mental collapse and divulged all his secrets. He even confessed to childhood indiscretions, such as wetting the bed, peeking at Aunt Mary next door while she bathed, and skipping classes at the church academy. As for his ascent within the Church of Light, where he adeptly manipulated power, cultivated relationships with esteemed elder priests, and betrayed his colleagues, he recounted every detail meticulously. After listening to McCart's revelations, Zhao Gan mused, he has been a rogue since childhood. It is no wonder he is but a hollow hero. The arrival of the Golden Flame was, in fact, a coveted assignment, with McCart leveraging connections to lead this sacred task. Throughout the process, he feigned effort, while the brutal battles were fought by the Light Guards and Light Knights. Zhao Gan observed McCart, knowing he had revealed nearly everything. However, one final value remained. Gently caressing the ring of Father Edgar, Zhao Gan directed his words at McCart, Rest in peace. This time he did not hold back, and the crimson aura of the soul requiem completely erased McCart from existence. You have slain the heroic vengeful spirit, McCart, and earned 1,800 dark souls. You have obtained 30 ice crystal cores. Due to the death of the master, a portion of the insect-like dark offspring in this area has perished, granting you 1,000 dark souls. You have received 10 ice crystal cores. You have acquired a rare item, the Soul of the Heretic. Soul of the Heretic. This item is essential for constructing the Tower of Light and is exceedingly rare. Only those who once believed and subsequently betrayed can be called heretics. You have obtained the item, a Wisp of Golden Flame. Wisp of Golden Flame. A part of the Golden Flame was stolen, causing the Golden Flame of the Old Town to gradually fade into silver flame. When cast into the initial fire of the small church, you will witness wondrous transformations and receive a relic of exquisite quality. This series of item rewards left Zhao Gan utterly astonished, setting aside the total of 2,800 dark souls. There are also a substantial 40 ice crystal cores. The prospect of exchanging for an exquisite relic filled him with elation. Moreover, the Wisp of Golden Flame undoubtedly held great value for the Old Town's cathedral. However, even if a task arose requiring him to present it to the cathedral, that would be out of the question. After all, this was seized from defeating monsters. Furthermore, recalling everything he had experienced before the walls of the Old Town, he felt an ominous sense. Although the flames still burned on the wall, it appeared lifeless. Additionally, Father Xiao Ma Xiao and his influential ally were undoubtedly significant figures in the Old Town, even if disturbances had occurred in the Old Village. The townspeople should have come to investigate. The mysteries surrounding the Old Town multiplied, but only after visiting the fishing village would answers be revealed. The entrance to the Old Town required igniting the torches at 3 locations, and only upon hearing the bells could one enter. Oh, and Newt mentioned that the armored insect was misnamed. It should be referred to as Reincarnator number 24. Never mind, I'll just call it Light from now on, as it will be my new body. There was also a letter from Father Xiao Ma Xiao. Chapter 93. As you wish. My knight, Zhao Gan approached Light's new body and retrieved Father Xiao Ma Xiao's letter from a crevice in the armor at its rear. He placed Light's soul atop the new body and retrieved a soul restoration liquid from his inventory, casting it beside Light's soul. This was a method taught to him by Newt. Shortly, Light would take control of this new form. Watching as Light's soul absorbed the soul restoration liquid and sank into the new body, Zhao Gan felt reassured and began to read Father Xiao Ma Xiao's letter. Dear Bishop, I penned this letter, unable to deliver it to you, hoping that a successor might discover it after my passing. I bless the one who finds this letter, that they may vanquish the evil heretic McCart Connors, restoring honor to the Connors family and saving the house of Connors from disgrace. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by McCart. He stole a portion of the golden flame, causing the golden flame of the old town to continuously decline. Furthermore, he is the mastermind behind the recent Black Plague. The bodies found in the family's secret passage, victims of the plague, were part of his experiments. According to this heretic, he unearthed ancient corpses from the depths of the mines, extracting the Black Plague and spreading it. The hunter's daughter was the first infected. I too have a daughter, and I empathize with the anguish of that father. This heretic McCart dared to offer me a chance to become his accomplice. I vowed to refuse, yet I remain concerned for my family. However, in such dire circumstances, I find myself at a loss. The only path left is to return to the flame of light. You have read Father Zhao Gan's letter. Progress has reached 80. Upon reading the final letter, you will receive a quest. After finishing the letter, Zhao Gan couldn't help but reflect with sorrow. Father Zhao had uncovered the truth, yet his fate was so tragic, even his beloved family was not spared. Clutching the letter tightly, Zhao Gan vowed, "Rest assured, Father Zhao, I will ensure that you and your family receive the justice you deserve." Justice? What justice? Suddenly, Light awakened, bewildered as he gazed at his new body. Zhao Gan turned to glance, noting that Light now appeared quite handsome, reminiscent of characters from certain special effects dramas. Moreover, Light would undoubtedly become a vital asset in his future battles. Zhao Gan was well acquainted with the abilities of the armored insect, having previously formed a bond with it. However, Light's current appearance seemed excessively dark, contrasting starkly with the Church of Light. Thus, following Newt's guidance, Zhao Gan instructed Light, "Try to close your eyes and envision your former self when you were still in human form." "Very well, my father." Light, though lacking in many attributes, was obedient, which was his greatest virtue. Upon closing his eyes and murmuring incantations, his body began to change rapidly. Initially, it was his face that transformed, gradually evolving into Light's original features. His limbs and torso also altered, with his blade-like arms morphing into human fingers. His legs followed suit, though they remained robust. The changes to his body were minimal, but he would need clothing and gear to conceal his insect-like traits. Regrettably, he had lost the shorter leg that all men possess. Emerging from the armored form, Light appeared to regain a semblance of humanity, yet he still retained many insect characteristics. Notably, his eyes remained yellow, revealing numerous minuscule pupils upon closer inspection. However, none of this mattered. What was vital was that Zhao Gan had acquired a formidable subordinate, and even more importantly, one who was obedient. "Thank you, my father. I feel marvelous now, and I can detect many scents." After stretching his limbs, Light exclaimed, "I feel my speed is incredible, and my strength is substantial." Suddenly, with a swift motion, Light's right arm transformed into a blade, slicing through the air before him. Observing this spectacle, Zhao Gan mused internally. "Mr. Newt, you can now rest in peace. This body you personally crafted for Light is indeed remarkable, and he is quite fond of it." Light's expression was equally exuberant as he repeatedly swung his blade-like limbs, shattering bones within the church into fragments. He ultimately withdrew his blade-like limbs and approached Zhao Gan. Although his expression was filled with excitement, it had taken on a serious demeanor. "My lord, the priest, I am grateful for the gift of rebirth you have bestowed upon me, and I have avenged both myself and my mother by slaying that vile creature, Newt." Light extended his arms toward Zhao Gan, kneeling down and declaring, "I pledge to follow you until my last breath. Should anyone dare to offend you, I shall sever their head, proclaiming your glory. If anyone stands against you, I will annihilate their entire family, ensuring your safety. In the face of danger, I shall become your shield, retreating not a single step unless met with death. Wherever your sword points, there too shall I march." Zhao Gan observed Light and faintly discerned a shadow of Newt within him. Recognizing this as a form of ritual, he placed his hand atop Light's palm and solemnly replied, "As you wish, my knight." The notification from the favor system concluded, and Light immediately rose, his face transforming into a beaming smile as he excitedly inquired, "My lord, could you share how you defeated that perverse Newt?" "Upon entering this body, I lost consciousness after witnessing a shadow of a soul." Zhao Gan furrowed his brow, feeling that Light's demeanor was more reminiscent of that fellow, Bayer. Nevertheless, he recounted the torturous ordeal he had inflicted upon McCart, exchanging the name for Newt. Upon hearing the entire tale, Light's expression radiated excitement. Yet soon a trace of melancholy crossed his face as he remarked, "I cannot comprehend why. But hearing of Newt's gruesome demise stirs a hint of sadness within me." To this, Zhao Gan chuckled and replied, "It is because you possess a kind heart. Your words, my lord, brim with wisdom and hit the nail on the head." Light exclaimed, humorously flattering Zhao Gan. "You rascal." Zhao Gan laughed, glancing back at Yeya, only to discover the young girl mimicking Light's actions, kneeling and extending her hands. Understanding her intent, he gently touched her small hand and said, "As you wish, my little knight." Subsequently, Yeya stood and approached Light, pointing a finger toward the ground. Light glanced at Zhao Gan, cleared his throat, and said, "Noble and valiant knight commander, I pay my respects to you." Yeya nodded and patted Light's hand, crossing her arms and striking a pose that exuded confidence. Zhao Gan found this scene amusing, realizing that Light as presence had indeed enlivened their surroundings. Although Zhao Gan was pleased with Light's respectful demeanor towards Yeya, he found it somewhat curious, as it seemed Light should possess greater combat prowess. Thus, Zhao Gan inquired, "Can you sense that Yeya is formidable?" Light gasped in realization, looked at Yeya, and whispered in Zhao Gan's ear, "My lord, I have long noticed the emblem of the Lyad Magic Academy upon the Knight Commander's attire. Newt warned me that one must never offend anything from that place, be it living or dead. Furthermore, the most formidable of all are those who appear neither alive nor dead." He glanced at Yeya, who was striking a knightly pose, and continued in a hushed tone, "Especially those magicians whose souls are inherently immortal." Chapter 94, Secrets of the Lyad Magic Academy. "Are you familiar with the Lyad Magic Academy?" Zhao Gan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Light lowered his head in contemplation before responding, "When I accompanied my mother to this region, we passed by the Lyad Magic Academy." He gestured toward the east and added, "If I recall correctly, there lies a bustling little port to the east. From that port, if one travels north along the coastline, one can reach the Lyad Magic Academy." As he spoke, Light's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. "That place is the most beautiful I have ever seen. Even though we passed by long after the academy had perished, most of its structures remained intact, safeguarded by powerful magical barriers that deterred any intruders." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gan felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "How do you know the Magic Academy has fallen?"